Transmigrated into the canon Fodder's daughter chapter 107 to chapter 159. Li Xiao looked at the carved talismans in front of her and was in a very good mood. Although she was very tired these days, she was really happy. However, this kind of talisman seal required relatively pure jade as the raw material, which burned money. Each piece of jade the size of a palm would cost 10,000 yuan to buy. However, Li Xiao wasn't worried. She didn't lack money at all. During this period of time, she studied those spells carefully. She copied a total of 6 types, including the space-breaking talisman that she always wanted. The other 5 types were the disaster transfer talisman, the godly travel talisman, and space-breaking talisman had subtle differences. One could directly break through space and leave, while the other could travel thousands of miles in a flash. The amulet, the 5 thunder talisman that was more powerful than the sky thunder, and the rain prayer talisman. Among them, the space-breaking talisman required the most magic power in the process of drawing. For ordinary talismans, Li Xiao could draw hundreds of them in a day with her current ability. But when it came to the space-breaking talisman, her limit was to draw 10 a day. Li Xiao was not in a hurry. Anyway, what she was not short of was time. So when the visa was issued, she had drawn almost all the talismans. She took 3 of each type, put them in a box, and then sent it to Xianxia. After all, Xianxia helped her a lot and taught her such useful scriptures. He was really a good demon. Little Green and his disciple Sun Rui also sent some talismans. Little Green was a demon. Sometimes, if she was unlucky and encountered monks and Taoists who did not distinguish between right and wrong, she could at least defend herself with these talismans. As a snake demon, Little Green's magic was actually not weak. But she did not have the heart to do that. So when she encountered a demon with a lower cultivation age than her, she might not be able to win. After arranging everything in the country, Li Xiao booked a plane ticket to go abroad. In order to be treated well, she directly booked the first-class cabin. She put all the weapons, talismans, and other things into the mustard seed. The bat demon Changbat was probably not used to flying and did not have any sense of security. He sat in the seat with a dignified face. The sparrow spirit had already closed her eyes to rest. She had been writing furiously for the past few days. Finally, she managed to finish the novel before she left the country. After settling this burden, she had been writing continuously for so long that she felt a little uncomfortable. She fell asleep as soon as she boarded the plane. This trip would take more than 10 hours to arrive at the capital airport of M country. Li Xiao simply closed her eyes to cultivate. In the eyes of outsiders, she was sleeping. With the great void mirror fragment by her side, she felt that she could cultivate with twice the result with half the effort. She felt refreshed. Due to the time difference, they set off in the afternoon. However, when the plane landed, it was also afternoon in M country. The 3 of them didn't have much luggage, so they quickly found their respective luggage. Li Xiao saw Su Manqin when he arrived at the airport lobby. Su Manqin was wearing a camel-colored jacket. She looked intellectual and elegant. When she saw Li Xiao, her eyes couldn't help but redden. She hadn't seen her daughter for a long time. Li Xiao hugged her. She didn't need to say anything else. After the hug, Li Xiao introduced Changbat and the sparrow spirit to her. "This is Changbat, my little brother." The smile on Changbat's face gradually disappeared. "What little brother?" Although it was the truth, at least give him some face, the sparrow spirit glanced at Changbat triumphantly. "Humph, she was Li Xiao's sister," Li Xiao pointed at the sparrow spirit. "Yes, this is my pet Li Quebec. He eats a little too much." The sparrow spirit's face immediately fell. She looked very unhappy. Su Manqin couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't seen her daughter so naughty in a long time. She could also see that these 2 were her daughter's good friends. Otherwise, she wouldn't have introduced them to her. She smiled. "Let's go. We'll go back to the hotel first." She was originally traveling in a nearby state. When she heard that Li Xiao was coming, she flew here yesterday. When they walked out of the airport, Su Manqin had already called a car and was ready to go to the hotel. Suddenly, Changbat seemed to see something and said, "We don't have to go to the hotel. Let's go to Almond Manor." Someone has already come to pick us up. Xianxia was a little surprised. She was no stranger to Almond Manor. It was one of the top 10 manors in M country. It was owned by Duke Johnson of Y country. Although Xianxia wasn't short of money, she didn't have any connections abroad and couldn't come into contact with people of this level. She said hesitantly, "You're saying that Duke Johnson sent someone to pick us up?" Changbat nodded slightly. Li Xiao reacted. This Duke Johnson should be an aristocrat of the bloodlings. Since he was a duke, his strength should be above Changbat. Li Xiao said telepathically, "Compared to you, how many times is Duke Johnson's strength equivalent to yours?" Changbat said, 2.5 times mine. He's still quite capable. Especially since his bloodline ability is illusions. He can make people fall into illusions and see what they are most afraid of. Halfway through, Changbat suddenly remembered that mentioning illusions in front of Li Xiao was like showing off one's slight skill before an expert. She couldn't help but smile awkwardly and shut up. Li Xiao weighed the pros and cons. 2.5 times Changbat. Well, she could blow her up with one hand, not to mention that the other party was an expert in illusions. Thus, she felt relieved. Just in case, she took out a necklace and let Xianxia wear it. The jade pendant hanging on the necklace was a protective talisman. With this thing, Xianxia's safety would be greatly improved. Xianxia had received a lot of talismans from her daughter before she went abroad. Many of them had been used on the trip, so she could tell at a glance that they were good things. She just smiled and didn't say anything. The one who came to pick them up was Duke Johnson's attendant, Charlie. He had black hair and blue eyes, looked extraordinarily handsome, and spoke fluent Chinese. Li Xiao could tell at a glance that this person was also a so-called vampire. Fortunately, although there was a smell of blood on him, he didn't smell like the bat spirit she had killed before. Charlie was very respectful to Changbat, and his every move was engraved with etiquette to the bone. His gaze fell on Li Xiao and the sparrow spirit, and his blue eyes lit up like the sky. This reaction, well, Li Xiao could more or less guess. He must think that she and the sparrow spirit smelled good. She restrained her expression, and her faint eyes contained some kind of warning, sweeping over this little vampire. Charlie suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at her with some uncertainty, and then asked them to get in the car. This vampire was quite sharp. Li Xiao thought so, and chose to sit in the back seat. Rather than saying that she was brave because she was skilled, it was better to say that she trusted Changbat. Changbat's voice entered her ears through telepathy. "I know a little about Duke Johnson, and he was the one who conferred the title of Marquis on me. The vampires are divided into 2 factions. One is the peaceful faction, which advocates peaceful coexistence with humans. The other is the radical faction, which believes that humans are food for vampires and are inherently inferior. But the one in power now is Duke Johnson, and the radical faction is very dissatisfied with him." Li Xiao understood. The bat spirit and its elders in China should be the radical faction. If any vampire dared to talk nonsense in front of her, she would blow their heads off. An hour later, the car arrived at the Almond Manor. At this time, the sky was dark, and the gorgeous manor during the day had a sense of tranquility under the night's bathing. When they got out of the car, Charlie was taking them to see the Grand Duke first. Suddenly, a bat flew out and landed on his shoulder. After a while, the little vampire Charlie's expression didn't look too good. He turned to Li Xiao and the others and said, "I'll take you to the guest room to rest first." Obviously, something had happened inside for him to suddenly change his mind. Li Xiao didn't care. She smiled faintly and said, "Just arrange a room for me and my mother. I'm a little afraid of the dark." Her appearance was tender and beautiful like a rose, but her smile was a little gentle, neutralizing her very aggressive beauty. Charlie's neck turned red. No problem. Li Xiao wasn't too worried about the sparrow spirit. Although she was a little stupid, she could resist for a few minutes if she encountered danger. In their group, only Xianxia was an ordinary person. Even if Changbat said a lot of good things about Duke Johnson, Li Xiao couldn't let her stay here alone. But this delay just so happened to bump into the person inside. A deep voice sounded in their ears. It was standard English, but there was a kind of sticky taste to it, as if they were being stared at by a snake. What a heartwarming sweet taste. The next moment, a gentleman who looked to be in his 30s appeared in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them had shrunk from 100 meters to 10 meters. His facial features were deep and profound, and his temperament was outstanding, making him more attractive than a young man. But his eyes were particularly unpleasant, looking at people as if they were dead objects. His gaze fell on Li Xiao, a mixture of joy and greed. That malice seemed to be real. "Stop, Smith." Another angry voice sounded deeper and more tired. Smith turned a deaf ear and chuckled. Johnson was already old, and he even bowed his head to a lowly and weak human. He had tarnished the glory of the vampires. It wasn't easy for him to find such delicious prey, so how could he let it go so easily? His figure turned into an afterimage, and with lightning speed, he pounced on the young and beautiful human girl. Seeing that she had such a sweet smell, he might be able to spare her life and keep her captive. When the time came, he could coax her that it was because of love. Didn't some human girls like this very much? But just as his body touched her, the girl in front of him turned into nothingness. Smith frowned. Was it Johnson's illusion? He sneered, but the next second, he saw the girl appear 5 meters away from him. She raised her hand, and a dazzling and dangerous lightning shot out from her palm. With Smith's identity as the Grand Duke of the Vampires, he wasn't afraid of ordinary lightning. He had a mocking expression and didn't dodge. But when the lightning fell on his body, a piercing pain spread from the depths of his soul to his limbs, and he couldn't help but let out a painful howl. Ah! His originally handsome appearance was no longer there, and his body was charred black by the lightning. The bat wings on his back had even grown out, and he looked extremely miserable. The air was filled with the smell of barbecued meat. Li Xiao walked over to Smith with light steps and continued to strike him with the 5 lightning technique. "Little guy, you dare to have ideas about me," her tone was leisurely as she spat out harsh English. "What an idiot. Letting you live peacefully with humans is actually to protect the weak." Did she really think that there was no one in the human race who could deal with this kind of vampire? She wouldn't have a problem fighting. 10 of them alone. Charlie, who hadn't had time to save the damsel in distress, was stunned on the spot with a blank expression. Were all humans so powerful now? The sparrow demon couldn't help but sniff. Smelling the burnt smell, she was about to drool. "Xiao Xiao, can I eat it?" It smelled delicious. Grand Duke Smith on the ground looked up at her in shock. What kind of person was this? She actually wanted to eat the noble vampires? Li Xiao rejected her coldly. "You can't eat it. You'll get diarrhea if you eat it." "Oh, but I really want to eat it." The sparrow was on the verge of tears. She had no resistance to good food. If it was weaker than her, she wouldn't have thought about it. However, the bat in front of her was so fragrant that it smelled very tempting. She didn't know if it was because of its high level, but it smelled much better than the bat she had met before. Su Manchin felt as if her worldview had been shattered. Judging from the bat-like wings that protruded from the man's back, it was clear that he was not a normal human. However, he was easily beaten down by her daughter. He looked pitiful and helpless as he lay on the ground. Listening to Li Kei's conversation, this round and likable little girl wanted to eat him. It was obvious that she wasn't a normal person either. As a normal human, she felt a lot of pressure. A sigh sounded in their ears, and an elegant middle-aged gentleman appeared in front of them. He had some white hair on his temples and faint fine wrinkles on his face, giving him a charm that was accumulated over the years, like vintage wine. He was the owner of this manor, Duke Johnson. His deep gaze fell on Li Xiao. His tone was respectful. "Are you a perfected being from remote Cloud Mountain?" Her standard Chinese accent gave people a good impression of her. Li Xiao raised her eyebrows. "You've had dealings with my sect before?" Duke Johnson smiled and said concisely, "I have a deep impression of your Chinese Dao techniques." At that time, he met Chang Fu and another Chinese man. That man claimed to be from remote Cloud Mountain. He didn't look like much, but he was quite capable. He threw out a few pieces of paper and made his descendant cry. Today, this little girl had a similar aura to him, but she was more powerful. At least, that Taoist couldn't be like her, who could play with lightning as if it were a toy. He had asked that perfected being how many people like him were there in China. The answer, everywhere, was still fresh in his mind. That perfected being didn't lie to him. He took him to a so-called spiritual assembly. Many people at the assembly had the ability to kill blood-breed nobles. Because of this, after he returned to China, he tried his best to promote peaceful coexistence between the blood-breed and humans. He also prohibited his descendants from entering China. Many of his descendants thought that he was weak. They didn't know that he was trying to protect them. It wasn't easy for the blood breed to become stronger. The number of blood breeds killed over the years was much higher than the number of newborns. If this continued, the future of the blood breed would be bleak. However, many blood breeds were still immersed in their past glory. He looked at Smith, who was still lying on the ground, unable to move. Smith was his opponent for nearly 1,000 years, but he was also his old companion. Could you please be magnanimous and forgive him for his offense this time? Charlie gazed at the Grand Duke in astonishment. He hadn't expected the Duke, who could summon the wind and rain, to be so respectful. But when his gaze landed on Grand Duke Smith, he felt that it was only natural. The blood race had always respected the strong. Li Xiao lowered her eyes. After a moment, she asked, "How much is he worth?" Charlie said, "Close to 100 billion. Grand Duke Smith had many properties under his name. The Smith financial group he represented was a powerful existence in the M country. It influenced every presidential election. He might not be the strongest in the blood breed, but he was the wealthiest." Li Xiao did some calculations. This 100 billion should be calculated in M country's currency. This also meant that in China's currency, this person was worth hundreds of billions. He was indeed rich. Li Xiao said, "Then use 1% of your assets to redeem him." Smith endured the pain and glared at Li Xiao. This hateful human dared to treat him like this. Li Xiao smiled widely. Her eyes were shining with a scorching light. A few more hits and the bat would be reduced to ashes. She had brought more than 35 thunder talismans with her. She could use one and throw it away. Smith was terrified. He took out his phone and was about to call his subordinates to prove that he had some assets. But when he took out his phone, it couldn't be used because of the lightning. It even made a strange sound. Smith was so angry that he could only say to his sworn enemy, "Give me your phone." Duke Johnson held back his laughter and handed the phone to him. Although Smith was rich, losing 1% of his assets would be very painful. With his pride, he couldn't go back on his words. After learning this lesson, he wouldn't be as arrogant as before. He would be able to look at human beings more objectively. Before the deed was sent over, Smith's face darkened as he changed out of his burnt suit and tidied up his appearance. After an hour, he appeared in front of Li Xiao. He looked like a gentleman again. But it could be seen that he was somewhat afraid of Li Xiao. He was 2 meters away from Li Xiao. What Smith brought was not only the deed to the matter, but also some shares of the company. According to his net worth, Li Xiao could get 7 billion yuan, which was a lot of money. After all the assets under her name added up to more than 10 billion yuan. Li Xiao wasn't interested in the matter. She usually went abroad occasionally and didn't live here. Besides, such a large manor would cost a lot of money to maintain every year. It would be better to use the money to make talismans. So she was more willing to choose the company shares. As she looked, she sighed that Smith was really rich. He had a lot of shares in several familiar companies. He was also a major shareholder of the world's largest software company. But he wasn't willing to give up the shares of the software company. Li Xiao didn't care. Her eyes were fixed on a name, Chidi. Wait, wasn't this company the high-end brand that hired Alan as the chief designer? Smith himself owned 12% of the brand's shares. This was quite a lot. He could be said to be the second largest shareholder. Li Xiao heard that Alan's family was also one of the major shareholders of Chidi. He could be the chief designer so smoothly. On one hand, it was because of his own strength, and on the other hand, it was because of the family behind him. Li Xiao asked Smith, "How many shares does the Demare family own in Chidi?" The family behind Alan was the Demare family. Su Manchin reacted and looked at Li Xiao in surprise. Smith said, "It's about 7%, ranked 4th. Li Xiao was very satisfied. "Very good, I want the shares of this company." Smith heard her words as if she had a grudge with the Demare family, but this had nothing to do with him. He didn't care about Chitty, so he was relieved that Li Xiao had chosen this company. At least it wasn't one of the companies that he liked the most. He said coldly, "I'll transfer the shares to you as soon as possible. It's just that for such a major shareholder change, the company will usually hold an internal banquet to welcome the new shareholders. Don't forget to attend." After saying this, he left in a hurry. He didn't want to stay in front of this Chinese woman who had humiliated him. Li Xiao looked at his back and sighed softly. "What a pity." Duke Johnson asked, "What's a pity?" Li Xiao sighed. Grand Duke Smith was too sensible. I was too embarrassed to continue. I was hoping that he would bring a few more people to take revenge on me. That way, I could keep all of them and blackmail them one by one. She might even be able to make a fortune and become a world-class tycoon. Smith had killed her dream of becoming rich overnight. Li Xiao's regret came from the bottom of her heart. Smith's figure in the distance paused for a moment, then suddenly disappeared from sight. Duke Johnson said, "Smith may be arrogant, but he's not stupid. A stupid vampire wouldn't have lived to this day and age. If Li Xiao's strength was equal to his, he certainly wouldn't give up so easily." But it turned out that even 10 Smiths were no match for her. After discovering that Li Xiao's ability was far above his, Smith naturally wouldn't drag his family down in a fit of pique. Anyway, he would only lose face in this manner. The people who saw it wouldn't say anything. Li Xiao thought about it and agreed. Like in novels, there were only a few brainless cannon fodder who clamored to come back after being defeated. She suddenly realized a problem. According to Smith, he was originally the second largest shareholder of the company. But now the shares had changed and Li Xiao had become his. Then she would meet Alan's family face to face when the time came. Her shares were more than his family's. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look forward to it. A bright smile appeared on her face. 5 days later. Alan hurried back and said to Chan Kain and Li Qianfei, who were living in the villa, "There's an important banquet in 2 days. A major shareholder of Chidi has transferred his shares, so we're going to hold an internal banquet to welcome the new member. I'll take you to the banquet. I heard that the new member is Chinese. Her surname seems to be Li. If Qianfei can get along well with her and our family, she'll definitely become the company's spokesperson." Li and Li were the same abroad, so Alan didn't think of Li Xiao. Or rather, he didn't think that Li Xiao could make the original shareholder give up his shares. Li Qianfei's face showed a trace of embarrassment. She had a bad reputation in China. That was why she went abroad with her mother and Alan. She wanted to start over. What if the new shareholder also knew about her and didn't give her face? Alan looked at Li Qianfei with bright eyes, his face full of confidence. Qianfei is so cute. There's no reason for the other party not to like her. Li Qianfei could only smile. She couldn't say that she didn't have any confidence at all. Chan Kain was also thinking about dressing up for the banquet so that she could get to know more people. She couldn't go back to China, but she could film abroad and become an international star. Once she became famous, even the Chinese government couldn't do anything to her. If she could get to know more famous directors and win international awards, she would be able to slap the faces of those who mocked her. In her mind, the scene of herself standing at the top of the world with a medal in her hand and enjoying the cheers of everyone appeared. The smile on her face deepened. Although Alan still liked her, it was because the best was what she couldn't get. She couldn't pin all her hopes on him. She had to rely on herself. In the past, she could become a movie queen from nothing. There was no reason why she couldn't do it now. Although she had other thoughts, she still had a gentle smile on her face as she listened to Alan's instructions on the details of attending such an internal banquet. Suddenly, Alan received a call. After hanging up, the smile on his face disappeared. "What's wrong?" Chan Kain asked with concern. Alan frowned slightly. "Su Manqin is still alive. She even came here. The hotel she was staying at happened to be his friend's." After his friend confirmed it, he informed him about it. Previously, Alan had told his friends to deal with Su Manqin for Chan Kain's sake. His friends basically knew that he didn't get along with Su Manqin. Chan Kain's heart skipped a beat. Her face turned pale. How is that possible? Didn't she die in the fire? Her death had caused a rift between Lu Namju and her. Alan quickly comforted her. Don't worry. This is country. With me here, she can't hurt you. He felt that Su Manqin was digging her own grave. Since she insisted on coming to his territory, then she shouldn't blame him for being rude. With her hatred for Jiayin, she would definitely frame Jiayin. In order to protect his goddess, he had to get rid of this unstable factor first. The banquet was held at Boar Manor, which was also one of the top 10 manors in country. It was like a pearl embedded in this bustling city. Especially the blue roses produced by this manor, which were loved by the upper class and became one of their favorite varieties of flowers to buy. However, the owner of the manor, Grand Duke Smith, had always been low-key. Although his status was extraordinary, he rarely appeared in front of people. The manor under his name had never been open to the public, but now he was willing to use it as a banquet venue to build momentum for the new shareholders. This surprised those who knew about it and made them look forward to Chitty, the new major shareholder. People with discerning eyes had already tacitly agreed that the new shareholder was backed by Grand Duke Smith. Li Qianfei, wearing a light pink dress, got out of the car and looked at the manor with infatuation. It's so beautiful here. Just the dreamy blue enchantress alone was enough to dazzle people. It was like a sapphire, emitting a mesmerizing light. Blue roses were not rare on the market, but they were basically cheap goods dyed. Unlike here, they were all cultivated in a natural environment. Li Qianfei did a quick calculation in her heart. Just this rose field alone was worth a few $1 billion. The romantic and luxurious castle and the beautiful roses formed a movie-like scene. Chang Kain also showed an infatuated expression. Although her favorite flowers were lilies, she still couldn't refuse such a soul-stirring beauty. Today, she was wearing a light yellow dress with a fishtail style, perfectly outlining her slender and exquisite figure. With light makeup, she looked elegant and delicate. Alan saw that both mother and daughter liked it very much, and his originally unhappy mood improved a lot. He had been investigating Su Manqin for the past few days, thinking about stuffing some guns into her luggage, so that he could detain her in country on the charge of hiding guns. What made him unhappy was that although he planned well, he couldn't find Su Manqin herself. At most, he only found out that Su Manqin went to the airport to pick up her daughter Li Xiao and 2 other unknown characters. However, after these 3 people left the airport, there was no follow-up. Even if he used his connections and pulled out the nearby surveillance cameras, he still wouldn't be able to find them. It was as if the scenes related to them had been deliberately edited out by someone. He had promised his goddess, Chang Kain, that he would help her deal with Su Manqin, a nobody. But now, he didn't even have a clue. Of course, he wasn't in a good mood. But when he saw the joy in the mother and daughter's hearts, his bad mood lessened a little. He couldn't help but smile, and his voice unconsciously revealed a sense of superiority. In the past few years, I'm afraid we are the first batch of guests who are lucky enough to come to Boar Manor. When Li Qianfei heard this, she was even happier. Only such a banquet was worthy of her and her mother's official appearance. As for what the Chinese officials thought, she didn't care. After all, it was impossible for her and her mother to return to China. If they had the ability, they could cross the ocean to catch him. The laws of China were not applicable in country. Not to mention, there had been a lot of friction between country and China recently because of some policies. For this reason, they would definitely be willing to protect her mother and slap China's face. Li Qianfei didn't think of this, but she couldn't resist Alan's suggestion. She couldn't help but take out her phone and smile brightly. "Mom, help me take a picture." She wanted to take a picture and post it on Weibo. Even the socialites in China might not be qualified to attend this banquet. Chang Kain's heart skipped a beat. She handed her phone to Alan. "Alan, help us take a picture." She knew that many people wanted to see her make a fool of herself. Not only her former competitors, but also the women outside of Lu Namju. Therefore, she had to live a better life and stand in a position that those people could only look up to. Alan took pictures one by one. He didn't rely on his family background. He also had real talent. With a casual shot, he could capture the most beautiful side of them. Li Qianfei was so happy that her face flushed. After a short delay, the 3 of them walked into the castle under the guidance of the attendants. Li Qianfei couldn't help but sigh. This was the aristocracy. Even the attendants were so elegant. Each of them was so handsome that they could be movie stars. When they looked at her with a smile, Li Qianfei felt like she was going to drown in their blue eyes. She felt like she was in a daze. When she entered the hall of the castle, she felt like she had stepped into the Middle Ages. Qian Kaiyin was older than her. Over the years, she had learned a lot from following Lu Namju. At a glance, she could tell that the paintings hanging on the wall were the works of famous masters. Any one of them could be auctioned for millions. When others looked at the castle, they would feel that every decoration was placed just right. There was an indescribable sense of beauty. In Qian Kaiyin's eyes, she only felt that there was money everywhere. She was a little restrained, afraid that she would bump into something. Li Qianfei didn't care so much. Her eyes were shining as she looked at the rich and noble guests. Every one of them was a well-known figure that she had seen on the news. Even her own father, Lu Namju, might not have the opportunity to talk and laugh with them. As long as she could please some of them, her development in the M country would no longer be hindered. Alan did have some sincerity towards Qian Kaiyin. He had always been unrestrained when it came to women. During this time, he respected Qian Kaiyin very much. He didn't want to be rude to her. Instead, he wanted to wait for her to be willing. He led the mother and daughter to greet a film producer that he knew. Almost everyone in the circle knew that Alan had been infatuated with a Chinese actress over the years and had been chasing after her. Qian Kaiyin's appearance was liked by Chinese people. They felt that she was pure and weak. However, to foreigners, she seemed a little bland. Although they didn't see any extraordinary charm on Qian Kaiyin that could make Alan fall head over heels for her, they were willing to give him face and compliment Qian Kaiyin and Li Qianfei because of the family behind Alan. Qian Kaiyin more or less regained some of her confidence in their praise. Alan also took Li Qianfei to meet several shareholders of Chitty and introduced her to them. He tried hard to make Li Qianfei become Chitty's image spokesperson. One of the shareholders laughed. She's really a fresh and beautiful girl like a lily. It's just that it's a little inconsistent with Chitty's style. Alan was full of praise. Qianfei is very malleable. I believe that she can handle all kinds of different styles. As a designer, he would also tailor Qianfei's style when the time came. It depends on what other people think, right? Alan wanted to continue working hard, but he suddenly heard exclamations of admiration. He turned his head and saw two women slowly walking over. The two of them looked somewhat similar. It was obvious that they were related by blood. The one in the lead was beautiful and elegant. Her purple dress perfectly set off her noble temperament. She had an awe-inspiring aura that no one dared to offend. Alan's faint smile could no longer be maintained. His face darkened. Su Manqin. Su Manqin, whom he had been looking for all this time, was actually here. He appeared in front of him in an upright manner. The girl beside Su Manqin was wearing a long red dress. The hemline of the dress was naturally folded in a flowery pattern. The simple design highlighted the complexity of the details. The bright red color that ordinary people found difficult to wear was not vulgar at all on her body. Instead, it made her skin look as white as snow. Li Qianfei saw Su Manqin and Li Xiao at a glance. She subconsciously shrank back, and fear flashed across her face. Li Xiao had already left a psychological shadow in her heart. When she saw her, she had an illusion that she was going to be unlucky. She couldn't understand at all. How could Li Xiao and her mother appear at this place? Even her father couldn't get in without an invitation. Qian Kaiyin tugged at Alan's sleeve and said in a puzzled tone, "Why are they here too?" Alan's expression didn't look good. He had boasted about this banquet in front of Qian Kaiyin in order to show that it wasn't easy to get the tickets. In the end, the mother and daughter, whom he looked down on, openly appeared in the blink of an eye. His face was about to be slapped swollen. He took a deep breath and said in a somewhat disdainful tone, "Who knows what methods they used to climb up to some big shot." Qian Kaiyin thought that this was reasonable and couldn't help but calm down. She didn't expect that Su Manqin, who used to be such a proud person, would do such a thing. She lifted her skirt and swayed in front of Li Xiao and Su Manqin. Her smile was as gentle as ever. "I didn't expect to see you in a foreign country. Manqin, we're really fated." Su Manqin frowned when she saw Chan Kain. Even if she didn't have feelings for Lu Namju now, it didn't mean that she could forgive Chan Kain. Her expression turned cold, and she said sarcastically, "I didn't expect it either. I thought I would go to prison to see you." Chan Kain's expression stiffened for a few seconds when she was exposed. She suppressed the anger in her heart and said bluntly, "I didn't expect you to be friends with the people here. If you were friends with them earlier, you wouldn't have been unable to protect your Su family." Wow, this woman was very bold. She actually dared to provoke her mother in front of her. Li Zhao's gaze swept across Zhang Jiayin as he sneered, "What kind of trash is this? Who gave you the right to attend this banquet? I don't remember inviting you." In a sense, Li Xiao was the main character of this banquet. As the host, it was normal for her to drive out an uninvited guest. As for whether she would be called impolite, she didn't care. As long as she had the strength, who would dare to force her, she signaled with her eyes. Two handsome men who appeared to be attendants in the castle, but were actually vampires. They stepped forward and gestured to Chan Kain to leave. "Madam, please leave." Chan Kain was stunned. She originally thought that Li Xiao and Su Manqin had climbed up to some small shareholder, but it turned out that they could even order the attendants here. Her mind was blank, and her expression was blank and helpless. Alan didn't hear the conversation, but he saw that his goddess was being bullied and looked pitiful. He couldn't help but step forward. "What do you want to do? This is not a place where people like you can behave atrociously." Li Xiao looked at him coldly. "As the host, of course I have the right to drive out an unwelcome guest. You reminded me." She turned to the attendant beside her and said, "Throw these 3 people out for me. Tell the Demare family not to send such ignorant people over next time." "Is this a provocation to Grand Duke Smith?" Li Qianfei, Chan Kain, and Alan. She pointed to them one by one, indicating that they couldn't be left out. All 3 of them should be thrown out together. Thus, before Alan could rescue the goddess in his heart, he was unceremoniously pulled away by his clothes. He wanted to struggle, but when his gaze met the eyes of the attendant, his whole body turned cold and he couldn't move. As for Chan Kain and Li Qianfei, the 2 attendants of the vampires said that they had to be polite to the girls, so they kept their image and only asked them to leave. Their attitude was firm. With a bang, Alan was thrown to the ground outside. If it weren't for the fact that the road outside was very clean, he would have been covered in dirt. However, after being dragged out all the way, his originally straight suit became messy and wrinkled. Compared to his clothes, his heart was more damaged. He looked up at the 2 servants who threw him out in disbelief. How dare they? Did they really do what Li Xiao said? He, Alan Dimari, had never been so humiliated. If what happened today were to spread out, he would lose all his face in the circle. His face was red with anger, and he glared at the 2 waiters. In a trance, he remembered what Li Xiao said before she threw him out, and it was like a basin of ice water was poured over his head. His voice was hoarse. "Is the new shareholder of Chidi Li Xiao?" That was why she said that she was the hostess of the banquet and had the right to drive out the bad guests. How was that possible? How did she get close to Grand Duke Smith? Alan's brother was the head of the Demare family, and he was an important family member, so he knew a little about Grand Duke Smith. What he had was not only the wealth on the surface, but also the mysterious power that many people dreamed of. Although the Demare family was a famous consortium, it couldn't be compared to Grand Duke Smith. He couldn't afford to offend Grand Duke Smith. This possibility made him feel cold all over, and he desperately wanted to hear a negative answer from them. The extremely handsome waiter ruthlessly extinguished his hopes. "Miss Li is His Excellency's honored guest." They didn't say anything else, nodded slightly, and turned to leave, leaving the 3 of them shivering in the cold wind. Chan Kain looked at the dazed Alan. He was no longer as high-spirited as before, and he looked no different from an ordinary man. She couldn't help but bite her lower lip, and a strong sense of unwillingness emerged in her heart. She thought that Alan was already very powerful, and could even take her away from the prison in China like a savior. However, Alan had no status in front of Grand Duke Smith. Li Xiao was thrown away just like that, and she was not afraid of offending him and the Demare family. She and Qianfei were also driven out. She had thought about how to show her charm in front of these big shots, but it was too late to do anything. She was terrified. After offending such a big shot, could she and Qian Fei really start a new career in the M country smoothly? Most likely, Li Xiao could casually stretch out a finger and crush them like ants. The M country was not like China, and the power of the consortium was more terrifying than she had imagined. She had not gone to all that trouble to get out of that damned place just to be humble. If she was destined to rely on men, she might as well rely on the most powerful one. If Su Manqin and Li Xiao could do it, there was no reason why she couldn't. She subconsciously touched her cheeks and regained some of her confidence. Although she was already disloyal, she still needed Alan before that. She bent down and helped Alan up. She took out her handkerchief and gently wiped the dust on his face. Alan was immersed in her tenderness and couldn't help but feel touched. As expected, Jiayin was different from other women. After wiping his face clean, he called the driver and asked him to come and pick him up. He had to explain to his family that he didn't mean to offend Grand Duke Smith. Chan Kayin suddenly felt cold. She turned her head and looked, but didn't find anything wrong. Maybe it was the wind. After all, it was the end of January, and the weather was indeed very cold. She subconsciously wrapped her cloak tightly around her body. Li Zhao's act of throwing the person out really stunned many of the guests. In the past, even if everyone met someone they didn't like, they would at most say a few words of sarcasm. They wouldn't be like this little girl, who threw them out just like that and directly fell out with them, not giving the other party any face at all. Although the beauty was beautiful, her personality was too spicy, like a thorny rose. It also made some people who were ready to make a move not dare to have any ideas about her. They were afraid that they would follow in Alan's footsteps and become the topic of conversation in the circle. At the same time, everyone was also very surprised. Why did Miss Li catch Grand Duke Smith's eye? As for Su Manqin, not many people paid attention to her since Li Xiao had attracted all the firepower. One of the ladies who liked Alan's design style was a little displeased with her. She said tactfully, "I thought China should be a country of etiquette." What she meant was that what Li Xiao did was very rude. Li Xiao glanced at her calmly. "Yes, I understand. You really want to be with Alan. Okay, I'll fulfill your wish." She asked politely, "Do you want me to throw you out, or do you want to walk out by yourself?" Look, she was so reasonable. Seeing that the other party was a lady, she even gave her a chance to choose. The lady who looked graceful and luxurious blushed. In the end, under Li Zhao's gaze, she left dejectedly. She couldn't stay any longer and be chased out by this little girl and lose face. As for whether she regretted it in her heart, that was something that only the person involved knew. Regardless of whether she regretted it or not, Li Xiao wouldn't regret it herself. She only felt refreshed. She glanced at the crowd, as if saying that if anyone continued to force her, they would lose face. Everyone who was swept by her clear gaze had a strong desire to live. They suddenly became friendly and chatted with the people next to them. It was peaceful, as if nothing had happened before. When Grand Duke Smith and Duke Johnson appeared together, they were surprised to find that the guests, who had always been reserved, were showing a rare enthusiasm. This kind of scene was not common. It wasn't until a shareholder who was familiar with Smith slightly mentioned what Li Xiao had done that Smith suddenly realized. But he didn't think that Li Xiao had done anything wrong. Smith had always been arrogant and didn't put humans in his eyes. Because he had suffered a loss at Li Xiao's side, while he was afraid of Li Xiao, he also naturally classified Li Xiao as someone on the same level as him. So when the inferior human in his eyes offended Li Xiao, it was natural for her to drive them out. In the face of other people's tactful complaints, he just nodded reservedly. Yes, after all, she's a girl, so she's more soft-hearted. If it were him, the human who dared to offend him would either be able to beat him or have grass grow on their graves. When the others heard this, they were speechless. Miss Li was so arrogant that she threw people out, but Grand Duke Smith still thought that she was soft-hearted? Was he using a 1,000-meter filter? Some people even muttered in their hearts, so this is the type of girl that the Grand Duke likes. No matter how much they cursed in their hearts, in the face of Li Xiao, who was obviously covered, they welcomed her very well. Their attitude was close and they didn't make people feel offended. Li Xiao had to admit that these people were quite capable when it came to pleasing others. She met the other shareholders in turn. When asked about Chidi, she said bluntly, Chidi is good in every way, but it's just that its taste is not very good. It chose such a designer. Chidi's CEO was silent for a moment and looked at Li Xiao with a subtle expression. Although he knew that Li Xiao and Alan had a lot of conflicts, he didn't expect that the other party didn't hide his intention to drag Alan down from that position at the first banquet. He weighed the pros and cons in his heart. It was better to offend the de Mere family behind Alan than to offend Grand Duke Smith. He said leisurely, Miss, what do you mean? Li Xiao went straight to the point and said, I think it's time for Chidi to make some changes. Another shareholder, William, was not used to Li Xiao's attitude. He also had some friendship with the de Mere family. Alan's professionalism is impeccable. Li Xiao smiled, but her eyes were cold. Oh, in that case, I'm afraid you'll have to attend another equity change banquet in a few days. I'm sure Luoshi would like to buy a part of Chidi's shares. Luoshi was also a famous international brand and competed fiercely with Chidi. If Luoshi's CEO really became the second largest shareholder of Chidi, their faces would be thrown to the ground and trampled on. Li Xiao was clearly threatening. Anyway, for her, taking Chidi's shares was not to make money, but because she didn't like Alan. If she couldn't suppress Alan, what was the use of her shares? Anyway, she was not afraid of wet shoes. After a while, Chidi's CEO said, it's time to think about it. Su Manqin saw this and sighed in her heart. She knew that Li Xiao did this just to vent her anger. The banquet came to an end in this strange atmosphere. When Li Xiao's banquet was over and she left with Duke Johnson, there was a new change in everyone's eyes, a Smith and a Johnson, even they had to think about it carefully. When they returned to Johnson's almond manor, Su Manqin said, I thought you would send Chan Kaiying back to China. Li Xiao smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, she will cry and shout to return to China. She had already sent a gift to Chan Kaiying. She used the resentment in the bead left by the Xianglunian to draw several nightmare talismans and gave them to Chan Kaiying. These nightmare talismans would definitely make Chan Kaiying beg for death. Well, unless she went back to prison on her own initiative, she would not break the spell. The next day, Chan Kaiying woke up in a daze. She had dark circles under her eyes and looked haggard. There was still panic in her eyes. She didn't expect that she would still have nightmares after leaving China for so long. In the dream, she was the victim and was killed in various cruel ways by the Xianglunian. When the dream was about to end, those who had died long ago stared at her with resentment and said that they would not let her go unless they saw her suffer retribution with their own eyes. Chan Kaiying was horrified and also felt wronged. The Xianglunian was dead and she didn't kill them. Why did they come to her? She reluctantly covered her face with foundation and went downstairs with a tired face. When she saw Alan, she was startled. Alan's eyes were red from staying up late and the stubble on his chin was visible. He looked a lot more down and out. The hall was also filled with the smell of cigarettes. Chan Kaiying frowned slightly. Alan knew that she didn't like to smoke. Even if she did, she usually restrained herself. She already had a headache from the nightmare and the smell of cigarettes made her want to vomit. She suppressed the annoyance in her heart and asked softly, what happened? Alan scratched his hair in pain and said in a depressed voice, I was fired by Chidi. He was no longer the chief fashion designer of Chidi. He hadn't slept since he received the news last night. Alan was able to get this position at such a young age not only because of his family's help but also because he had accepted Chidi's unfair contract. At that time, he thought that Chidi would give him face because of his family. He didn't expect that he would be fired so quickly. They didn't even discuss it with him and informed him directly. How is that possible? Chan Kaiying blurted out in shock. Li Xiao's figure flashed across her mind. Did Li Xiao do it? How can she suppress people with her power? As she said this, she suddenly remembered that 2 years ago, Alan had also casually ordered Su Manqin to be banned and her company was sent to hell. Now, Su Manqin's daughter had also suppressed people with her power and made Alan taste the bitter fruit. Xianglunian was dead, Lin Namju had a change of heart, and Ren Xiaotang was still in prison. The only person Chan Kaiying could rely on was Alan. Before she found a new backer, Alan must not fall. She bit her lower lip, looking worried. Did your brother say anything? Alan's brother was the patriarch of the family, and he also attached great importance to Alan. Alan showed a bitter smile. My brother is now working hard to negotiate a contract with Duke Johnson, so he doesn't want to do anything to anger him. I can only be wronged for a while. Xianxia was somewhat puzzled. Duke Johnson? Why is he involved in this matter? A few days ago, Alan and her popularized the country's major financial groups. She was no stranger to Duke Johnson. She knew that although he was not as rich as Smith, the power in his hands could change the situation in the country. Alan was also at a loss, and his tone was a trace of gnashing teeth. Li Xiao is not only Duke Smith's guest, but also Duke Johnson's guest. He never would have thought that Li Xiao would actually be related to these two people. Even Li Namju might not be able to reach this level. How on earth did she do it? Moreover, Smith and Johnson had always been at odds. They were always kings who did not see each other, but these two attended the banquet at the same time because of Li Xiao. Thinking of this, Alan just wanted to spit out blood. This was the reason why Chitty had fired him so straightforwardly. Because of this, who knew how many people in the industry were laughing at him behind his back? Alan used to be young and arrogant, and inevitably offended some of his peers. When he was in power, those peers did not dare to say anything. But now that he had lost power, they stepped on him one by one. In just one night, there were a lot of black drafts about him. Most of them said that he was not worthy of his position, so he was fired by Chitty. Many people also speculated about his next company. Alan was so angry that his teeth hurt. He wanted to slap them in the face. But unless Chitty begged him to go back, or he could be hired by a company not inferior to Chitty, he was doomed to be frustrated for a while. He was in no mood to appease Xianxia since his career had failed. Xianxia originally wanted to talk about his nightmares, but now he didn't want to add to his worries. She was a little upset. She and Qianfei could not rely on Alan for their future. She took a deep breath and said softly, "Ellen, you're so talented. If you weren't framed by a villain, you wouldn't be like this. I believe that the two archdukes aren't people who don't know right from wrong. I'll explain it to him properly and we'll definitely be able to resolve the misunderstanding." She paused for a moment and revealed an expression of self-blame and guilt. "It's all my fault. I've implicated you. Li Xiao must have slandered the two dukes because he wanted to take revenge on me. You've already helped me so much. I can't continue to implicate you." Alan, who was originally upset, heard her gentle and considerate words and his expression eased. "It has nothing to do with you. It's Li Xiao who's narrow-minded. I didn't expect her to be as vicious as her mother at such a young age." Xianxia continued, "So I'm going to find Grand Duke Smith and explain it to him. Even if he wants to help Li Xiao take revenge on me, he can just come at me. Why should he treat you like this?" Alan looked hesitant. Grand Duke Smith's character was unpredictable. It was said that he had killed someone before. It would be bad if something happened to Jiayin. Xianxia held his hand. "Don't worry about me. He's a celebrity after all. He definitely won't make things difficult for a woman like me." Alan vaguely remembered some rumors about Smith. He hesitated for a moment and said, "I've heard some things about the two archdukes. It's said that they're vampires with long lives and unchanging appearances, so you'd better not look for him. It won't be good if something happens." He also heard his brother mention it to someone, so he wasn't very sure. His brother had accidentally met Smith when he was young. At that time, Smith had already looked like this. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and her tone became gentler. "I understand. Li Xiao and Changbat complained, I feel like I've been used." Well, she had basically been in the manor for the past few days. She had been very good at practicing on the vampires. Duke Johnson had said it quite nicely. He had said that he needed to let the young vampires understand that there was always someone better than them. Therefore, he had asked Li Xiao to help train the young vampires, so that they wouldn't be arrogant and think that they were invincible. Li Xiao saw that he had helped her, so she stayed. On the other hand, she wanted to study the bloodline abilities of the vampires better. Basically, even if there were 100 vampires below the count rank, she could beat them up like chopping vegetables without any difficulty. Towards the end, the vampires who looked extraordinarily handsome would run away as fast as they could when they saw Li Xiao. They weren't as attentive as they were at the beginning. They were all scared of being beaten up. After all, Li Xiao's Five Thunders technique was too painful for the bats. They were often beaten until their heads and faces were covered in dirt, and they began to doubt their lives. After Li Xiao had beaten up the vampires for a few days, Duke Johnson had successfully implemented the policy that had been blocked by the other vampires. In the past, the vampires had followed Duke Johnson's orders and wouldn't kill people for no reason. However, they would directly attack any prey that they had set their eyes on without any fear. Now, they had to first obtain the other party's consent. However, after sucking blood, the vampires would use their bloodline abilities to make the ordinary humans forget about this matter. The vampire Louis that Li Xiao had met before had run to China because he felt that country was too restrictive, and he couldn't enjoy himself to the fullest. After she heard that Duke Johnson's policy had successfully obtained the approval of the other vampires' Grand Dukes, she felt that this Grand Duke was more or less relying on her power and was suspected of using her. Changbat smiled. But this policy is indeed more friendly to ordinary people. Grand Dukes like Duke Johnson could use their bloodline to suppress the descendants of their subordinates. Therefore, once the policy was approved by the other Grand Dukes, the vampires under them would have no choice but to obey the rules because of the suppression of their bloodlines. Li Xiao nodded. Although she complained, her actions were quite cooperative. When she returned to her room, she saw that her mother wasn't there. She asked the Sparrow Spirit and found out that Su Manqin had been invited to participate in a Fashion Week event. The Sparrow Spirit herself was writing an outline. Li Xiao glanced at her outline with a subtle expression. Didn't you say that you wanted to write a strong woman story about running away with a ball in the next book? Why did she see that there were many vampires in the outline? The Sparrow Spirit spoke with conviction. Yes, I decided to set my male lead as a vampire. It just so happened that she had dealt with a lot of vampires in the past few days. A few of them liked to date human girls, so they had a lot of material on them. Li Xiao couldn't understand. Although most vampires had good looks and were indeed very attractive, most vampires viewed humans as food. However, most of the blood breeds viewed humans as food. It was extremely difficult to expect them to fall in love with food and abandon their identity for humans. However, it was normal for novels to be a little exaggerated. No, it couldn't be said like that. The same blood could breed 100 different kinds of vampires. Maybe one of them would become a saint of love. Li Xiao watched the Sparrow Spirit writing at a rapid speed. Her gaze suddenly fell on a small, negligible pinhole on the Sparrow Spirit's neck. Her expression became dangerous. What's with the pinhole on your neck? Did that little bastard suck your blood? She had the intention of using the Five Thunder technique to bombard that little bastard 100 times. Little bastard, she hadn't even cooked her pet yet, and it was already taken by someone else. Ah. The Sparrow Spirit looked up blankly and reacted. No, I drew my own blood for them. She lowered her voice. They said that my blood was delicious and was the best of the best, so they wanted to try it. So I sold it to them. She puffed out her flat chest proudly. A small cup was sold for $1 million. Although her income from writing novels was good, she only earned about that amount after working hard for a few months. Losing a little blood was nothing to the Sparrow Spirit, so she shamelessly agreed to it. However, it was drawn with a needle. Li Xiao, she couldn't help but be speechless. She was quite business-minded. She actually sold her own blood, and there were really vampires who bought it. Were all vampires so rich? Li Xiao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If a cup of the Sparrow Spirit's blood could be sold for $1 million, then could hers be sold for a higher price? Oh no, she was really tempted. What should she do? Stop. She couldn't think about it anymore. How could she give in for a mere $1 million? And, unless the price was $100 million per cup, then she could still consider it. She was very principled, completely different from the Sparrow Spirit. Grand Duke Smith left the manor of his old rival with a somewhat gloomy expression. He had made many preparations today, but in the end, he was once again defeated by Li Xiao. Damn it, this human strength was too strong. How did she do it? Originally, he thought that if he could win again, he might be able to get a little blood from her to taste. Now that he had lost so miserably, he didn't have the face to ask for more. Mr. Smith. An unfamiliar female voice entered his ears. Smith raised his head and saw a human girl running over. When she was close to him, her body was a little unstable. She staggered and fell to the ground. She looked up, revealing a pale face. Smith frowned. This girl looked like an Asian. Her facial features were too plain for him, so he didn't have any impression of her. The people beside him recognized that she was Xianxia and whispered to Smith. Xianxia's fall caused her hands and feet to brush against the floor, scraping her skin. Although it was very painful, she still stood up. Her posture looked weak but strong. Mr. Smith, please let Alan go. He is really talented. Do you want to watch a genius die because of suppression? Li Xiao is using you. She just wants to use you for revenge. Noble people like you shouldn't be her tool. She spoke righteously, her expression sorrowful and stern. Smith was too lazy to listen to her words. His tone turned cold. You're bleeding? Xianxia was stunned for a moment. She remembered what Alan had said to her. Could it be that this Grand Duke was really the vampire in the novel? Otherwise, he would have noticed that she had only scraped her skin. She took a step forward, revealing her slender neck. I'm willing to be your blood bag, as long as you're willing to let Alan go. He's innocent. Smith's face immediately darkened. He covered his nose. Throw her away. Such a stinky blood, was she trying to kill him? She even wanted him to drink it? He wasn't a garbage collector who would drink any random blood. He was a fastidious and tasteful aristocrat. Xianxia was a little confused when she was mercilessly thrown out. All the foreign noble men she had met, even if they didn't like her, were courteous to the ladies. They weren't like Smith, who threw her away just like that without the slightest bit of tenderness. It wasn't easy for her to throw caution to the wind and do something that was equivalent to seduction, but she was unwilling to accept the result. Perhaps it was because she didn't bleed enough and didn't attract him enough. She hardened her heart and endured the pain. She took out a knife from her bag and directly cut her finger. Her body trembled slightly due to the pain, but she still raised her head. Her expression was uneasy and stubborn, which was the expression she had always been good at putting on. I said, I'm willing to be your blood bag as long as you're willing to let Alan go. Blood flowed out of her finger, and the smell was so strong that Smith wanted to faint. Who could drink this smell that smelled like garlic? Didn't this human woman understand human language? If it weren't for the law that prohibited unprovoked harm to humans, with Smith's character, he would have already sent her to hell. His face sank, and the aura of a high-ranking vampire was fully released. Xianxia, who was originally raising her head, only felt a huge pressure enveloping her, making her almost unable to breathe. Her vision turned black, and she directly fainted. Smith said coldly, Did the Demare family send this woman here to scheme against me? Could it be that she wanted to use her stinky blood to make him lose his fighting strength? She even said that she wanted to be his blood bag. What a joke, he had always been very particular about food, and not every human had this honor. The young man beside Smith was his favorite descendant, Andrew. His black hair was like the quiet night, and his eyes contained the sky. He smiled slightly, and there was an indescribable charm and confidence in him. Your Highness, I think this human woman probably wants to seduce you. Huh? Smith was taken aback. Her expression and movements were all carefully rehearsed, perfectly highlighting her own advantages. She looks like a flower struggling in the wind and rain, pitiful and cute. Among the blood breeds, Andrew was the one who dealt with human girls the most. It could be said that he was used to seeing all kinds of human girls. Normally, when Andrew was in a good mood, he would go along with her wishes and fall in love with her. Although the other party's expression was acting, it was still somewhat interesting to watch. Unfortunately, the blood on his body was too pungent, making it hard for him to swallow. Smith's expression said, he didn't see it at all. He only felt that this human woman liked to talk to herself, as if her brain had been filled with rotten water. He was also very dissatisfied. Did he look like someone who would be tricked by such a low-level honey trap? This woman didn't look young or pretty. Was the Demare family trying to humiliate him by sending someone like her? He ordered his descendants coldly, throw this woman back and warn the Demare family. He pinched his nose and left in the opposite direction. He felt that he needed to get rid of the smell on his body. Andrew looked at the unconscious Chan Kain with some distress. The Grand Duke was always like this, pushing things he didn't like to do to him. He didn't want to send her away. Thus, he made a phone call and called over a blood breed of a lower rank than him. Chan Kain's blood was so pungent that even the pickiest blood breed couldn't eat it, so he didn't have to worry about her safety. Alan walked back and forth in the room, looking up at the clock on the wall from time to time. Jiayin had been out for 2 hours, but she hadn't returned yet. Regret welled up in him. He shouldn't have agreed to let Jiayin find Grand Duke Smith. Jiayin always thought that people were too kind. What if Grand Duke Smith took a fancy to Jiayin and forced her to stay? What should he do then? Even he couldn't compete with Grand Duke Smith. Her resolute expression appeared in his mind, and his regret deepened. The doorbell rang, and Alan seemed to be awakened. He shivered and looked at the surveillance camera. A handsome man with an impatient expression was standing at the door. He was pinching his nose, as if there was an unbearable stench nearby. Alan was puzzled, but he still went to open the door. When the handsome man saw him, he opened the door with a nasty tone. The car that was worth tens of millions was like scrap metal in his hands, and he didn't cherish it at all. Take your woman away. My car is full of her stench. His face was very dark. He was having fun racing, but Andrew called him back. He didn't want to listen to that guy's orders, but he couldn't resist the Grand Duke's orders. Besides, Andrew's status was higher than his, so he could only grit his teeth and bear it. In the end, he almost vomited all the way. It was useless even if he opened the windows. His luxury car could be considered to be scrapped. Thinking of this, he certainly didn't like Alan. When Alan saw Chan Kain unconscious in the car, he hurriedly picked her up. His eyes were red. What did you do to her? The handsome man sneered and said, Are you insulting us? You actually sent this kind of trash to seduce the Grand Duke. Look at your own appearance. Alan's face turned red. Jiayin seduced Grand Duke Smith? How was that possible? She wasn't that kind of person. He glanced up and down at Alan with a contemptuous expression. It seems that you can't do it. Even your woman doesn't like you and wants to find a new backer. The next second, his expression became sinister. The next time you dare to use this kind of trash to insult the Grand Duke, we will take it as a provocation to our family. After saying those harsh words, he swaggered off, not even bothering to take his car. Alan hugged Chan Kain, his expression changing. He wanted to believe in Jiayin emotionally, but he couldn't help but think about the man's words over and over again. As a man, of course, he couldn't bear the fact that his beloved goddess looked down on him. He was ready to climb up the social ladder. He woke up with a start when his phone rang. He picked up the phone, but a series of curses made him subconsciously take the phone away. This phone call was from his brother, who reprimanded him for offending Grand Duke Smith and causing him to directly sell their company's shares, which caused the stock market to shake. Alan listened to his brother scolding with a pained expression and ordered him to repair his relationship with Duke Smith as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Chan Kain with a complicated expression. For her, he didn't hesitate to become the enemy of the government of China. Now, not only did he lose the position he was proud of, but he also offended the aristocrats. Was it really worth it for him to give up everything for her? After an unknown amount of time, Chan Kain woke up. Unsurprisingly, she had a nightmare again, and her head hurt terribly. You're awake. Alan's voice reached her ears, which seemed to have a different meaning. Chan Kain came back to her senses and recalled what had happened before she fainted. Her face couldn't help but turn red, mainly out of shame. Alan didn't know what he was thinking, but he blurted out, Duke Johnson has some feelings for you and wants to see you. Are you willing? He stared at Chan Kain, not letting go of any expression on her face. There was a voice in his heart shouting, Hurry up and reject him. Hurry up and reject him. He didn't want to admit that he had been wrong all this time. Chan Kain was stunned, and her expression was a little blank. Duke Johnson? Are you sure? She was originally full of confidence in herself, but in the end, she was treated mercilessly by Smith, and her self-confidence was beaten by more than half. It turned out that not every man fell for her trick. Now that she heard that Duke Johnson was interested in her, her originally cold heart was rekindled. She also knew that Duke Johnson was one of Li Xiao's backers. Although he might not be as rich as Grand Duke Smith, his power was above him. Alan nodded, and his tone was a little erratic. Yes, he admires you very much. If it was the usual Chan Kain, she would definitely have found something wrong with him, but now her mind was full of this idea, and she had no time to care about other things. She had a strange smile on her lips, and her expression seemed to be sad and happy. Really? Yes. Alan, who had taken all her expressions into his eyes, felt his heart sink. Chan Kain smiled softly. You have helped me a lot, and this time, I also want to help you. She paused for a moment. For you, I am willing to force myself to be with him. Alan didn't want to say anything. It was as if he had met Chan Kain for the first time. He had always regarded Chan Kain as a goddess. No matter how much he liked her and did a lot of things for her, he had never forced her to be with him, and cherished her very much. He had also mentioned that he wanted to be with her officially. At that time, Chan Kain tearfully said that she hadn't officially divorced Lu Namju, and that she didn't want to be a fickle woman. But now, he tricked her into thinking that Duke Johnson liked her, and she was willing. It turned out that she didn't want to be with him before because she didn't like him. The anger of being disliked mixed with unwillingness, like a fire, burned his chest. He didn't say anything, and drove Chan Kain to the gate of Almond Manor, and then left. Perhaps he should think clearly about what he should do to make amends to those two lords. Li Xiao was drawing talismans. In the past few days in M country, she basically didn't waste any time. Every day, she drew several talismans, just like a little hamster accumulating food, and she accumulated more and more talismans. But after all, this was not her territory, so she could only make 3 talismans at a time, so that she could have at least 2/3 of her spiritual power. She raised her head and looked at the door. She could sense that Duke Johnson was standing not far from the door for a while. Come in. The door was quickly pushed open, and Duke Johnson was still looking elegant. The de Mer family just sent a gift as an apology. Li Xiao was a little puzzled. If they wanted to send a gift, then just send a gift. Why did he tell her? Did he want her to choose a gift as well? Duke Johnson said unhurriedly, they know about the grudge between you and Chan Kain, so they sent her here. Li Xiao was speechless. She said with some hesitation, you're going to give her to me? Duke Johnson nodded. Li Xiao made a sound of agreement. She originally wanted to let Chan Kain have nightmares until she couldn't take it anymore and turned herself in. She didn't expect the de Mer family to be so cowardly and send her here directly. This was really, she asked, is Alan willing? Didn't he love Chan Kain to death? Duke Johnson's eyes flashed with a mocking smile. He personally sent her here just now. Li Xiao made a sound of agreement. This was really plastic love. In particular, it could be seen that Ren Xiaotang loved Chan Kain more. For Chan Kain, he was even willing to shed tears behind bars. She coughed and made a call back. Hello, this is Li Xiao. May I ask, how much is the reward for Chan Kain? Yes, I've caught her here. I'll send her back to China soon. Forget it. You don't have to give me the reward. When the time comes, just give me a banner of an outstanding citizen. After a while, she hung up the phone with a blank expression. The reward was only 100,000 yuan. It wasn't even as valuable as a cup of sparrow spirit's blood. Chan Kain sat in the hall, feeling uneasy. Was she in too much of a hurry when she came out? She didn't even have time to touch up her makeup. Was her makeup still there? If she had known, she would have brought her makeup bag. Her gaze fell on her dress. Her white dress was stained with dirt because of the friction on the ground. It was black and gray. It was because Smith had asked someone to throw her out that she was covered in dirt. Alan didn't know why, but he didn't remind her. She had been thinking about Duke Johnson all the way here, so she didn't notice anything wrong with her body. Now it was too late to go back and change her clothes. This made her feel vexed, and at the same time, she blamed Alan. She didn't know what Duke Johnson looked like. He was too low-key, so there were very few photos of him on the internet. If he was ugly, would she really have to sacrifice herself? She fell into a dilemma, and her expression was conflicted. Xianxia subconsciously looked up at the door when she heard light footsteps. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the newcomer, outlining her perfect figure. Xianxia opened her eyes wide. Li Xiao, how could it be her? Did she live here too? Her lips moved, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. She stuttered for a long time, but before she could finish, Li Xiao, who was still at the door, appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye. She was as fast as lightning. The next second, there was a click, and she felt a cold touch on her wrist. Xianxia lowered her head and looked at her handcuffed hands in shock. What do you want to do? Li Xiao smiled. Of course I want to arrest you. Was Xianxia stupid? She was handcuffed, but she still asked the obvious. Xianxia's body trembled like a sieve, and her hands and feet were cold. She said as if she was grasping at a life-saving straw, "You can't do this to me. I'm Duke Johnson's guest." Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a dignified middle-aged gentleman strolling towards her from the corner of her eye. She hurriedly shouted, "Save me." Her eyes reddened and she sounded aggrieved. Duke Johnson had asked Alan and the others for her, so he definitely wouldn't sit back and watch her get bullied. Duke Johnson furrowed his brow slightly. There was an indescribable elegance in his unhurried tone. "The de Mere family gave you to me as a gift, and I've already given you to Miss Lee. She can do whatever she wants with you." Xianxia's face was deathly pale as he looked at him in disbelief. So, was she walking right into a trap? Where's Alan? Does Alan know about this? He actually sent her here personally. How could he do that? Did he not love her anymore? A huge panic engulfed her. Tears fell from her eyes as she felt a bone-chilling cold. Even Alan had abandoned her. Who else could save her? Over the years, Xianxia had been well protected by the men who adored her. She was like a flower in a greenhouse. When the men she clung to had left her, she was at a loss and didn't know how to save herself. Li Xiao didn't fall for her tricks. On one hand, it could be said that the hatred between the two was as deep as the sea. On the other hand, Xianxia was already old and no longer looked as pure and innocent as when she was young. She had taken good care of herself, so it was impossible to tell her age. However, she had been in prison and hadn't rested well for the past few days. She didn't have time to touch up her makeup, so her entire face was like a rough bottle. When she made such an expression, it didn't look like an ordinary pretentious person. Originally, you only had to be locked up for 5 years. Now, with the crime of escaping, you have to be locked up for at least 10 years. You should reflect on yourself in there. Her lips curled into a cold smile. Actually, it's pretty good to stay in there. At least you won't continue to have nightmares. She looked as if she was doing Xianxia a favor. Xianxia's body stiffened. It was as if all the strength in her body had been sucked away. My nightmares for the past 2 days are because of you? For the past 2 days, as long as she opened her eyes, she would repeat the scene of the nightmares again and again. She would constantly experience the feeling of being killed. Because of this, she was in a very bad mood. She could only cover it up with makeup. Li Xiao patted her face and whispered in her ear, "I'll teach you a way to escape. You can pretend to be crazy and sick. Maybe you'll have a chance to reduce your sentence." However, if she really pretended to be a mental patient, Li Xiao would definitely send her to a mental hospital in the spirit of humanity and let her stay there for the rest of her life. At that time, her mother had to pretend to be crazy in order to protect herself and her. Xianxia should also experience the hardships her mother had suffered and be a patient for once. However, after staying in the mental hospital for a long time, whether or not she would really go crazy was none of Li Xiao's business. After saying this, she directly knocked Xianxia unconscious. All that was left was to send her back to China. For the sake of convenience, it was better to use a private jet. Although she didn't have a private jet, Duke Johnson had one. Su Manchin had just finished watching a spectacular fashion show. When she came out, she still wanted to see more. She could feel the blood in her chest boiling. Since the company she had worked hard to build went bankrupt, she had almost never touched this field again. It wasn't until today when she was invited that her love and passion for this career was rekindled. When the day came when Ellen personally apologized, perhaps she could rebuild her company and create a brand that belonged to her. She had always been a strong woman. She didn't want to hide behind her daughter all the time. Sister Qin. An anxious female voice sounded. It was a little familiar. Xianxia couldn't help but stop and turn around when she suddenly heard her mother calling her in her own language in a foreign country. She wasn't worried that something would happen to her. On one hand, Li Xiao had given her a lot of protective talismans. On the other hand, before she went out, the female ghost Xianxia had followed her. But when she saw the woman trotting towards her, her pupils widened silently. Even though the other party had cut her hair short and was dressed a lot more fashionably, she still recognized her at a glance. That was Wei Jingjing, the subordinate she had trusted so much. At that time, she pitied Wei Jingjing because she was born in a family that valued boys over girls. When Wei Jingjing showed her full of spirit in fashion design, she took care of her very much and even sent her to study abroad. But she repaid her by colluding with others to frame her and push her into eternal damnation. Even though it had been a few years, she still couldn't forget the despair and anger she felt at that time. Her face turned cold. She didn't know how Wei Jingjing had the face to call her now. Zhang Yan. She softly called Zhang Yan's name and then felt a cold touch in her palm. Zhang Yan didn't want to appear in front of others, so she used this method to show her existence. Xianxia took out her phone and stuffed it into the other party's hands. After Zhang Yan took the phone away, it was hidden. She should learn from her daughter, Li Xiao, and make good use of modern technology. Wei Jingjing looked at Xianxia excitedly and her lips moved. Sister Qin, I didn't expect to see you here. Are you okay? Xianxia looked at her coldly. If you just want to say such hypocritical things, you can leave now. Wei Jingjing subconsciously wanted to pull her back. Sister Qin, I know you hate me now, but I also have my difficulties. A gust of cold wind blew over and Wei Jingjing, who was only wearing a thin coat, couldn't help but shiver. She looked up at Xianxia. She was still as radiant and confident as she remembered. Like a queen, she was born to be looked up to. She had received news last year that Xianxia had gone crazy and was locked up. She didn't know how she had turned the tables, but she saw with her own eyes that she had been treated as a VIP at the show these 2 days. In sharp contrast, she had been fired by Chidi for some inexplicable reason. She wanted to find Alan, but he had also been fired and couldn't help her. She asked around and heard some rumors that Alan had been fired because he had offended Xianxia's daughter. Wei Jingjing didn't want to lose this job. She had climbed to this position with great difficulty, so how could she be willing to fall back into the mire? Xianxia looked unreasonable, but she was soft-hearted. As long as she talked to her nicely, she might be willing to forgive her. Thinking of this, she squeezed out tears and said, "You know my family situation. At that time Alan threatened me that if I didn't do as he said, he would bribe my parents and make them harass me every day so that I couldn't live a normal life." At that time Alan had found Wei Jingjing and used her past to threaten her. Then, he said that if she was willing to cooperate, he would help her get a green card abroad so that she could go far away from China. He would also provide her with a position at Chidi. Driven by interests, she chose to betray Xianxia without hesitation. Even if Sister Qin liked her, she would only be a famous designer in China in the future. However, if she cooperated with Alan, she would become a fashion designer at Chidi and have a bright future. Moreover, deep in her heart, she was slightly jealous of Xianxia. She felt that her talent was not inferior to her, but she lacked a family background. I was so scared at that time. I was obsessed and believed what he said. I know that I have wronged you, and I have always regretted it. I know that I was wrong. Tears streamed down her cheeks, making her look extremely pitiful. Xianxia looked on coldly and said in a cold voice, "Even if he threatened you, you should have told me and asked me to help you instead of cooperating with him to frame me. You even colluded with others to make false statements and announce to the public that I forced you to plagiarize." Wei Jingjing stopped crying. In order to gain Xianxia's trust, she gritted her teeth and said, "My graduation work borrowed from his earlier works and he accidentally saw it. He used this to threaten to ban me. I really didn't expect that they would even make false statements. I thought they just wanted to disrupt the company's business that year. I didn't expect the consequences to be so big. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." She apologized in a soft voice. Su Manqin sneered, "You want to make up for the harm you have caused me with a simple apology? If you were really sincere, you wouldn't have worked at Chidi for the past few years with a clear conscience. If you want me to forgive you, then tell the truth in front of the whole world." Wei Jingjing's lips moved. Even if Alan was fired, the de Mer family behind him was not to be trifled with. If she provoked them, she might not even be able to stay in M country. Su Manqin looked at her quietly. After a while, a faint smile appeared on his face. "I know you can't do it, so I made the decision. For you. You came at a bad time. I happened to be doing a live broadcast." Wei Jingjing's face turned red as if she had been strangled. She stared at her blankly, unable to react. Live broadcast? What live broadcast? She subconsciously turned her head and looked around hurriedly, but she still couldn't find the camera. But she didn't think that Su Manqin would lie to her. She had always been proud and disdained to lie. When she thought that what she had just said had been recorded, she felt as if she was in a lake in winter, chilling her to the bone. You, Su Manqin just looked at her quietly. She had asked Zhang Yan to make preparations in the beginning just in case, to prevent her from causing any trouble. She didn't expect that Wei Jingjing would tell her everything in order to get her understanding. Maybe it was because she didn't think that she would use these methods. In the past, it wasn't that she didn't know how to, but that she disdained to use them. But reality proved that to deal with some vile people, you had to use unusual methods. This was because Li Xiao reminded her that the method didn't need to be old, as long as it was useful. She looked at her deeply. "You're on your own." With that, she turned to leave. "Wait, you can't leave." Wei Jingjing's heart was in a mess. She subconsciously wanted to pounce over and stop Su Manqin from leaving. She didn't know what she wanted to do, but she knew that she couldn't let her leave just like that. A figure quickly appeared in front of her, blocking in front of Wei Jingjing. With this block, Wei Jingjing had already lost the chance to grab hold of Su Manqin. She raised her head in a daze and saw a beautiful girl smiling at her. Then, she suddenly felt a little dizzy and her eyes became unfocused. She turned around to leave, but her limbs were very stiff and her back was very straight. The young girl smiled. This was her bloodling innate skill, suggestion. But this kind of suggestion could only be used on people whose mental strength was weaker than hers. Su Manqin glanced at her and smiled at her in greeting. She knew that this was the vampire that the Grand Duke had arranged to protect her. She also knew that this special treatment was all for Li Xiao's sake. Zhang Yan also returned the phone to Su Manqin. Su Manqin looked at it and saw that Zhang Yan's live broadcast account was Li Xiao's. Although Li Xiao had never done a live broadcast, she was a frequent guest on the hot search list, so she had a lot of fans. When Zhang Yan turned on the camera for the live broadcast, many fans who received the reminder started watching it. So now all kinds of comments in the live broadcast. "This is Li Xiao's mother, Su Manqin. She's much prettier than Zhang Jiayin. Someone must be blind, someone's blind +1. Wait a minute, did no one pay attention to the live stream just now? Why did she frame my mother-in-law? What did my mother-in-law do wrong again? Mother-in-law, your sister. You don't even know who Alan is. How dare you call me your mother-in-law?" Alan, Chan Kain's pursuer, the chief designer of the former Chidi. Chan Kain's ability to seduce men is top-notch. I'm begging her to give me a green tea cultivation manual. Su Manqin looked at the comments of her mother-in-law and frowned slightly. Why did so many people want to call her mother-in-law? Li Xiao was still young, so she wasn't in a hurry to find a boyfriend. After greeting everyone in the live broadcast, she turned off the live broadcast. Now she needed to go back and discuss this matter with Li Xiao. Since this matter had already been exposed, it was best to take advantage of the situation and clear her name. Alan looked at the video that was uploaded crazily on the internet. His eyes were red, and he grabbed his hair and turned it into weeds. His expression was distorted with pain, resentment, and unwillingness. He knew that the whole world was waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Wei Jingjing. Su Manqin. Li Xiao. He rolled these names on his tongue, and his chest hurt with hatred. He didn't expect that he would be forced to a dead end by them one day. Especially Wei Jingjing. When he was the chief designer of Chidi, this woman followed him every day and was respectful, flattering, and considerate to him. He had never taken this kind of small fry seriously. He didn't expect that Wei Jingjing would immediately betray him and run to Su Manqin. She even left such a big handle on him. Hateful woman, he wanted to use the power of the Demare family to secretly pressure them to delete these videos and block some accounts. After all, this was M country, not China. However, although the Demare family was quite powerful and had made friends with several members of parliament, it was very difficult for them to completely cover the sky with one hand. Moreover, the Demare family also had several competitors who were very happy to see them make a fool of themselves. The TV programs under their name were also broadcasting these videos over and over again. If this went on, the whole world would know what he had done, and his reputation in the circle would be ruined. Although there were people in the circle who had done worse than him, as long as those things were not exposed, he could pretend that they never happened. Driven by the anger in his heart, he couldn't help but throw the cup on the table at the wall. The cup shattered, and the fragments flew everywhere. One of the fragments pierced his arm, and it was so painful that his face scrunched up. He held his arm and cursed endlessly. The name that appeared the most in his mouth was Li Xiao, although this incident seemed to be caused by Wei Jingjing and Su Manqin. However, if Li Xiao didn't exist, Su Manqin and Wei Jingjing would just be small fry that he could crush with one hand. They wouldn't have caused him so much trouble. Some hurried footsteps came from afar, and a stern voice sounded. "Look at you now. What do you think you're doing?" Alan looked up blankly. In his field of vision was a man whose facial features were somewhat similar to his, but his silhouette was colder and harsher. Compared to the romantic Alan, he had the power of a high-ranking person. He was Alan's brother, Harry, and also the helmsman of the Demare family. His brown eyes swept around the room, and his eyebrows furrowed. On one hand, Alan trusted this brother, but on the other hand, he was faintly afraid of some of his methods. He unconsciously let go of his hand. "Harry." He took a deep breath and wiped his face with both hands to calm himself down. "I'm sorry for the family." For a woman, he had offended someone he shouldn't have and brought shame to the family's reputation. Harry looked straight at him. "What I need now is a solution, not an apology." Alan's eyes lit up when he heard his unreasonable words. "Do you have a way?" "The best way is to frame this as a slander against you," Harry said. "Miss Su bribed Ms. Wei to frame you maliciously." Of course, Alan wanted to use this method, but no matter how naive he was, he knew that there was nothing he could do. "Li Xiao won't let us splash her mother's dirty water." If it was only Su Manqin, of course he could turn the tables, but there was still Li Xiao. He wasn't afraid of Li Xiao herself, but there were two big shots behind her. Harry continued, "So we can only use a less effective method." She pushed all the blame onto Wei. She was jealous of Su, so she framed Su 3 years ago. "She's framing you now because," Alan immediately followed up with an idea. "It's because I turned from love to hate. I have the relevant evidence." Wei Jingjing wasn't a pure little bunny to begin with. After following him to Chitty, she even offered herself to him in order to consolidate her position. Alan had a flirtatious personality, so it would be a waste if he didn't eat the meat. Although he was deeply in love with Chan Kain at the time, it didn't stop him from having physical relations with other women. Therefore, over the years, he had taken some videos that could threaten Wei Jingjing. He originally wanted to keep those videos for himself to enjoy, but he didn't expect to use them one day. He knew that Chinese women valued this aspect very much. If he used the videos to threaten Wei Jingjing, she would definitely follow their arrangements obediently. Harry's expression softened, and then he said in a condescending tone, "As for Su, when the time comes, just say that you were deceived by Wei and apologize to her. Isn't that what she wants?" The Demare family had already given in, and it would be too much if the other party continued to bite. He also didn't think that the two major guilds would offend the Demare family to this extent for Li Xiao. Although Alan was unhappy, he knew that this was the best way. He looked humiliated, but in the end, he nodded and agreed. "For the glory of the family," Harry said in a low voice. "Li Xiao herself isn't worth our attention. As long as the two Grand Dukes give up on her, we'll have plenty of opportunities to take revenge." Although Alan had many problems with his personality, he was still his brother who he had watched grow up. Now, he had suffered so much, and it was all because of that Chinese woman. A mere yellow person wanted to trample on their family's face. Alan asked in a low voice, "Are those two really vampires?" There was fear in his voice, but also a faint yearning. This was a legendary creature with eternal youth. Harry nodded slightly. As the head of the family, he knew more things, which was why he was so afraid of the two Grand Dukes. Alan said, "I've already sent people to find some suitable girls. When the time comes, I'll find an opportunity to give them to the two Grand Dukes." He had found all kinds of girls, and sooner or later, there would be one who could replace Li Xiao. When Li Xiao lost the love of the two Grand Dukes, she would become a tiger without claws. The two brothers continued to discuss a series of public relations methods. 3 days later, the de Mer family released an official video. In the video, Alan was dressed in simple casual clothes, but it accentuated his natural and unrestrained temperament. In addition, he deliberately left stubble, which made him exude a sense of melancholy. He faced the camera and looked very sincere. "I'm very sorry for the series of injuries caused to Su Manqin because of a misunderstanding. At that time, because of Wei Jingjing's words, I thought that Su Manqin's company was maliciously plagiarizing my work. Driven by anger, I didn't investigate seriously and acted irrationally against Su Manqin. Here, I would like to solemnly apologize to Su Manqin. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I'll try my best to make up for the mistakes I've made. I shouldn't have believed Wei Jingjing so easily. Wei Jingjing and I used to be in a relationship. At that time, she was my girlfriend, so I didn't doubt her words. Some time ago, we broke up because of our relationship. I thought that she was a kind and intelligent girl, but I didn't expect that she would sow discord in front of Su Manqin and slander my reputation. I'm very sad that she changed, and I regret that I didn't see her true colors. Wei Jingjing slandered me and the de Mer family. I'll hold her legally responsible." With the de Mer family's public relations, the video quickly became popular. In the face of this crisis, the de Mer family displayed their skillful public relations methods. They controlled the comments and deleted the posts in one go. As a famous financial group in the country, it was possible for them to do this. In addition, Alan's image was not bad. Although he was a bit flirtatious, it was normal for rich and good-looking people to be flirtatious. Therefore, the Chinese were more willing to accept his explanation. One by one, they ran to his Twitter to support him and dissed Wei Jingjing. As people in the country, they were more inclined to believe their own citizens. Wei Jingjing was also labeled as scheming and vain. She became a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. It's just that while foreigners might be able to accept this, in China, it would not be able to accept it. As a thriving market, China was increasingly valued internationally. Therefore, the de Mer family also spent a lot of money to whitewash Alan's reputation in China. Although they bought fake reviewers, no matter how many fake reviewers they had, they were drowned by the onlookers. To the majority of the Chinese public, Su Manqin's incident was like a large-scale drama series. The plot had all kinds of ups and downs, and it was much more interesting than the idle dramas on the market. They were so sincere in their pursuit of Su Manqin. Now that they saw Alan apologize, they felt like they had chased the finale. When Alan was pursuing Chan Kain, he registered an account on Weibo. Therefore, the onlookers went to his Weibo account and left comments. They despised him the most. People hated people who pushed things to women. They were not like men. I, who scolded Su Manqin before, hereby apologize to Su Manqin. I'm sorry for being led astray by them and following the online violence. Apology +1. Su Manqin is still the most miserable. Her husband was stolen, her daughter was bullied, and she was slandered. I despise him. Is Alan still a man? He pushed all the blame to a woman. Shameless. Haha, do you think that you can whitewash yourself by smearing Wei Jingjing's reputation? You caused his company to close down, and now you want to erase it with a simple apology? If you have the ability, then compensate for all their losses. Get out of China, foreign devils. Don't you guys think that Chan Kain's admirers are all very complicated? Chan Kain is simply Mary Sue. Pick your nose. Normal people wouldn't cause others to go bankrupt just to woo someone. Can you show some sincerity in your apology? At least pay up. Alan, who had been overturned by public opinion in China, could only ask his assistants to close his account. Out of sight, out of mind. On the other hand, he also went to see Wei Jingjing. The house Wei Jingjing lived in now was bought for her by Alan. Other than this place, Wei Jingjing had nowhere else to go. Wei Jingjing didn't want to see him, but she had given him a set of backup keys to facilitate Alan's arrival. Too many things had happened in the past few days. She was so upset that she had forgotten about it. Thus, when she heard the door open, she was like a frightened rabbit, and her whole body was about to jump up. She looked warily at Alan, who walked in with a faint smile on his face. She remembered what Xianxia had done to her and instinctively wanted to turn on her phone to record it. However, because someone exposed her phone number on the internet, her phone was bombarded with calls. In order to be quiet, Wei Jingjing turned off her phone 3 days ago. It was too late to turn it back on now. When Alan saw her actions, he kicked the door shut and sneered, "Do you want to record it or do you want to broadcast it live? Don't forget that this is M country. Even if you upload it, I can delete every single video." His family had already made the necessary preparations and would never give Wei Jingjing a chance to make a comeback. "I can even sue you for defamation and put you in jail for the rest of your life. You know that it is very easy to make someone disappear." His tone was vicious and his gloomy expression gave people a lot of pressure. Wei Jingjing, who had stayed in M country for 2 years, deeply understood the power of a large financial group like the Demare family. As long as the Demare family was willing to spend a lot of money to hire a lawyer, it was enough to reverse the facts in court. An ordinary person like her, who had no background and had offended people, had no chance of winning. At all. Before going abroad, she had always yearned for the freedom abroad. It was only now that she realized that the so-called freedom only belonged to the rich. When she heard this, she couldn't help but show a desperate and resentful expression. Alan put on a fake smile. "Of course, you can do a live broadcast now if you want. You can also do a live broadcast of this video so that the whole world can enjoy how you look in bed." He swiped the screen of his phone, found the saved video and played it. A voice that made people blush came out of the phone. This familiar voice made Wei Jingjing's face turn pale in an instant. She looked at Alan in disbelief. She didn't expect that he would even use such a despicable method. Originally, she still kept the relevant evidence that Alan had bribed her at that time and wanted to use it to make a comeback. However, after knowing that Alan had the video of her, she was afraid of taking action. Alan took in her angry and resentful expression and felt a twisted joy in his heart. During this period, he had hit a wall several times with Li Xiao and suffered a lot. He almost doubted his life. Now, with Wei Jingjing, who was much weaker than him, he found a strong sense of superiority by trampling on her self-esteem. "You are so shameless." Wei Jingjing's eyes overflowed with tears, and her heart was filled with despair and regret. She regretted that she had been obsessed with cooperating with a man-eating tiger like Alan. Now, not only had she lost her job, her reputation had been ruined, and her future was dark. If she had told Xianxia back then and allowed her to be mentally prepared, she would still be Xianxia's trusted subordinate. With Xianxia's support, it was only a matter of time before she gained a foothold in the country and even internationally. Unlike now, where he had become a stray dog with nothing left. She regretted it. She had betrayed her great benefactor and wanted to climb to a higher position, but she had fallen into a quagmire. It was a pity that there was no medicine for regret in this world. She could only taste the bitter fruit day and night. Alan put his hand on her cheek and the corners of his mouth curled up. There is a saying in China that goes like this: "A wise man submits to circumstances." I think you should know what to do. You don't want your video to be circulated everywhere, do you? He didn't care about the video being circulated. To him, it was just another label of being a playboy. When the time came, he could say that he had lost his phone and that someone else had uploaded the video to clear his name. Wei Jingjing's hands clenched into fists. Alan's facial features were as handsome as ever, but in her eyes, he looked disgusting. She hated him so much that she couldn't kill him, but she still wanted to live. Her tightly clenched fists finally loosened and hung down weakly. Her eyes were unfocused. I understand. She had no other choice but to follow the path that Alan had arranged. She still wanted to live. She didn't want to disappear silently from this world. She only hoped that someone would come and make the Demare family pay the price. She didn't know how long she had to wait for this day. Soon, Wei Jingjing's statement was released. In the video, she was dressed simply. Her face was so thin that it was sunken in. She looked so thin wrapped in a coat. Her eyes were red as she shouldered all the blame by herself. According to her, she had taken the initiative to find Alan, lie to him, and smear Su Manqing's reputation because she was jealous. It was also because she had been abandoned by Alan that she went to find Su Manqing and wanted to use Su Manqing to suppress Alan. Li Xiao watched the video, clicked her tongue, and turned it off. Although her mother's injustice had been successfully cleared, it wasn't enough. The Demare family had abandoned Wei Jingjing and made her take the blame. Although Alan had lost some of his reputation, he hadn't been hurt. This wasn't enough. As the real mastermind behind the scenes, this was too easy for them. Su Manqing let out a long breath. For her, things were much better than she had imagined. She looked at Li Xiao, who was still frowning, and smiled. Are you still unhappy? Li Xiao nodded. The foreign consortium is indeed very powerful. This ability to point a deer as a horse really makes me gasp in amazement. Su Manqing said softly, You've already done very well. It was much better than she had imagined. If she had been alone, she wouldn't even have had the chance to clear her name. She was going to reopen her company after a while. Li Xiao lowered her eyes. If she had asked the two Grand Dukes and was willing to pay a price, such as giving them some talismans, they would definitely have been willing to help her. But in this case, it wouldn't be considered her revenge. She was going to use her own way to make the Demare family get the retribution they deserved. From the Wei Jingjing incident, she could see the family's style of doing things. They were unscrupulous and had no bottom line. There were definitely many victims. She didn't know how many innocent souls had shed blood and tears behind the seemingly glamorous consortium. Cough, cough, cough. A kind-hearted person like her couldn't ignore them just because they were foreigners. She had to help them. The so-called boundless love was referring to her. She was almost moved by her own noble sentiments. Su Manqing didn't know what her daughter was thinking. She asked her, The Demare family is coming over to apologize in the afternoon. What do you think? She had already developed the habit of discussing things with her daughter first. Li Zhao's expression became serious. Mom, how much assets did your company have before it closed down? Su Manqing's expression didn't look very good. Around 10 billion. Her company had a very high market share at that time. She had spent nearly 10 years developing the original small company to that scale. That company belonged to her completely. When she thought of this, she felt extremely uncomfortable. She had invested a lot of effort into that company. Li Xiao nodded. Yes, then no matter what, we have to ask for 20 billion in compensation. 20 billion? Were they planning to double it? Would the Demare family be willing to buy it? Li Xiao understood the doubt in her mother's eyes. She said with conviction, Now that there's inflation, of course we have to include this loss. Oh, and your company also lost 3 years of prime development time. Just asking for 20 billion is already letting them off easy. It's good enough that we didn't ask them for compensation for psychological damage. Su Manqing thought that it made sense and decided to do as she said. Li Xiao looked up at the sky. Yes, before the Demare family's assets shrink, we have to hurry up and extort them. Otherwise, we won't have this opportunity in the future. Alan followed his brother, Harry, to the Almond Manor. He had never been here before, but because of Li Xiao, he had this opportunity. However, he wasn't happy at all. His brother had repeatedly told him that no matter how the other party humiliated him, he had to put down his pride and try his best to get the other party's understanding. He could also satisfy some of their requests that weren't excessive. The Demare family had gone through this crisis with great difficulty, so they couldn't continue to make enemies. Unless the girls they sent over could obtain the favor of the two Grand Dukes and replace Li Zhao's position. Do you remember what I said clearly? Harry asked again. He knew Alan's character quite well and knew that he valued his face very much. Alan's face was calm as he nodded. I know. He would endure and engrave this humiliation deeply into his bones. Someday in the future, he would return it 10 times, 100 times over. Harry suddenly thought of something and asked, I remember you mentioned to me before that you bought a very effective ointment in China. Did you get the formula? The de Mer family also had their own brand of skincare products. Unfortunately, they couldn't compete with other famous brands, so their market share was negligible. If the so-called formula was really as miraculous as Alan said, then the de Mer family, who had the formula, would be able to carve up this coveted cake. When that time came, they would not have to take a step back from the two archdukes like they did now. Only by having more money could one have a greater say in things. In addition, the candidate that the de Mer family had recently supported was in the critical period of the election. This process also required a lot of money. Alan nodded. Jiayin used that ointment. I saw with my own eyes the changes it brought to her. It was as if she had been blessed by God. That was why he was concerned about it. Alan was used to seeing good things since he was a child. He wore the best things, but even the most expensive skincare products didn't have that kind of visible effect. He had also had the formula tested, and there were no toxic or harmful ingredients or forbidden chemicals. What was tested was a common and safe composition, but the results were surprisingly good. He added, I asked someone to investigate the owner of the ointment. She's just a young girl with no background. She didn't even go to school. It was probably a recipe that had been passed down from his ancestors. You know, there's always something mysterious about China. Girls from the countryside who had never gone to school would be easily coaxed over. When the time came, he could just give them some money and coax them into signing the contract. If the other party was unwilling, they could also use some underhanded methods. Harry's expression eased a lot. If Alan could smoothly facilitate this matter and establish credit, he would have an explanation in front of the rest of the family. He had invested a lot of effort in Alan and poured the family resources on him, which had already caused the dissatisfaction of many members. When the car arrived at Almond Manor, the two brothers stopped talking. The two got out of the car. Almond Manor didn't allow cars to be driven in, so the two walked into the medieval-style house under the guidance of the waiter. Compared to Duke Smith's manor, Almond Manor had a stronger sense of time. The atmosphere of the manor was very quiet and distant, as if time had stopped. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the hall. When they entered, they saw Li Xiao making tea in a leisurely manner. Duke Johnson wasn't there, leaving the space for them. Harry took off his hat and put it on his chest to pay his respects. He had always done this kind of etiquette on the surface, but in Li Xiao's eyes, it was the so-called outside of gold and jade. The two brothers could only look at their faces. Alan had a guilty look on his face as he looked at Su Manqin with his peach blossom eyes full of affection. I'm extremely sorry for the hurt I've caused you. I hope you can forgive me for my previous offense. Li Xiao's face darkened. This person actually had the nerve to seduce her mother. He didn't even know what kind of person he was. Did he think that her mother was one of those girls around him who would take the initiative to come to him with a casual glance? Su Manqin was calm and composed. Sure. As long as you compensate me for the loss, I'll forgive you. She had seen many shameless people and was used to it. Alan frowned slightly. In his impression, Su Manqin was as proud as a queen and didn't even bother to negotiate with them. My company's prospects were bright at that time and I had won several big international orders. If it weren't for your suppression, I would have tens of billions of assets by now. I don't ask for much. Just compensate me 30 billion. Don't worry. It's in Chinese currency. Harry, who had been quiet beside them, couldn't keep a straight face. 30 billion? Why didn't she go daydream? Li Xiao's eyelids twitched. Her mother was ruthless. She had doubled the amount, but her mother had tripled it. Alan was so angry that he laughed. You're robbing. Su Manqin's lips curled up slightly. She was still as graceful as ever. Even the most picky person couldn't find any fault with her etiquette. If it were you, you would have gone even more overboard than me. You wouldn't give up until you've suppressed me until I'm bankrupt. Alan choked and changed the topic. 30 billion? Impossible. This amount of money was equivalent to 1/12 of the de Mer family's assets. It was simply cutting meat from his body. Su Manqin was neither too fast nor too slow. It's okay. We can slowly fight the lawsuit. I'm not Wei Jingjing. I'm not at your mercy. I've recently accepted a few talk shows, such as the Orla talk show. She mentioned a few shows, all of which were the Demare family's competitors. It was obvious that if Su Manqin frequently appeared on the shows to make her presence known, the Demare family would definitely get into trouble. He looked at his elder brother with a sullen face. When it came to such a large amount of money, he had no right to make the decision. You should know that even if you go to court, you won't be able to get such a large amount of compensation, Harry said in a low voice. Yes, but I'd be happy to help you publicize what you've done. Su Manqin looked as if she was going to drag the family's reputation down with her no matter what. Harry really couldn't ignore it. If this mother and daughter pair cooperated with their competitors, it would be the sharpest knife to stab them. If they had a drink with them, and if the marketing was done well, the family would be able to make a good reputation for being able to correct their mistakes and actively compensate them. He suddenly thought of something and a strange smile appeared on his face. Thus, Li Xiao watched her mother and Harry argue for a while. In the end, the compensation amount was set at 20 billion, but most of it was mortgaged with real estate to reduce the Demare family's losses. Li Xiao had to admit that her mother was better at negotiating. Although she had asked for so much compensation at the beginning, she knew in her heart that she could only get 10 billion at most. She really didn't expect it to go so smoothly. After reaching a preliminary verbal agreement, Harry said that he needed to go back and persuade the other family members, and then left the matter with his brother. In the car, Alan couldn't suppress his anger. At most, you can compensate her with a few $100 million. You're giving her too much face. Harry's cold voice contained a murderous aura, and the smile on his lips didn't have the slightest warmth. Just give her the row of houses in the East District near the river. It depends on whether she can live to take it. East District. When Alan heard this, he suddenly understood why his brother had compromised so easily. The row of houses in the East District trapped many wraiths. For hundreds of years, the Demare family had been unscrupulous for the family business. No matter how glamorous they looked on the surface, they had secretly stained their hands with many lives. In the past, one of their ancestors had even been killed by a vengeful spirit. This was why they used to pay attention to this aspect. At that time, his great-grandfather had spent a lot of money to invite a mage to come over and choose the land in the East District to build a row of houses. The row of houses had been empty for more than 100 years in order to trap the wraiths inside. Since then, they had become more and more unscrupulous in their actions, and they weren't afraid of the wraiths' vengeance. In the past, the Demare family would use these houses to get a loan from the bank. After all, the location and the houses looked excellent, and the value of the houses could be estimated higher. His original anger was swept away. There were a lot of houses, and together, they could be worth 2/3 of the money. When the time came for the mother and daughter to live there and something happened to them, it would be a scene that he would love to see. If they didn't live there and sold it to someone else, and there was a murder case, they could also make an issue of it and make them lose a layer of skin. Thinking of this, Li Xiao and her mother were already equivalent to dead people in his eyes. When the time came, they could use another method to get the property back. After the two brothers returned, they quickly gathered the family members and held a meeting. Harry's reason easily convinced the others, and they quickly reached an agreement. The Demare family had their own legal team, and the contract was drawn up quite quickly. On February 2nd, Alan led Li Xiao and Su Manqin to see the houses in the East End. Alan said, "The housing prices in the neighborhood have been rising in the past 2 years, and you definitely won't suffer a loss." Li Xiao sighed. "It's a good thing to have more houses, but your taxes are not low either. TSK, they have to pay a lot of taxes every year." "Forget it, when the time comes, I'll sell most of the houses for money and leave a few." The corner of Alan's mouth twitched, and he stiffly changed the topic. "I'll take you in to have a look." It was daytime, and the wraiths couldn't do anything. Night was the time for them to be active. He was also wearing the cross blessed by the priest. As long as he didn't come at night, he had nothing to fear. As soon as Li Xiao entered the house, she saw the foreign female ghost covered in blood. Her eyeballs had been dug out, and blood was flowing from her eyes. She stared at them with her empty eye sockets, which was not a normal kind of shabby. Although Xianxia couldn't see, she felt that the inside of the house seemed to be colder than outside. Then, Alan led the mother and daughter to see the houses one by one. Li Xiao also saw all kinds of ghosts. Some had their tongues cut off, some had their limbs broken, and some had holes all over their bodies. Every ghost had died a miserable death. They were all trapped in the house, immersed in hatred day after day, causing their resentment to be very strong. After looking at all the houses, Li Xiao quickly agreed to use these houses as collateral for some of the money. Xianxia also took the contract back, ready to let her lawyer see if there was anything missing. If there wasn't, the two sides would officially sign the contract. Alan looked at the backs of the mother and daughter and was slightly relieved. It seemed that they were willing to take down these houses. He was waiting to see what would happen to them. He couldn't help but show the first sincere smile in the past few days. At the same time, Li Xiao also sighed with emotion to her mother. These brothers are really anxious people. She originally wanted to spend some time to find the victims, then liberate them and give them a chance to take revenge. She didn't expect the Demare family to be so considerate and directly send the victims to her. She definitely wouldn't let them down. These 2 days were just right to help those wraiths. Xianxia took in the strange smile on her daughter's face and helplessly shook her head. Her expression was full of affection. "Child, what are you thinking of now?" Li Xiao said seriously. "No, I'm thinking of doing a good deed." Sigh, when the time came, if she helped solve many murder cases, would the government of M give her a few more silk banners? She wanted to compare their silk banners with the Chinese ones to see if there was any difference. Li Xiao was really satisfied with these houses, very satisfied. She couldn't wait to urge her mother to quickly sign the contract. They had also found a professional lawyer to look at the contract, and there were no problems. After all, the Demare family wanted to use this matter to rebuild their reputation. Naturally, they wouldn't leave any obvious loopholes. In the end, many of these houses were offset by 18 billion yuan. The remaining part was shares, and the rest was cash. Xianxia was already prepared to use the money to reopen her company. After this incident, she could be considered to have a bit of a reputation in this circle. When the two families were signing the contract, the Demare family also invited many reporters to film the entire process. On the surface, it was enough to show their attitude. Li Xiao even saw the reporters from the domestic news broadcast. She was a little embarrassed. Her mother's wave was equivalent to free advertising. After the contract was signed and she got what she needed, Li Xiao took the key and went to the East District in high spirits. Xianxia only had her as a daughter. From the beginning, she directly asked the Demare family to transfer the house to Li Xiao's name. Li Xiao felt that if her mother continued to spoil her like this, she would sooner or later become the youngest tycoon on the domestic rich list. She was a little excited just thinking about it. Because she had been brought by Alan once before, she knew very well which house had the most powerful resentful spirit. She directly chose the 19th house. When she arrived, it was already dark, which was also when the resentful spirit's power was strong. Before she even entered the house, she felt a surge of resentment that soared to the sky. Li Xiao had an impression of this resentful spirit. It was a girl who looked to be about 8 years old. She had soft golden hair and emerald eyes. When she smiled, it was sweet to the bottom of one's heart. The stronger a person's hatred before death, the stronger their magic power after death. She pushed open the door and saw the cute loli wearing a princess dress. She was barefoot and kicking a ball. No, how was this a ball? It was clearly a skull. She hummed a little tune as she kicked. When she heard the movement, she raised her head and looked at Li Xiao with her green eyes. They curved into a crescent moon, looking innocent and naive. "Sister, do you want to play football together?" A trace of blood flashed across her eyes. The scenery around Li Xiao suddenly changed. She blinked and found herself in a farm. As far as the eye could see, there was a wide grassland. Cheerful laughter could be heard from afar. She took a closer look and saw that the little girl was playing football. Although she was alone, she was having a lot of fun. She was not playing with a skull, but a real football. Li Xiao understood that what she saw was only a part of the past. The little girl's name was Xianxia. She was lively and cheerful, which suited her name very well. She accidentally kicked the ball too far away. The ball flew in front of a pair of leather shoes that looked very tasteful. Li Zhao's gaze moved up the shoes and saw a middle-aged man. His facial features were somewhat similar to Harry's, whom she had often dealt with in the past few days. Li Xiao immediately understood. This should be Harry's relative? Or were they ancestors? The man looked at the little girl and Xianxia, with hidden desire in his eyes. However, he had a graceful smile on his face as he chatted with the little girl. The naive little girl did not know that the human heart was sinister. Her parents had protected her too well. The man pretended to be lost, and the kind-hearted little girl led the way for him. In the end, he walked step by step to his death. Before he died, he was treated inhumanely. After she died, she became a vengeful spirit. She killed the man and kept his head. She also found other people who suffered the same fate as her. Those children were sent to an island and lived a life that was neither human nor ghost. Some children who became ghosts were actively absorbed by her and turned into her power. They pinned the chance of revenge on her. However, she failed to live up to the trust of the other ghosts. She failed. The man's relatives found a powerful mage and trapped her in this house. They could not destroy her. They could only trap her here, day after day, year after year. Why? Why me? Am I not obedient? Li Xiao heard the accusation with tears of blood. The scene in front of her changed. She returned to the original house. She reached out to touch the other's head, but she subconsciously avoided it. Li Xiao squatted down and looked at her at the same level. It's not your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. It's their fault. I'll give you freedom. I'll give you a chance for revenge. She said this. At the same time, a jade-like stick appeared in her hand. The stick fell on a point in the middle of the house. There seemed to be a ripple in the air that silently spread out. The originally unbreakable array of the house collapsed in an instant, turning into light spots. And she only felt that the force that was originally binding her disappeared into thin air. She looked at Li Xiao in a daze. Li Xiao took out a talisman and pasted it on her body. The members of the Di Mari family will wear some blessed crosses. This talisman can make you immune to the damage caused by those crosses. She thought for a moment and took out a few more talismans to give her full protection. Although drawing talismans also required materials and money, as a pay-to-win player, she had nothing to fear, and she smiled. Blood flowed from her eyes. I want balls. Lots and lots of balls. You'll have all of them. She put her hand on her head. This time, and she did not avoid it. While Li Xiao was busy freeing the evil spirit, a big change happened in the Li clan. Lu Namju had just gone through a 5-hour meeting. He was exhausted. In the past 6 months, the company had encountered many accidents. The market price had shrunk from a year ago to half. He thought that after Qian Fei left, the company would slowly recover. Who knew that this month, the higher-ups would directly send people to check the company's accounts. They even found some of the accounts that had been destroyed long ago. Luti Corporation was found to have evaded taxes and was severely fined a lot of money. The land that he had worked hard to bid for was also lost because of this. This sudden storm caused the company to be on the verge of collapse. He was too tired to deal with it. At this time, his cousin Li Dongqing directly attacked him. He joined forces with the other shareholders and asked him to give up his position. Lu Namju's shares, including his mother's Chu Lian's, were more than 40%. However, in order to raise funds, he had no choice but to release some of his shares, so it was reduced to 32%. His cousin, on the other hand, used some unknown method to buy the shares from the other shareholders. He even got the 10% shares from the Ren family. In the end, he suppressed his side with a 1% advantage. What made him feel even more miserable was that the major shareholders who used to follow him had forgotten the benefits that he had brought them in the past. One by one, they followed behind Li Dongqing. After this meeting, Luti changed hands. Lu Namju was no longer at the helm of Luti Corporation. Cousin Li Dongqing, who had just received congratulations from the other shareholders, came out of the meeting room to greet his cousin. However, the smile on his face was fake. Even if Li Namju was usually elegant, it was difficult for him to congratulate Li Dongqing after his power was seized. Li Dongqing narrowed his eyes and put on a fake smile. Next, I will carry out some reforms to bring Luti back to life. Although you have worked hard for so many years, and even if you didn't make any contributions, I still feel uncomfortable when I think about how the family business has shrunk so much in your hands. Li Namju's face darkened. Although Li Dongqing was telling the truth, he didn't think that he was the reason. There are so many companies that evade taxes, but only our family was heavily fined. Even the account books that were destroyed in the past were taken out. I don't know what you and your son were up to. How could such an important thing be stolen? Grandpa always praised you when he was alive. I think you are just a useless man who lives off a woman. Previously, Xianxia let you live off a woman, so everything went smoothly for you. In the end, you were stupid. You destroyed your own in-laws and divorced Xianxia. Do you really think that you got to your position with your own ability? Not only are you stupid, but you also can't see the situation clearly. Right, the house you are living in now belongs to the Li clan head. Since you are no longer the Li clan head, hurry up and move out. Since we're all relatives, I'll give you 3 days' time. You should check the assets that belong to the Li clan head. I have a list. If there is one missing, you will have to compensate me. The Luti head was only the CEO of the company. Li Namju was kicked out of this position and naturally lost his status. Although this system was a bit cruel, because of this competitiveness, every successor of the Luti head worked harder. Back then, Li Dongqing was only one step away from being made the heir. Naturally, he had been holding back his anger for so many years. Now that he had spent a lot of effort and finally got the company back, of course, he had to beat the dog in the water and taunt Li Namju to vent the anger that he had been holding back for so long. When he saw Li Namju's ashen face and blue veins popping out on his forehead, he felt refreshed. He sneered and left under the escort of the others. Li Namju glared at him, his chest heaving up and down. He felt that the people around him were laughing at him and watching him make a scene. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and turned to go home. No matter how uncomfortable it was, he still had to go home and tell his mother about this. If he didn't arrange for the move as soon as possible, he was afraid that Li Dongqing would throw their things out without hesitation. He might even find a few reporters to take pictures of his down-and-out appearance. Li Namju wouldn't let himself fall to this point no matter what. In any case, he and his mother didn't have a lot of shares. If he could buy the rest, he might have a chance to turn the tables and take back the power that belonged to him. When he returned home, the news was playing on the TV. When he saw Xianxia smiling calmly on the screen, he couldn't help but be stunned. Xianxia? How did she appear on TV? The news said that the Demare family had made a statement. They had been instigated to misunderstand Xianxia and suppressed Xianxia. Therefore, they had taken out 30 billion renminbi as compensation. On the TV, Xianxia was attending a press conference with the head of the Demare family. She was wearing a tailored formal suit. Her graceful appearance revealed a neat handsomeness. Her speech was also appropriate and gentle. There was a light joy that hadn't been seen in a long time between her eyebrows. He never thought that he would see his ex-wife again in such a place. She looked so good. There wasn't the slightest bit of gloominess on her face. She was completely different from him. Chu Lian looked at the TV and couldn't help but click his tongue. 30 billion. She's too lucky. Is the Demare family stupid? They actually paid so much. If it were me, I wouldn't give a single cent. Her tone was full of jealousy. In fact, all of her assets added together didn't amount to that much. Li Namju sighed and told her about Lutia's misfortune. Chu Lian was stunned. How did his son get kicked out? These people were two ingrates. No, why did they kick you out? You didn't make any contributions all these years, but at least you worked hard. Besides, even if you evaded taxes, it was agreed upon by everyone. Why is it all your fault when something happens? Chu Lian was most proud of having a good son. In the end, everything was gone. Part of the assets under their name belonged to the family. She had long regarded them as her own. How could she be willing to return them? What was the difference between that and cutting off her flesh? No, she couldn't just sit and wait. She had to find someone to help her and her son. In her panic, her gaze fell on Xianxia on the TV. It was as if she was clutching at a life-saving straw. Why don't you look for Xianxia? Ask her for help? Lu Namju didn't have much hope. We're already divorced. Chu Lian gritted his teeth and said, give her a call and try. She used to like you so much. You can cry and tell her that you're willing to get back together with her. Maybe she'll be happy. Xianxia was so rich now. She had just received a large sum of compensation. If she remarried, she could help Lati stand up again. His son had been so busy recently because he was short of money and had to raise funds everywhere. Chu Lian always had confidence in his son. How could Xianxia not love Nanju? She had gone crazy because she loved her too much. Lu Namju hesitated. We don't have her current phone number. He didn't want to bow down to his ex-wife, but he couldn't think of any other way. Chu Lian said, call Li Xiao. She definitely has it. She immediately dialed Li Xiao's number. Then, she found that Li Xiao's number was no longer in service. Obviously, she had cancelled her original number and changed to a new one. Chu Lian. Harry walked out of the banquet and rubbed his temples. He had attended several cocktail parties in the past few days, and he was tired after a series of social engagements. When no one was around, he took off his mask and stared blankly at the air to relax his mind. Things had gone much smoother than he had imagined. Their consortium's TV program had publicized the fact that they had compensated Xianxia with a huge sum of money, which had greatly improved the public's impression of them. They had turned this crisis into a turning point for the Demare family. His phone rang, and he picked it up. It was his brother, Alan. On the other end of the line, Alan sounded exasperated. Harry, that Chinese woman ran away. Harry came back to his senses and frowned. Didn't we already bring her here? How could we let her escape? He was furious. A few days ago, Alan had bought another bottle of ointment from somewhere, and he had asked the company's researchers to test it. After the researchers finished the test, they were full of praise for the ointment and enthusiastically announced that the ointment would revolutionize the skincare industry. Yesterday, Alan had told him that things were going well, and that the woman had boarded the plane and would arrive in M country by noon. Now, he was telling him that she had run away. How could he let a woman who had never left the country and didn't speak the language run away when she was in their territory? How could Alan do this? Harry was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. I've already asked someone to check the nearby surveillance cameras, but they couldn't find her. She disappeared into thin air. Do you think someone is helping her? When Harry heard this, he was just quibbling. He was so angry that he scolded him directly into the phone and ordered him to find the person within 3 days. Then, he hung up the phone. His face was still angry, and his chest was heaving. At this moment, his exclusive luxury car slowly drove up. The door opened and Harry got in. He couldn't suppress his anger. Why are you so slow today? Under normal circumstances, the car would drive up when he had just left the banquet. The driver's voice was crisp. I'm sorry, sir. When I drove over, I almost hit a little girl and was delayed. Harry asked out of habit, is she okay? No. The little girl ran to the middle of the road to pick up the football. Speaking of the little girl, Harry remembered something. He called his subordinates to send more goods to the island. Recently, there would be a few new guests going there to relax. The driver had been by his side for more than 10 years. His entire family's lives were in the hands of the Demare family, so he wasn't worried that the driver would betray them. That was why he made the call in front of him. As the car moved forward slowly, Harry closed his eyes. But as he drove, he felt that something was wrong. His surroundings seemed to be too quiet, so quiet that it was as if sound had been taken away from his world. He opened his eyes again and looked out of the window, only to see that the outside was shrouded in fog, and he couldn't see the surroundings clearly. Where is this place? When did such a thick fog suddenly appear? The driver didn't even say a word, he said in a deep voice. His hand reached into his briefcase, and he took out a small and delicate gun. The driver replied without looking up, near Kent Farm. Kent Farm? What is this place? He clearly wanted to go home. Why are you driving this way? The driver's voice was strangely cheerful. Because I want to take you there. At the same time, the car suddenly sped up. Realizing that something was wrong, Harry climbed into the front passenger seat. To his surprise, the driver didn't stop him at all. After sitting in the front passenger seat, he mercilessly aimed the gun at the driver's head and pressed it down, ready to be the driver himself. With a bang, the bullet accurately hit the driver's temple. The recoil made Harry's hand ache, but he wasn't in the mood to care. What happened next left him dumbfounded. The driver's head fell off from his neck. The joint between the head and the neck was so smooth that it looked as if his head had been cut off with a knife. Harry felt cold all over. The crucifix he wore was shockingly hot. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he saw that the fog had dissipated and the railing in front of him was slowly lowering. Harry hurriedly wanted to hit the brakes. If he rushed over at such a fast speed, the car would crash into the railing along with him. However, no matter how hard he tried, the car was completely out of his control. It was going faster and faster. He wanted to bend down and dodge the railing, but he found that he couldn't move his body either. Hee hee hee. The girl's laughter drilled into his ears. Balls. I need a lot of balls. No, his screams came to an abrupt end. Alan sat in the living room in a daze. In just one day, the de Mere family seemed to have been cursed. Accidents happened one after another. First, his brother, Harry, was in a car accident. The car was cut in half by the railing. When the police arrived at the scene, although they found the body and the wreckage of the car, they couldn't find his head. Then, his rock-climbing uncle's rope suddenly broke and he fell to his death. It took a lot of effort to find his dismembered body. Only his head was missing. In one day, 6 family members died. Every one of them died in a strange way. Their heads mysteriously disappeared. Those who died were all important members of the family. No, it was definitely a curse. Now, the members of the de Mere family were in a state of panic. No one knew who would die in a strange way next. He looked around blankly. He wore all the protective items he had, but he still didn't feel safe. He didn't know if he would follow in Harry's footsteps. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to die so miserably. The house was too big and too empty. This sense of emptiness deepened the fear in his heart, making him feel that there were ghosts hiding in every corner. Alan quickly turned on the TV and turned the volume to the maximum, but he still felt cold. The de Mere family was not a small family that could be ignored in the country. They were involved in both politics and the business world. With such a big incident, the news was also broadcasting it. Many police officers were investigating the truth. Someone leaked the news, and it was also a hot topic on the internet. Alan watched a few TV stations talking about the incident. He quickly changed the channel. Here's news. On February 12, at 10 o'clock in the morning, a private jet flying to Hammer Island crashed. All 12 people on board died. It's known that Senator Merck was among them. Alan stared blankly at the news. The names were so familiar. He had been with Harry a few days ago and heard him mention that these senators were the ones that Harry had told him to take good care of. And Hammer Island was a playground for those big shots to vent their frustrations. It was very warm in the house, but he felt his hands and feet cold. His pupils dilated in fear. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that there were many pairs of eyes full of malice looking at him. He suddenly remembered that the family members who had died in the past few days were all related to the island. His uncle was the owner of the island. His brother was in charge of the island's affairs. Some of the others were in charge of transporting goods, while others were in charge of receiving guests. And because he wasn't usually cautious, he wasn't trusted and had been excluded from this matter. He didn't expect that it would save his life. It must be revenge. The revenge of the spirits. He remembered that when his great-grandfather's body was found, it was also headless. So he was even more certain of his guess. Damn it. Weren't those wraiths trapped in the house? Why did they come out? Alan paced around like a headless fly. Now the spirits were only taking revenge on those related to Hammer Island. Who knew if they would take revenge on him in the future? He couldn't just sit here and wait. He had to do something. Alan first went to the church and donated a large sum of money. He received several pieces of silver blessed with holy water. He carried them with him and called his subordinates. "Are the goods ready?" "That's right." The second backer he found for himself was Grand Duke Smith. In his eyes, as a vampire, Grand Duke Smith must have killed many humans, but he hadn't had any accidents in all these years. It could be inferred that the race were not as powerful as him. So as long as he could seek his protection, he didn't need to fear the race revenge. And, now that the important members of the de Mere family were dying one by one, if this continued, his competitors might all die. At that time, he wouldn't have to do anything to become the patriarch and hold great power. Thinking of this, his original fear and sadness gradually faded away, replaced by a growing ambition. Relying on his brother's protection was, of course, not as good as being the master himself. As soon as he got busy, his original fear faded a lot. On February 16, Alan turned down all his appointments. The gifts he had carefully collected were ready. And he had already told Grand Duke Smith a few days ago. He sat in the car, followed by 3 cars, all of which were young, pure, and beautiful girls. They had been injected with drugs in advance and were all sleeping soundly. There was no lack of Asian women among them. He tried his best to collect beautiful types like Li Xiao. When they arrived at Smith's manor, night fell. The dark night was the best cover. After getting out of the car, the cages were covered with black cloth, making it impossible to guess what was inside from the outside. Andrew, the young vampire who came to greet Alan, moved his nose slightly. Even if he didn't have X-ray vision, he could guess this so-called gift. Well, there were a total of 27 different auras, young and sweet. He glanced at Alan, still with the spring equinox smile on his face. Although Alan had come back last time, he was thrown out by Li Xiao in embarrassment. No matter how beautiful and exquisite the manor was, it still left some psychological trauma. He adjusted his tie and calmed himself down with this action. When he saw Grand Duke Smith, he knelt on one knee, his attitude pious and humble. "Your Highness, I am willing to be your servant. Please let me present this gift to you." Smith looked at the big cages and frowned slightly. He knew what this so-called gift was just by smelling it. If it was in the past, he would definitely choose to accept some of the human offerings. But now, he was learning a cultivation method from Chong Fu. It was said that after cultivation, he didn't need to use the method of sucking blood to increase his strength. Was he trying to destroy his cultivation by sending this gift over at this time? Seeing that there was no follow-up, Alan personally removed the cloth, revealing the young girls in the cages. "Don't worry, I have already dealt with what needs to be dealt with. Their disappearance won't implicate you. They are clean and sweet, you will definitely like them." Smith's face turned cold. He originally wanted Alan and his so-called gift to get out, but he suddenly thought of something and said coldly, "Get out." Although Alan didn't know why he pulled his face, he felt that he couldn't breathe under Grand Duke Smith's imposing manner. He didn't dare to disobey his orders, so he could only leave first. When he left, he was a little uncertain. Could this gift really make Grand Duke Smith like it? Should he go and find more? Grand Duke Johnson should send some over as well. After he left, Smith called Li Xiao and asked her to come over. He roughly mentioned that Alan had sent many girls over. In just a few minutes, he felt that there seemed to be some fluctuations in the surrounding air. The next second, Li Xiao's figure appeared out of thin air. She seemed to have crossed the distance of space and directly arrived here. "Grand Duke Smith." Li Xiao didn't care about the shocked Grand Duke Smith. She looked at the girls in the cages with a sullen face and said in a cold voice, "Call the police." Grand Duke Smith's eyelids twitched. "What?" Li Xiao said in a matter-of-fact tone, "I think there is a high probability that this is a large-scale international trafficking incident. Of course, we have to call the police." Grand Duke Smith was silent. His feelings were complicated. After all, he was a vampire who didn't particularly abide by human rules. He even sneered at them, so he had done some things that couldn't be mentioned openly. Therefore, he had always avoided dealing with human official organizations like the police. Now, Li Xiao wanted him to call the police, which made him feel like he was in a mess. He was a noble vampire Grand Duke. She actually wanted to call the police. Li Xiao still looked at him expectantly and tried to persuade him. What are you worried about? This is a very good opportunity to turn over a new leaf. Cough, cough, cough. I mean, turn over a new leaf. It's only good for you to have a good relationship with the authorities. Grand Duke Smith showed an arrogant expression. We don't need to please them. They will take the initiative to please us. After all, they had the power, money, and long lives that they longed for. As a law-abiding citizen, Li Xiao felt a little tired. She first went to see the girls who had been sent as gifts. They had all been drugged. No matter how big the commotion outside was, they still fell into a deep sleep. A clear light fell on them, and the unconscious girls slowly woke up. Before they cried and screamed, Li Xiao lit a concentration talisman to calm their emotions. She released them from the cage and promised them that she would send them back. After comforting them, she asked them for their names and personal information one by one. After asking all of them, Li Xiao frowned slightly. These girls weren't all from M country. Some were directly brought over from their own countries. Out of the 27, 6 of them were Chinese. Many of them were drugged when they went abroad to play and fainted. Some of them were coaxed by human traffickers to help them go abroad. And according to them, they weren't the only ones who were imprisoned at the time. They were carefully selected from a large group of girls. The victims weren't just these people. The number might be multiplied several times. Li Xiao frowned more and more. The Demer family was really unscrupulous. They didn't know what restraint was in other countries. Perhaps in their eyes, even if the matter was exposed, they could easily settle it with their wealth. Grand Duke Smith looked at Li Xiao, who was recording their statements seriously, with a puzzled expression. In his heart, the powerful Li Xiao was the same as them. Why was he so nice to these lowly humans? They were naturally superior to them. After Li Xiao asked, he quickly made a call back to China. Because she often called the leader of the relevant department, she had already memorized his number. She was even more familiar with his number than her own. Yes, that's right. I've discovered a large-scale international trafficking case. I think it's better to let you and the M country's officials take action. Ah, that's right. When the time comes, remember to get me a silk banner. I want to hang it in my mother's company. Ah, if you don't have a banner, a medal is fine too. I don't mind. It's all the same anyway. Li Xiao hung up the phone after 10 minutes or so, satisfied. She turned to Grand Duke Smith and said, I'll need your help with the next operation. Smith exuded a cold aura. Huh? Li Xiao said, after all, there are more victims. We have to ask Alan to take us to those people. So, when the time comes, you can pretend that you're not satisfied with these girls. You need to personally choose the one you're satisfied with and let him take you there. Smith was actually not very willing. Li Xiao said, cooperate well. I'll give you 10 milliliters of my blood after it's done. She originally wanted to say 100 milliliters, but on second thought, if she gave too much, it wouldn't show the preciousness of her blood. So, 10 milliliters would be enough. Of course, she could also give money, but if she did, she didn't know how much money she had to give to impress the other party. Smith immediately said, okay. Without the slightest hesitation. Li Xiao's mouth twitched. She turned around and went to settle these girls. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, she couldn't let them go home yet. She would send them away after dealing with the Demer family. Smith would never let them live in his manor. To some extent, this Grand Duke of the Kindred was a clean freak. Anyway, Li Xiao didn't lack houses in M country at all. It was no problem to arrange for these people to live there for a few days. So, before the official organization came, she first settled these people down and set up a barrier outside. Even if there was a ruckus inside, no one outside would notice. And Chi, the little lowly, was less angry after successfully taking revenge. She looked at the residents who had suddenly moved in with some curiosity. Li Xiao didn't treat her as a child and told her the ins and outs of the matter. Perhaps because they were all victims and were all girls, and Chi accepted them very quickly. Her voice was clear and crisp. I will protect them. When she said this, her expression was innocent and cute. She looked no different from an ordinary little girl. There was no viciousness in her at all. Li Xiao smiled. Then I'll leave it to you. And she asked again, then can I let them play with me? She lowered her head. I haven't played football in a long time. I want someone to play football with me. If they want, of course. With so many people, it wouldn't be a problem to form a football team. And she smiled sweetly. Okay. I can take out all my treasured footballs and share them with them. In the next second, several heads appeared in front of Li Xiao. Among them, Harry's head was staring with a horrified expression. He died with his eyes open. Li Xiao. She quickly said, no, no, no. You can continue to treasure this. I'll go buy some new footballs for you. Ah, raising a child is so tiring. Lu Hao felt that compared to Sparrow Spirit, it was a lot easier to worry about. Li Xiao rubbed her temples and looked speechlessly at Little Green, who was calmly drinking a drink in front of her. Wait, how did you get here? How did you get here? Even if she used the space-breaking spell, she had to have been to the place before. Little Green had never been abroad before. Little Green took a bite and swallowed a pearl. Then she looked up and said, "You've been abroad for more than a month and haven't come back." There was a little resentment in her tone. Li Xiao felt a little guilty. She had thought that she could go back in a month. She didn't expect that it would take so long. Even the spring festival in Hua Nation was over. So you went to get a visa yourself? Little Green was amazing. She had just left the mountain not long ago, and she even got a visa herself. This didn't fit her image of a person who lacked common sense. Little Green said, "No, someone sent me here." My cousin? This was Li Xiao's first reaction. Little Green said, "No, a few people came to me and said that they were from a big company in the United States. They wanted to buy my recipe, so they asked me to come here." Li Xiao reacted quickly. Aren't they human traffickers? Little Green continued, "I wanted to come to you, but I didn't know how to go through the procedures myself. With their help, I might as well take their plane. But on the plane, I heard them say in private that they would drug and tie me up when they arrived. So after I got off the plane, I ran away first. Those people thought that she didn't understand foreign languages, but she could use the mind-reading spell to understand their words directly. Then she began to search by following Li Xiao's scent. She yawned. The winter here was colder than S-City in Hua Nation, so she had to sleep after walking for a while. It took her a long time to find Li Xiao. Li Xiao was speechless. She asked in a low voice, "Who's the idiot who wants to kidnap you?" Little Green thought for a moment. The Demare family? The Demare family? Li Xiao, who had been dealing with this family for a while, had the first reaction. Little Green nodded. That's the one. Very good, new hatred on top of old hatred. She would take revenge in a few days. They even dared to have designs on her Little Green. They must be tired of living. Little Green looked at her eagerly. I have a few new eyeshadows and lipsticks that I want to buy. She had asked someone to buy them for her before, but they were all fake. Little Green was so angry that she ran over to scare the person who sold the fake goods. Li Xiao nodded. Okay, I'll get someone to take you there. Anyway, there were so many bloodlings here. She could just find one to be Little Green's tour guide. Although Little Green looked naturally silly, she still had combat power. Even if she got into a conflict with the bloodlings, she definitely wouldn't be the unlucky one. After the Hua Nation police arrived in M country, they contacted the authorities. After a few days of wrangling, the arrest plan was finalized and an international team was formed to solve the case. After the arrangements were more or less made, it was time for Grand Duke Smith to come out and lure the snake out of its hole. Li Xiao didn't want to watch the broadcast. She only wanted to see the first-hand live broadcast, so she directly transformed into the appearance of the young bloodlings. Andrew, and followed beside Smith. On the other side, Alan was extremely excited when he received a call from Smith. The reason why Grand Duke Smith was so cold last time was because he wasn't satisfied with the batch of goods he had sent over. Since the other party wanted to come over and choose personally, Alan wouldn't let him down. This was the only opportunity he could seize now. He even sent over the goods on Hammer Island. Because of the plane accident, Hammer Island was also in everyone's sights. The Demare family could only urgently send those people to other places and destroy the evidence on the island. He thought that there were hundreds of people in total. At least one of them would suit the Grand Duke's taste. He was filled with anticipation and nervousness. On the 20th, Grand Duke Smith arrived. Grand Duke Smith looked cold. "Take me there." Alan was very respectful in front of him. "Yes." Li Xiao's gaze fell on him. She could sense the aura of many magic tools on him. This person was really afraid of death. He had so many things on him. No wonder Xianxia hadn't killed him yet. Alan hid these goods in a manner under his name. There were not only men but also women here. They ranged in age from 30 to 7 years old. Li Xiao couldn't help but give him a lightning strike. Grand Duke Smith looked unhappy from beginning to end. His frown made Alan have the urge to kneel on the ground. The desire and ambition in his heart grew stronger. He also wanted to be a person like Grand Duke Smith. Is that all? Alan's heart skipped a beat. Was he satisfied with none of these? He said with some difficulty, "Everything I've found so far is here. Please give me a little more time. I'll help you find more goods to your liking." In his mouth, these people were only items that could be sold or exchanged. Even if they were broken or killed, he wouldn't care. Smith's tone was strange. "Are you sure that's all? Nothing else?" "Yes." Alan suddenly had an uneasy feeling. Grand Duke Smith wasn't someone who liked to talk nonsense. Smith turned to Li Xiao and said, "You can let them in." Li Xiao pressed the transmitter in her hand. After a few minutes, a group of police rushed in and surrounded Alan. "Alan!" Alan was dumbfounded and turned into a statue on the spot. It was only when his hands were cuffed that he woke up from his daze with the sound of the cold handcuffs that he heard. "No, is there a misunderstanding here? You can't arrest me. I want to have my lawyer talk to you." He didn't understand how things had come to this point. The worst-case scenario that he had expected was that Grand Duke Smith didn't like these goods and he would have to search for a new batch carefully. He didn't expect to be kicked out by the police. The police looked around and said coldly, "Save these words for the court." So many girls had been abducted, and they came from all over the world. Now that China was involved, it would be an international scandal if it wasn't handled well. Alan wanted to say something, but he suddenly felt as if he had tripped over something and fell to the ground. As a result, his mouth smashed hard on the handcuffs and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The police looked at each other and pulled him up. They still had to spend some time to deal with these abducted girls. Li Xiao had already made preparations and asked Zhang Yan to secretly film it. If the government of M wanted to suppress this matter, she would then spread the video. Among the people present, only Smith could see the female ghost Zhang Yan, but Smith definitely wouldn't say anything. Li Xiao coughed and desperately hinted at Grand Duke Smith. Smith's body stiffened. He pursed his lips and his chin showed a sharp line. His whole person exuded an unpleasant aura. After a while, under Li Xiao's urging gaze, he walked up to the police with difficulty and said, "This operation was planned by Ms. Li. She has contributed greatly." He thought that he had made it very clear. If it were his subordinates or descendants, they would definitely know what he meant. He looked around and saw the police looking at him blankly. He was a little angry. "I think we can give her some rewards to encourage more people to learn from her." These humans couldn't even understand such simple words. "Stupid," Li Xiao took a step forward and smiled. "Ms. Li is a person of noble character and unquestionable integrity. She definitely won't accept money. When the time comes, you can give her a banner or a medal. She will definitely be very happy." She was afraid that the police from M country wouldn't understand, so she repeated it in a foreign language. This time, Li Xiao was accompanied by a leader who she often dealt with. He smiled and said, "Yes, we will definitely give her a banner. We will give her 2 banners." Compared to other metaphysics masters who liked to ask for benefits, Li Xiao was very easy to get along with. Wasn't it just a banner? Send, no problem. Even if she wanted his signature, it would be completely fine. After receiving their assurance, Li Xiao. The person who wanted the silk banner was Andrew. What did it have to do with her? Smith was already speechless. He simply pretended not to hear. When Alan heard the word Li, his eyes widened. Is it her? Is it Li Xiao? He had actually fallen into that woman's body again. He wanted to say something, but he was already taken away. In fact, the video that Li Xiao asked Zhang Yan to take was not used in the end. The government of M country didn't hide it this time. On one hand, it was because the Chinese government was involved. If they wanted to suppress it, it would be very difficult. It was better to deal with this scandal properly so that the country's image would not be tarnished. On the other hand, it was because many of the people who were involved in the plane crash were the De Mer family's backers. Most of their backers were dead. Of course, no one helped to suppress the matter. In addition, the most reliable members of the De Mare family were all dead. Alan, who could barely manage the situation, had been arrested. The other small fry members were all in danger. They were busy trying to distance themselves from the De Mare family, or looking for new backers to protect themselves. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the De Mer family was a doomed cruise ship. No one would sink with them. So in just a few days, the De Mer family scandals broke out one after another. Those bloody and evil deeds that were originally going to be covered up for a lifetime finally became public. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that the De Mare family, who looked so glamorous, had done so many evil things behind their backs. This time, the victims were not only foreign, but also domestic citizens. It could be said that there were too many to count. As long as they thought that their children might also be treated like that, they gnashed their teeth in hatred. Many people ran to march, wanting to apply for the death penalty for Alan. Many people ran to Alan's Twitter to abuse him and curse him. As for Alan himself, after being imprisoned, the amulets that he originally wore were naturally taken away. Without the protection of those things, Xianxia and a few other resentful spirits ran to play football with him. The football they used was his brother Harry's head. Alan was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. In the end, he obediently told them everything he knew, including the things he did for Xianxia in the past. Li Xiao asked the lawyer. There was no death penalty in the M country. With the crimes that Alan had committed, he should be locked up until he died. Moreover, a crime like his would be despised by the other prisoners in prison. In particular, his appearance was quite outstanding. After he entered prison, he would definitely be treated very well by the other prisoners. The rest of his life would definitely be quite colorful. After knowing these things, Li Xiao felt that as a person, she should not be so vicious. It was not good to always shout and kill. It was better to let Alan live. She showed a compassionate expression, hoping that he could live a little longer in prison and repay the sins he had committed. She originally went abroad this time because she was worried that her mother would be bullied by Alan's family abroad. She also wanted to celebrate the new year with her mother. Now that things were over, it was time to return home. Su Manchin was also ready to end her trip. She had a lot of money in her hands, and it was no problem for her to use it to start a new company. In addition, she had been invited to participate in many fashion shows during this period of time and had met many designers. 2 of them were invited by her and were about to join her team. She was now full of enthusiasm and was preparing for a new stage of her life. The government would help to arrange for those who were abducted and sold, so Li Xiao did not need to worry. The only thing she had to deal with was the resentful spirits in the house by the river in the East District. She had already broken the array before, and these resentful spirits would no longer be bound in the house. After all, they were all foreign ghosts. Li Xiao would not snatch the business and send them to the afterlife. She asked Xianxia, "What do you want to do next? Do you need me to help you get a priest?" Xianxia lowered her head. "People like me can't go to heaven." In order to take revenge, her hands were stained with a lot of blood. She could not forgive those people. She was clearly smiling, but there was a sadness that made people want to cry. Li Xiao did not know what heaven and hell were like here. No matter how confident she was in her own strength, she did not think that she could defeat God. Well, maybe it would be possible in the future. She could not give an answer to Xianxia's question. She said in a light tone, "Then stay in the human world." "If you stay in the human world, what do you want to do?" If they wanted to go online, she could help them with the internet connection. Xianxia said, "I want to play." I want to play with many people. Can I form a football team? Li Xiao's mouth twitched. You can form your own team privately. This football team could be named the Ghost Squad. I want to eat. There have been a lot of new recipes in the past few years. I want to go to school again. I haven't got my degree yet. The other ghosts said one after another. Li Xiao was speechless. After taking revenge, these ghosts were actually ordinary ghosts. They also had their own shining dreams, but they met misfortune before they could realize them. However, if she wanted to fulfill all of their wishes, then she would have to stay here for a long time. Well, she could just hand it over to the two Grand Dukes and let them help. Li Xiao left a house for them to live in case these ghosts had no fixed place to stay and wandered around. She also asked them to help her look after the houses in this area. She could not keep all the houses here. She had to sell some of them. In this regard, she could still ask the two Grand Dukes for help. They did not need to come out personally and hand it over to their descendants. Li Xiao did not feel any pressure to order them around. She had once again used her precious blood to hire them. Of course, they had to be worthy of this labor fee. In the next few days, Li Xiao finally enjoyed the fun of traveling. Sometimes, she would accompany the Sparrow Spirit to visit tourist attractions and collect materials. Sometimes, she would accompany Little Green to go shopping and choose cosmetics with her. Her return ticket was set for March 2nd. Li Xiao was a little absent-minded. This trip was longer than expected, but it could also be said that it was not a wasted trip. For example, her wealth had greatly increased. Before leaving M country, she also received the Medal of Freedom. Although it was an ordinary version and was not awarded by the president, Li Xiao was already very satisfied. Coupled with the silk banner given by the Chinese government, she held the medal in one hand and the silk banner in the other. She also accepted interviews from the reporters. The so-called winner in life was nothing more than this. However, some people asked her if she was not afraid of revenge since she was so high-profile. Although the de Mer family could not make a comeback, there were definitely some supporters behind the scenes who had not been implicated. Li Xiao raised her eyebrows slightly. Her smile was calm but contained confidence. Let them come. A few more came, and she could collect a few more redeeming fees. She faced the camera and showed a perfect smile. Click, ******** on the day Li Xiao returned to China, news about her appeared on TV. Not only that, but it also appeared on some official Weibo news outlets. The title was, "Congratulations to our citizen Li Xiao for being awarded the Medal of Freedom by M country for meritorious service." The press release praised Li Xiao's wit and courage, and wrote that she had helped the police solve a large-scale international trafficking case and saved many innocent people. The netizens who accidentally clicked on this news could not help but rub their eyes. They almost thought that they were seeing things. When they took a closer look, it was really Li Xiao. That face, even under the camera, was impeccably beautiful. The netizens were stunned. The comments below immediately blew up. At first, I thought I had transmigrated to April Fool's Day a month later. I even looked at the time in the lower right corner for a few minutes. I looked again carefully. It's the official Weibo of News Simulcast, not Apple News. It's actually real? It's not a joke? Recently, I've been seeing Li Xiao on the hot search list. It makes me very annoyed. Before I clicked on it, I wanted to scold her for buying Weibo's hot search list package. But when I clicked on it, the country bought it for her. I can't help but admire her. Congratulations to Miss Li Xiao for being promoted to News Simulcast. Miss is beautiful and has a beautiful heart. But Miss, you still have to protect yourself. Don't get revenge. I remember that Li Xiao's mother was also on News Simulcast a while ago. This mother and daughter pair are amazing. They can be said to be very positive. Is the Li clan regretting it now? Speaking of which, Namju was also on the hot search list last month. It was only because of the company's tax evasion and because they were kicked out of the company. Li Xiao and Su Manqin have already separated from Namju. Stupid people, don't be tied to them. Some netizens even photoshopped a picture of Li Nanju crying, which was widely circulated. At the same time, the topic of positive mother and daughter also became a trending topic. Under the circumstances where the onlookers were not afraid of making a big deal out of it, the topic continued to climb, and the Li family could not ignore it even if they wanted to. Lu Namju naturally saw it too. His mood was very complicated. He wanted to avoid it, but he couldn't stop many busybodies calling to congratulate him for having a good daughter. They knew that Li Xiao had no feelings for him, her father, and even made a document to break off their relationship. They congratulated him, but they were all gloating in their hearts. Lu Namju's mouth was bitter, but he couldn't say anything to defend himself. He was blind in the past and mistook a pearl for a fish's eye. At this moment, his phone rang. It was his cousin, Li Dongqing, who had kicked him off the stage and chased him out of the Li clan's mansion. Lu Namju didn't want to pick up his call, but he was worried that it was about the company. He hesitated for a moment before picking up the call. As soon as the call was connected, Li Dongqing's reprimanding voice could be heard. Even if the phone was a little far away, his loud voice could be heard. I say, Nanju, what are you doing? Why didn't you raise such a good daughter properly? Why did you have to spoil an ingrate? If Li Xiao has a good relationship with you, as a member of the Li clan, she can more or less improve the reputation of the Li clan. Maybe you can even get some political support. Look at Li Qianfei, whom you used to dote on. After she went abroad, did she call you? She can't wait to acknowledge some other rich man as her father. I think she only acknowledges whoever is rich and powerful as her father. However, she was also a toxic person. Whoever she was with would be dragged down. Look at yourself. Look at what you've become. Look at Ren Xiaotang and Alan. They've both been dragged to prison. Why don't you just kick her out of the Li clan so that the Li clan won't be dragged down by her? Maybe Su Manqin will see this point and be willing to get back together with you. Lu Namju could more or less guess his cousin's thoughts. After he took over Lu Ti, he realized that it was a mess and that he had to spend a lot of money to fill this hole. In particular, the company had lost a lot of money due to the failures of several previous plans. That was why he was trying to provoke him. He wanted him to find Su Manqin and her mother. If they could mend their relationship, the company might be able to get another round of financing. He was distracted by his cousin's words and hung up the phone. It was ironic. Lu Ti had been fined a lot of money because of tax evasion. They could only sell a few of the residential areas under their name at a low price to raise money, and their vitality was greatly damaged. Now, Lu Ti's net worth was probably less than Su Manqin and her mother's combined. Everyone knew that Su Manqin had a huge sum of 30 billion yuan in assets. After thinking that Su Manqin was dead, Lu Namju was filled with guilt and longing for his ex-wife. However, these feelings disappeared when he found out that Su Manqin had lied to him and faked her death. In addition, everyone was urging him to get back together with Su Manqin. He couldn't help but think of 20 years ago, when he was forced to go on a date with Su Manqin and tried his best to please her. He couldn't help but have a rebellious mentality. Nanju. The gentle voice calmed the irritation in his heart. He unconsciously softened his tone. Jiaoxi, why don't you rest well? Lin Jiaoxi was now 7 months pregnant. She was usually very careful when she walked. When they moved to their new house a while ago, Lu Namju let her live outside until the new house was more or less tidied up. Lin Jiaoxi touched her belly and said, "You should get back together with Miss Su. Only she can help you stand up again. You don't lack strength. You're just unlucky." She lowered her head. "Really, you don't have to worry about me. I'm already very happy that you're willing to marry me. It's a pity that I can't help you." She was so reasonable that Lu Namju felt even more guilty towards her. Some time ago, Chan Kaiying was sent back to China. He also met with Chan Kaiying. He also helped Chan Kaiying find a lawyer to reduce her sentence in the name of mental illness. Chan Kaiying also agreed to divorce him. He originally wanted to get married to Xiaoxi after a period of time so that their child would not be an illegitimate child. Who knew that Xiaoxi would persuade him to be with Su Manqin? She was obviously very sad, but she still thought for him from his point of view. She did not want to add any more burden to him. He could not help but feel tender affection for her. He avoided her belly and carefully hugged her. "Don't worry. I won't let you down. As for Su Manqin, he still did not want to get back together with her. He did not want to be called a freeloader. However, he could persuade her to invest in Lunam Enterprises. Although the company seemed to be in a precarious situation, as long as they could get through this, they would be able to reap great benefits. Before that, it was better to expel Xianfei from the family. Since she chose to go abroad with Alan, she was no longer his daughter. Li Dongqing's words had more or less left a mark in his heart. He could not help but feel that the company's luck had been ruined by Xianfei. Lin Zhaoxi curled his lips and did not speak. She originally thought that after becoming Lin Namju's mistress, she would be as glorious as Qian Kain. Who knew that in just over half a year, Lin Namju would be in such dire straits? His assets were constantly shrinking. Now, he was not even the CEO. He was only a major shareholder of the company. This was too different from what she had imagined at the beginning. Instead of marrying Lin Namju, she would rather be his legitimate wife. She would rather be his remarriage with Su Manqin and use Su Manqin's assets to stand at the peak again. Then, she would quietly be the white moonlight in his heart. With his guilt towards her, he would definitely leave all his assets to the child in her belly. After Li Xiao got off the plane, she turned on her phone again. Yuan, Su Shufeng, and Su Rou all came to the airport to pick them up. After exchanging greetings, the group went to Li Xiao's villa first. She had bought a lot of things when she went abroad this time, so she took them out to give them to them. With Sparrow Spirit around, they would not be bored. She chattered about what had happened abroad and praised Li Xiao as the best in the world. According to her, when the vampires saw Lai Shu Ho, they were shocked by her strength and obediently became her followers. She was a novelist, so when she described the scene, it was very vivid and immersive. Li Xiao looked modest. I'm not that good. I think I'm at most the second best. Yes, Song Hai was better than her. After all, he had lived for tens of thousands of years. Li Xiao was convinced that she had lost to him. Su Shufeng's mouth twitched. He did not think that Li Xiao was being modest at all. However, he did not expect that his cousin could make such a big fuss when she went abroad. She even received a medal. She was too awesome. Yuan thought of something and said in a displeased tone, speaking of which, Lin Namju's mother even came to the company to look for me. She wants to know your and Li Zhao's phone numbers. Humph, she doesn't even know if she has the right. You were abroad during this time, so you probably don't know what happened in the country. She told him about how the Li family had been severely punished for tax evasion and how Li Nanju had been kicked out of office. Su Manqin looked very calm. When she heard the name Lin Namju again, she only felt that they were far away from her. However, she still took pleasure in their misfortune. She only needed to live her own life now. There was no need to waste time on them. Li Xiao snorted, it seems that they don't have enough nightmares. Yuan also said something else, the Li clan also announced that Li Qianfei was expelled from the family. Li Xiao had really forgotten about Li Qianfei's existence. It seemed that after her mother was arrested, there was no news of her. Li Xiao initially thought that Alan had sold her as a commodity. However, Li Qianfei was not among the people who were rescued. With her relationship with Li Xiao and Li Qianfei's repeated schemes against her, Li Xiao would not be so saintly as to care about her whereabouts. She had a sarcastic expression on her face. This father-daughter relationship is really touching. Back in the day, Lin Namju held Li Qianfei's hand and attended various banquets. He kept saying that she was his little princess, the apple of his eye. Now, this father-daughter relationship ended with Li Qianfei being expelled from the family. She was a little dispirited after hearing this. She simply asked Little Green to go to Xianyuan Mountain to take a look and check the construction of the Taoist temple. She directly used the space-breaking talisman to save the time spent by car. Although the materials for the space-breaking talisman cost 10,000 yuan each, she could afford it. Xianyuan Mountain had changed a lot after not seeing it for more than 2 months. Although the construction was not complete, it looked like it would be finished in a month. Today happened to be Sunday. She glanced over and saw 2 figures moving bricks over there. She took a closer look. One of them had a big weasel floating behind him, and the other had a spider floating behind him. This combination made Li Xiao react. Wait, these 2 demons, could they be the ones who were bribed by Alan to save Qian Kain? No, The two demons were working hard to move the bricks, and they looked miserable. Of course, she would not sympathize with them. She ran directly to the building next to her to find her neighbor, Xianxia. Xianxia looked like he had just woken up and yawned. Li Xiao asked him, "Am I disturbing you?" Xianxia shook his head. "No." Li Xiao took out the bag she carried before leaving. "Here, this is a letter." She did not know what to give him, so she bought a watch. Xianxia lowered his eyes, and the ahog on his head stood up. "I also have a gift for you." He took out a box made of some unknown wood. Li Xiao found that her divine sense could not penetrate the box. She opened it in front of Xianxia and found a green garment as thin as a cicada's wing. It felt like water in her hand. It was very light. "This is a Taoist robe. It can block water, fire, and some magic damage." Once in her hand, Li Xiao knew that this was a rare good thing. She touched her nose. "Thank you." She then asked about the two demons outside, which hero caught them? She even offered a reward of 20 million yuan to capture these two demons. Xianxia pointed at her. "I caught them," he said seriously, "to save you money." Li Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, 20 million was really nothing to her. Maybe it was because she had so much money now, but when she spent money, it didn't feel real, as if she was typing a number on a computer. However, Xianxia's intention still made her feel a little touched. Especially for someone as sleepy as Xianxia, who actually wasted his sleep time to take the initiative to catch them. It could be seen that he really cared about her. And then, when the time comes, I'll have the construction team properly decorate Xianxia's place. How are you going to deal with the spider spirit and the weasel spirit? Xianxia took the initiative to ask about this matter. Li Xiao pondered for a moment. Judging from the aura of these two demons, they shouldn't have killed anyone, although they cheated a lot of money. And then, when the time comes, we'll send them to the police, and see how many years they'll be sentenced according to their crimes. She couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the country needs to build a prison specifically for demons. According to what she knew, they'd probably be locked up for several hundred years, unless they made some great contributions to reduce their sentences. Xianxia thought for a moment. "I can help," he added, "for free." Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh, and told him about the things that happened abroad. Xianxia listened very seriously, occasionally interjecting a few words. Although he didn't say much, he was always able to hit the nail on the head. Li Xiao's heart stirred. "When we're free next time, I'll take you abroad to play." She suddenly remembered that Xianxia's life seemed to be quite empty. Usually, apart from going out to earn money and do missions, it was just sleeping. But if you prefer to sleep, you don't have to. She also couldn't force Xianxia to cooperate with her. In the beginning, Li Xiao was on good terms with him only because he was strong, and there were too few fellow Taoists on the path of cultivation. If there was one more, she wouldn't be so lonely. But after getting along for a long time, Xianxia's cold figure gradually faded from her mind, and was replaced by a figure that became more and more solid. He wasn't indifferent to people, it was just that he wasn't used to getting along with people. When he needed help, he would also help without hesitation. Li Xiao was very glad that she went to the ghost city that day and happened to run into him. For the next few days, Li Xiao stayed on the Immortal Origin Mountain and gave pointers to his disciple, Sun Rue. Although Sun Rue's talent was average, he was diligent enough. Now, he had successfully crossed the threshold and learned talisman drawing from Li Xiao. However, his success rate was not high. Even for the simplest mosquito-repellent talisman, he only succeeded in 1 out of 10. Li Xiao was not short of money. She directly bought a pile of yellow paper and cinnabar for him to practice. Speaking of which, perhaps because Xianxia stayed in this area all day, the spiritual energy here began to gradually become abundant. It was very suitable for cultivation, which made Li Xiao so happy that he forgot about home. Because she had been here all day, Sparrow Spirit had brought her computer over and started reading her new novel. According to her, she collected a lot of materials on this trip abroad. Her inspiration was like a torrential river. According to her, 10,000 per day was not a problem. After those two demons carried bricks for a period of time, Li Xiao took them to the relevant department. When the time came, they would have to be punished according to the crimes they committed. Minister Wang also mentioned something to Li Xiao. Originally, this year's metaphysics assembly should have started in April. However, the sorcerer from country F went into seclusion some time ago, so it was delayed. Li Xiao was a little puzzled. Why did this so-called assembly sound so unreliable? It was delayed just like that. She asked, then how many days will it be delayed? Minister Wang thought for a moment, I don't know. Let's wait for him to come out. Li Xiao. This answer was too casual. Minister Wang understood the ridicule on her face that was about to turn into substance. He coughed and said, actually, every year's assembly is a competition for resources in this area. That sorcerer lost to Duke Johnson last year. He lost very badly. This year, I heard that Duke Johnson's strength has increased. In addition, he just happened to reach a bottleneck, so he went into seclusion. By the way, Country F is the host this time. When he said this, he even glanced at Li Xiao. Li Xiao reacted and was speechless. Wait, did Minister Wang mean that she was the one who triggered the butterfly wings this time? During the few months she was in M country, she also had an academic discussion with the two Grand Dukes and guided them in their cultivation. Of course, the two Grand Dukes also told her about some of the bloodline talents of the Blood Clan, which opened her eyes. To a certain extent, Li Xiao did indeed make them more powerful. In the end, it attracted the attention of the sorcerer from Country F, which caused the assembly to be delayed. While she was speechless, she was also full of confidence. It seemed that the two Grand Dukes' strength could be considered awesome. In that case, she, who was more awesome than them, had nothing to worry about. Am I the only one from China participating? Minister Wang said, you can bring one person with you. There are 10 spots in China. Of course, the person must not be weak. If you don't have anyone in this area, we will make other arrangements. With Li Xiao's qualifications, this kind of thing usually had nothing to do with her. However, her strength was so strong that the higher-ups could not ignore it. In addition, she had a good relationship with the government. Li Xiao asked, actually, there are many demons in China. You should have subdued some of them. Haven't you considered inviting them? Minister Wang said, because you know that demons are full of treasures, especially demon pills. Many people covet them. If they go out, I'm afraid they won't be able to come back. Li Xiao's face darkened. I understand. After leaving Minister Wang, Li Xiao told Songhai about this matter. If she had to choose a companion, Songhai was undoubtedly her first choice. The Sparrow Spirit and Little Green were not strong enough. Songhai himself was not a demon. If he had not taken the initiative to say it, even she would not have been able to see through his background, let alone those people overseas. If someone targeted Songhai, they would only be hung up and beaten. Li Xiao couldn't wait for more people to provoke them. They could form a blackmail duo and split the extorted money 50-50. Although she had a good plan, she still had to tell Songhai. Perhaps Songhai would rather use his time to sleep. After Songhai knew about it, he said without hesitation, okay. He paused for a moment and smirked. If that's the case, we'll save the money to go abroad. Haixing said that it's very expensive to go abroad. Li Xiao thought about it. They were going on a business trip. Everything would be reimbursed by the government. She nodded seriously. Not bad. You're becoming more and more thrifty. Poor Songhai. He was really too obedient. He even wanted to save money for her. This child probably did not know that the watch she gave him was enough for him to go on several trips. While waiting for the news, Li Xiao picked up her cultivation work. She did not forget that her mother was going to start a new company. She happened to have a building under her name that was in a very suitable location and size. That building had not been rented before. After Li Xiao went over to set up a feng shui array, she used it for her mother to start a company. She also sent a message to the people she knew to inform them. Since it was her mother's company, it could not be opened quietly. She had to make a scene. Su Manqing did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he also knew that this was his daughter's good intention. Many people wanted it but could not. What surprised her was that there were a lot of people who were interested in coming. Not only were there a few big stars and directors, but even the famous rich woman from China, the Chang dynasty, would be there. Coupled with the connections she had picked up again, the number of guests at the company's opening ceremony would definitely not be inferior. Xianxia was full of motivation and put her heart and soul into this matter. Her company's official opening date was set for May 2nd. This date was also chosen by Li Xiao. It had been raining for a few days, but it cleared up on that day. The sky was as clear as a gem after being washed by the rain. It made people feel happy just by looking at it. Because the lineup of guests was quite eye-catching, and Xianxia's name represented the current popularity, many reporters came to the venue. They shoved microphones in front of Xianxia, trying hard to dig out juicy information from Xianxia. Xianxia was dressed in a formal suit. She had cut her originally slightly curly hair short. She wore high heels, and her skin was smooth. It was impossible to tell that she was in her 40s. She had a faint smile on her face, and her posture was calm and elegant. Even when facing the tricky questions from the reporters, she was able to respond appropriately. Qing dynasty, who was usually busy, not only sent flowers today, but also took time out to attend the opening ceremony. Li Xiao, as Xianxia's only daughter, of course had to help greet the guests. Qing dynasty looked at Xianxia, who was talking and laughing on the stage, with faint admiration in her eyes. This is the demeanor of the eldest daughter of the Su family. Speaking of which, the most outstanding person in this generation of the Su family was Xianxia. Fortunately, the next generation, Su Shufeng, was also outstanding, so the Su family was not without a successor. Li Xiao and this rich woman had not seen each other since she gave her the USB flash drive a few months ago. Today was a good time to ask her about the situation. Won't the higher-ups deal with the bribery of the Li clan? She remembered that the USB flash drive also had evidence of this. But at the beginning of the year, the Li clan was only severely fined in the name of tax evasion. Qing dynasty looked at her and did not say anything. After all, there were many people around. Li Xiao said, "Don't worry, others can't hear us." With her ability, it was a piece of cake for her to set up a barrier. Qing dynasty said, "It will happen in a few days. After all, before we catch them all, we can't act rashly and alert the enemy. Those people more or less have some power." Li Xiao understood. In other words, the net had already been set, and they were just waiting to pull it in. Qing dynasty had always been a cautious person. He would not boast casually. Since she said it would happen in a few days, then she would definitely see the results in a few days. She could not help but slightly raise her lips, and her eyes were filled with joy. For the sake of father and daughter, if Lanamju went bankrupt in the future, she would still pay a few hundred yuan in alimony according to the law. Although there was a period of time when Lanamju treated her well because she deliberately put on a show. But to be honest, after her mother, Xianxia, married him, she brought more help to him. Even when they divorced, he did not take away any property, because he wanted to leave it to her. She just wanted to take back what belonged to her. Lanamju had been hurt again and again, and the so-called father-daughter relationship had long been worn away. Suddenly, Zhang Yan appeared beside her and whispered to her. "Lanamju will also come over later." Li Xiao, who was originally smiling and chatting with Qing dynasty, immediately pulled a long face. Today was his mother's auspicious day, and he actually came over. Was he trying to make her mother unhappy? If she let him in, those reporters would definitely swarm over like sharks smelling blood, eager to create a big headline. Li Xiao did not want her mother's name to be associated with Lanamju's name at all. She pondered for a moment and decided to tell her mother about this matter. It was Lanamju who had wronged her mother. If anyone wanted to hide, it should not be her mother who hid. But before that, Li Xiao instructed Zhang Yan, "Make a ghost hit the wall and let him exercise inside. After all, he's already old. It's good for him to exercise more." Lanamju got out of the car and looked up at the building with a Qing dynasty sign hanging on it. This was Xianxia's new company. She, who had been beaten down to dust, rose up so quickly. When she appeared in front of people again, she was still as noble and elegant as he remembered, as if she was a perfect work of art. She opened a company, which attracted a lot of people. In the past few days, she was on the hot search list several times. Even the news mentioned her, calling her the entrepreneur of the new era. Lanamju didn't feel anything when she was on the hot search list, but being mentioned by the government meant that the government was helping to advertise her company. He couldn't help but be envious. Luti was suppressed by the government, and they were accused of tax evasion. Not only did the family company's reputation fall to rock bottom, but they also lost a lot of money. On the other hand, Sumanchin's company was doing well. He couldn't help but think of his mother's words. Look, Sumanchin is very good looking. She looks like a good husband, so you shouldn't have divorced her. If you like Xianxia, you could have just raised her outside. Look at what happened now, they've ruined the company. Maybe that was true. He was also forced to the point of no return. He actually wanted to use this method to make the company rise again. He walked forward slowly, holding a big bouquet of roses in his hands. These were also Sumanchin's favorite flowers. After walking for a while, he stopped and looked around uneasily. It was too quiet. When he got out of the car, he could still hear the noise around him. Now, it was so quiet that he couldn't even hear the sound of the car. It was as if his world had been muted. The place where he parked was only 200 meters away from the building. Under normal circumstances, this distance would be reached in a few minutes. However, he had been walking for more than 10 minutes, but the distance didn't decrease. The building was still in his field of vision, not too far or too close. The weather in May was already starting to get hot, especially with the sun shining brightly today. The sun shone on him, but he didn't feel any warmth. Instead, he felt cold all over. His expression was tense. Could it be that he encountered a ghost wall? How could there be a ghost wall in broad daylight? He didn't believe it and continued to walk forward. However, no matter how he walked, he was still 200 meters away from the building. Li Nanju had also asked the stylist to dress him up carefully today. He was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, looking elegant. However, the consequence of wanting to be elegant was that he was wrapped up tightly in the weather. After walking under the hot sun for a long time, he was sweating and his shirt was soaked. Part of his hair was also wet and stuck to his forehead, strands of hair sticking to his forehead. Li Nanju couldn't bear it anymore. He took off his jacket and put it on his hand. Even so, it was still so hot that he felt uncomfortable. He wanted to rush into the building to get some air conditioning. The ghost wall. The ghost wall. God knew that he had been walking for at least half an hour, but he was still circling the area. Could it be Li Zhao's doing? Li Namju couldn't help but guess. Even he had heard about his daughter's ability. In addition, he had suffered at the hands of Li Xiao before. Therefore, the first person he thought of when encountering this kind of supernatural event was her. The anger in his heart was rising, but he was helpless against the predicament he was in. Walking to the back, he was thirsty, tired, and hungry. Even if he had perseverance, he just wanted to lie down and have a good rest. His eyes unconsciously became lax. He didn't have the confident and elegant appearance he had when he got out of the car. He was completely like a dead fish exuding the smell of sweat. He wanted to call for help, but there was no signal on his phone. He couldn't even dial 110. Later, the sun was about to set. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on Li Namju's body. His back looked somewhat pitiful. Suddenly, he blinked and found that the sound that he had lost had returned to his world. The stone that was originally suspended in the air fell to the ground. He pulled himself together and walked with heavy legs toward the building. 3 minutes later, he walked to the entrance of the building. His expression was a bit absent-minded. He was inexplicably trapped inside the ghost wall for a long time. Now, he was released without any warning. It was as if this was just a small prank. He looked around. The original guests and reporters had all left. Obviously, today's opening ceremony was over. Mr. Li? Please come in. Mr. Su is waiting for you in the office on the 3rd floor. The petite hostess smiled sweetly but politely. Li Namju frowned slightly. He glanced at the rose in his hand that was scorched by the sun. Finally, he went to the elevator to the 3rd floor. To his surprise, he did not encounter any other difficulties along the way. When Sumanchin saw him, he just said coldly, "You're here." There was no anger, no hatred, and no so-called love. It was as if they were just strangers. Li Nanju felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He would rather see Su Manqing's angry eyes than her calm and unperturbed demeanor. If you have something to say, just say it. I've been very busy recently. Looking at this faintly impatient face, Lu Namju found that it was difficult to say what he had originally planned. He just handed the rose over. These are flowers for you. Congratulations on the opening of your company. Su Manqing smiled. No, the smell of flowers is too strong. I don't like it. She just wanted to laugh in her heart. Lu Namju probably didn't have the habit of bringing a mirror out, so he didn't see his current appearance. The makeup on his face was a bit smudged, and there were patches of white and yellow. Xiao, this child, was sometimes naughty. However, seeing that Li Xiao was still in the mood to play a prank, Su Manqing was still very happy. Lu Namju took a few seconds to digest these words. His face was flushed, and his hands were slightly trembling. Su Manqing's smile was still perfect, but he spat out very harsh words. Also, don't come so close to me. I'm a clean freak, and I don't like the smell of sweat. Her attitude was high and mighty, just like when they first met. At that time, she was the pearl in the palm of the Su family and had limitless glory. Anger rushed to his head. Lu Namju, who was despised and sweating, felt that the string of reason in his head had snapped. Isn't it all because of your good daughter? If she didn't trap me at the door, I wouldn't be like this. He had never been so embarrassed. Su Manqing said, Xiao is kind and sensible. If she played a prank on you, it must be your own problem. Look, even the higher-ups praised me for teaching her well. Her daughter was, of course, the best and most considerate little angel. Her gaze fell on Lu Namju, and her eyes were a bit cold. I can't compare to you in spoiling an ungrateful wretch. How's Li Qianfei recently? How's Li Qianqing now? Su Manqing didn't forget the scene a few years ago when Lu Namju appeared in front of her with the two children. At that time, her precious daughter, who was in the palm of her hand, was slapped by Lu Namju because she didn't welcome them. After that, she and Lu Namju didn't have any feelings for each other as husband and wife. The so-called one-hit kill was nothing more than that. The names of the siblings were undoubtedly Lu Namju's reverse scale. Their existence proved that he had eyes but failed to see. His expression was as colorful as a dye shop, and his lips were moving. If you want to discuss education with me, you can leave now. Don't waste my time. I'm not like you. I'm very busy right now, and I don't have that much free time. Lu Namju, who had been resting at home after being kicked out of office, felt a stab in his heart again. Lu Namju said stiffly, can't we have a good talk? Even if we're divorced, we can still be friends. Su Manqing interrupted him, and her expression turned cold. Be friends? Is there something wrong with you? During my confinement period, you hooked up with Chan Kain, and you even had a child. When the two of you met again, you treated her as your true love, and I as your enemy, just like how I forced you to get married. Get it straight. Back then, you were the one who pursued me. You were the one who needed the power of the Su family to help you secure your position. From beginning to end, you were the one who owed me. Where did you get the nerve to say that I've wronged you? In order to make me give up my position to Chan Kain, you colluded with others and used despicable means to bankrupt the Su family. My father also died because of this illness. You caused my father's death. Where did you get the nerve to come in front of me and say such things? You want me to forgive you? Sure, but you'll have to die first. Su Manqing was stunned by his shamelessness, and her words became blunt. She realized that she couldn't be too polite to Lu Namju. Otherwise, the other party would think that she was very attractive. After taking off the glamour of money, he was just a good-looking man. Su Manqing didn't lack money, and she took good care of herself. If she wanted to find a man, she could casually hook her finger, and there would be many handsome little wolf dogs for her to choose from. Lu Namju had already forgotten about the Su family. In his heart, although he was an accomplice, he was also deceived. Now that Su Manqing was accusing him, this layer of cover-up was removed. He wasn't a very eloquent person to begin with. Under normal circumstances, he would answer with "listen to me" or "I won't allow it." However, these words couldn't be used on Su Manqing. Su Manqing still looked at him coldly. So, you sent flowers today. Don't tell me that you want to pursue me again? Her expression was scornful. Are you worthy? Do you think that I'm stupid enough to be the mother of your 7 illegitimate children? I don't want to live a good life. Why do I have to work with you to help the poor? The word help the poor shattered Lan Namju's dignity. In particular, he didn't expect that Su Manchin even knew about his illegitimate children. He realized that Su Manchin really didn't have any feelings for him. She even hated him, as if he was just a pile of stinky dog shit. His little thoughts from before had all become a joke of his wishful thinking. In the end, he just said, I'm here today to celebrate the reopening of your company. Don't think too much. He could only use this method to save his dignity. Su Manchin's smile didn't reach her eyes. Yes, I have to thank you and Alan for giving me a chance to reopen my company. If her company hadn't been closed down because of them, would she have needed to start a new one? Lan Namju was speechless. He originally wanted to ask Su Manchin to invest in Lati, but he knew it was impossible after seeing Su Manchin's attitude. He took a deep breath, didn't say anything, and turned to leave. If he continued to stay, he would only be a joke to Su Manchin. 30 years to the west, and 30 years to the east. Even if he didn't rely on Su Manchin, it wasn't impossible for him to stand up again. At most, it would take a little more time. He shouldn't have come today to humiliate himself. His heart burned with fighting spirit, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. One day, he would make Su Manchin regret humiliating him today. Lan Namju's chest was filled with anger. He strode out of the office. When he entered the elevator and was about to press the button for the first floor, there was one more person in the elevator. It was Li Xiao. Li Xiao had a faint smile on her face, which was somewhat similar to Su Manchin's. Lan Namju had just been ridiculed by Su Manchin. When he looked at Li Xiao again, he couldn't help but feel that she was an eyesore. If it was in the past, he would definitely have scolded her severely. But now, he really didn't dare to. Li Xiao had too many tricks up her sleeves. It was impossible to guard against her. In addition, she was a vengeful person. If she held a grudge against him, it wouldn't be good if she destroyed the feng shui of the Li clan in a fit of anger. He turned his head. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Li Xiao looked at his face and said, from your appearance, your son should be born soon. Lan Namju frowned slightly. Lin Jiaoxi's due date was this month. Was it a son? Thinking of this, his mood unconsciously became better. Although he still had a son, Li Qianxing, according to his feelings for Chan Kain and Qian Fei, when he was released from prison, he was afraid that he would become enemies with him. He could pretend that he didn't have a son. Now that Lin Jiaoxi's pregnancy was stable, he could be considered to have a successor. As a man, of course, he also wanted to carry on the family line. In particular, this child was born for him by Lin Jiaoxi, whom he liked very much. Of course, the significance was different. Li Xiao caught a glimpse of his relaxed expression and the smile on the corner of his mouth. She sneered in her heart. Oh, a man, what she didn't tell Lan Namju was that, based on his appearance, he would go bankrupt this month. He might even go to prison. He could only hope that Lin Jiaoxi, whom Lan Namju held in the palm of his hand, would be willing to go through thick and thin with him when the time came. Lan Namju didn't give her any money, so why should she remind him? Her voice turned cold. If you and the Chu Lian dare to harass my mother again, it won't just be going around in circles. I'll make you go around in circles every day and bump into ghosts every day. Lan Namju felt a chill run down his spine. He felt like he was being watched by many pairs of invisible eyes. When the elevator reached the first floor, he left in a hurry. He no longer thought about getting back together with Su Manchin. Neither Su Manchin nor Li Xiao had the intention to do so. When he was forced to do this by others, he was very unhappy. But now that he had been abandoned by the mother and daughter pair, he couldn't help but feel displeased. He suppressed his complicated feelings and hurried back. Su Manchin wouldn't work, so he could only look for other people to help him. Many names floated through his mind. They were all business friends with whom he used to have a good relationship. But after he lost his power, their attitude towards him became cold. Even so, he still wanted to give it a try. He used to stand on top of the mountain and enjoy the scenery. How could he allow himself to fall into the dust? If Su Manchin could do it as a woman, he might be able to do it too. He got into the car. Before he reached home, he received a call from the Chu Lian. She sounded flustered and exasperated. Nanju. She had a miscarriage. She's been sent to the hospital. Lu Namju was flustered. He wrote down the address of the hospital that his mother had told him and asked the driver to change the route. She was fine all day. How could she have a miscarriage? Did someone make her angry? He was burning with anxiety. He couldn't wait to fly to the hospital. It just so happened that it was rush hour, and the roads they had to pass through were crowded. When he finally arrived at the hospital, more than 2 hours had passed. Lin Jiaoxi had already been sent to the hospital. Mom, what happened to Jiaoxi? Chu Lian's face flashed with annoyance. It's all her aunt's fault. I don't know what her aunt said to her. She was so angry that she had a miscarriage. I hurriedly asked someone to send her here. Chu Lian had spent a lot of money to find an expert. She had chosen a good birth date and was prepared to send Lin Jiaoxi to have a cesarean section. That way, her grandson would be destined to be rich as soon as he was born. However, Lin Jiaoxi's aunt ruined her plan, which made her very angry. Especially Lin Jiaoxi's aunt, whom she had specially invited to talk to her. Now that this had happened, she felt like she had been slapped in the face. Lu Namju had always disliked the couple who had mistreated Lin Jiaoxi since he was young. Now this had happened. He sneered, walked to a corner, and called his assistant. Didn't the couple value their son the most? Then he would ask someone to break their son's legs. Let's see if they would still be in the mood to bully Jiaoxi. He didn't think that he had broken the law. He only thought that he was protecting his woman. Whoever bullied his woman, he would make them pay the price. After giving the order, his chest calmed down a lot. He continued to wait for Lin Jiaoxi's condition. He waited until the next day. Lin Jiaoxi's pregnancy was very difficult. In the end, she had to have a cesarean section to successfully give birth to a boy who weighed 5.6 pounds. Chu Lian knew that she had a golden grandson. Her mouth was about to reach the corners of her eyes. That's great. Their Li clan had a descendant, although Lu Namju wasn't as rich as before, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. It wasn't a problem to spend a lot of money to hire a few caregivers. When Lin Jiaoxi recovered and tidied up her appearance, Lu Namju talked to her and comforted her. You've worked hard this time, Jiaoxi. When Su Manchin gave birth to Li Xiao, Lu Namju was out on a business trip. When he came back, he saw Su Manchin who had almost recovered. Therefore, he didn't know that it was so difficult for a woman to give birth. As for Chan Kain, by the time he saw the child was already grown up. Lin Jiaoxi's child was the only one he saw when it was born. In terms of feelings, it was a little different. Lin Jiaoxi smiled weakly. It's not difficult. It's worth it for you. Lu Namju asked, what did your aunt say to you to make you so angry? Lin Jiaoxi's face stiffened. Her aunt used her high school experience to threaten her and asked her to give one of the houses under her name to her. At that time, her aunt said with conviction, now that you're with a rich man, you have at least 2 houses under your name. What's wrong with giving one to your brother? At that time, she was afraid that others would hear, and she was angry at her aunt's insatiable greed, so she had a miscarriage. However, the real reason couldn't be told to Lu Namju. She lowered her head. My aunt heard that you're going to remarry your ex-wife, so she asked me to hold on to you. I don't like to hear her say this. I'm not with you for money. I don't want to see you sacrifice so much for me. Lu Namju's heart softened when he heard her caring words. He wanted to kiss Lin Jiaoxi, but when he got close, he smelled her scent. He could even see the freckles on her skin and the pores on her face. Therefore, his body stiffened, and he pulled his head back imperceptibly. When a woman gave birth, no matter how well she recovered, she couldn't become a fairy again in 2 or 3 days. Don't worry, I won't be with her. I don't need her help. I can start from scratch. Obviously, Su Manchin didn't want Lu Namju, but from his mouth, it became that he didn't need Su Manchin. He said it with conviction, and he was so honest that even he believed it. Lin Jiaoxi's eyelids twitched. If he started from scratch, he didn't know how much money he would need. Besides, Lu Namju wasn't a young man anymore, and he might not have the drive he had when he was young. You really don't have to worry about me. I won't disturb you, and I won't go in front of her to prick her eyes. She tried to persuade Lu Namju not to waste time and money. If he didn't hug her thigh, why wait until the new year? Lu Namju's tone was resolute. No, I don't want to use this method. Don't you trust me? Since he said so, what else could Lin Jiaoxi say? She was also afraid that if she said too much, she would anger Lu Namju. After being together for so long, she had some understanding of Lu Namju's character. Lu Namju took out a ring from the box, and put it on her finger. He looked at her affectionately. After you finish your confinement, we'll have a wedding. Because he wasn't as generous as before, Lu Namju bought a 2-carat ring, which cost him 300,000 yuan. If it were an ordinary person, a 300,000 yuan diamond ring would be a sky-high price. However, Lin Jiaoxi couldn't help but compare it to Su Manqin and Qian Cain. When Lu Namju and Su Manqin got married, it could be said that they were a golden couple. The diamond ring he gave Su Manqin was a huge diamond ring worth tens of millions. When he and Qian Cain got married again, it was a wedding of the century that everyone envied. The diamond ring was also the work of a famous designer. There was only one in the world, and it was worth nearly 100 million yuan. Now, it was her turn, and it was a poor 300,000 yuan. Lin Jiaoxi was obviously very sullen, but she still had to show a touched and happy expression. She braced herself and accepted the gift. From the diamond ring, she could guess that even if she married Lu Namju, the wedding would be very shabby. She tried so hard to get close to Lu Namju, and even gave up the prestigious university that she worked so hard to get into, but this was all she got. She couldn't help but feel a little depressed. The only thing that made her happy was that Lu Namju promised her that when the time came, he would give her and her son a few more houses. He definitely wouldn't let her suffer a loss. Therefore, she, who had just given birth not long ago, pulled herself together and flattered Lu Namju. She was very gentle. Lu Namju, who had been severely beaten by Su Manqin, was almost drowning in her tenderness. These days, he accompanied Lin Jiaoxi, and the two of them were very affectionate. As for Chu Lian, now that she had a grandson, she only cared about her grandson and the children in the other 6 women's wombs. Therefore, she didn't say anything about the good relationship between the two of them. Lu Namju originally wanted to regroup after Lin Jiaoxi's confinement. He wanted to work hard in his career and earn money for his son. Unfortunately, his ambition was destined to be destroyed in the face of reality. What was meant to come, would come. On the 10th of May, when he was about to take a walk with Lin Jiaoxi, who was able to get out of bed, 2 plainclothes policemen came. Lu Namju, please come with us for a statement. The policemen took out their documents, and it seemed that if he didn't leave, they would handcuff him. Lu Namju was stunned, and his mind went blank. He said with some difficulty, "Is there a misunderstanding? Was it because of the company's account book? But didn't he already punish him before, or was it because his assistant didn't do a good job and was found out?" The plainclothes policeman spat out 2 names. Lu Namju felt like he was struck by lightning, and his whole body froze. They were the 2 leaders that he used to give money to. They actually fell for it. He smiled miserably. "No need, I'll go by myself." His entire spirit had been beaten to a pulp. Maybe this time, he really couldn't get up. Lin Jiaoxi watched as Lu Namju was taken away, and his whole body felt unwell. 2 days ago, Lu Namju said that he would put 5 houses under her name and the children's names. Could it still be counted now? She had worked so hard for so long, but was it all for nothing? Lu Namju wasn't the only one who was taken away. Li Dongqing, who had only been the boss for a few days, was also taken away. After all, he was an important member of the Li clan and had participated in many of the company's confidential affairs. Some of the major shareholders were also taken away. The whole operation could be said to be swift and decisive, and they didn't have any chance to react at all. It was also because the higher-ups had severely punished them for tax evasion, so Lu Namju thought that only this matter had been exposed, and the other illegal matters had been covered up very well. The entire Li clan was like a dragon without a head, and it could be said that it was in turmoil and chaos. Some people directly posted this matter on the internet. After all, Lu Namju was taken away in the hospital under the watchful eyes of the public, and there were always some busybodies who took photos of it. The higher-ups had no intention of suppressing this matter at all, and allowed all kinds of rumors to ferment on the internet. Li Xiao felt that this was because the higher-ups had already made arrangements for Lu Namju. She felt that with the personality of a Chu Lian, if there was no other way, he might find her mother and ask her for help for the sake of their past relationship. Of course, she didn't want her own mother to be harassed by those people, so she ordered Zhang Yan and the others to let her experience the effect of going around in circles whenever a Chu Lian came over. It turned out that she was quite familiar with the personality of a Chu Lian. The Chu Lian really wanted to find Su Manqin and Li Xiao for help. According to her opinion, a night as husband and wife meant endless devotion. No matter how bad Su Manqin was, it was impossible that he didn't have any feelings for her son. Even if Li Xiao said that they would cut off all ties, the blood flowing in her body was still the blood of the Li clan. How could she turn a blind eye to it? When she dragged this body to see Su Manqin, she didn't believe that she wouldn't have any reaction at all. However, before she could even see him, she had already experienced the feeling of going around in circles for half a day. She was so scared that she almost had a heart attack. When she returned home dejectedly, she was still a little angry. She wanted to use her phone to go online and post on Weibo to circle Li Xiao and Su Manqin. She thought that if she said that she was pitiful on the internet, the netizens would definitely sympathize with her. At that time, public opinion would definitely pressure Li Xiao and the others to help her obediently. Although she was a little afraid of Li Xiao's mysterious means, she still wanted to save her son, so she went all out. However, just as she turned on her computer and logged into Weibo, before she could finish editing the content, the entire house went dark with a bang. The moonlight shone in through the window, and on the computer screen, two faces appeared faintly. One belonged to her, and although the other face couldn't be seen clearly, one could vaguely see long hair. Chu Lian only felt that she was surrounded by cold air. She could even feel that her neck was a little cold. A breeze blew past, as if someone was blowing on her neck. The Chu Lian screamed in despair, rolled his eyes, and fainted. When the little rascal Mao Ruxin proudly reported to her that she had scared the Chu Lian, Li Xiao was a little embarrassed. She really didn't expect the Chu Lian to use public opinion to suppress her when she couldn't see her mother and daughter. She just reminded her, "Don't kill anyone." Mao Ruxin nodded vigorously. "I won't." She still wanted to wait for a good reincarnation in the future. She wanted to accumulate good karma, so of course she wouldn't do anything that would harm her karma. Li Xiao handed her a talisman and said, "You can use this dream-entering talisman on her and enter her dreamland. Remember to let her experience the various punishments of the 18 layers of hell in her dream. Let her know that if she doesn't accumulate good karma, she will be treated like this after death." For someone like the Chu Lian, Li Xiao couldn't dirty her hands to get rid of her, so she could only scare her a little more. Seeing how she usually ate vegetarian and prayed to Buddha, she knew that she still believed in reincarnation after death. Li Xiao couldn't understand these people's thoughts. On one hand, they did bad things without restraint, but on the other hand, they thought that as long as they ate vegetarian and prayed to Buddha, Buddha would protect them and eliminate their sins. How could there be such a good thing in this world? After instructing Mao Ruxin, Li Xiao couldn't be bothered to care about the Li clan's affairs. After nearly half a year of renovation, her Taoist temple was finally almost finished. The originally dilapidated Taoist temple now looked solemn and dignified. Su Manqin also specially designed Taoist robes for their sect. After wearing them, they looked more and more like a celestial being. Li Xiao hung a plaque with the words Yin Xiao Guan and asked her disciple Sun Rui to stay in the Taoist temple if he had nothing to do. She also gave Sun Rui a salary of 20,000 yuan a month and helped pay for the insurance and housing funds. He only needed to take out 10% of the extra money he earned to fund the Taoist temple. The rest was taken by himself. When Sun Rui found out, he wanted to cry. From now on, he could be considered a real Taoist priest. His dream of many years had been fulfilled. She also gave Sun Hai the title of a guest of Yun Guan and paid him a salary every month. He and his subordinates only needed to occasionally guide Sun Rui. After being busy for a period of time, Yun Guan was finally established again smoothly. It could be said that there was still a successor. After putting down this burden, Li Xiao could even feel that her cultivation seemed to have increased a lot because of this. The fragment of the void mirror that she carried with her was emitting a sparkling light. It was a world of difference from the gloominess it had when they first met. Li Xiao injected her spiritual power into the fragment of the void mirror and felt the Taoist techniques in this divine tool. Although she only had a fragment in her hand, it was still a divine tool after all. After recovering a part of its power, it was quite extraordinary. However, Li Xiao did not do this casually. She asked Xianxia to help protect her. Perhaps it was because the Great Void technique was born from the Great Void mirror, but Li Xiao felt that her power was so compatible with this mirror. After her spiritual power entered the Great Void mirror, her consciousness also entered it. She could faintly see a folded and shining river. It exuded an aura that seemed to be illusory yet real. She suddenly had a kind of realization. This was the path that the void mirror represented. However, this path was not complete. There was only one section. Was it because she only had one fragment in her hand? Would she be able to touch the complete path if she collected all the fragments? Her heart stirred. Her figure flashed and she arrived in front of the path. As soon as her hand touched the path, she felt a huge force trying to drag her in. Li Xiao's expression changed. She wanted to break free. In the next second, something seemed to explode. The dazzling white light stung her eyes. She subconsciously closed her eyes and tears flowed down. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing on a piece of land. She was surrounded by green grass, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. Li Xiao frowned slightly. Did she come to a small world created by the fragment of the void mirror? She looked around and felt that the scenery here was quite unfamiliar to her. It was a place she had never been to before. She pricked up her ears and could even hear the sound of waves in the distance. Was there a sea nearby? Li Xiao did not know why the fragment of the void mirror brought her here. She just followed her premonition and walked in the direction of the sound of waves. When she came to the seaside, the sea breeze with the smell of fish blew over. She lowered her head and the sea surface faintly reflected her face. She was surprised to find that, it was not her original face. How should she describe this face? Big eyes, a tall nose, every facial feature was very beautiful. But when combined, there was an indescribable sense of inconsistency. Li Xiao frowned. Don't tell her that she had transmigrated again, could it be? She wanted to study it carefully. This face was not pleasing to the eye. Her original face was still better looking. At this time, she heard a soft voice. The voice was very soft. If she was not careful, it would be covered by the sea breeze. Finally seeing someone, Li Xiao was delighted. She followed the voice and walked over. The person was behind a reef. He was wearing a green robe and was incomparably elegant. It was Xianxia. Xianxia's face was stern. He said to the rock very seriously, "Next month is my 30,000th birthday. I want to invite you to participate. It seems a little inappropriate. Let's change the wording." Li Xiao was speechless. What was Xianxia doing? Just like that, she watched Xianxia practice very seriously. She could roughly guess a little. Xianxia wanted to invite someone to his birthday. She couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia, who was practicing how to invite people so seriously, was really quite cute. Who is it? Xianxia sensed movement. He raised his head and accurately saw Li Xiao. Li Xiao discovered that his eyes were golden. They were suffused with a cold metallic luster. Compared to the Xianxia in her memory, he had an additional touch of coldness that belonged to a god. The next second, the corners of his lips curled up, revealing a joyful smile. 99, you're here, 99, what kind of name was that? It sounded very casual. Li Xiao grunted and walked in front of him. What did you want to say to me just now? Xianxia blinked and stammered, nothing. Li Xiao reached out and poked him. She was surprised to find that she was actually quite proficient in this action, as if she had done it thousands of times. What are you doing? You can say it to a rock, but you can't say it to me? Could it be that a rock is more likable than me? Xianxia's white jade-like face flushed red. No. He took a deep breath. You're my good friend. I want to invite you to my birthday next month. After saying this, his expression was tense and he looked very nervous. Li Xiao saw this and only wanted to laugh. Why did this Songhai seem even more shy than she remembered? She probed, do you know Li Xiao? Songhai's expression was a little dazed. Li Xiao had a sudden realization. Could it be that she had traveled to a long time ago, before Songhai had met her? No, it was probably at least a few hundred years ago. She said, your birthday? But I don't have a suitable gift for you. I'm too embarrassed to come empty-handed. I'm afraid of embarrassing myself. Songhai said, it's okay. I can help you prepare it. Li Xiao's conscience ached, but she also had the urge to bully him. She coughed, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. What gift are you going to prepare for me? Songhai thought for a moment and said, I can help you prepare a mustard seed. Li Xiao was a little unhappy. What? Was he like this to all his friends? The smile on her face faded. Other than me, what other friends do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, Songhai started counting. Li Xiao interrupted him. I'm not asking you to count. Songhai looked at her innocently. That's their names. Li Xiao was shocked. No, Songhai didn't suspect anything was wrong at all? All his friends were numbered? It was obvious that he had been cheated. And it was a large-scale fraud gang. This was too much. They even cheated a simple child like Songhai. Didn't their conscience hurt? Including the owner of this body, it was obvious that she was also a fraud. Li Xiao was so angry. You. She was just about to say something, such as telling Songhai that the numbers from 1 to 99 were all lies. In the next second, the world in front of her eyes shattered, turning into a stream of light that drilled into her mind. Li Xiao reopened her eyes and found that she had returned to the original quiet room. Songhai was next to her, staring at her without blinking. Li Xiao rubbed her temples and half-closed her eyes. That short journey just now was not without gains. At least now she felt that her understanding of the Taishu mantra had reached a higher level. After all, she had once touched upon the essence of the great Tao. She even felt that she could faintly see the path to follow. Even if she did not find the cultivation method, it would not affect her. Just now, your aura suddenly became very faint, Songhai said. If he had not sensed that Li Xiao's soul was still there, he would have attacked. Li Xiao said, I just had a dream. Songhai suddenly understood. You fell asleep? Sometimes I fall asleep like this. The corner of Li Xiao's mouth twitched. No, she wasn't the kind of person who would fall asleep while practicing. She was different from Songhai, someone who fell asleep at any time. She recalled the scene she saw in the fragment of the Taishu mirror, but she still did not ridicule him. This child was too simple. He clearly had a noble status and extraordinary strength, but he was still deceived. She faintly asked, how many friends do you have? Do you still remember? Songhai said, before you, there were 99. His voice rose slightly at the end. What about them? Songhai said, they will come back. His tone was certain, as if he was just stating a fact. She did not know if it was an illusion, but in that instant, Li Xiao seemed to have seen his eyes turn golden. Forget it. It was fine if Songhai's swindler friends did not come back. If they dared to appear in front of Songhai again, don't blame Li Xiao for beating them up. She had always been protective of her own people and could not bear to see her own people being bullied. Songhai had undoubtedly been classified as one of her own people. The fragment of the Great Void Mirror had once again lost its luster and appeared dim after the previous attack. Li Xiao kept the fragment and continued digesting what he had just gained. By the time she had digested most of her gains, a week had passed. Li Xiao also felt that she had smoothly stepped into the 7th level. She didn't even feel any bottlenecks in her cultivation. When she broke through, she felt that everything was so natural. This Great Void Mirror was really awesome. Even if it was just a fragment, it allowed her cultivation method to take a huge leap. It was as if she had taken an immortal pill. No wonder so many people wanted to find this thing. Li Xiao happily pondered over the benefits of this cultivation. The previous temple master of the Great Void Temple had at most reached the 5th level, so he was not clear about the situation of the subsequent cultivation methods. Li Xiao studied it for a few days and found that not only did her level of illusion improve, she could also use illusion to create physical objects, although the time she could maintain it was not long. In addition, she could also drag people into the dream world, although the time was not long. But for her who cultivated the Great Void technique, the dream world, this kind of place between illusion and reality, was undoubtedly her home ground. With a thought, a woman with bright eyes appeared beside her. The woman looked exactly the same as her, tilting her head and smiling at her. Very good. Even Li Xiao herself could not tell the difference between her and the real person. She sat in front of the table, picked up the brush, and followed the light, creating an illusion talisman in one go. She spent several talismans and handed them to Sun Rui, which could be considered as giving him some self-defense skills. Sun Rui happily received them, and then looked seriously at Li Xiao. Master, your skin seems to be better. Li Xiao touched her face. This is probably the benefit of the cultivation method. She checked the situation of Sun Rui's cultivation during this period of time, and seeing that he did not deteriorate, she let him go. At the end of May, Li Xiao finally received a notice from Minister Wang. The time for this year's spiritual conference has been set to be 1 week later, on the 3rd of June. Li Xiao had previously submitted her and Song Hai's names, so the two of them already had their visas processed. She immediately booked tickets for her and Song Hai to the capital. She and the others will gather at the capital, and then go abroad together. Before that, she can make a few more talismans as her trump cards. Talismans like the space-piercing talisman and the 5 thunder curse, which are quite useful, of course the more the better. Li Xiao also prepared a lot for Song Hai. After all, these talismans need to be drawn on jade, and the cost of one talisman costs 10,000 yuan. For someone as poor as Song Hai, he definitely can't afford it. Li Xiao was not short of money, so she simply bought it all. Speaking of which, she had purchased these jades from the pay-to-win player, Wang Sen, whom she had met before. Wang Sen's family was in the jewelry and jade business. Li Xiao needed a large quantity of jade. If she went to find someone to buy scattered pieces every time, it would be very troublesome. So she simply bought a lot of jade from Wang Sen's family. Wang Sen's father probably wanted to build a good relationship with her, so he gave these to her at the cost price. As a reward, Li Xiao also sent some talismans over. She gave some jade to Song Hai, so that he can draw some useful talismans. Song Hai waved his hand and refused. I don't need talismans. He did not need this as an intermediary to cast spells. Li Xiao realized that if she used talismans, she would be looking down on Song Hai. After they were fully prepared, they took a plane to the capital together. On May 30th, she met the fellow Taoists from China who were traveling together at Baiyun Taoist Temple. Minister Wang introduced them with a smile. To be precise, he was actually introducing the others to Li Xiao. After all, the other fellow Taoists all knew each other. Only Li Xiao rose too quickly and rarely participated in other activities, so the rest of the people's understanding of her was limited to the girl who single-handedly defeated the Xinglunian. Not only Li Xiao, but Song Hai, who was beside her, also looked too young. Both of them had a beauty that made people forget about worldly customs. Even if they were compared to celebrities in the entertainment industry, they were not inferior at all. Compared to other Taoist priests and monks who were all above 50 years old, they were completely different styles. Li Xiao listened to Minister Wang's introduction and memorized their names and identities. Among them, the one with the most prominent status was none other than Daoist Chen, the abbot of the Baiyun sect. He stroked his white beard and looked like a kind old man. He sighed with emotion. Heroes really come from the young. He knew more inside information, so he would not underestimate these two young people just because of their age. Perfected Chen's gaze fell on Song Hai, and there was a hint of hesitation on his face. This young man's aura was particularly thin, as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Although he had not heard of his name, he did not dare to underestimate him. He did not know if this was the legendary celestial realm. He would not be able to cultivate to this level even if he was given another 100 years. Ever since the spirit energy in China had gradually thinned, their cultivation had become more and more difficult. After Minister Wang finished the introduction, he said, "You can discuss who will be the leader when the time comes." Li Xiao was not interested in being the leader, but she could feel that several people disapproved of her. She even heard one of them, perfectedly, sigh and say to his old friend, Master Ji He, who was also the only monk present, "Every year, there are always such people who go abroad to gild themselves. this year, it's even worse. Two of them came directly. We'll have to worry about protecting them when the time comes. Perfected Chen is really good-tempered. He's not angry even with 2 extra burdens. When Perfectedly spoke, he did not forget to set up a barrier. Unfortunately, his barrier was useless against Li Xiao. She could hear their conversation clearly, which was very awkward. She looked up at the sky and then cleared her throat. How do we choose the leader? Do we vote? In that case, could she make a few copies of herself and vote for herself? Perfectedly, who had finished complaining to his friend, frowned and said, the position of leader cannot be neglected. How can we make such a joke? Of course, only a highly respected and powerful fellow Taoist can be the leader. Li Xiao nodded. Highly respected. I think I'm quite suitable. The other fellow Taoists were stunned by her shameless self-praise. Song Hai echoed seriously, well, Xiaoxiao's moral character is noble, and she has a good reputation. Perfectedly couldn't help but say, besides the 2 of you, who else thinks so? Li Xiao said calmly, my moral character has been officially certified. I have received several official silk banners. Even the government of Am was impressed by my noble character and gave me a medal. Do you have a medal? The other perfected men's faces twitched. They were not short of silk banners, but they had never received a medal from a foreigner before. No, why had they been led astray by this little girl? Master Ji-he, who was constantly being poked on the arm by Perfectedly, said helplessly, I think that as the leader, we have to lead everyone to win this competition. We also have to have the means to strategize. Strength comes first. Li Xiao smiled softly. Strength was the last thing she lacked. She stood in the middle. Who wants to fight with me? The other perfected men didn't expect her to be so confident and looked at each other. Although they were not convinced by Li Xiao and Song Hai, they couldn't bear to bully a little girl. In the end, it was the relatively young Daoist Yang from Shangqing Palace who stepped forward. Excuse me. Then, in the next second, they only saw a blur in front of their eyes, and they couldn't see Daoist Yang and Li Xiao anymore. Eh? They looked around. A minute later, Li Xiao and Daoist Yang reappeared in front of them. Daoist Yang's breath was weak, and his expression seemed to have suffered a great blow. He sighed deeply and said, it's true that the new generation of the Yangtze River excels the old. I'm sincerely convinced. Just now, he had been directly dragged into a dream, and what greeted him was all kinds of spells and Taoist magic. He didn't even have time to use his own Taoist magic before he died several times with a dazed expression. But he didn't think Li Xiao was cheating. The fact that the other party could take him into the dream without any resistance was enough to see the other party's level. While he was disheartened, he also felt gratified. In any case, they didn't have to worry about the Huan Nation's profound sect having no successor. Even if they were gone, there would be someone to hold up the sky. Therefore, he admitted defeat very calmly and didn't hate Li Xiao at all. Daoist Yang was young compared to the other fellow Taoists, but his strength was above average. In the end, he lost in such a short time, and it seemed that he didn't have any temper at all after losing. They asked themselves honestly, if they were to go up and fight with Daoist Yang, even if they could win, it would take them half an hour. How could they be like Li Xiao, who decided the victory with lightning speed? They couldn't see the fight just now, and the more they couldn't see, the more they imagined Li Xiao, and their expressions became unpredictable. Daoist Chen of Baiyun Taoist Temple said, it seems that fellow Daoist Li deserves to be the leader. Li Xiao interrupted him and smiled slightly. I think you're more suitable. Daoist Chen looked at her in surprise. He thought that Li Xiao had just made a big fuss because she wanted to be the leader. He could understand that young people liked to be in the limelight. He had long passed the age of competition. In addition, Li Xiao was good-looking and about the same age as his granddaughter, so he was more tolerant of her. Li Xiao said, I don't want to be the leader. I just want to prove that I'm not here to be gilded. If she didn't fight, others would think that the 2 of them were dragging the team down. Daoist Li, who had complained to his friend before, didn't expect that his enchantment would have no effect on her at all. His face turned red when he was caught speaking ill of her. In the end, he bowed and said, okay, I'm blind. He simply admitted his mistake, and of course, Li Xiao wouldn't hold on to it. Without Li Xiao making trouble, the position of leader finally fell on Daoist Chen, who was expected to be the leader. After deciding on the positions, Qin Jinren asked someone to bring a bag over. He said to everyone, "This is a magic tool that I asked someone to buy from the higher-ups. It's very useful to subdue demons and devils. You can each take 2 with you." Li Xiao looked at the bag with bright eyes. She was looking forward to it. She didn't know what was inside. When the bag was opened, everyone saw that there were recording pens piled up inside. Li Xiao? Wait, it couldn't be what she thought, could it? Li Xiao's eyes flickered. Have you used this before? This was definitely recorded by her. The brand was exactly the same. She bought a bunch of them wholesale. The boss even gave her a 10% discount because she bought so many copies. A perfected person's tone was somewhat excited. I know. I once used it to help me convert an evil spirit. When that evil spirit heard it, he cried and begged me to give him a quick death. Perfected person Yang, who had also used it, nodded, indicating that he was a loyal fan of this recording pen. I don't know who wrote that scripture. It's really benevolent and benefits the public. Unfortunately, my level is limited. Even if I read the scripture according to that scripture, it doesn't have the effect of converting evil spirits. This made them feel particularly regretful. They could only ask their superiors for more when they needed it. For example, this recording pen could only be used a limited number of times, so they could only use it sparingly. To be honest, if it wasn't for the importance of this matter, the superiors wouldn't have generously given out 20 copies, 2 for each person. Li Xiao listened to their praises of this recording pen, and the praise on her face was so sincere. Sigh, she couldn't help it. She was such an outstanding person. However, she also didn't expect that even these fellow Taoists with a certain level of cultivation couldn't display the effects of the scripture. Could it be because she was originally so gifted? She couldn't help but look at Song Hai, who took out the scripture. Song Hai's face was still calm, as if this was a very normal thing. Li Xiao couldn't help but have some doubts. Did Song Hai already guess? She listened to the other perfected person blowing on the recording pen. After they were done, they continued to blow on her. It made her feel comfortable all over, as if all the pores on her body were opened. After listening to more or less, she kindly reminded them, "Since you've all used this recording pen, don't you think that the sound of the recording pen sounds very familiar? Was there a mistake?" She was standing right here, but no one recognized it? Her voice was so pleasant to listen to and so recognizable, Li Xiao refused to accept it. Perfected person Chen of Baiyun sect said very honestly, "We were only focused on memorizing the scripture and didn't notice anything else." That's right. I wonder which fellow Taoist did this. I really want to have a good chat with her. They could open another one and listen to it, but this recording pen was only effective for the first few times it was used to eliminate evil spirits. Every time it was used, it would be used less. Therefore, they really couldn't bear to use it casually. They had to use it properly and couldn't use it as a joke. Li Xiao looked up at the sky and coughed. I recorded this scripture. I recorded for many days. Her tone was calm, but when it fell into the ears of others, it had the effect of being struck by lightning. They looked at Li Xiao in a daze. Xinren Chen's hand trembled and accidentally pulled out a strand of his beard. It was so painful that he wanted to bare his teeth. Fellow Taoist Li. It took him a while to find his voice. Li Xiao said calmly, "I was the one who recorded it. My voice was hoarse for the past few days." She took in the dumbfounded expressions of these people. She had to admit that her mood was very good, so good that she was about to ascend to the heavens. Xinren Li immediately changed his expression. "Well, I can provide a recording pen. I'll go and place an order." The other Xinren also expressed their opinions. "No need. I'll pay for it. Let me do it. This is the capital, so it's considered my territory." Li Xiao was speechless. Don't think that I didn't notice their disgusted intentions? Are they going to make me record it before I go abroad? Don't even think about it. ********. In the end, Li Xiao agreed to read it twice at most. Then, Xinren Chen of Baiyun Taoist Temple showed everyone what it meant to be old ginger was spicier. He called all his disciples over and each of them opened a few recording pens to help record. As a famous Taoist temple, Baiyun Taoist temple naturally had a lot of disciples. It was completely unlike Li Zhao's side, which only had 2 or 3 kittens. They couldn't even gather a cleaning team and could only hire housekeepers. Seeing this, the Zhenren of the other Taoist temples only wanted to scold him for being treacherous. After all, this was not their territory. They could only work harder to open a few more recording pens. At this time, they really wished that they had 3 heads and 6 arms. However, after this incident, Li Zhao's relationship with them improved a lot. No matter what, the same scripture had no effect when they read it out, but when it came out of Li Zhao's mouth, it was extremely lethal. From this point, one could see Li Zhao's ability. They didn't stay in the capital for long. After making some preparations, they took a plane to go abroad. The good thing was that they didn't need to transfer planes this time. Zhenren Yang had once complained that the venue they went to 3 years ago was too remote. They only had to transfer planes 3 times. These few days, Li Xiao, who was participating for the first time, was also taught some things to take note of in this metaphysics assembly. Some of the foreign sorcerers were not as open and aboveboard as China. They were unscrupulous in their actions. For example, there was a fellow Taoist who was cursed by a conjurer out of sympathy. He could only miss that competition. China couldn't transfer others over, so they could only have 1 less person. Every year, the purpose of the assembly was to win some resources. Not only was it the spiritual energy needed for cultivation, but it was also the fate of the country. Although they couldn't get much of the fate of the country back, even if it was just a little, it would be beneficial to the country. They wouldn't let it go so easily. Everyone's collective sense of honor was still very strong. They wanted to win glory for the country. Li Xiao was a little surprised. Something like the fate of the country could be controlled by ordinary humans. Even Song Hai, who was usually out of sorts, had his aura fluctuate the moment he heard about the fate of the country. His eyes turned cold gold, and a sharp color flashed across them. Li Xiao asked him in private. It was rare for her to see Song Hai have such a reaction. Song Hai pondered for a moment and said, "This so-called fate of the country should be the dragon vein." They obtained a dragon vein. As Qing Long, Song Hai would definitely not sit back and watch the dragon vein be divided up by them as if it was a victory. She clenched her fists. Since it's the dragon vein, only you have the right to deal with it. Let's get the dragon vein back this time. Now that there were no other dragons in the land of China, Song Hai naturally had the right to take back this thing. Anyway, she had the mustard seed in her hand. She could put the dragon vein into it without anyone noticing. Humph, how could those foreigners have the nerve to use something from Hua as a prize? Li Xiao guessed that it was stolen during the era of war. She silently bore a grudge in her heart. She asked Song Hai, "How big is the dragon vein?" It would be bad if the mustard seed couldn't fit. Her mustard seed was about the size of a basketball court. If it was really too big and couldn't be shrunk, she couldn't cut the dragon vein into several pieces, right? Imagining that scene, Li Xiao couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Song Hai's eyes had turned black again. It's okay. If it's near me, I'll be able to sense it, and I can put it away. Li Xiao was relieved to hear this. She felt that she was really prescient to bring Song Hai here. When they arrived, it was night time. China was quite good in this aspect. As soon as they got off the plane, a special car came to pick them up and take them to the hotel to rest. After resting for the night, they got on the bus and went straight to the venue. It was said that it was a small village in F country. The mountains were beautiful and the air was fresh. Speaking of which, China was clearly the strongest in metaphysics, but every time they became the landlord of the East, they didn't have a share. Li Xiao felt that it was time to set a new rule. She also knew why China tolerated this in the past. It was because only F country, Y country, and M country knew where the so-called national destiny was. After Song Hai got off the bus, he frowned slightly. Li Xiao asked him in a low voice, "What's wrong? Did you sense it?" Song Hai's expression became serious. "Yes, it's very close, but it's very far away." Speaking of this, he was a little confused. Li Xiao comforted him. "It's okay. We have plenty of time. We can take our time to find it." She looked around. They didn't come early. Most of the countries had already arrived. She could see the aura on everyone's body. Some had black aura lingering around them. It was obvious that they cultivated more sinister curses. Some had bloody light on their bodies. Li Xiao silently recorded it in her account book. She would deal with them one by one when the time came. Perhaps it was because of her personality, but she hated those who did evil just because they had more magical powers than ordinary people. Since those people followed the law of the jungle, she could do the same to them. She and Songhai were young and had eye-catching appearances. As soon as they arrived, they attracted a lot of attention. Some were scrutinizing and some were contemptuous. Li Xiao didn't care. However, her team from Y country hadn't arrived yet, so she hadn't seen the two Grand Dukes. That's right. Although the two Grand Dukes were now living in M country, their nationality still belonged to Y country. As a newcomer, she obediently followed behind Xianxia and kept a low profile. Suddenly, many insects crawled out from all directions. Centipedes, spiders, ants, scorpions. There were all kinds of insects. Those insects were densely packed, forming a sea that gave people goosebumps. Wherever they went, not even a blade of grass was left. Perfected Chen sighed. The Southeast Asian Alliance has arrived. Yes, those who came to participate were not all countries. For example, some of the weaker countries would gather together to form an alliance. At the same time, Li Xiao also saw a bus driving over. Those insects that were originally wandering aimlessly suddenly stopped. Then, they changed direction and crawled towards the Chinese side. They were getting faster and faster, forming a faint murderous aura. When the other countries' mages saw this, they couldn't help but laugh. They didn't expect to see two countries fighting before it even started. Gloating was the nature of most people. Not to mention, in this place, where countries competed with each other, everyone wished to have fewer opponents. Li Xiao coldly snorted, and a fire rose from the ground. The fire burned all the way, and the insects were burned clean, not even leaving behind ashes. Since they dared to provoke her, they shouldn't blame her for burning them all. The whole place was silent. Li Xiao frowned. It's a little hot. The weather was already quite hot. Now that she added fuel to the fire, it was like being in a steamer. Songhai looked at her. Then let's have a rain to cool down. Li Xiao of course didn't doubt his ability. She was a little troubled. I didn't bring an umbrella. It's okay. You won't get wet. In the next second, a few dark clouds floated in the originally blue sky. In the blink of an eye, it started to rain heavily. The other mages who couldn't dodge in time were drenched by the sudden rain. As for Li Xiao's side, with her as the center, there wasn't a single drop of rain. It formed a vacuum. Li Xiao nodded in satisfaction. It's much cooler. The other mages wiped their faces, cursing in their hearts. As a Hua citizen who was not drenched by the rain, Qin Zhenren looked at the unhappy expressions of the other countries and was secretly pleased. This act of pretentiousness was simply a natural act. In the past few days, Songhai had been staying by Li Xiao's side. His presence was weak, so they could not help but think that he was a disciple brought out by Li Xiao to see the world. In the end, they did not expect that Songhai, who had not shown himself before, would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. It rained when he said it would, and with such precise control, it was hard not to be convinced. Especially during the entire process, he did not even need to chant or borrow the power of the talisman when he cast the spell. It was as if to him, it was as simple as eating a meal. They could not help but think of a phrase, birds of a feather flocked together. No one suspected that Songhai was a demon. After all, Songhai's aura was pure and there was no demon aura at all. At most, they only suspected that he was a disciple carefully cultivated by a hidden sect. Hua Nation was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Perhaps there was a hidden expert in some corner. Therefore, after the surprise, they quickly accepted this setting. In any case, the stronger Songhai was, the better it would be for Hua Nation. As for the other foreigners, they looked for a place to hide from the rain while cursing in their hearts. However, they did not dare to show it. They were not fools. They could see the other party's ability from this move. Of course, they would not foolishly go up and be the first target. Their vigilance towards Hua Nation was at its highest. They originally thought that the two young people were just there to make up the numbers, but they had just arrived and already displayed impressive strength. This year's Huan nation was not to be underestimated. Shanghai took a while to stop the rain. As for the Southeast Asian Union, their bus had arrived long ago, but no one got off to get wet. After the rain stopped, the bus door opened. The mages who came out did not look too good. They had just been slapped in the face before they could establish their prestige. Li Xiao memorized their faces. When she saw the last person in the group, she was shocked. The last mage in the Southeast Asian Union. Her slender body was wrapped in a black gauze, which made her face look even paler. Her lips were pale and bloodless, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her breathing was weak. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a bit of damage just now. If he wasn't mistaken, she was the one who had created that pile of bugs. Li Xiao sighed softly. It was actually her old acquaintance, Li Qianfei. She did not expect to meet the missing Li Qianfei in this place. She had also become a member of the Southeast Asian Alliance and was about to become their competitor. Just half a year ago, Li Qianfei was just an ordinary person. Now, he had the ability to participate in the competition. It was obvious that he had used a cheat. Li Xiao probed her body with his divine sense and more or less had a guess. There was a sleeping scorpion in Li Qianfei's body, and the aura of the scorpion indicated that it had already passed the first tribulation. No wonder. No wonder Li Qianfei could summon so many insects. She had seen her before, so she wanted to use the insects to teach her a lesson. She did not expect that those insects would be burned by Li Xiao. Planting a scorpion spirit in her body, she would sooner or later become the scorpion spirit's food and be devoured by the other party. She did not know what was wrong with Li Qianfei, he just had to court death. Even if the other party had a scorpion spirit, Li Xiao was not afraid. Even if there were two scorpion spirits, they might not be her opponent, not to mention Li Qianfei, who was just a host and could only use less than half of his strength. She turned her head and ignored Li Qianfei. If someone wanted to court death, she would not rush to help him. Li Qianfei saw Li Xiao nonchalantly turn her head and talk to Shanghai. Her expression showed that she did not put her in her eyes. She clenched her hands into fists, and hatred wrapped around her like a vine. It was like this again. No matter what she did, Li Xiao always had that kind of high and mighty attitude, as if she was just a tiny grain of sand that she did not put in her eyes. She hated the other party's expression. She hated that she could not pull her down from a high place and fall into a quagmire. She wanted to see that arrogant face begging her for mercy with tears and snot. These 4 months of life could be said to be her biggest nightmare. Even the dark days of owing money to the loan sharks last year, in comparison, became insignificant small annoyances. When she went abroad with Alan, Li Qianfei thought that her new life was about to begin. She and her mother looked forward to a beautiful future together. Li Zhao's arrival broke all the dreams. She, who could have smoothly entered the fashion industry, was suddenly boycotted and blacklisted. Her mother, who used to love her, also disappeared. She wanted to find Alan, but Uncle Alan seemed to be a different person. He showed a cold and ruthless face to her, and even had her sent to Southeast Asia. There, she was like a commodity, being selected. Because she had a purine body, she was even fancied by the black sorcerers there, who wanted to take her as a furnace. How could Li Qianfei give herself to an old and ugly man? This ending was more miserable than the future she dreamed of when she was young. She could not accept it no matter what. Just when she was in despair, a female sorcerer fancied her, saying that the evil spirit in her body was very suitable to be a host for the great god. Those few days, to her, were like hell. She did not expect that the implantation of the god of poison would be so painful. It was so painful that she wanted to bite her tongue and commit suicide. When she was in a trance, she saw another future. In that future, after her mother married her father, the two of them had a harmonious relationship, and created a love story. When she was young, she became Quan Yeltsin's savior. When she grew up, she met Quan Yeltsin. The vicious Li Xiao tried to impersonate her and be together with Quan Yeltsin. In the end, she was seen through by Quan Yeltsin and was sent abroad to do illegal work. And she married Quan Yeltsin and lived a happy life. This was the original trajectory of her life. She looked back at her short life. All her nightmares were because of Li Xiao. If it were not for Li Xiao, there would not be a rift between her father and mother, and they would not become a pair of resentful couples. If it were not for Li Xiao, Quan Ilsen would not hate her so much, treating her like a worm and not willing to look at her. Originally, they could have become an enviable couple. If it were not for Li Xiao coming to M country, she and her mother could start a new life. She would not have been reduced to become the host of the god of poison in order to prevent herself from becoming a human furnace. Yes, all the pain and suffering in her life originated from her. As long as she was removed, her inner demons would not exist, and she would not have to live in hatred and pain every day. She took a deep breath, trying to calm down the emotional waves caused by seeing Li Xiao. Just now, because she was too ostentatious, she lost to Li Xiao. It was obvious that the advantage of the worm was secrecy, but she gave up this point. Next time, she would not give Li Xiao a chance to win. There was no reason for her to lose to Li Xiao again. Even if Li Xiao was powerful, there was a god in her body. How could a mere human resist a god? When she found a way to fully exert the power of the god of poison, that day would be the day of Li Xiao's death. She collected her emotions, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Her originally delicate face was added with a charm of enchantment, which made some magicians with weak willpower could not help but be in a trance for a moment, showing an infatuated expression. Seeing this, Li Qianfei's smile deepened, and there was a touch of charm in her eyes and eyebrows. Li Xiao slightly frowned. Li Qianfei and the worm in her body were very compatible, and she had even been affected by her. If this continued, she was likely to be assimilated. Song Hai was ready to move, and muttered, "I want to chop her, the smell is so bad." Li Xiao was stunned for a moment, and knew that Song Hai was talking about the smell of Li Qianfei. The worm in her body had sucked countless human lives, and the smell of blood was too strong to be ignored. No wonder Song Hai was unhappy. Speaking of which, only she and Song Hai could sense this, and the others looked as if nothing had happened. She comforted him, "Bear with it, killing people in public is not good for our country's image. We are a country of etiquette." She paused for a moment and added, "Well, you can do it in private, but of course, you can't leave any trace." Song Hai showed a faint smile. In the next 2 days, people from other countries arrived one after another. Not only the vampires represented Y country, but also the bishop with a sacred aura. Li Xiao was very impressed. They came together with the vampires, and did not fight. She greeted the 2 dukes with familiarity, and said that she would not be merciful when the time came. The last to arrive was the team from F country, which was also the host this time. Their leader, Adrian, was a handsome man. His skin was too pale, and he had a gloomy aura. His appearance was even more like a vampire than the 2 dukes. Li Xiao glanced at him strangely. She had heard Chen Zhenren mention that this Adrian was the heir of a foreign exorcist family, and had inherited the power of his ancestors. In the end, he was defeated by Grand Duke Smith, and almost doubted his life. The reason why this year's event was delayed so long was because he suddenly went into seclusion. Li Xiao did not know if it was an illusion, but she felt that there was something wrong with this Adrian, but she could not tell what was wrong. She turned her head, and saw that Song Hai's lazy expression had disappeared, and his body was emitting a dangerous aura. Li Xiao asked him, "What's wrong? What's wrong with him?" She rarely saw Song Hai with such an expression. Song Hai's tone was cold. "He has the smell of a flood dragon." Li Xiao was surprised. "You don't like flood dragons?" According to her understanding, if a flood dragon had some opportunity, it could transform into a real dragon, and become one of Song Hai's people. Song Hai said, "When I was asleep, someone had sneaked into the dragon palace and stole the dragon pearl. The aura left behind at that time was very similar to this." He spat out a familiar name, Xing Lixing. Li Xiao reacted, "Xinglunian's ancestor?" "Oh, right. Xinglunian had the blood of a flood dragon, and it should be related to Xing Lixing's ancestor." She had even obtained a book of spells written by him, and gave it to Song Hai. She remembered that Xinglunian had once used a pearl to change the water flow, and maliciously destroyed the feng shui of the Su family. She continued to ask Song Hai, "Was that dragon pearl given to Xinglunian later? He used it to suppress the water flow?" Song Hai shook his head. "He only used a fake. The real dragon pearl has more than that." His tone was calm, but it contained confidence. She could not help but look at Adrian, this person must have been in contact with Xianxia recently. On the other hand, Adrian, who caught her attention, was in high spirits. In this spiritual conference, he would definitely defeat those despicable bloodlings, and let the family shine again. He would let everyone know that he was worthy of the title of a genius. He looked around, only to feel that he was not on the same level as them, and no one was his match. He gently rubbed the ancient ring on his finger, and communicated with another consciousness in his mind. "Old mister, I remember you said that there is a hidden artifact fragment here." "That's right." An old voice sounded in his head. Adrian's blue eyes were sparkling. He had liked to read Chinese novels since he was young, especially those fantasy novels. For this reason, he even went out of his way to learn this esoteric language. The male protagonist in the novel would often fall off a cliff to obtain secret martial arts manuals, or accidentally drip his blood onto his family's heirloom, thus activating his portable space. Every time he read such novels, his heart would burn with passion. Thus, he developed the habit of buying ancient jewelry from small stalls. 3 months ago, he accidentally obtained this ring, and after dripping his blood onto it, he found the old man who bound it to him. Under the old man's guidance, he went into seclusion to cultivate, and his strength improved, and he became more convinced that he was the legendary male protagonist. This spiritual conference would be his biggest stage, and he would make the whole world tremble with his name. Every year, the rules of the competition were set by the host. For example, last year's competition was a one-on-one battle and a team competition. This year, Country F obviously wanted to do something different. They took out a photo and said, "This time, the main goal is to collect this thing. The ranking will be based on the number of things collected." In the photo, there was an illusory fruit that emitted an orange glow. This is the yellow millet fruit. After consuming it, you can experience it in your dreams for a year. Songhai's words were transmitted. Obviously, he was using telepathy. Li Zhao's heart skipped a beat. "Yellow millet dream?" she asked Songhai. "Will the cultivation in the dream be reflected on the body?" "It should be." Li Xiao understood. Her gaze fell on Adrian, whose eyes lit up when he saw the yellow millet fruit. She had some guesses in her heart. This young master of the exorcist family, could it be that he had used this thing before? He was considered young among these people, but his strength was not inferior to Qin Jinren and the rest. She even suspected that Country F had benefited from this during the competition a few years ago. Thus, she decided to list this as a competition item and let everyone help find it. The person in charge of this competition was the president of the Mystic Association. He hesitated for a moment and said, "This thing can allow people to cultivate in their dreams. It is very beneficial. This fruit cannot be touched directly with your hands. Otherwise, you may get lost in the dream. When the time comes, you can use this box to store it." The president took out a crystal box. Li Xiao thought highly of him. They really did reveal these details. Thinking about it, it was understandable. If it was just their country, they would not be able to keep this a secret. Moreover, if something happened to the sorcerers of other countries, they would definitely be held accountable. He might as well tell everyone frankly and win everyone's favor. Moreover, this yellow millet fruit could not be touched directly and could only be stored in a crystal box. This meant that no one could hide it secretly. However, this did not include Li Xiao and Songhai, who had spatial mustard seeds. Li Zhao's mustard seed also contained a lot of crystals, and there was even a box made of golden lattice stone inside. When the time came, she could give it a try and see if she could use the box here to store the yellow millet fruit. When the time came, she could stuff it into the mustard seed. No one would know how much she had taken. Of course, she would definitely contribute a portion of it. She wouldn't drag the Chinese team down. The president, who was about 80 years old, continued, "Since Country F took the initiative to share this secret with everyone, no matter what our team's results are, we must first get 10% of the total harvest." Basically, no one objected. After all, they could have hidden it themselves and secretly collected it. A Southeast Asian black mage glanced at everyone with a malicious gaze. His voice was hoarse, as if he had sand in his mouth. "If we defeat the other teams, can we also take their yellow grain fruits as our spoils of war?" "Sure." As these words fell, the atmosphere of the entire venue changed. There was a faint smell of gunpowder in the air. Li Qianfei looked at Li Xiao with a burning gaze. To her, she didn't care about the other teams. Li Xiao was her most important target. She seemed to be able to see the scene of Li Xiao kneeling on the ground. Her lips curled into a faint smile. Her eyes were filled with charm, and the black mage next to her couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Li Xiao naturally felt Li Qianfei's gaze on her. The other party's gaze was blatant, and there was no intention of hiding it. She didn't understand where Li Qianfei's confidence came from. She had kicked an iron plate so many times, but she still became braver with each setback. If she had put this perseverance into her career, she might have become a strong woman long ago. According to what Qin Jinren had explained to them before they set off, every year's competition was to enter another space. In that space, even if they died, they would only return to the outside world and wouldn't really die. Otherwise, with so many people dying in the competition every year, there would be hatred between many countries. She had a faint guess in her heart, but she still needed to verify it. This time, the first place team will receive 20%, the second place will receive 15%, the third place will receive 10%, and in addition to the 10% we will receive, the remaining 45% will be shared by the other teams. This time, there were a total of 23 teams participating in the competition. The difference in the number of yellow grain fruits that the top 3 teams would receive was quite large. No one wanted a consolation prize that emphasized participation. In an instant, everyone's fighting spirit was ignited. After Country F's president finished explaining some things to take note of, he took out a gray bronze key. His lips moved silently, as if he was chanting some kind of incantation that no one could hear. Then, a door faintly appeared in the air. The key floated in the air, as if it had its own will. It inserted itself into the lock, and in the next second, a huge gravitational force sucked them into the door. When she felt that familiar power, the corner of Li Xiao's mouth curled up. In her heart, she was certain, it was indeed the void mirror. She didn't expect that a fragment of the void mirror would fall into the hands of foreigners. Very good, her goal this time was to find that fragment. When the others were sucked to the other side of the door, they all fell to the ground unsteadily. Li Xiao and Songhai were still fine. They were still as steady as Mount Tai. But when she calmed down, she was surprised to find that the illusion of this world was not ordinary. Every flower, every grass, every tree, they were all damn familiar. It could be said that it was the same as remote Cloud Mountain. No, there was still a difference. For example, she could be sure that there was no yellow grain fruit on remote Cloud Mountain. This also meant that she had no advantage at all. Li Xiao was very angry. Everyone looked at each other, then walked in different directions according to the country. No one was willing to squeeze together. Li Qianfei looked at Li Xiao and finally decided to let her stay for a few more days. It would be best to wait for Li Xiao to collect a lot of fruits and then snatch them from her. It was a pity that even if she died in this world, she would not really die. She lowered her eyes to hide the murderous intent that flashed through her eyes. She turned around and left with the other Southeast Asian masters. Li Xiao and Jinrenchen walked in the southeast direction. Although Jinrenchen was the leader, he still respected the others' ideas. He asked, "Do you have any good suggestions?" Li Xiao said, "If we act together, the efficiency will be too low, so we'd better split up." Jinrenli said, "But if we split up, our strength will be greatly reduced. If we meet people from other countries, we are likely to lose. And there is no way to communicate here." He took out his mobile phone, but there was no signal on it. Having participated in it several times, Jinrenli was already very familiar with this set. Li Xiao took out the Thunder Talisman and threw it to them. "It doesn't matter. When we are needed, use this talisman to summon the thunder. I will rush over when I see it." Jinren Yang keenly caught the key words. "You want to act alone?" Li Xiao nodded. "Songhai and I can split up. The 8 of you will form a group." Even if she and Songhai met the black masters of other countries alone, they would not be afraid at all. Not to mention that she had the space-breaking talisman. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Jinrenchen did not try to persuade her. After all, even if something happened in this world, people would not really die. Li Xiao gave them some talismans, most of which were fireball talismans. Insects were afraid of fire, so they were used to defend against the black masters of the Southeast Asian Union. In the end, Zhenren Chen and the others walked on the left path, while Li Xiao walked on the right. She had a premonition that the fragment of the Great Void Mirror she was looking for should be there. She turned to Songhai and said, "Let's split up?" Even if Songhai knew about the existence of the Great Void Mirror, it would be fine. However, Songhai's strength was there, so they could not waste it. Songhai nodded slightly. "I'll go the other way. I'll meet up with you on the third day." His tone was firm, as if he was relying on the fact that he could easily find Li Xiao. Li Xiao nodded, separated from Songhai, and followed her premonition. Halfway through, she noticed that although this place was very similar to the remote Cloud Mountain, there were still some differences. It was much bigger than the remote Cloud Mountain, as if the remote Cloud Mountain was enlarged by a few times. On the other side, Adrian had successfully separated from the rest of his teammates. "Old mister, are you sure that the place with the most yellow millet fruits will have a divine artifact?" He asked again, his hands trembling with excitement. This was the legendary divine artifact. Although he did not know what it was used for, he knew that it was awesome from the name. The Great Void Mirror. Yes. The birth of the yellow millet fruit is related to the Great Void Mirror. The more it is in a place, the more powerful the Great Void Mirror is, and the closer it is to the Great Void Mirror. Adrian revealed a happy smile. When the time came, he would hand over the yellow millet fruit, but he would keep the divine artifact. With the divine artifact, he would definitely be able to defeat the blood breeds. Last year, he saw many yellow millet fruits on the peak, but at that time, he did not know the benefits of the fruit, and only picked a few to keep in a box, and almost lost himself in the dream world. He believed that other places would not have as many yellow millet fruits as that place. This time, he would definitely win. He chanted an incantation, adding the power of the wind to his body, and his speed was as fast as the wind. Half an hour later, he finally reached the peak, but the magic in his body was completely depleted, and he was panting. He stared at the empty mountain peak with his eyes wide open. Where were his yellow millet fruits? There was a huge patch here before? Where did it go? Not even one stalk. He was at a loss, and could not help but doubt his life. Could it be that what he saw last year was just an illusion? But at that time, he had indeed successfully plucked a few. Ah! His yellow millet fruits. Could it be that someone had taken it off before him? On the other side, Li Xiao was halfway there when she saw orange light spots in the distance. Those light spots floated in her direction. She focused her eyes, and saw that there were many yellow millet fruits floating in the air. Li Xiao was stunned. "Wait a minute, I haven't even looked for them. Why are the yellow millet fruits here?" Li Xiao glanced over. Because there were too many of them, she really couldn't count them all at once. However, she guessed that there were at least 100 of them. "I'm rich. I'm really going to be rich." No matter why the yellow millet fruits ran to her, she would be a fool if she didn't accept them. The yellow millet fruits surrounded her, and Li Xiao could even feel their closeness to her. She was a little surprised that these fruits were actually so spiritual. She was just about to take out a box from her mustard seed and prepare to place these yellow millet fruits inside. However, these yellow millet fruits seemed to have their own consciousness. They pushed each other and refused to be taken in by Li Xiao. They pushed and shoved and huddled together. In the next second, a yellow millet fruit suddenly rushed out and rushed towards Li Xiao at lightning speed. Li Xiao remembered the reminder of the president of Country F. You can't touch the yellow millet fruit directly, or you'll easily get lost in the dream. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, the yellow millet fruit had already taken the initiative to touch Li Xiao's hand. Then, it quietly laid in her palm with a very obedient look, not to mention pulling her into the dream. Li Xiao had already cultivated the Taishu technique to the 7th level. If she was in a dream, it was impossible for her not to notice it at all. So, this yellow millet fruit was a dish that depended on the person? Very good, she liked it. After all, she was the one who was favored. The other yellow millet fruits were stunned for a moment. In the next second, all the fruits rushed towards Li Xiao in an overwhelming manner, squeezing the previous one away. They were like children fighting for favor, insisting on occupying the position in Li Xiao's palm. The scene was a little chaotic for a moment. The fruits even started to fight with each other. You hit me, I hit you. Li Xiao's head was full of black lines. She was speechless. She never knew that she was actually so popular. All of you stop fighting. She scolded, and these yellow millet fruits really listened to her and stopped. Li Xiao had an inexplicable feeling of being watched. She coughed and smiled brightly. Don't worry, I'll personally put you into the box one by one. She decided that when the time came, she would keep this batch of yellow millet fruits that were filled with spirituality for herself. She would not take them out. Line up properly, according to size. The yellow millet fruits really formed a long and winding line. Li Xiao picked them up one by one and placed them into the golden lattice stone box. As he collected them, he counted them. After a while, all the yellow millet fruits were stored in her bag. There was a total of 128 fruits. He had really struck it rich this time. Li Xiao was in a very good mood. She thought for a moment, then took out the yellow millet fruit from her hand and asked, "Come, do you know where your other brothers and sisters are? Can you lead the way for me?" The yellow millet fruit floated in front of her and walked in the southeast direction. It was really possible. Li Xiao touched her nose. She had a feeling that she had cheated. However, she did not feel guilty because of this. If she had the ability, others could also try to communicate with the yellow millet fruit. Sigh, who told her to be loved by everyone? Even the yellow millet fruit liked her. Her personal charm was too strong. She had only taken a few steps when a flickering fragment suddenly appeared in her hand. Li Xiao grabbed it and her eyes widened in shock. It was a fragment of the Great Void Mirror. She was a little confused. After the yellow millet fruit, a fragment of the Great Void Mirror had also appeared in front of her. Was it because she cultivated the Great Void technique and attracted the fragment? Or was it because she had another fragment on her body? She decisively put away the shard. Since it had already appeared in her body, it naturally belonged to her. She had originally wondered if 3 days would be enough for her to find the fragment. In the end, things went much smoother than she had imagined. In less than an hour, everything was done. She would go look for other yellow millet fruits. Under the lead of the little spy, Li Xiao really did find quite a few yellow millet fruits. However, this batch of yellow millet fruits was somewhat different from the batch that had appeared in front of her. Of course, there was no difference in appearance, but their intelligence was not as sufficient. They did not know how to take the initiative to look for her. They were dull. Li Xiao shook her head as she used the crystal box given by Country F to store the fruits that she found later. In less than half a day, she found 26 scattered fruits. Along the way, Xianxia encountered many teams from various countries. However, there were also some who saw him walking alone and wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of him. Xianxia did not show mercy to anyone who provoked him. He killed them in one move. As the Qing Long, he could easily sense the location of the dragon vein in this world. He passed through the forest, crossed the grass, and finally arrived in front of a small hill. Xianxia frowned. The dragon vein was hidden in this small hill. It was very small, so small that it was pitiful. It should be said that this was probably the most shabby dragon vein he had ever seen. But even so, Xianxia could not let it be here. The wind gently blew his sleeves. When he was expressionless, there was a kind of indifference. With a wave of his sleeves, a dragon vaguely appeared on the small hill. It was very dim and looked like it would disappear at any time. The clear light fell on Xiaolong's body, making the dragon's body more solid. The dragon let out a clear cry, and its voice was filled with joy and cheerfulness. Then, it burrowed into Xianxia's sleeves. The originally small hill, after losing the dragon, seemed a little dimmer. The plants on the hill were all dead. After successfully putting away the dragon, Xianxia walked in another direction. It was time to meet Xinglixing. He could feel Xinglixing's aura on the young man from Country F, and he could also sense that there was an extra piece of soul in him. If he guessed correctly, Xinglixing was very likely to have entrusted a part of his consciousness to that young man, and used that young man to smoothly enter this place. Adrian came down from the peak with a dejected look on his face. He rested for a while to recover a part of the magic in his body. A soft sigh sounded in his mind. The void mirror is gone. This world will only last for one more day before it disappears. Adrian was stunned. Sir, are you saying that the divine artifact fragment has been taken away? This time, his main purpose of coming here was to find the legendary divine artifact fragment. In the end, before he could find any clues, it was gone? This made him have the urge to go crazy. Who took it away? I don't know. Logically speaking, such a divine artifact should actively avoid humans. I originally wanted to teach you a mantra that can force the divine artifact to recognize you as its master, but now I can only give up. Adrian could not help but reach out to grab his hair. His hair was messy, like seaweed. Every time he felt frustrated, he would grab his own hair. To be able to take away the divine artifact, it must be someone who entered here. When the time comes, we will find that person. He has the luck to take it, but he also needs to be alive to enjoy it. The old man's voice was not as kind as usual, but more ruthless and cold. Adrian was stunned, and gulped, "That's not good." As the male lead, how could he just kill someone for the sake of taking the treasure? I'm joking, I was just testing your temperament. You are very good, you are indeed worthy of being my disciple. The old man's voice returned to its original kind and gentle tone. Adrian could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Although he wanted to win glory for his family, he also wanted to be open and aboveboard, and did not want to use such underhanded means. So was that a test? Fortunately, he followed his inner thoughts and passed the test. He was indeed the son of destiny that was mentioned in Chinese fantasy novels. The originally tired Adrian regained his confidence, and felt that his arms and legs were not sore anymore, and he could climb again. I just sensed the aura of the dragon vein in this world, we can go and find it. The dragon vein is beneficial for your cultivation. Adrian's eyes lit up. All right, where is it? Even if they could not find the divine artifact, it would be good to find the dragon vein. However, the aura that the old man could sense was very weak, so they had to stop and walk. When he was halfway there, Adrian suddenly felt his body stiffen. The old man's voice sounded again, as if it was squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. The dragon vein is gone. Adrian was stunned. Why was it gone again? What was wrong with him today? No matter what he was looking for, he was always at a disadvantage. At the same time, he could not help but feel that this old man was somewhat unreliable. No matter what he was looking for, he did not succeed once. He stared blankly at the sky. So what should he do next? He felt a little wronged. Why did he feel like he was being played? He worked for nothing for the whole day, and in the end, he did not even find a single yellow millet fruit. Was there a male lead who was more pitiful than him? Reality proved that he could be more pitiful. Be careful. The old man raised his voice, reminding him. Adrian was puzzled. Be careful of what? In the next second, many water pillars rushed out from all directions. The water pillars were like vines, nimbly pouncing on him, entangling him and binding him, making him unable to struggle. Adrian felt like he was about to suffocate. His face flushed red. He saw a figure faintly appear in the air, with handsome features, looking even younger than him. Adrian had an impression of him. He was a member of the Chinese team. He did not take him seriously at first, thinking that he was just there to make up the numbers. The water pillars suddenly released him, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, they surrounded him, forming a transparent water prison, trapping him inside. Throughout the whole process, Xianxia's expression was indifferent. To him, controlling water was his talent. Even in the modern era where spiritual energy was scarce, it was completely effortless for him to do this. Adrian's tone was shocked and angry. What are you trying to do? You can't kill me. In this place, even if he died, he would return to the outside world. Xianxia's eyes turned golden, a green light twined around his hand. I just want to get rid of the consciousness in you. Adrian was stunned. He wanted the old man? Was he the old man's enemy? He pursed his lips, his expression serious. The old man had taught him a lot of knowledge. He was like his master. He would not betray him. He straightened his neck and said, I don't know what you're talking about. Dragon. Ha ha ha, there are still true dragons in China. The hoarse voice was filled with ecstasy. A blood-red figure slowly appeared in front of Adrian. His face was old, looking at Xianxia with eyes full of fanaticism. The next moment, the blood-red figure turned into a dagger, rushing towards Adrian's heart, filled with murderous intent. Adrian's body stiffened. He did not even have time to cast a protective spell. His expression was frozen in disbelief. How was this possible? The old man wanted to kill him. The barrier made of water turned into a shield, blocking in front of Adrian. The red light did not linger. He immediately fled after his attack failed. It should be said that his initial purpose was to create an opportunity to escape. He needed to send this news to the main body. The true dragon was born. Xianxia coldly watched him leave. If he wanted, even if there were 10 consciousnesses, he could still leave all of them behind. But this was not Xianxia's main body. In the past year, he was tired from looking for him. He had wasted a lot of sleep. He might as well let this consciousness go, and let Xianxia come to him. Adrian was on the brink of death, cold sweat dripping down his back. He looked at Xianxia in a daze. No matter how stupid he was, he could tell that the old man did not have good intentions by staying beside him. The so-called system grandpa was not only a fortuitous encounter, it could also be a fatal cheat. Xianxia looked at him silently, then said, "I just saved your life." So a life-saving grace. Adrian could not help but be shocked. He subconsciously wanted to say, "Met with my body." Many Chinese novels wrote this way. No. He did not like men. Then he heard Xianxia say, "Yes, you can repay me with money. How much do you think your life is worth?" Xianxia thought. He was too busy with his own matters. He did not even collect the yellow millet fruit, so he should earn some extra money. He could not drag everyone down. Adrian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the answer. Luckily, he was not asking him to sacrifice himself. His family was not short of money. No, he could not help but say, "Sir, he can't kill me. I'll be resurrected outside." So how did this person save him? He was so shocked that he forgot about it. Xianxia's tone was firm. "No, if it was him, he would have destroyed your soul and you'd be dead." He could roughly guess the mechanism of resurrection. After entering this world, the bodies they used were actually made up of illusions. Therefore, after death, their souls would naturally return to their original bodies and be sent out. However, if it was Xianxia, he would have chosen to destroy Adrian's soul in order to not expose more information. Adrian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but faintly felt that what he said was true. He looked up at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was still indifferent, but in his eyes, this was the demeanor of an expert. He blurted out, "If I give you more money, can I be your disciple?" When he realized what he said, he could not help but want to bite off his tongue. He thought about it again and felt that this was a good idea. This Chinese young man seemed to be much more powerful than the old man. He even scared the old man to the point of running away. Also, the old man said that he was a dragon. Did that mean that he had the blood of a dragon? No wonder he was so powerful. Xianxia was silent. That's the price for one lesson. He wanted to say $30,000 for one lesson, but then he remembered Li Zhao's teachings and raised 3 fingers. Sometimes, there was no need to directly state the price. Let the other party guess and he might get a bigger surprise. Adrian heaved a sigh of relief. 300,000? No problem. It was a good deal to be able to consult a real master with this little amount of money. In order to make it more convenient for him to consult, he could take his family's private jet to China every month. Xianxia's lips curled. He was already very good at earning money now. He did not need Li Xiao to support him anymore. Perhaps when he earned more money one day, he could turn the tables and support Li Xiao. Thinking of this, his body exuded a joyful aura. Adrian could feel his emotions fluctuating, and he was very happy in his heart. This new teacher must be happy to be able to accept such a talented disciple. Although he really wanted to learn from his new teacher, but he had already wasted a lot of time today. Until now, he had not even found a single golden millet fruit. With Adrian's pride, of course he would not allow himself to be a burden. Therefore, he could only reluctantly say, "Then I'll leave first, teacher." He walked in another direction. Not long after, Adrian saw Li Qianfei. Li Qianfei was surrounded by dozens of dark sorcerers. These dark sorcerers clustered around her, showing a protective posture. She had actually recruited the mages of many countries and made them willingly protect her. When Li Qianfei saw Mr. Adrian, he knew that Mr. Adrian was of noble status. He revealed a charming smile, and a sweet aroma spread in the air, making people feel sleepy. Adrian. Li Qianfei's tone was intimate, as if they did not just meet today, but had known each other for a long time. She used the power of the god of poison to recruit a few mages to her side, forming a strong team. She believed that her team would be invincible. By then, they would definitely be able to humiliate the Chinese team. As the government, the Chinese stood on Li Xiao's side, supporting Li Xiao, and even harmed her mother. She wanted the Chinese to pay the price, and let the high and mighty leaders regret what they did to her and her mother. Adrian, as the leader of the country F team, and the host of the spiritual conference, must know a lot of inside information. With his help, their operation would be much smoother. Thinking of this, Li Qianfei's smile became brighter, and her eyes were mesmerizing. She was just a pretty girl, but there was a kind of charm that attracted people to her. If it was the previous Adrian, he would have thought that this was a typical plot of a novel. As the son of destiny, it was normal for a beauty to throw herself at him. However, he had just suffered a great loss not long ago, and seeing this scene, he had a premonition that he was going to be in trouble. Therefore, facing the gentle and charming Li Qianfei, he took a step back. In the next second, a breeze surrounded him, and he left the scene as fast as the wind. Run first, Li Qianfei's expression froze. She did not even get close to him, and she did not even use the god of poison spell. How could Adrian run away? Was she that scary? She could not help but clench her teeth, and she almost lost her mind. She took a deep breath, and when she saw the mesmerized faces of the others, she calmed down. She already had so many people around her, and she could totally go and take care of Li Xiao. Her eyes glistened, and a swarm of insects crawled out from under her feet. Her voice was soft, "My beloved children, help me find Li Xiao, and the Chinese team." The insects crawled in all directions, obeying her order. Li Xiao was speechless as she looked at the sudden increase in the number of insects around her. Li Qianfei was so obvious. Did he think that she would not know? She was originally going to meet up with Chen Xinren and the others, but now she walked in another direction. Well, she should take care of Li Qianfei first. There was no need to leave this potential bomb alone. With Li Qianfei's personality, she had a part of the god of poison's ability. If she was let out, who knows what she would do with this ability. Li Qianfei could not hurt her, but it would not be good if other innocent people were involved. She was now on the verge of turning into a demon, and she probably did not care about the lives of ordinary people. She walked slowly, giving the opponent a chance to catch up with her. At the same time, she set up a formation and hid in the ground under her feet. A rustling sound was heard, and Li Xiao stopped. In front of her, behind her, on her left and right, there were dense poisonous insects, forming a sea of insects. At this time, the insects suddenly separated and made a road. Li Qianfei walked over leisurely, and the ordinary road was like a catwalk. She was surrounded by dozens of people, just like stars surrounding the moon. Li Qianfei saw that all the roads around Li Xiao were blocked by her, and showed a bright smile. Today was probably the happiest day of her life. She was about to kill her biggest demon. Yes, she had to admit that Li Xiao had become her demon. These insects are not afraid of fire or thunder. The insects I released before were just to paralyze you, she said in a light tone, like a cat teasing a mouse. Yes, in her eyes, Li Xiao was the mouse. Before killing her, she did not mind enjoying this kind of fun. Go, my child. Devour her soul. These insects were cultivated by the god of poison with his blood, and they could directly bite people's souls. Once her soul was eaten, she did not believe that Li Xiao could be resurrected in the outside world. Her eyes were cold, revealing a bone-piercing killing intent. At the same time, the other mages spread out. Green smoke came out from their heads, the smoke intertwined into a net, and directly covered Li Xiao, trapping her inside, making her unable to leave. Li Xiao sighed softly. Other than relying on men, relying on other people's power, what else can you do? Li Qianfei thought that she was very powerful now, but her so-called power was borrowed, and sooner or later she would have to return it. She always seemed to be used to relying on others, perhaps because of her mother Chan Kaiyin's influence. Her plain words turned into a knife, piercing the truth Li Qianfei did not want to know the most. Her eyes were red, and she said coldly, "As long as I can kill you, I don't care what price I have to pay." In the next moment, all the insects rushed towards Li Xiao. The speed was so fast that Li Xiao could not dodge, and Li Xiao did not have the intention to dodge. Li Qianfei looked at Li Xiao's body covered with insects, and let out a carefree laugh. In the next second, her smile froze. Li Xiao's body suddenly turned into spots of light, and turned the tables, leaving all the insects behind. From the beginning, the one talking to Li Qianfei was the illusion created by Li Xiao, and she was standing on a rock in the distance, looking down at Li Qianfei. She threw out jade stones carved with runes one by one. Li Xiao activated the power contained in the jade stones. 5 thunder spell, the thunder rumbled. Li Qianfei came back to her senses, gritted her teeth and said, "You think you can escape?" She showed a sarcastic expression. "I said before, normal lightning can't hurt the insects." Like a giant silver snake, the lightning struck down. Li Qianfei suddenly felt her heart palpitate, her limbs were cold, and her body could not stop trembling, as if she had met her greatest nemesis. She widened her eyes, and her face was full of disbelief. The corners of Li Xiao's mouth curled up slightly. So this isn't an ordinary heavenly lightning. The lightning was fast, accurate, and ruthless, falling directly on the pile of insects. Those insects turned into ashes in an instant, and did not even have the chance to struggle. Li Xiao first created an illusion to gather all the insects in one place, otherwise she would have to strike many times. How tiring would that be? Since normal lightning did not work, then the 5 thunder spell, which was specially designed to deal with demons, should work. She chuckled, and the rest of the lightning was aimed at the surrounding mages, striking them until they screamed, and their figures dissipated. Li Xiao actually did this for their own good. If they did not die once, even if they returned to the real world, they would be controlled by Li Qianfei. At least if they were struck to death by her lightning, not only could they cut off the connection with Li Qianfei, but they could also return to the outside world safely. No, it's impossible. Li Qianfei's hands and feet were weak, her insects, her followers, they were all gone. Every time, it was the same. Just when she thought that she had the absolute advantage, Li Xiao would always casually overturn all of her efforts. She was not reconciled. Li Xiao said lightly, leaning against the mountain will collapse. Why do you never understand this? No, it was not that she did not understand, but she had long been used to taking shortcuts, used to reaping without sowing. In the past, she relied on her stolen good luck to do whatever she wanted. Later, she tried to climb up to Quan Ilsen to achieve glory. Now, she was relying on the god of poison, ready to show off in front of her. Li Qianfei bit her lower lip so hard that blood came out. Because of the huge blow, her eyes were a little unfocused. No, she could not sit still and wait for death. It must be because her ability was not strong enough now. As long as she could use the full power of the god of poison, even Li Xiao could be easily eliminated. She recalled the spells that other mages taught her, closed her eyes, and recited the spell in an obscure language. In her head, there was a huge scorpion that kept expanding. It was so painful, as if something exploded in her body. The pain made her collapse on the ground. In the extreme pain, she saw the huge scorpion open its mouth. Her vision turned black, and she fell into complete darkness. Li Qianfei in front of Li Xiao stopped breathing, her body turned into pieces of flesh in the blink of an eye, and something was wriggling in the flesh. Her face was expressionless. Li Qianfei wanted to summon the god of poison, but she did not know that when the so-called god came, it would be her doomsday. She died miserably, not to mention a whole body, even her soul was sacrificed and turned into food for the god of poison. She looked at the god of poison that was about to be born in the flesh, and threw out a few jade stones. If one Xianxia 5 thunders could not kill her, then she would strike a few more. The so-called poison god was actually a scorpion spirit that had gone through one tribulation. Even if it was not afraid of ordinary lightning, it was still quite afraid of the 5 thunder technique. As a pay-to-win player, Li Xiao did not feel any heartache at all no matter how many talismans she threw. The scorpion spirit that had recovered a little strength by eating food did not even have time to show its many abilities before it was turned into charcoal under one lightning bolt after another. It died with its eyes wide open. Li Xiao also used most of the 5 thunder talismans she brought this time. She surveyed her surroundings. This area had already been struck by lightning until it was unbearable to look at. There were potholes everywhere. It was a disaster scene. As the owner of the fragment of the void mirror, she could still feel the original world. Because of the fierce lightning just now, the illusion that could last for another day could not last more than an hour. Moreover, the people of the Southeast Asian Union might guess that she killed the scorpion spirit. If she was targeted by these crazy believers, it would be troublesome. She couldn't just take care of all these people. Li Xiao, of course, could not bear this responsibility. She decided to throw the blame to others, thus, she left without hesitation. The next second, her body appeared at the first place where they gathered at the beginning. She looked around and found that there were many people who were eliminated, including Spiritual Master Yang from Hua Nation. When Spiritual Master Yang saw her, he was very surprised. Even he was very confident in Li Xiao's strength. Even if she acted alone, he was not worried about her. He did not expect her to be eliminated so quickly. What happened, Li Xiao explained, I met the poison god of the Southeast Asian Union. She only said this sentence and did not need to explain anything. Spiritual Master Yang naturally imagined that Li Xiao was killed by the poison god. His face was not very good. The so-called poison god was just an evil god in his eyes. He could only comfort Li Xiao. It's okay. They only dare to use that thing in there. If they casually used the poison god to deal with the people of other countries, the officials of other countries would definitely not let it go. At the end of the day, the Southeast Asian Union was just a small country. How could they withstand the wrath of a big country? Li Xiao looked at the dark mages who came out earlier than her. Their expressions were not good, and their footsteps were weak. Taoist Master Yang said in a low voice, after they came out, they lost their memories for a period of time. Li Xiao's mouth twitched. If she had known that these people had no memories, she wouldn't have come out earlier. Forget it, the earlier he came out, the better to rest. Taoist Master Yang asked her, how many yellow millet fruits have you collected? He didn't have much hope in his heart. After searching for a long time, they only found 5 fruits. Li Xiao had taken the initiative to deliver 128 yellow millet fruits to him. With the help of the little spy, they found 26 at first, and then 46. She thought for a moment and decided to hide a portion for the Hua people. Not much, just 26. Spiritual Master Yang was about to suffocate. The number of yellow millet fruits found by the 8 of them was not even a fraction of what Li Xiao had found. He looked at Li Xiao with a regretful expression. What a pity. Based on her searching speed, if she could stay in there for a few more days, wouldn't she be able to find a lot more? No matter how much he sighed, it couldn't change the reality. He could only calm himself down and discuss some Taoist techniques with Li Xiao. He felt that although Li Xiao was young, she was quite capable. Time passed very quickly as the discussion heated up. With a bang, Taoist Master Yang looked around vigilantly. In the next second, many people appeared around him. Those people were shocked and confused. No, it should be said that everyone was sent out. What happened? Taoist Master Yang immediately found the other Hua people and asked anxiously, you were all killed at the same time? How awesome must one be to be able to do that? This was equivalent to gathering the elites of the world, but they were all wiped out. The leader of the Hua people, Taoist Master Chen, was also confused. I don't know either. We saw 2 yellow millet fruits and were about to put them away. In the end, the earth suddenly shook, and we were all sent out. Right, Songhai? He looked at Songhai as he spoke. Song Ming hummed an acknowledgement. He seemed to be very quiet. The whole scene was in chaos. Everyone surrounded the president of Country F and asked him to give an explanation. The president was also at a loss. His forehead was sweating. I really don't know. Let me open it again. He took out the key and was about to recite the spell to open the door again when the key turned into spots of light and disappeared in the air. He was stunned. The key was gone? Li Xiao looked at the president's expression and was a little worried that he would faint in the next second. The president took a deep breath and ran to the other side to make a call. He looked anxious. At the same time, the people from the Southeast Asian Union also found something wrong. Not only could they not find Li Qianfei, but they also lost the sense of the poison god. Thus, they chanted incantations and performed ceremonies. For a moment, it could be said that the situation was chaotic. The initiator, Li Xiao, hid his achievements and fame. Country F, Country M, and Country Y, as the keepers of the cave, were going crazy. That cave could only be opened once a year, and it could only be opened with the presence of the Hua Nation gate. Those who were too weak couldn't even enter. Otherwise, they would have already divided it among themselves instead of pretending to be generous and giving it out as a reward. There were so many good things in it that they didn't have time to explore. Now that they lost it, they were devastated. When they found that the poison god of the Southeast Asian Union was also missing, they couldn't help but wonder if there was any connection between the two. For example, there couldn't be two gods on the same mountain. They even asked a wizard to divine the reason. The result of the divination was a scorpion. Therefore, the leaders of the three countries silently blamed this on the Southeast Asian Union. It was very depressing. No matter how sad they were, they couldn't lose the face of the big countries. They could only endure the sadness and continue with the next step. Because they hadn't been in it for long, they didn't get many yellow millet fruits. Many countries didn't even find one. Therefore, the 26 fruits that Li Xiao took out were particularly outstanding. In addition to the 5 fruits that other people in Hua got, Xianxia didn't get one. Hua got first place this time. There were 113 yellow millet fruits in total. Li Xiao regretted it. If she knew that these people were so weak, she would have just taken out 3 fruits. Because Hua got first place, not only did they get 22 yellow millet fruits, but they also got spirit stones and a wisp of national fate. It was Li Xiao's first time seeing the so-called spirit stones, so she was curious. Originally, after every year's spiritual assembly, there would be some follow-up activities, such as learning from each other, such as exchanges. However, as the host this year, Country F was obviously not in the mood. They hurriedly sent them away, and the spiritual assembly ended with a lot of noise. Instead, their leader, the young Adrian, came looking for Xianxia. He spoke Chinese fluently. "Master, I'll look for you in 3 days." Xianxia nodded. 300,000 yuan per lesson. Yes, for the sake of money, he would teach well. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but look askance. Adrian was considered a famous person. Everyone knew his character. They knew that he was arrogant, confident, and had his eyes on the top of his head. It was only after he suffered at the hands of Grand Duke Smith last year that he changed. However, even when he lost to Grand Duke Smith, he didn't change his arrogance in front of Grand Duke Smith. This kind of Adrian was actually so respectful in front of Xianxia. Li Xiao was surprised. "You took him in as your disciple?" Xianxia was willing to sacrifice his sleep time to teach others. Was it raining red? 300,000 yuan per lesson. Li Xiao understood immediately. So it was for the sake of money. Well, if Mr. Adrian was willing to give her the same price, it was not as if she could not teach him. She didn't say anything else. She got into the car and prepared to go back. This time, it ended much faster than she had imagined. Their plane tickets were set for 5 days later. This meant that they had to stay in this country for another 5 days. They could travel at public expense. When they arrived at the hotel, Qin Jinren said emotionally, "This time it's all thanks to you, Li Xiao. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get first place so easily." As for the arrangement of the yellow millet fruit, it would be left to the country. He believed that the government wouldn't treat them badly. Everyone should be able to get at least one. Li Xiao coughed and said, "Actually, I've hidden 30 pills." Qin Jinren's eyes widened. "How did you hide it?" It wasn't easy to hide such a big crystal box. Li Xiao said, "Maybe it's because our sex cultivation method is somewhat compatible with this fruit, so I can hide some of them in my sea of consciousness. I won't be pulled into the dream just because I touch them." She couldn't expose the existence of the mustard seed, so she simply found a reason. 30 fruits floated out and surrounded Li Xiao. Qin Jinren and the others didn't dare to touch these things casually. Li Jinren couldn't help but say, "Alas, since you can hide this, you shouldn't have taken out the 26. You should have hidden them yourself." Li Xiao said confidently, "In that case, we won't be able to get first place. The fate of the country is still very important." The others thought about it and agreed. As for whether Li Xiao had hidden more, they weren't prepared to ask. In fact, even if Li Xiao had taken all of them, they wouldn't know. It was already very rare for her to be willing to take out these. Thinking of this, they looked at Li Xiao with more and more benevolent eyes. No one had expected that she would be the biggest contributor this time. In the end, after some discussion, they decided to let Li Xiao help keep these yellow millet fruits, just in case. After all, if they hid them with Li Xiao, they wouldn't have to worry about any mistakes. Li Xiao didn't refuse. When she separated from the group and was alone with Xianxia, she took out the fragment of the great void mirror and told Xianxia what had happened inside. She sighed and said, "I didn't expect my luck to be so good. I found 2 pieces so quickly." For example, the Yunxiao Guan had been searched for hundreds of years, but there was no trace of it. A light flashed across Xianxia's eyes. "It's not good luck, it's inevitable. The great void mirror has a karmic connection with you. This karma led to your meeting." Li Xiao was stunned for a moment, then touched her face with a strange expression. "No way? Does it have a crush on me?" She was still reluctant to fall in love with another species. "Shame, shame." A clear child's voice sounded out of thin air. Li Xiao's expression changed. "Who is it?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and the corner of his mouth twitched. In the next second, a stream of light drilled out of Xianxia's sleeve and turned into a little boy carved out of jade. The little boy looked to be about 3 years old, and he was so cute that it made people's hearts melt. His facial features were 50% similar to Xianxia's, and there were dragon horns on his forehead. Li Xiao stared at him, her voice a little erratic. "Xianxia, is this your son?" Looking at this face, it was clear that he was related to Xianxia. Even his aura was very similar to Xianxia's. No wonder Xianxia, this lazy person, was so active this time. It turned out that he wanted to save his child. Li Xiao couldn't help but pinch his face. A child's skin felt so good, the little boy was a little unhappy and wanted to avoid it. Xianxia glanced at him, and the dragon's aura that belonged to a superior suppressed the little boy. He could only obediently let Li Xiao pinch his face, looking very pitiful. Xianxia explained, "He is not my son. My son is not so weak." Li Xiao still believed Xianxia's words. He was not that kind of irresponsible dragon. She sighed with emotion, "But he really looks like you." She couldn't help but shout in her heart, "Looking at this child is like looking at Xianxia when he was a child. He is so cute that her hands are itching to pinch him a few more times." After all, if she pinched Xianxia's face, she would definitely be embarrassed, but she didn't have to worry about pinching a child. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's because I used my spiritual power to help him recover, so he is contaminated with my aura." This was not impossible. Li Xiao touched the dragon horns on the little boy's head and said, "But he is really stupid. Even his illusion is not complete. If he walked out like this, it would be obvious that he was not an ordinary human." Li Xiao thought for a moment and simply cast an illusion on him to cover up the abnormalities that were different from human beings. The little boy was stunned for a moment, and then he rubbed his face against Li Xiao's palm with an affectionate look. Li Xiao was a little puzzled, his attitude changed so quickly. The little boy raised his head, and his black eyes were full of spirit. He said in a childish voice, "I don't want to be his son." "Can I be your son?" Li Xiao's mouth twitched. This was the first time she had been recognized as a mother. No. She was only 20 years old. She didn't even have a boyfriend. She didn't want to be a mother. The boy pursed his lips and revealed a dejected expression. He didn't cry or make a fuss. He just quietly looked at you with his dark eyes. Looking at him, one's heart softened and couldn't help but want to satisfy all of his requests. Li Xiao held back. She did not expect Xianxia's face to be so lethal when it turned into a child. Xianxia said indifferently, "Don't mess around." These 3 simple words instantly made the little boy put away his expression and put on an obedient and sensible look. It was obvious that he was quite afraid of Xianxia. Xianxia took him back and nurtured him with his own power. After all, he was the only one of his kind left in Hua Nation. After he's nurtured, I can pass the responsibility to him and have him take good care of Hua Nation while I sleep in peace. Poor Xiao Long, he still didn't know that his current elders were planning to make him work like a cow or a horse in the future. After Li Xiao left the room, Xiao Long came out again. He raised his face that was quite similar to Xianxia's. "Did you recognize her too? Her aura really hasn't changed." When the other party cast the illusion on him, he recognized her, which was why his attitude changed. To a certain extent, she can be considered our savior. Song Hai lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. At first, he only felt that Li Xiao's aura was familiar. After waking up, he also lost a lot of his memories. It wasn't until later when he interacted with Li Xiao that he gradually remembered some things in the past. When he heard Xiaolong's words, he directly patted his head. She saved me. You were just incidental. Xiaolong continued, didn't the human story say that one has to save the life of a savior? I have to repay her for saving my life with my body, so I've decided to grow up quickly and marry her. He was resolute and had a smug look on his face. Song Hai narrowed his eyes. Do you have money? Do you know how to make money? Xiaolong was stunned. He used to have a treasure trove. But he knew that those things couldn't be found now. He used his own way to understand Song Hai's meaning. If he wanted to marry a wife, he had to have enough betrothal gifts, so he had to make money. Song Hai sneered. Xiao Xiao has tens of billions. You can't afford to marry her. Xiaolong didn't understand the concept of tens of billions. He thought for a while and said, I will work hard to make money. Song Hai nodded. Before that, you should go to school. After he went to school, he would sign him up for all kinds of tutoring classes, so that this little brat wouldn't have the energy to daydream all day long. In the next few days, Li Xiao brought Song Hai everywhere. Song Hai's chief disciple, Adrian, also came to be their tour guide. He followed them everywhere and let them enjoy VIP treatment. He even took the initiative to reimburse them from start to end, acting as their wallet. Li Xiao asked around and found out that this person's family also owned a mine. During this time, Song Hai also gave him some pointers. Although the cultivation methods of China and foreign countries seemed to be different, there were still some similarities in terms of the use of power. For a person like Song Ming, all he needed to do was to look at the energy flow of Song Ming's spellcasting, and he would be able to guess it with 80 to 90% accuracy. He was always able to hit the nail on the head, and this made Adrian admire him immensely. In just a few days, he felt that he had learned a lot. Of course, in Adrian's heart, Song Hai must be at least a few hundred years old. It was just that he looked like a teenager on the outside. In a sense, he could be considered to have hit the nail on the head. After playing in Country F for a few days, they took a flight back to China and stayed in the capital for a few days. The higher-ups were very satisfied with their performance this time, and each of them was given a yellow millet fruit and a spirit stone. Li Xiao was given 3 more. After all, the success this time was due to her contribution. Especially after she took the initiative to take out 30 of them. Minister Wang also told her that he would give her more preferential policies in the future. For example, the contract period of Xianyuan Mountain had been extended to 120 years. When she returned to China, the relevant procedures had been handled properly for her. Li Xiao was very satisfied with this, and after 2 days of shopping in the capital, she returned to S City. It was already the end of June. Song Hai told her that he wanted to send Xiaolong to school. Yes, this is Xiaolong's idea. He wants to have some friends of the same age. Li Xiao's mouth twitched. Although that dragon looks only 3 years old, his real age should be at least a few hundred years, right? She did not expect that Xiaolong would be so studious. She said, if he wants to go to primary school, he should be at least 6 years old. Song Hai said with certainty, it's okay. He will be 6 years old next month. He recalled some of the reports he had read before and added, he said that he wants to be a dragon who is well developed morally, intellectually, and physically. He wants to be admitted to the capital university and win glory for the dragon race. Li Xiao was surprised. He is so ambitious. Someone like her would not be able to get into the capital university. It was rare that Song Hai needed her help, so Li Xiao was duty-bound to help. Yes, don't worry. When we go back, I will help you hire some top teachers to tutor him so that he can learn some human knowledge before he goes to primary school, so that he can catch up in school. He can also sign up for a few Olympiad classes and talent classes. Li Xiao felt that the current Song Hai was like a parent who wanted his child to become a dragon. No, he was a dragon. No problem, leave it to me. After taking care of this matter, Li Xiao went to ask her mother, Su Manqin. Su Manqin had hired a teacher to tutor Li Xiao before, so she should know more about this. Moreover, her mother had a friend who opened a cram school. She told Su Manqin, and Su Manqin gave her a few cell phone numbers. Li Xiao wrote them down and prepared to contact them when the time came. She had nothing to do recently. Su Manqin glanced at her. Are you going to take a break from university? Li Xiao touched her nose. She was really too lazy to go to class. Besides, even if she did not have a diploma, it would not affect her future. Su Manqin thought of something and a gloating smile appeared on her face. She usually had an elegant and dignified image, so it was rare for her to be like this. Li Clan has filed for bankruptcy. When she received the news, Su Manqin almost asked someone to buy firecrackers to celebrate. But she remembered that firecrackers were not allowed in the city, so she held back. But when she went back that day, she opened a bottle of good vintage Chateau Lafite to celebrate. Li Xiao knew that Li Clan would go bankrupt sooner or later, but she did not expect it to be so soon. Su Manqin said, it's probably because Li Clan's competitors leaked the news of Lu Namji's arrest, causing the stock price to fall. Lutia's shareholders also desperately sold their shares. But you also know that the company is in a mess now. Buying shares will only result in losses, so no one is willing to take over. Several projects that were previously discussed were directly interrupted, causing the capital chain to be cut off. Even the employees' salaries can't be paid. Now the court has accepted the bankruptcy application. Although Su Manqin did not deliberately inquire about this news, everyone knew about the grudge between her and Li Clan. Many people wanted to curry favor with her, so they collected this information and came to tell her. She recalled that her family's business was caused to go bankrupt, and her eyes unconsciously moistened. She felt as if she had gotten her revenge and the heavens were ready to reincarnate. Li Xiao said in a surprised tone, I thought Lu Namju would continue to persist. Su Manqin's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. Have you forgotten? He's only a shareholder of the company now, and he's still locked up and not released yet. He can't object even if he wants to. That's true. Li Xiao asked, Li Dongqing has already been released? Su Manqin said, compared to Lu Namju, he's less involved. After all, Lu Namju has always been on guard against him and did not let him handle those matters. In the end, he helped Li Dongqing instead. But after the liquidation of the assets, Li Dongqing probably won't have much money left. Anyway, that was the Li clan's business. Li Xiao did not care whether they were doing well or not. She had just returned to China not long ago, and she could not help but feel satisfied with this. At the same time, the Li clan was miserable. Because her son was locked up, and because she was not popular, Li Dongqing had filed for bankruptcy. Chu Lian did not know about it until now. When she heard the news, she was shocked and angry. How dare Dongqing? As long as she waited for Nanju to be released, there was still hope for the company to survive this wave of difficulties. She desperately called the people she knew, wanting to ask them for help. However, she was either directly hung up on, or repeatedly refused and perfunctorily rejected. Chu Lian always scolded these people for sucking up to the rich and looking down on people, but there was nothing she could do. In order to reduce expenses, she had already fired many of the helpers, leaving only 2 in the house. Footsteps sounded. It was Lin Jiaoxi walking down the stairs. Lin Jiaoxi had been eavesdropping on Chu Lian's phone calls for the past few days, so he more or less knew about the Li clan's current situation. She said with a worried tone, Mom, is our family really going to go bankrupt? Chu Lian said reflexively, No, it's not. Lin Jiaoxi knew that she was stubborn, so he continued, If we really file for bankruptcy, will the assets under your name also be liquidated? These words made Chu Lian's heart jump. She did not know much about this, but she felt that Lin Jiaoxi's words sounded very reasonable. Lin Jiaoxi looked at her seriously and said, Before that, why don't you transfer some of your assets out? For example, put it under Xiaobao's name. Lin Jiaoxi's son's nickname was Xiaobao, and his full name was Li Hanyang. Chu Lian loved Xiaobao very much, but she was worried that her money would be liquidated in the future and she would become a pauper. She nodded vigorously. You're right. We have to transfer our assets quickly. No matter what, they had to save some first. Lin Jiaoxi patiently dealt with the Chu Lian. This period of time was enough for her to understand the Chu Lian's character. She knew that she liked to live a luxurious life, loved face, loved money, and loved grandchildren. Therefore, when she persuaded the Chu Lian, she took the right medicine. She also whispered a lot of words in her ear, saying that these assets were under Xiao Bao's name and that he would definitely return them to her when the situation was over. She felt that she was really unlucky. She originally thought that she could become the second Qian Kaiying by hooking up with Lan Namju. In the end, just after she gave birth, Lan Namju was taken away. There was no news of him until now, and the company was reduced to the point where it had to file for bankruptcy. This was completely different from what she had imagined at the beginning. The only thing she could do was to plan for her future and make more money. Under Lin Jiaoxi's instigation, the Chu Lian quickly sorted out the assets under her name. The majority of her assets were naturally those shares, but those shares had become scrap paper. During this period of time, the other pregnant women gave birth one after another, and all of them were sons. If it was in the past, the Chu Lian would have been happy, but now the situation was not good. She had previously promised them that she would double the compensation if they gave birth, so she could only give away the houses under her name. The speed at which she spent the money made her particularly distressed. Therefore, when the Chu Lian counted her assets, she was shocked to find that she only had 5 houses and tens of millions left under her name. Lin Jiaoxi was also shocked. She thought that the Chu Lian would have at least a few billion. The remaining assets added up to about 200 million, which was only a fraction of the original. It seemed like a lot, but it was far from what she had guessed. Lin Jiaoxi frowned. "Mom, do you have other investments?" Of course, the Chu Lian could not say that she gave away a lot of money to her grandchildren. She thought about it and said, "Nanju asked me to sell a lot of houses to finance." She was telling the truth. She had indeed sold many properties under her name to support her son's career. How could she have known that the Li clan would lose so much money? All their previous investments had gone down the drain. Unfortunately, she couldn't settle the score with her son. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's fine. It's a lot of money." She actually still had some gold, silver, and jewels worth a few hundred million, but no matter how generous the Chu Lian was, it was impossible for her to take them all out. Although Lin Jiaoxi was very dissatisfied, he could only urge the Chu Lian to quickly transfer the ownership of the house. During the transfer of ownership, the Chu Lian would not be able to transfer the house back at will unless Xiao Bao was an adult. Thus, she began to regret it. Under Lin Jiaoxi's persuasion, she transferred the house to Lin Jiaoxi. In fact, this was also within Lin Jiaoxi's expectations. Her real motive was to make the Chu Lian settle for the second best and transfer the house to her name. In order to get the house as soon as possible, Lin Jiaoxi even took out some money to pull some strings. In the end, the 5 houses were all under her name. Lin Jiaoxi was relieved and hired an agent to sell these houses as soon as possible. It didn't matter even if there was a discount. These houses were in good locations, so she didn't have to worry about not being able to sell them. In addition to the 4 houses that Lan Namju had given her, she didn't have to worry about them for the rest of her life. She looked at the Chu Lian with a smile on her lips. She just needed to deal with the Chu Lian for a while. Once she got the money, she would take her child and run away. The Chu Lian's temper was getting worse and worse. He would get angry at her for the slightest thing. Even someone as patient as Lin Jiaoxi was almost unable to bear it. He had to think of those houses every day in order to reluctantly endure. After Li Xiao found out that the Chu Lian had transferred the house to Lin Jiaoxi, she couldn't help but shake her head. Her grandmother was really quite stupid. She believed whatever Lin Jiaoxi said. If she gave her money to the other party for nothing, she would probably lose everything in the future. She was too lazy to remind the Chu Lian. If she didn't have the ability to suppress the Chu Lian would have already had ideas about her and her mother. It would be good to let them fight each other. Li Xiao stayed alone in the quiet room of the Taoist temple. She took out the second fragment of the void mirror. This fragment was a little bigger than the first one. She sent her divine sense into it and saw a section of the Great Tao. As the saying goes, the first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. When she was pulled into the memory of the void mirror fragment again, Li Xiao was very calm. This time, she was on the surface of the sea. She was now lying lazily on a cloud. Li Xiao conjured a mirror and looked at her appearance. It was a different person from last time. Could it be that she had transmigrated into another person's body this time? But this time, her face was worse than last time. Especially that slightly crooked nose, it was not pleasing to the eye. It made her have the urge to force it to be straight. Just as she was about to make a move, there was suddenly a movement on the calm surface of the sea. A huge Jing Long broke out of the water and hovered on the surface of the water. His figure was beautiful, and his scales reflected the light of the sun. Every inch of his body was so perfect and impeccable. Li Xiao suddenly understood. This was Xianxia. In the next second, the originally clear sky suddenly rumbled with thunder. It was different from ordinary heavenly thunder. Every thunder fell on the heart, shaking the soul to the point that it felt like it would scatter at any time. Li Xiao was shocked. It was actually a heavenly tribulation. As a Qing Long, Xianxia was born with a noble status. He did not need to go through a heavenly tribulation to be a high and mighty god. But Xianxia took the initiative to choose to go through a heavenly tribulation. Although this could make him more powerful, he could be in danger of dying if he was not careful. Li Xiao's current favorite spell was the Divine Firmament's 5 Thunder spell. But the 5 thunders she summoned were like fireflies compared to the real heavenly tribulation. Her expression turned solemn as she watched the devastating bolts of lightning strike Songming's body. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding creatures to tremble uncontrollably. She wanted to help Xianxia, but she knew very well that she could not do anything about this. She comforted herself. That Xianxia she knew was alive and kicking. This meant that he had already successfully gone through this so-called heavenly tribulation. The huge lightning illuminated Li Xiao's pale face. Layers of heavenly tribulation descended and were all repelled by Xianxia. When she saw the dragon tail disperse the last lightning tribulation, Li Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. She waited for the lead clouds in the sky to gradually disperse. Deafening cheers sounded. Li Xiao saw many shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and even many dragons emerging from the water. They let out carefree sounds. As expected of Lord Xianxia. He can even go through the heavenly tribulation easily. Yes, although Lord Xianxia usually looks very cold, he is quite reliable. With Lord Xianxia's protection, we don't have to worry about being bullied. Congratulations to the dragon race. It was unknown who said this, but the scene fell silent for a moment. Then, even more enthusiastic voices sounded. Congratulations to the dragon race. Li Xiao saw fanaticism, excitement, joy, and other emotions appear on their faces. Anyone could see their support for Xianxia. And this support also turned into a heavy pressure. She unconsciously frowned and looked at the figure who was still strong and firm under the blue sky. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, it was impossible for him to pass through such a fierce lightning tribulation easily. The stronger he was, the more powerful the lightning tribulation he would experience. He was not as relaxed as he looked, but under the expectant eyes of all the dragons, he could not even show a trace of weakness. With a thought, she cast an illusion on Xianxia, and stood in front of Xianxia. Under the illusion, other demons could not see her at all, except for Xianxia. Xianxia's dragon eyes showed a little curiosity, as if he was curious about her identity. Li Xiao wanted to laugh. Xianxia's character was so cute. How could his subordinates think that he was cold? However, she had to admit that Xianxia looked particularly tall and majestic like this. She looked up at him, and her neck was a little sore. Are you tired? There's no need to force yourself. You can rest for a while. It's okay. Under the effect of the illusion, they will only see your mighty appearance. In the next second, Xianxia turned into a human. He looked very weak and pale as he had just experienced a heavenly tribulation. You are? Li Xiao blurted out, I'm one. In the next second, she felt dizzy. When she opened her eyes again, she had returned to the real world. Li Xiao rubbed her temples and recalled the memory she saw in the fragment of the great void mirror. She just wanted to sigh. Xianxia really had a strong sense of responsibility. That was why he lived so hard. His personality was lazy, and his hobby was sleeping, but he had to work hard to earn money. He was the only one left in the dragon race. No, there was still Xiaolong. However, Xiaolong was still young. It would take time for him to grow up. She couldn't help him too much at the moment. Xianxia remembered that Song Ming had asked her for help. She immediately called her mother's friend and hired a home teaching assistant to help with the preparation of Xiaolong's class schedule and plans for the capital university. In the future, the teaching assistant would adjust the class schedule according to Xiaolong's learning progress. Then, she went to hire teachers for each subject according to the class schedule. With the help of money, all of this went very smoothly. In less than 2 days, once that was done, she excitedly took the timetable and went to look for Song Ming. Anyway, Song Hai now lived next door. It was very convenient for her to visit him. When she arrived, Song Hai was teaching Xiaolong. It had only been a few days since she last saw him. Xiaolong seemed to have grown up a little. He looked like he was 6 years old. Li Xiao immediately reacted. Song Hai had probably used his yellow millet fruit on him to let him cultivate in his dream. Song Hai was really too kind and generous, Li Xiao sighed in her heart. When she was 10 meters away from Song Hai raised his head and said to her, "You're stronger now." He even sensed her aura when she got closer. Li Xiao's lips curled up. Of course. Every time she obtained a fragment of the Great Void Mirror, her strength would improve rapidly. When Xiaolong saw her, he immediately ran over and hugged Li Xiao's thigh. He said pitifully, "Xiao Xiao, save me. Song Hai is a devil." Thinking of what had happened during this period of time, he almost burst into tears. He was thrown into his dream to cultivate by Song Hai and made Lu Haixing keep an eye on him. He didn't rest for a whole year. After coming out of the dream, he was so tired that he was dizzy. Woo-woo, if he had known, he would have stayed in the Great Void Mirror fragment and continued to sleep. Li Xiao touched Xiaolong's head. Xiaolong rubbed against her. He sighed in his heart, Xiao Xiao is so gentle. She's completely different from the terrifying demon king Song Hai. The next moment, the gentle Li Xiao smiled at him. You're very tired from cultivating, right? Xiaolong nodded with an aggrieved expression. The smile on Li Xiao's face became even gentler. Since you're tired from cultivating, you can take a human class to relax. Xiaolong stared at her blankly. What class? Li Xiao's smile deepened. It's a class that specializes in cultivating talents with comprehensive moral, intellectual, and physical development. Study hard and grow up early so that you can take over Song Hai's class and let Song Hai go to sleep. Well, Li Xiao would never admit that she took her anger out on him. Xiaolong lowered his head. Looking at the packed schedule from Monday to Friday, he felt his vision go dark. Li Xiao said, "Don't worry, I've hired many excellent teachers. They will teach you well." Song Hai glanced at the schedule and said, "Don't you have classes on Saturday and Sunday?" Li Xiao's classes were only arranged for Monday to Friday. Li Xiao said, "I have to give him 2 days to cultivate. He couldn't just blindly learn human lessons. He had to keep up with his cultivation. If you don't have enough yellow millet fruits, I'll give you a few more." Li Xiao took away the fragment of the Great Void Mirror, which meant that the yellow millet fruits inside belonged to her. She checked and found that there were at least 200 left. It was not a problem to give some to Song Hai. She seemed to have thought of something and said to Song Hai, "Or if you feel that you don't have enough sleep, you can just sleep in the dream realm. If you sleep in it for a year, it will only be 1 night in the outside world." If Perfected Chen and the others were present and heard this, they would probably vomit blood on the spot. Their yellow millet fruits were used for cultivation. They cherished them so much that they wished they could break one into 2. Li Xiao gave Song Hai directly. She was afraid that he wouldn't have enough sleep, so she let him use it to sleep. Song Hai was stunned for a moment. He showed a happy expression, but still shook his head. "No, I'm used to it." When he first woke up, it was indeed easier for him to feel sleepy. Later, he endured it and felt much better. Li Xiao wanted to sympathize with him. Song Hai was really pitiful. She took out a box and put 10 yellow millet fruits in it. She forcefully stuffed it into Song Hai's hands. Her attitude was not to be rejected. She said in a domineering tone, "I don't want you to think. I want me to think. Listen to me." Xiaolong was so envious that he wanted to cry. His soft voice sounded very wronged. I want to sleep too. They were both dragons. Why was Xianxia treated so much better than him? Lu Hao didn't feel guilty at all when talking about children. Because you are still a child, you need to make full use of your time to learn more. Once you've learned enough, you can sleep as long as you want. Xianxia also studied very seriously when he was young. Xianxia recalled that he often slept through many important ceremonies in the past few thousand years, which led to rumors that he was not close to the dragon race. He nodded and lied through his teeth. Yes, I studied very hard when I was young. Xiaolong opened his mouth. Really? He suddenly felt a little guilty. Ever since he was born, he had spent most of his time sleeping. Li Xiao continued to bluff. You dragons have a very long lifespan, at least a few thousand years. You only need to take out 20 years to study. 20 years is nothing compared to a few thousand years. For us humans, 90 years old is considered a long life, but we spend almost a quarter or even a third of our time studying. Compared to humans, do you feel much happier? Xiaolong thought for a moment. That's right. He straightened his chest. Okay, I will study hard. Once he had learned enough, he would be able to lie down and sleep happily every day. Li Xiao looked at him with pity. This child probably didn't know about the existence of social animals. Of course, she wouldn't remind him, although Xiaolong was very cute. After all, he looked like Xianxia. In Li Xiao's heart, he definitely couldn't be compared to Xianxia. So, of course, she stood on Xianxia's side. After successfully tricking Xiaolong, she put down the timetable and plan and returned to her territory. She also went to have a meal and chat with her mother. She heard from Auntie Yuan that there seemed to be a little fresh meat pursuing her mother recently. If her mother wanted to remarry, Li Xiao didn't mind, as long as she was happy. If the other party had ulterior motives, she could still prevent it from happening through fortune-telling. When Su Manqin saw her daughter expressing that she didn't mind having a stepfather, she was both angry and amused. It's just some groundless rumors. I just think that he's quite suitable to be our company's spokesperson, so I talked to him. It's really nothing. Su Manqin was living a good life now, and she was in a very good state of mind. In addition, she applied the ointment Li Xiao gave her from time to time. Her skin looked as if it had returned to 10 years ago. So, from her appearance, it was impossible to tell that she already had an adult daughter. Okay, if you have time, talk to Ruru. It's good to talk to her and relax. Su Ro was Li Xiao's cousin. She returned to China last year. In this year, she didn't go back to her husband's house. She didn't even think about it during the New Year or the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was as if she had never been married. This situation was obviously abnormal. However, Li Xiao was never the kind of person who would interfere with other people's personalities. Su Ro didn't say anything, so she pretended that she didn't know. When she made a decision, she would definitely support her. She called Su Ro, and Su Ro quickly made an appointment with her. Li Xiao looked at her. She didn't look like she was hurt by love. She was in high spirits. This indifferent cousin smiled gently at Li Xiao. I happen to have something to discuss with you. I talked with Little Green. We're going to open a cosmetics company with a focus on skincare. Li Xiao thought for a moment and said, okay. If you're short of funds, I can invest. Su Ro smiled. Of course we need a rich little woman like you. She thought for a moment and said, Little Green was the one who came up with those recipes, so after we discussed it, Little Green can use its technology to invest in the company. It will take 30% of the shares, and you and I will invest the rest. However, I'm going to put my share under my brother's name first. When she said this, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Her eyes and eyebrows were filled with relief. Li Xiao reacted. You're going to get a divorce? After all, if Su Ro invested now, this share would be counted as the couple's joint property. When they got a divorce, it was possible that they would argue about it. Su Ro smiled and said, yes, I've thought about it for a long time. I don't think it's necessary to continue. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, but an idea she had thought about carefully. Li Xiao nodded and said, do you need me to divine when you can get a divorce? Su Ro said, if he doesn't agree, I'll sue him in court. After 2 years of separation, I can get a divorce. Li Xiao's calm attitude made her feel relieved. Li Xiao called Little Green over, and the three of them discussed the matter of starting a company. In the end, it was decided that Li Xiao and Su Rou would each take out 100 million yuan as the company's startup capital. Little Green would take 30% of the shares, Li Xiao and Su Rou would each take 20%, and the remaining 30% could be kept first to see if anyone was willing to invest with them. After the matter was settled, Li Xiao made an international call to Andrew, a descendant of Grand Duke Smith, and asked him to help investigate Su Rou's husband, Wei Ting. Although Su Rou didn't complain to her, she was still her cousin. If she was bullied, she would definitely help her get back at her. As for why she didn't ask Grand Duke Smith, Li Xiao simply felt that if she asked him for such a trivial matter, he would be angered to death. After instructing the other party to collect more information, she hung up the phone. At the same time, there was also a change in the Li clan. How did you cook this food? There's so little salt. How can I eat it? Chu Lian was throwing a tantrum at Lin Jiaoxi. After the house was transferred, although she knew it was a temporary measure, she was still very unhappy. Every time she found an excuse, she would get angry. She felt that her current life wasn't going well. There was only one servant left to serve her, so she usually had to do a lot of things by herself. The place she lived in was just an ordinary room, and the room was not even as big as her toilet. She was used to living like a princess, so she felt uncomfortable all over. Lin Jiaoxi was still very good-tempered. I know. I'll talk to Auntie Yang next time. Chu Lian looked at Lin Jiaoxi and said, I think your cooking is pretty good. Why don't you do it? Anyway, you only need to take care of Xiaobao every day. It's very easy. It's no big deal to cook 3 more meals. When Lin Jiaoxi heard this, she was furious. She had the urge to throw the bowl and chopsticks at Chu Lian's face. She was so angry that her hands were trembling. Her Xiaobao was only 2 months old. She was so busy feeding and changing diapers every day that she was exhausted and dizzy. She didn't get enough sleep every day, so she had dark circles under her eyes. However, Chu Lian always said that she liked Xiaobao, but she never helped her take care of him and let her rest. Now, Chu Lian disliked the food and insisted that Lin Jiaoxi cook 3 meals, increasing her workload. Lin Jiaoxi lowered her eyes to block the cold light that flashed through her eyes. She still had a good temper and said, Okay, I'll go shopping tomorrow and make a few dishes that you like. Chu Lian saw that Lin Jiaoxi's attitude was still respectful, and her mood improved a lot. After dinner, Lin Jiaoxi went downstairs and chatted with the old ladies. Those old ladies usually didn't go online, so they didn't know her identity. They didn't look down on her because of that, and they even envied her when they saw her wearing branded clothes. Chu Lian regained some of her sense of superiority from the past. She waited until after 9 o'clock to go back. When she went back, she soaked her feet. Lin Jiaoxi made milk for Chu Lian. Mom, you haven't been sleeping well recently. Drink some milk to help you sleep. A smile appeared on Chu Lian's face. Sure. After drinking the milk, Chu Lian was sleepy in less than half an hour. She hurried back to her room to sleep. When she woke up again, it was already dawn. The sunlight outside the window made her eyes a little sore. Chu Lian sleepily opened her eyes. She picked up her phone and looked at it. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. God, she slept for 12 hours. She slept so much that she was still a little dizzy. She got out of bed and walked out of the room. She found that the small house was strangely quiet. She pushed open Lin Jiaoxi's room. She found that the room was empty. Lin Jiaoxi and Xiaobao were not there. She called the helper and asked her why she didn't come today. The helper said, Your daughter-in-law resigned me last night. She said that I don't need to come today. She also gave me 3 more months of salary as compensation. Chu Lian frowned. Why didn't she tell her that she was resigning? There was no helper in the house. How could she do all the housework alone? She called Lin Jiaoxi's phone, but found that she couldn't get through. She waited in the house until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Jiaoxi still didn't come back, and Xiaobao was also nowhere to be seen. Chu Lian suddenly had a bad feeling. She seemed to have thought of something. She rushed to the room, took out the key, entered the password, and opened the safe. The safe, which originally contained a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry, was now empty. Chu Lian felt dizzy, and her face turned pale in an instant. Lin Jiaoxi actually ran away. And took away all her belongings? How could she do this? The Chu Lian remembered how deeply she slept last night. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and say with hatred, Lin Jiaoxi. Last night's glass of milk must have been spiked. No wonder Lin Jiaoxi was so attentive to make milk for her. She had it all planned out. She didn't expect to fall for a little girl. Those jewels were the Chu Lian's backup plan. Even if they were sold cheaply, they could still be sold for hundreds of millions. Now it was gone. It was all gone. Her body was weak, her heart was in a mess, and her mind was in a mess. Unfortunately, Lu Namju was locked up. She didn't have anyone she could trust and couldn't make decisions for her. She picked up her phone and kept dialing Lin Jiaoxi's number, but it was all in vain. Lin Jiaoxi's phone was turned off. She remembered Lin Jiaoxi's uncle and aunt. She wanted to call them and ask them. But in the past, it was always the couple who came to her and flattered her. Although the Chu Lian enjoyed their flattery, she didn't like poor people like them. Of course, she wouldn't give them their number. So now she was at a loss. She didn't have any connections. She couldn't find them even if she wanted to. When it rains, it pours. Just as she decided to put down her face and find a few friends who used to play mahjong with her, she suddenly heard the sound of the lock turning. The Chu Lian was alone at home. When she heard the sound, her hair stood on end. She had an unrealistic hope in her heart. Could it be that Lin Jiaoxi came back? She realized the mistake she had made, so she repented. The next second, the door was opened. In front of her was a couple. They looked ordinary and were around 40 years old. They looked very unfamiliar. At least, she didn't remember them. The Chu Lian said angrily, "What do you want to do by breaking into my house?" The couple was stunned. The woman sneered and said, "What do you mean your house? You're a tenant. You really think this is your house?" The mean-looking woman rolled her eyes. "The owner has already sold the house to us. We'll be moving in 2 days. You'd better pack up your things and move out quickly. If you have any problems, go to the original owner. It's none of our business." She and her husband came to look at the house a few days ago. They were very satisfied with the house, especially since it was in the school district. It would be convenient for their son to go to high school in the future. The Chu Lian's eyes were red with hatred. Lin Jiaoxi. She actually sold the house so quickly? Even the house they were living in was sold. It was obvious that the other houses would be sold as well. She wished she could travel back in time to a month ago and stop herself from being blinded by lard. Why did she listen to Lin Jiaoxi and obediently transfer the house to her name? Her house was gone and her jewels were stolen. Most of the money in the card was transferred to Lin Jiaoxi, leaving only a few $100,000. It could be said that she had nothing now. When she thought about how she was going to lose her house, her blood rushed up. Her face turned red and her eyes were about to pop out. She started to feel dizzy. There was even a buzzing sound in her ears, isolating her from the surrounding sounds. She looked at the woman's mouth opening and closing. She wanted to hear what she was saying clearly, but the more she wanted to hear, the more she couldn't do it. Her vision started to blur and her body fell straight down. The back of her head hit the floor with a bang. The woman who was talking enthusiastically was stunned by the Chu Lian's fainting. She squatted down and pushed the Chu Lian. She warned, "Don't try to scam me. Do you think you can just pretend to be unconscious? I have relatives in the police station. Hey. Wake up." After pushing for a long time, panic flashed across her face. Li Xiao opened her eyes. She had been using the yellow millet fruit to cultivate for the past few days. Although the fragment of the void mirror increased her strength, her foundation was still unstable. She needed time to digest what she had gained. And she had indeed succeeded. After using 7 more yellow millet fruits, her cultivation had long surpassed the current record of the void technique. She even began to try to figure out the follow-up technique and already had some ideas. Halfway through her deliberations, she was interrupted by a phone call. Li Xiao looked at the number on the screen. It was a call from an unknown number. However, not many people knew her number, except for a few close friends. She picked up the phone. It was a call from the police. Is this Li Xiao? Your grandmother is in the hospital right now. Li Xiao frowned. What kind of trouble did the Chulian cause? It was actually to the point of being in the hospital. Since it was a call from the police, it shouldn't be a groundless complaint. She directly called the brat Mao Ruxin back. During this time, Mao Ruxin was in charge of watching over there. She went straight to the point and asked, "What's going on with the Chulian?" Mao Ruxin said, "I just came back to report to you." Then, he told her about the Chulian and Lin Jiaoxi. Speaking of which, the Chulian and Lin Jiaoxi's matter was an eye-opener for her. The Chulian was so angry that he was sent to the hospital. He has now suffered a stroke. Li Xiao gasped in amazement. She didn't care about Lin Jiaoxi before because she wanted to let them fight each other. She didn't expect that Lin Jiaoxi would really take the jewelry and the house and run away. He even angered the Chulian to the point of suffering a stroke. She felt relieved just listening to it. Do you want to go over and take a look? Li Xiao nodded. Of course. If she doesn't have the money to pay for the medical fees, I can certainly help her. Now that he had suffered a stroke, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble in the future. And to be honest, many people thought that the Li clan deserved it and scolded the Li clan from Li Xiao's perspective. But now that the Chulian had suffered a stroke, he became a weakling in everyone's eyes. If she didn't care at all, many people would jump out and say sour things. She could just take out some medical fees in exchange for some peace and quiet. Anyway, she didn't lack money. And she didn't want the Chulian to die so quickly. Dying now would be a relief for her. Li Xiao tidied up a little and went to the hospital to visit the Chulian. The Chulian had already woken up. She was lying on the hospital bed. Her hair was a little messy, her mouth looked a little crooked, and saliva was flowing out of her mouth. The Chulian's eyes lit up when she saw her. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say a word. She could only make futile sounds. Li Xiao walked in front of her and said to the nurse, "Thank you for your hard work." The nurse looked at her curiously, smiled at Li Xiao, and told her some things to pay attention to when taking care of the patient. Li Xiao recorded it directly. Well, it was impossible for her to take care of the Chulian. It was impossible for her to take care of the Chulian for the rest of her life. At most, she would ask a nurse to come over. That would be benevolent enough. She went to the front desk to pay the medical fees and changed the Chulian to a separate ward. After doing all this, half a day had passed. After the nurse and the doctor left, Li Xiao made a barrier to prevent people outside from hearing what was going on inside. She cast an illusion so that on the surveillance screen, people would only see the Chulian sleeping and she playing with her phone. Then she would use his heart to communicate with the Chulian. Although the Chulian couldn't speak because of the stroke, it wasn't difficult for her at all. "Xiao Xiao, you're really a good child. Grandma didn't misjudge you." When the Chulian heard his inner voice, he was stunned for a moment and then showed an excited expression. Li Xiao smiled and said, "You don't think that I came to pay the medical fees because I forgive you, do you? I'm just happy to see you in such a sorry state, so I don't mind spending some money. Just treat it as a ticket to watch a show." She looked at the Chulian condescendingly, looking like a villain in a novel. The Chulian was stunned and his face turned red. "I already know that I was wrong. Can't you forgive me?" Li Xiao sneered, "Why should I forgive you? Don't you have only yourself to blame for what happened to you? If you didn't dislike my mother and support Chang Kain, the Li clan wouldn't have gone bankrupt. If you didn't want a grandson and get a bunch of women for Lu Namju, you would have let Chang Kain enter the Li clan. Even if you let Lin Chaoxi enter the house, Lin Chaoxi wouldn't have the chance to cheat you out of your house and jewels. You wouldn't have been driven out of the house and have no place to live. You wouldn't have had a stroke and be paralyzed and unable to speak. How do you know all this?" The Chulian's inner voice sounded flustered and exasperated. Li Xiao's smile widened. "Oh, I saw it from your face." Of course, she couldn't see such detailed things from her face. Anyway, the Chulian didn't know, so she casually made up a story. She couldn't say that she often asked the little ghost to help keep an eye on him. The Chulian easily believed this reason. Then why didn't you remind me? If she could make a sound, she would probably be so angry that her voice would break when she said this. But Li Xiao could see her current mood from her ferocious expression. Her ferocious expression made her mouth seem even more crooked. Saliva kept dripping down, but she couldn't move her hands and feet. She couldn't even wipe her own saliva. Why should I remind you? You didn't give me any money. I already cut off all ties with you and your son. It's impossible for me to work for free. Li Xiao said in a pitiful tone, don't be angry, or you'll drool again. AI, you better live a little longer. Don't die of anger so quickly. Otherwise, when you die, I'll definitely treat you well as a ghost. When that time comes, you definitely won't feel better than you do now. She emphasized the word ghost. The Chu Lian was so scared that her inner voice stopped. She was already in extreme pain, but after becoming a ghost, she would be in even more pain. Li Xiao glanced at her. The smile on her lips was full of ridicule. If your son didn't cheat, if you and my mother got along well, you would still be able to enjoy a pampered life, instead of being angered to the point of having a stroke and being alone. It's you who ruined your own life. She stood up, didn't look at the Chu Lian again, and walked out of the ward. She lifted the illusion and read his mind. After a while, the nurse hired by Li Xiao arrived. She nodded slightly at Li Xiao and went in to take care of the patient. On the hospital bed, the Chu Lian closed her eyes and tears kept flowing down. Li Xiao's words kept replaying in her mind. She regretted it, she really regretted it. The nurse's voice sounded in her ears, that was your granddaughter, right? Your granddaughter is really beautiful and filial. She's willing to spend money on you. You're really lucky. Was it a blessing? How could she be lucky? She didn't expect that she would end up like this in her old age after enjoying a lifetime of happiness. Li Xiao walked out of the hospital and went to the police station to report the case. The jewelry that Lin Jiaoxi stole from the Chu Lian was worth hundreds of millions. This kind of theft was enough to send Lin Jiaoxi to prison for life. She also didn't understand why the Chu Lian didn't know how to report the theft after finding out that her things were stolen. Such a big case would definitely be the focus of the police investigation. Maybe it was because Lin Namju and the others were arrested, plus a guilty conscience, so the Chu Lian didn't dare to report the theft. Another possibility was that she didn't have any knowledge of the law. Although she hated the Chu Lian, she didn't want to see Lin Jiaoxi get away with it, so she went in and accompanied Lin Namju. After Su Manqin found out that she had gone to see the Chu Lian, she asked a few questions but did not express her opinion on the matter. She had always said that it was fine as long as Li Xiao liked it. On the other hand, she also mentioned something to Li Xiao. There's a charity banquet next week. Do you want to go? Li Xiao thought about it and said, okay. It just so happened that she, her cousin, and Little Green were preparing to start a cosmetics brand. Starting a company also required connections and dealings with many people in the social circle. It would be good for her to go and make her presence known. Su Manqin's eyes were smiling. You can find a male companion to accompany you. She seemed to have thought of something and said, at your age, there are probably many people who have designs on you. Li Zhao's conditions were indeed very good. Even if the Li clan was in dire straits now, it would not affect her at all. Those who were slightly well informed in the social circle knew that she was a master of metaphysics. She could read fortunes and set up feng shui arrays. Moreover, she was still young and had limitless possibilities in the future. Even without the halo of a master of metaphysics, Li Xiao was also rich. The assets under her name now added up to 20 to 30 billion yuan. Many companies and entire families combined might not be as rich as her. She was a capable and rich, fair and beautiful woman. If it were not for the fact that Li Xiao usually did not attend these banquets and that she was usually elusive, there would have been people chasing after her. Even on Su Manqin's side, there were many old friends who tried to sound her out. Su Manqin basically brushed them off perfunctorily. Li Xiao understood what she meant and nodded slightly. Okay, I'll definitely bring a male companion. She thought about it and decided to bring Songhai. The main reason was that among her friends of the opposite sex, Songhai was the best with her. Moreover, Songhai was good-looking, that pleasing face could make one eat a few more bowls of rice just by looking at him. When the time came, if someone pestered her, she could totally point at Xianxia and say to the other party, "I don't want anyone who isn't as good looking as Xianxia." She was such a stubborn person who was obsessed with appearances. If Xianxia couldn't accompany her, then she would find a vixen and turn the vixen into a handsome guy who would make people unable to close their legs, blinding everyone's eyes. Su Manqin couldn't help but think of that handsome young man, and the smile on his face deepened. Xianxia, right? That child, Su Feng, had mentioned it to her a few times. Li Xiao did not hesitate at all. Yes, it's him. His face appeared in Su Manqin's mind. She had to admit that her daughter had good taste, at least better than her. I have a few sets of clothes that suit him. He can try them on. Li Xiao didn't stand on ceremony with her own mother. Okay, I'll bring him here. As the saying goes, one should respect Luoyi first before respecting others. There was some truth to this saying. Especially those who attended the charity banquet, many of them were rich and respectable. If the Xianxia wore clothes that were less than 10,000 yuan, some people would look down on them. She quickly mentioned this matter to Xianxia and asked for his opinion. After he agreed, she brought him to her mother's place to try on the clothes. When Su Manqin saw him, her eyes lit up and she sized up his figure. His shoulders were broad and his waist was narrow. He was a natural clothes hanger. When she saw him, she had a lot of inspiration. Come, try this set. Xianxia blinked and took the clothes inside to change. He originally thought that it would only take a few minutes to try on the clothes, but in the end, he was only released by Su Manqin 2 hours later. His mind was completely in a mess, and he had no specific memory of the process at all. It was as if he had been pixelated, and his whole person was in a daze. In the end, Su Manqin made the final decision. I think the first set is still the best. I'll choose him. The moment Li Xiao saw it, Xianxia's expression darkened. He looked like he wasn't in a good mood, and the ahog on his head drooped down, making him look listless. He looked at her with a hint of grievance in his eyes. She couldn't help but laugh. Su Manqin said with conviction, if you don't try on a few more sets, how can you tell which one is the most suitable? In addition to the first set, she also gave Xianxia 2 other sets of clothes of different styles. Cough, cough, cough. She definitely couldn't admit that she couldn't help but let him try on the clothes repeatedly just now. Li Xiao didn't want to experience Xianxia's experience at all. She chose 2 sets of small dresses that matched Xianxia's and then hurried back at lightning speed. Su Manqin looked at her back as if she was avoiding snakes and scorpions. She chuckled. This child. After spending time with Xianxia, she had a better impression of this child. Not only was he good-looking, but his temper was also quite good. He wasn't angry even after being tormented by her like this. Moreover, he wasn't the kind of person who had ulterior motives and could see through such shallow thoughts at a glance. After her marriage with Lin Namju, Su Manqin was much more open-minded about Li Xiao's other half. This charity gala was held in a rather famous venue in S City. It was located by the sea and the venue itself was shaped like a shell. It was said that a famous architect was invited. Looking down from above, it looked like a shining shell, full of artistic feeling. As one of the important guests, Su Manqin was led by the host of the gala as soon as he entered the venue. The host was the eldest daughter of Sulu Electronics Group, Su Lanqing. She was dressed in red and looked like a burning flame from afar. Su Manqin got along well with her and exchanged a few words with her when they met. She didn't bring a male companion today, only an assistant. Those who came to the charity gala would bring auction items. The money from the auction would be donated. Su Lanqing asked her, is your Xiaoxiao coming today? Su Manqin nodded. She'll be here later. Su Lanqing joked, then I can ask her to help me see when my peach blossoms will come. Su Lanqing was in a relationship gap recently and didn't have a fixed boyfriend by her side. Su Manqin implicitly praised her. As long as you spread the word, I'm afraid there will be so many peach blossoms around you that you can open a flower shop. After all, Su Lanqing was beautiful and had an outstanding family background. Su Lanqing gently touched Su Manqin with her wineglass. Thank you for your kind words. At this time, a rich businessman, Mr. Zhang, who was in the timber business, walked over to Su Manqin with his son. Mr. Zhang's appearance was only ordinary. Because of his fat body, he had a greasy feeling. His son didn't look like him. It was said that his son looked like his mother. He was very handsome and wore a formal suit, looking elegant and graceful. This son of his was also his pride. He often brought him out in the past few years to pave the way for his son. Mr. Zhang and Su Manqin only said a few words before the topic turned to Li Xiao. Didn't Mr. Su's daughter come with you? Your daughter and my son are about the same age. Young people like them should have a lot in common. They can get to know each other and become friends. Su Manqin realized that compared to him, these people were more interested in his daughter. They were like dogs that smelled meat. She was a little impatient in her heart, but she still maintained a decent smile on her face. Mr. Zhang's son, Xianxia, smiled slightly. I don't know if I have the honor. Su Manqin more or less heard about Mr. Zhang's family matters. She knew that his son was actually born from an outside mistress. It was just that when the household register was registered, it was under his wife's name. After all, his wife didn't give birth to a child. Just this point alone made her very unhappy. The smile on her face faded. Mr. Zhang's son is indeed a talent, but it still depends on the child's own thoughts. Mr. Zhang laughed happily. That's for sure. He glanced at his precious son and was satisfied no matter how he looked at him. His son was now studying at a prestigious university abroad and was so handsome. There was no reason why Su Manqin's daughter wouldn't be moved when she saw him. Just as he was about to say a few more words to Su Manqin to improve their relationship, he suddenly noticed a commotion at the door. He turned his head and was immediately dazzled by the impact of the beauty in front of him. The woman's appearance was exquisite and beautiful, like a blooming peony. The bright yellow dress she was wearing set off her snow-white skin. She was like a sparkling jade, making people unable to look away from her. The man she was holding was wearing a beige suit. His facial features were beautiful, and his eyebrows were like a landscape painting. There wasn't a single flaw to be found. His elegant temperament revealed a noble air. When he stood next to Li Xiao, not only was he not suppressed by her, but the style of the two was very harmonious and complemented each other. Li Xiao leaned closer to talk to him. Her intimate posture was clear at a glance. The atmosphere between the two was filled with a kind of atmosphere that outsiders couldn't interfere. After Li Xiao finished telling Xianxia not to drink, she looked up and saw her mother Su Manqin. She held Xianxia's hand and went to see her mother first. Su Manqin had a smile on her face and said reproachfully, "You're a little late." Su Lanqing smiled and said, "No, this time is just right." Her gaze fell on Xianxia and couldn't help but be surprised by his good looks. Ren Xiaotong's appearance when he was young was already outstanding. This young man's appearance was even more handsome than Ren Xiaotong's. It was as if the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had gathered on him, forgetting all worldly things. If it were any other time, she would have already seduced him. Unfortunately, this was Li Xiao's male companion, so she could only endure. After all, she didn't like to steal other people's men. Chief Zhang saw the scene just now and then looked at his son. His son, who was originally very capable, was suddenly compared to this strange young man. He was like a manservant by the side of a young master. He did not have the brilliance from before. Li Xiao let go of Xianxia's hand and introduced him to everyone. Xianxia nodded slightly, his expression a little cold. When facing unfamiliar people, he would automatically put on this attitude, revealing an alienated temperament, making people not dare to blaspheme. Mr. Zhang recalled and was very sure that he had never heard of any big family surnamed Song. Just in case, he probed again. "You look a little familiar. Have I seen your father before?" Xianxia frowned. "No, my parents are long gone. His parents had died in a battle before he was born." Mr. Zhang sneered in his heart. He was sure that this was a man who didn't have a name or surname. Even if he was good-looking, it didn't change his nature of living off a woman. The way he looked at Song Ming was now filled with disdain. He pulled his son and said, "I didn't expect Xiao to be so old already. I saw you when you were just born. Girls really change 18 times between childhood and womanhood. This is my son, Ah Su. You're about the same age, so you can get to know each other." He paused for a moment and said earnestly, "Don't get to know those greedy people outside. You can use them to pass the time, but as a friend, you should find someone of equal social status. Although he didn't mention a name, everyone could tell that the person he was insinuating was Xianxia, who was brought here by Li Xiao. His son stepped forward to be the good guy and frowned slightly. Dad, don't talk nonsense. I believe that if Li Xiao treats him as a friend, he must be good. Sai, you children don't know so much. People with your status are destined to be surrounded by many people with ulterior motives. Many people try to get close to you with the idea of working 10 years less. You may know a person for a long time without understanding his heart. Don't think too highly of others. Li Xiao was very unhappy. What kind of idiot dared to bully Xianxia in front of her? Her gaze fell on Mr. Zhang's son. He met her gaze and gave her an embarrassed smile, as if he was embarrassed by his father's words. Li Xiao said, "Is this your son?" Mr. Zhang quickly nodded and began to boast. Li Xiao asked again, "Oh, is he your stepson?" Mr. Zhang frowned. "What stepson? This is my and my wife's son." Li Xiao smiled slightly. "Is that so? I saw his face. His father is long gone. I thought he was your stepson." She looked innocent and asked Xianxia, "I'm not as good as you in this aspect. Can you help me see if I'm wrong?" Xianxia's lips curled up. "No." From his face, his father died when he was 8 years old. Mr. Zhang's face was as red as a pig's liver, and he could no longer maintain his amiable smile. He wasn't a fool. How could he not understand that Li Xiao and Xianxia were saying that he had been cuckolded? He put on a fake smile and said, "Miss Li is really humorous. You really know how to joke." Li Xiao pretended to be surprised. "No, I'm not joking with you. I'm telling the truth. Judging from your appearance, you don't have a son." Mr. Zhang's son, Xianxia, frowned and looked unhappy. "Even if you don't like us, you can't insult us like this." How could he not be his father's son? His current status was based on the premise that he was his father's only son. If he really wasn't? Xianxia's heart pounded at the thought of that possibility. No, no, no. How could he be led astray? He had to be his father's biological son. Li Xiao sneered. "Who's joking with you? I'm reminding you out of kindness because our families know each other. It's fine if you don't appreciate it." Su Manqi knew her daughter's character. Li Xiao wasn't the kind of person who would casually fabricate rumors just because she didn't like the look of it. She said it with such certainty that it must be true. Thinking of that possibility, she couldn't help but gloat. She didn't have a good impression of Mr. Zhang, a man who relied on his wife to make a fortune and who had a mistress after his wife's family retired. Especially this father and son pair who didn't even look in the mirror and still had ideas about her precious daughter. They deserved to be cuckolded. Mr. Zhang's face immediately darkened. His oily face looked like it had been splashed with ink. Nonsense. How dare a person who hasn't even grown out dare to swindle others? He was so angry that he spoke without thinking. No man liked being called a cuckold. This was simply a great humiliation. If this spread, he would lose all his face. Su Manqin's face also darkened. "My daughters, Xiao and Xianxia, are metaphysics masters that the country specially invited to help." "What, are you saying that the country has misjudged him?" Mr. Zhang's lips quivered, but he couldn't say a word to refute. When he heard that even the higher-ups had invited them over, he couldn't help but waver. Could it be that what they said was true? It was impossible. Lan Lan loved him so much. She was willing to follow him even though she had no status. How could she cheat on him? Asa must be his son. The struggle in his heart was expressed on his face, making it seem as if his face had opened a dye house. Xianxia looked at his face and said indifferently, "Looking at your face, you might have had a son 24 years ago. Unfortunately, you didn't give birth to him." Mr. Zhang's heart skipped a beat. 24 years ago, his wife was pregnant, and her ultrasound showed that it was a boy. At that time, he met Lan Lan. He couldn't control his lower body and got together with Lan Lan. In the end, his wife found out and she had a miscarriage. Because of this accident, her body was damaged and she could no longer conceive. It was for this reason that she turned a blind eye to him putting Asu under her name. Not many people knew about this, except for those who were very close to him. You had an accident 8 years ago, and then you lost the ability to conceive. Nonsense. I'm perfectly fine. How can I have erectile dysfunction? Mr. Zhang couldn't help but raise his voice. However, his stern expression revealed a sense of guilt no matter how one looked at it. All the guests looked at Mr. Zhang in unison with subtle expressions. So Mr. Zhang, who usually looked like a pervert, was now erectile dysfunction. What a huge scandal. Originally, they were already excited that Mr. Zhang might have been cheated on, but they didn't expect a second scandal to appear immediately. Su Lanqing, the organizer of this charity gala, had originally planned to ask Mr. Zhang to leave directly so that he wouldn't dirty her territory. But now she immediately dismissed the idea. What was the point of asking him to leave? It was rare to see such a good show. She looked at Mr. Zhang's lower body with a smile. This action made Mr. Zhang's face twist in anger. Song Hai was a little confused. I didn't say that you have erectile dysfunction. I just said that you have lost the ability to conceive. Li Xiao covered her mouth and laughed. Does this count as a confession? She said coldly, congratulations. Now everyone knows that you have erectile dysfunction. Mr. Zhang was so angry that he almost fainted. His hand, which was pointing at Li Xiao and Song Hai, kept trembling, and his breathing became heavier. Although he was very angry, he was more panicked and scared. 8 years ago, when he went out to play, he accidentally fell off a horse and injured his private part. No matter how many doctors he invited and how many remedies he took, there was still no cure. After that, he was very guilty and worried that others would find out. Usually, he would pretend to be a playboy, which made people in the circle say that he was dissolute and perverted. Now, his fig leaf was torn off in public, and everyone knew that he had problems in that area. Thinking of how everyone would look at him with ridicule and sympathy when he went out in the future, Mr. Zhang wished that he could be reincarnated. His eyes couldn't help but fall on Xianxia. In the past, he had always been very proud of this son with excellent grades and outstanding looks. But when he thought that it was very likely that he wasn't his son, he felt like a thorn in his heart. After having doubts, he looked at Ah Su in a way that didn't look like his son at all. That's right, Song Ming and Li Xiao were able to see through his two secrets just by looking at his face. They were probably telling the truth. His son. He had worked hard for half his life, but he didn't even have a son. He even raised someone else's son for so many years in vain. His mind was full of this matter, and he was no longer in the mood to attend this so-called charity party. He reluctantly said, I'm not feeling well. I'll go first. The most important thing now was to investigate carefully, and it would be best to do a paternity test. He had done a paternity test when Ah Su was born, but now that he thought about it, there was a doctor in the hospital who happened to be Lanlin's relative. After saving his dignity, he lowered his head and left. Dad, I'll go with you. Xianxia was also very uneasy. He needed to go back and ask his biological mother quickly so that he could make follow-up plans. But when he wanted to help his father subconsciously avoided him. This action made Xianxia's heart sink to the bottom. His father was really suspicious of him. Ah. Song Hai looked a little annoyed. Li Xiao asked, what's wrong? Song Hai said, I forgot to ask him for the fortune-telling fee. Now, when he helped people read their fortunes, it would cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. But just now, he seemed to have lost his mind. He didn't ask for money before reading his fortune. He lost money for nothing. Li Xiao nearly fainted from laughing. Song Ming's personality was really adorable at times. She held back her laughter and comforted him. It's okay. Just treat it as a good deed. Song Hai is really a kind person. Song Hai smiled a little embarrassedly. The people around who heard this couldn't help but twitch their mouths. What kind of F***king person was he? A really kind person wouldn't expose someone's dark history. After today, President Zhang wouldn't dare to go out for a while. Li Xiao had her own filter. Beauty was in the eye of the beholder. However, in the beginning, President Zhang looked down on others and provoked them casually. Now that he had kicked an iron plate, he reaped what he sowed. Not far away, President Zhang, who heard the conversation, felt his blood rush up and he almost vomited blood. He left even faster. After the father and son left, the venue was quiet for a moment. Then, as if a switch had been pressed, the lively scene returned to the original. Many people who came to the charity banquet today heard that Li Xiao was coming and came for her. But now, after what happened just now, no one dared to act rashly. After all, no one wanted to be the next President Zhang. When Song Hai first came, many people thought that he was just Li Xiao's gigolo and looked down on him. Now, a metaphysics master who showed his ability was very rare. Even if they couldn't be on good terms with him, they couldn't offend him. After thinking about this, many people changed their mentality and warmly came over to greet Li Xiao and Song Hai. Li Xiao had to admit that these businessmen were really good at taking advantage of the situation. However, she didn't need to offend them. She smiled and accepted their kindness. She also accepted several business cards. She might be able to use them in the future. Su Manqin originally wanted to use his connections to introduce more people to his daughter. Now, it seemed that there was no need at all. Therefore, it was said that strength was a walking hard currency. For example, even if Li Xiao and Song Hai ignored these people, they would only praise them for having the demeanor of a master. Even Su Lanqing teasingly expressed that her limelight had been snatched away. Of course, she didn't mind at all. On the one hand, it was because she had a good impression of Li Xiao. On the other hand, she wanted to have a good relationship with them. Because Song Hai wasn't very good at dealing with strangers, Li Xiao was worried about him, so she stayed close to him. The intimate posture of the two was obvious, making many people feel that they were really a perfect couple. However, for some rich second-generation heirs who wanted to pursue Li Xiao, this scene was very eye-catching and made them feel stifled. However, they didn't dare to provoke Song Hai in front of him and make him retreat, lest they become the next President Zhang. They more or less had some dark history with women. If they were exposed, they would lose all their face. Li Xiao didn't care about what those people thought. In fact, with Song Hai by her side, she really saved a lot of trouble. If Song Hai didn't mind, maybe he could pretend to be her boyfriend so that others would retreat. She really didn't want to get married and have children. Cultivating was better than falling in love. At this moment, she saw her good friend Jiang Tian in the corner, so she went over to greet her. Song Hai and Jiang Tian weren't familiar with each other, so they stood not far away. "You came here alone," she said to Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian nodded. She didn't want to come here. However, her mother said that she would appear in front of people sooner or later, so she asked her to come here first to make her presence known. Li Xiao asked, "Why don't you look happy?" Jiang Tian sighed. "I failed again today." "Li Xiao?" Jiang Tian said, "I want to buy the copyright of a novel. I talked to the author again today, but she didn't want to do it." Li Xiao's eyelids twitched. She asked, "What novel? Could it be Sparrow Fairy's novel?" Jiang Tian still hadn't given up. How much did she like that novel? Although the plot of that novel was indeed irresistible, it was just an ordinary melodramatic romance novel. It wasn't like there weren't any novels better than Sparrow Fairies. Jiang Tian paused. "Addicted to Loving You, young Master Lu is busy chasing his wife." Li Xiao just wanted to cover her face. No matter what, when this name came out of Jiang Tian's mouth, it felt so out of place. Did Missy really not care about her image? As for Miss Tian herself, she had a straight face, as if she was talking about a literary work like Red Extreme. Her confident attitude made Li Xiao wonder if she was making a fuss over nothing. She stared at Jiang Tian and asked, "Why do you like this book so much?" To be honest, the reason why Sparrow Spirit was able to support her writing in the early stages was because Jiang Tian kept tipping her every day. Countless authors on the website were jealous that Sparrow Spirit had such a rich reader. Some people even said that Sparrow Spirit was the one who tipped the book, saying that she was a pay-to-win player. Sparrow Spirit was so angry that she wanted to argue with them personally. Jiang Tian was silent for a while and said, "Because I feel that I have a telepathic connection with the author." "Li Xiao?" Jiang Tian said, "When I read the plot of the novel, I often felt that it was very familiar. Then one night, I had a dream about some of the plot. When I opened the update the next day, I Realized that the content of the update was very similar to the dream I had. Therefore, I feel that this should be fate. Jiang Tian firmly believed in fate. It would be fine if it was just once, but she had already encountered this situation several times. Moreover, this novel was very well written. Others thought that Jiang Tian usually liked to read poetry and prose, or at least read about social success. However, they did not know that her favorite was actually melodramatic romance novels. Although many people were illogical, reading them was very stressful and allowed her to forget some of her troubles in the real world. The corner of Li Zhao's mouth twitched. Could it be that Jiang Tian was dreaming about something that happened in another world? When Sparrow Spirit was writing, she had incorporated some of the material into her novel. It was normal for her to occasionally have dreams that overlapped with Jiang Tian's. It seemed that Jiang Tian's inspiration was quite strong. She roughly understood why Jiang Tian was so obsessed with this novel. Jiang Tian said, "I have already chosen an actor for one of the supporting male characters. If she was the one who bought the copyright, she would most likely be the one who invested in the film and television projects. As an investor, she still had some say in it." Li Xiao was a little curious. Which actor? Jiang Tian turned on his phone and clicked on a picture. Li Xiao looked at it and recognized that it was a small celebrity who had debuted less than 2 years ago. His facial features were well-defined and handsome. His frown made her feel a little familiar. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration. Wasn't this small celebrity who looked like Quan Ilsen? Of course, Quan Ilsen himself was more handsome and domineering than him. You want him to be the supporting male character? Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. You've read this novel too? Li Xiao wanted to say that she wasn't. She didn't. But she could only shamefully admit it. This supporting male lead who liked to talk about Wangpa of Tianliang at every turn, when he wrote the story, he wrote it according to Quan Ilsen. In the beginning, this supporting male character was deceived by the supporting female character and bullied the female lead. Until one day, his wig was blown off by the wind and his bald head was exposed. The female lead did not care about his previous behavior. Not only did she not care about his previous behavior, she even wrote a prescription to prevent hair loss for the supporting male character. After taking it for a period of time, the supporting male character really grew hair. From then on, the supporting male character became the female lead's bootlicker. In short, this was a funny character. Li Xiao wanted to watch this TV series. She coughed. I think Quan Ilsen is more suitable for this role. Quan Ilsen had a natural aura of stupidity. Jiang Tian frowned. I can't afford it. Although she was rich, there was no need to spend billions to get Quan Ilsen to play this role. That's right, even if she offered billions, Quan Ilsen might not be willing. That's true. She thought for a while and decided to take the Sparrow Spirit to the headquarters of the website. She wanted to see if she could change the ID of the contract from Li Zhao's to the Sparrow Spirit's own. Then, she would let the Sparrow Spirit and Jiang Tian have a good talk about the copyright. She had an unfathomable look on her face. I think after a while, you can try again. The success rate will increase. Jiang Tian said, Is this the result of your divination? Yes. Li Xiao chatted with Jiang Tian for a while. Then, she was called by Su Manqin to meet an old family friend. Then, the charity gala began. This time, Su Manqin took out the diamond ring from her wedding to auction. The huge and shiny diamond almost blinded everyone's eyes. The market price of this diamond ring was more than 10 million yuan. She didn't want to completely break up with her previous marriage by auctioning off this diamond ring. Compared with Su Manqin's auction items, the other items were relatively unremarkable. Li Xiao took out an amulet that she had drawn for auction. It could block a disaster. The jade itself was not expensive, but with the effect of blocking disasters, many people naturally rushed to buy it. In the end, it was sold for 1 million yuan. For these rich people, 1 million yuan was just the price of a car. It was not a loss to spend money to block a disaster. The person who bought this item was Su Lanqing's brother. The other people did not continue to raise the price with him because of this relationship. Li shouted a rough calculation. After this gala, they could almost raise hundreds of millions of yuan, which could be considered a big sum. After the auction was over, Li Xiao prepared to leave with Song Hai and her mother. Su Lanqing personally saw them out. She glanced at Song Hai and whispered in Li Xiao's ear, "I see that many girls' eyes are glued to your little boyfriend tonight. You have to be careful. Not everyone was as principled as her." Li Xiao had been in the limelight recently. Many people were jealous of her, but they did not dare to offend her openly. But if they had the chance to steal her boyfriend, those rich ladies would not be soft-hearted. Li Xiao raised her eyebrows. "Let them come at me." She only felt that it was funny. Song Hai did not interact much with humans. He had a good relationship with her because they were the same kind and friends who could move forward side by side. Those rich ladies were really thinking too much. Su Lanqing reminded Li Xiao because she liked her. She had done her best. Li Xiao still had to thank her for her kindness. She turned around and saw Song Ming frowning as though he was deep in thought. Li Xiao reacted. Song Hai should have heard the conversation just now. It was not difficult for them to hear the volume clearly. "You don't have to worry about them. If they want to go on a date with you, ask them to pay an appearance fee of 1 million yuan per date." Not every rich lady was like Li Xiao, who had millions of yuan under her name and could spend a lot of money. This price was enough to scare away many people. Song Hai said seriously, "I'm not a little girl." Li Xiao's eyes widened. Wait, it couldn't be what she thought, right? Was Song Hai talking dirty? "Who led him astray?" Song Hai said, "I'm already tens of thousands of years old." Well, he was not a little boyfriend. Li Xiao, oh. What? It turned out that she was thinking too much. She knew it. How could Song Hai know this? Under Song Hai's gaze, Li Xiao, who had always been thick-skinned, was ashamed. "Okay, let's go back." She quickly changed the topic. This topic was too dangerous. A few days later, Li Xiao got the gossip about President Zhang's family from her mother, Su Manqing. Su Manqing took a sip of coffee, put down the cup, and said, "Zhang Yuanse is really not President Zhang's son." He personally went to several hospitals to do paternity tests and confirmed this fact. President Zhang went crazy. As she talked about this, the expression on her face showed that she was happy to hear this. It is said that the paternity test done when Zhang Yuanse was born was faked by his mother's relatives. President Zhang had raised someone's son for more than 20 years for nothing. He directly kicked him out of the house. The mistress outside was also beaten up by him. She was almost disfigured. Li Xiao listened with great interest. Halfway through, she felt that something was wrong. "Mom, how do you know so much?" According to President Zhang's personality, he would definitely want to cover up these scandals. "How could everyone know about it?" Su Manqing said. His wife spread the news. His wife has already divorced him and took away a lot of his assets. And after the divorce, she told President Zhang that she already knew that Zhang Yuanse was not his son. President Zhang was so angry that he was sent to the hospital. He has not been discharged yet. Li Xiao could not help but sigh. This madam has a bright future. She is ruthless. She endured it and did not say a word all these years. She let the mistress jump in front of her and endured raising the mistress's son. Many people said that she was a ninja turtle. No one thought that she did it on purpose. To be honest, even if Li Xiao and Song Hai did not expose this at the charity gala, that madam would have taken action sooner or later. Su Manqing nodded. Her eyes were full of admiration. Yes, if she had revealed this when Zhang Yuanse was born, with President Zhang's personality, he would definitely take revenge on his mistress and then find another woman to give birth to his son. In the end, because he did not know about this, President Zhang spent all his energy on the mistress and Zhang Yuanse. He did not have the energy to find another woman. It was not until 8 years ago that he had a problem with his body. In order not to be discovered, he found another woman to be his shield. Now, even if he wanted to have a new child, he could not. To him, this was the greatest revenge. No matter how much money he earned, he would not have an heir. He would not have any children. President Zhang was so angry that he was sent to the hospital because of this. Li Xiao even suspected that President Zhang's accident 8 years ago had something to do with his wife. However, it could also be related to his mistress. It could also be an accident. After all, this was someone else's family matter. It had nothing to do with Li Xiao. She just listened to it for fun. At the same time, Andrew sent her the investigation report from the other side of the ocean. Andrew was indeed capable. He had investigated the situation of her cousin-in-law, Wei Ting, in detail. Li Xiao spent half an hour reading it. She could not help but sigh at the depth of the rich. Li Xiao didn't have much contact with the Wei family in the past. The Wei family presented a warm and peaceful image to the public, so she really didn't know that there were so many things going on inside. Su Ro's husband was Wei Ting. His biological mother passed away during childbirth, leaving Wei Ting alone. Then, his original aunt married into the Wei family in the name of taking good care of her nephew. She became Wei Ting's stepmother. 3 years later, his stepmother also had a son of her own. On the surface, she appeared to be very concerned about Wei Ting. Sparrow Spirit sat next to Li Xiao and read the information while complaining, "I can guarantee that his stepmother must have had an affair with his father a long time ago. This isn't ancient times. This is modern society. How can a woman marry her brother-in-law just to take care of her nephew? The Wei family doesn't lack nannies." Scheming B*TCH, White Lotus. She immediately labeled Wei Ting's stepmother as a traitor. Li Xiao agreed with her judgment and continued reading. Although Wei Ting was the older brother, he was not as good as his younger brother. However, his performance made his father favor him even more. Because he was afraid that Wei Ting wouldn't be able to support himself in the future, his father gave Wei Ting a lot of company shares. Andrew made a note here: Wei Ting's father, Wei Xian, was the typical type of Virgin Mary who took pity on the weak. In the beginning, he married his wife's younger sister because she cried in front of him and said that she didn't want to be used as a pawn in the family's marriage. She only wanted a quiet place for her to stay. His heart softened and he married her. After Wei Ting graduated from university and entered the company, he showed his extraordinary skills and took care of the company's affairs in an orderly manner. His younger brother also had a lot of scandals exposed. Wei Ting had dated a few girlfriends over the years, but every one of them had an accident when they were talking about marriage. Therefore, some people said that he had a hard life. When he was young, he had killed his mother, and now he had killed his wife. The Wei family had chosen Li Xiao's cousin, Su Ro, because Su Ro's horoscope matched his. However, after they got married, Wei Ting seemed to have no feelings for Su Ro and treated her very coldly. After the Su family went bankrupt, Su Ro's life in the Wei family became even more difficult. During this process, Wei Ting did not protect Su Ro. Instead, he played with the flowers. It was not until Su Ro returned to China that Wei Ting began his career as a stepmother. He tried to mislead his stepmother into thinking that the company's situation was not good and that she was in a hurry to sell her shares. Then, he would take the opportunity to buy them. After a battle of wits and courage, not only did his stepmother lose people's trust, but she also exposed all the things she had done in the past. Wei Ting's ex-girlfriend had gotten into trouble because she had done something behind the scenes. Even Wei Ting's biological mother's difficult labor was because she had bribed the doctors and nurses from a foreign private hospital. After Li Xiao finished reading, she did not know where to start complaining. She felt that this information was full of flaws. According to the information, Wei Ting had spent the first half of his life fighting against his stepmother and his half-brother. For the first 20 years of his life, he had been wearing the mask of a hedonistic son to numb his enemies. When he had enough power, he would kill his enemies in one blow and completely destroy them. This life history was just like the model of a male protagonist in a novel. From this point of view, her cousin was definitely the female protagonist in a novel. However, after reading the information, Li Xiao felt that Wei Ting should be out of the picture. It was not like her cousin had been hurt all these years. Moreover, if he really had feelings for her cousin, he would not have kept it from her and let her live as a joke in the eyes of others. Li Xiao did not help him. It was already good enough that she did not step on him. It was hard to find a three-legged toad, but how hard could it be to find a two-legged man? She thought for a moment and printed out the information. Then she asked her cousin, Su Ro, out and handed it to her. Su Ro read every word of the information carefully. Although it was just a few pages, she took a long time to read them. After reading, she seemed to be lost in her own thoughts. Li Xiao did not disturb her and slowly drank the fruit tea she had ordered. Bah! The fruit tea in this restaurant was not delicious at all. After a while, Su Ro's soft sigh sounded in the quiet private room. I see. Su Ro lowered her eyelids. In the beginning, my mother-in-law was the one who actively promoted this marriage. In Wei Ting's eyes, I should be in cahoots with her, so she has never trusted me. Before she got married, she had been blinded by his gentleness and thoughtfulness and had thought that he really liked her. Li Xiao frowned and laughed coldly. Then he is really tolerant. In order to defeat his stepmother, he is even willing to sacrifice his marriage. Su Ro said indifferently, in any case, when he becomes the CEO of the Wei family, even if he remarries, it will not affect his market price. However, in the process, she had become a sacrificial lamb in the game. Li Xiao looked at her cousin's expression. It was neither sad nor happy. She was so happy that she was about to ascend to heaven. She could not help but grit her teeth. Aren't you angry? She was about to die of anger. Su Ro chuckled and said, if it were before, I would probably be very sad. She spread her hands. But I have been busy with the renovation and recruitment of our company these past few days. I am so busy that I am dizzy and... Dizzy. How can I have the time to be angry? She narrowed her eyes slightly. But as the major shareholder, you are very leisurely and carefree every day. Li Xiao's eyes flickered and then she said righteously, after all, running a company is only my side job. My main job is to be the abbot of a Taoist temple. Su Ro was speechless. Other Taoist temples would at least be run. Li Xiao's Taoist temple was completely cold and aloof. It was as if she did not want to come and disturb her cultivation. However, she was a little envious. Not everyone could live as carefree as her cousin. Her tone softened. You don't have to worry about me. I have already sent him the divorce agreement. It would be best if he is willing to settle the divorce. If he is not willing, we can only go to court. Li Xiao saw the determination in her eyes and knew that she had made up her mind. She did not worry anymore. She thought for a moment, took out some talismans, and stuffed them into Su Ro's hands. You can carry these talismans with you, just in case. Su Ro looked down and could not guess the talisman's function from the scribbles. Li Xiao said, this is the lowest level thunder talisman. Yes, it can summon thunder. However, you have no spiritual power, so the thunder you summon will be very weak. This thing was drawn by her disciple, Sun Rue. Li Xiao had previously thrown Sun Rue into the dream created by the yellow millet fruit. 1 year in the dream was 1 day outside the dream. In the dream, Sun Rue had practiced drawing talismans for a year, so he had more or less made some progress. Wasn't it often written like this in novels? The male lead abused the female lead in the beginning. After realizing his feelings, he began to chase after his wife until the crematorium. During this process, things like cabotin or forcing himself on the female lead could happen. She didn't expect that her preparations would actually come in handy. When she received her husband's call, Su Ro was in the middle of an interview. She looked at the 2 words Wei Ting on her phone screen, pressed it without batting an eyelid, and continued with the interview. After this round of interviews, she came downstairs and prepared to drive to a new restaurant. At this moment, her phone rang again. Su Ro had a premonition that it would be Wei Ting calling. She opened it and saw that it was indeed Wei Ting. She thought for a moment. Could it be that he was dissatisfied with her agreement? She felt that she had already compromised a lot. The money that Wei Ting had earned over the years could be considered as their joint property. She had no intention of sharing it, and she did not need Wei Ting to give her alimony. She just wanted to get a divorce as soon as possible. As soon as she answered the call, she heard Wei Ting's deep voice. How about having dinner together? Su Ro frowned. Was he back in China? Her voice was cold. Sorry, I'm not free. Are you sure? She suddenly realized that something was wrong. The next second, she felt a shadow looming over her. A familiar scent surrounded her. Su Ro could not help but take a step back. She looked up at Wei Ting, who had appeared in front of her. She calmed her racing heartbeat, which had been caused by his sudden appearance. "What's the matter, Mr. Wei?" She and Wei Ting had not seen each other for almost a year. Compared to before, Wei Ting, who now held the power of the Wei family, was even more imposing. His expression was even more unfathomable. Wei Ting's hoarse voice was like a cello playing quietly in the night. "We're husband and wife. There's no need to be so distant." He looked at her calm face greedily. Su Ro felt uncomfortable. "We'll be getting a divorce soon. If there's anything you don't agree with, we can discuss it again." Wei Ting looked unhappy. "There's no such thing as a divorce. We won't get a divorce. I'm your husband and you're my wife." Su Ro smiled gently. "You've never treated me as your wife. Isn't it good to let each other go?" Su Ro was clearly not angry. She was still gentle and good-tempered, but Wei Ting felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. He lowered his voice. "It's not what you think. I'm just worried that they'll do something to you." At first, he had thought that his stepmother, who had facilitated this marriage, was in cahoots with Su Ro. That was why he had been wary of Su Ro. It was only later that he realized that she was innocent. She had only been dragged into this matter carelessly. His stepmother had pretended to think highly of Su Ro in order to mislead him and make him fall out with his wife. In order to numb his stepmother and protect Su Ro, he had deliberately pretended to dislike Su Ro. He had finally settled his family matters and rushed back to Hua Land because he wanted to explain to her and bring her home. However, Su Ro interrupted him. "I know. You know that you have your reasons." Wei Ting was delighted. "Ruru," Su Ro's face turned cold. "But no matter how many reasons you have, it has nothing to do with me when you choose to hide it from me. I don't want to know too much. Maybe we're not suitable for each other." If Wei Ting had explained to her, she would have been willing to swallow her grievances and cooperate with him. However, he hadn't. Now, he was acting as if he wanted to win her back. Didn't he find it ridiculous? "If you're sincere about getting a divorce, we'll sign the divorce agreement as soon as possible. If you don't want to sign it, I'll have to ask the court to intervene. You don't want to make things so ugly. It's not good for the Wei family's reputation. I don't have time to play games with you. You're on your own now." She lifted her feet and was about to leave. When Wei Ting heard her talk about getting a divorce, his eyes flashed with anger. He would not allow it. He grabbed her wrist and tried to press her against the wall. Su Ro was shocked by his sudden movement. In a moment of nervousness, she tore off 3 amulets. She had only intended to use 1 amulet. The next second, 3 tiny bolts of lightning fell. Wei Ting instinctively dodged them. The lightning brushed past his hair, causing him a headache. He instinctively let go of Su Ro's hand. His meticulously styled hairstyle turned into an afro under the effect of the lightning. Li Xiao was dying of laughter. She did not expect that her cousin would electrocute Wei Ting until his hair exploded. "Don't laugh. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't expect to electrocute his hair." Su Ro looked distressed. "He won't bother me again until his hair is fixed." Li Xiao smiled. "That's a good thing." She looked at her cousin. "Do you need me to help you?" Su Ro shook her head. "It's okay. I can handle it myself." She was older than her cousin. How could she ask her cousin to help her every time? She had to deal with her own matters. Li Xiao suggested, "If it doesn't work, you can threaten him that if he doesn't get a divorce, you will electrocute him until his hair explodes every day. I can support you for free if you need charms." Su Ro was speechless. She thought for a while and said, "If it really doesn't work, we can take this step." After being speechless, she was shamelessly tempted by this idea. However, this accident more or less dispelled the sadness she felt when she saw Wei Ting. What was originally a good romantic drama had turned into a comedy that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. After Li Xiao was done laughing, she sighed. "It's a pity that you were too nervous at that time. You only cared about sending him to the hospital and forgot to take a photo as a souvenir." Su Ro really regretted it a little. She actually did not save such a dark history photo. Li Xiao comforted her. "It's okay. There will be another chance next time. Su Ro did not want to keep talking about Wei Ting, so she changed the topic. I heard that Lin Jiaoxi has been arrested. What are you going to do with her child? Lin Jiaoxi was involved in a large number of theft cases, so the police had been paying attention to her for a long time. Now that technology was so advanced, there were surveillance cameras everywhere. No matter how scheming Lin Jiaoxi was, she was just an ordinary college student. She was quickly exposed and was arrested by the local police. The child she gave birth to was only a few months old and was sent to Li Xiao. No matter how much Li Xiao denied it, in the eyes of the public, she and the baby were half-siblings with an unbreakable blood relationship. Li Xiao said, I found a suitable family to adopt him. Although she hated Lin Jiaoxi and Lin Namju, she wouldn't vent her anger on a baby who didn't know anything. However, it was impossible for her to help raise him. Li Xiao wasn't short of money. With her current net worth, it wouldn't be a problem to raise 100 babies. However, if the child was raised by her side, his background could not be concealed at all. Sooner or later, he would know what kind of parents he had, and it would be easy for people around him to point fingers at him. Besides, Li Xiao didn't have the patience to raise a child. This kind of environment was very unfavorable for his growth. Li Xiao didn't know if he would grow up crooked because of this, or even have a grudge against her. She didn't want to gamble on this possibility and bury a bomb in her life. Therefore, she might as well send him far away and give him a new life. She also carefully selected a family to adopt Xiaobao. Xiaobao's adoptive father was born infertile and had always wanted to adopt a child. His adoptive parents looked like honest and kind people. Their family background was also quite good, so they wouldn't treat Xiaobao badly. Whether it was Lin Jiaoxi or Lin Namju, they were all good-looking people. Therefore, Xiaobao's appearance was indeed very cute. Soon, with his toothless smile, his adoptive parents loved him from the bottom of their hearts and held him in the palm of their hands. When he grew up, she would give him a house. That would be the most benevolent thing she could do. Of course, it was impossible for Li Xiao to acknowledge him, and it was even more impossible for him to find out about his identity. She told Su Ro about this matter. Su Ro smiled. This arrangement is also good. After being reminded by Su Ro, Li Xiao felt that it was necessary for her to tell Lin Namju. After all, she was so kind to make proper arrangements for his precious son. She tilted her head. She also had to tell him about Lin Jiaoxi's matter. Yes, she simply didn't want him to be deceived. She definitely didn't want him to be angry to the point of vomiting blood. Lin Namju was a little nervous. After being locked up, he had lost contact with the outside world. He didn't know if he had any hope of being released. During this time, he didn't know how many interrogations he had done. His mind was in a mess, and he couldn't even remember what he had said. It was rare that the lawyer came to see him today. He had a message to pass on to him. Lin Namju was nervous and expectant. He hoped that the lawyer would bring him good news, but he was also afraid that the lawyer's message would make him fall deeper into despair. When he saw the square-faced lawyer who looked very reliable, he took a deep breath and didn't let himself show his fear. Is it my relatives outside who have a message for me? The lawyer nodded. He was invited by Li Dongqing to take charge of this case. However, Li Dongqing and Lin Namju had a bad relationship. In addition, because of Lin Namju, he almost went to jail. Therefore, he couldn't wait for Lin Namju to continue to stay in prison. Lin Namju asked, was it Jiaoxi, or my mother who asked you to come? The lawyer remembered what the young lady had told him. He looked at Lin Namju with pity. No, it was Li Xiao. Lin Namju's heart suddenly sank. It sank into the bottomless sea, and his expression became ugly. If it was Li Xiao, it probably wouldn't be good news this time. The lawyer first told him the good news. Your other 6 women outside have all given birth to boys. Including the son that Lin Jiaoxi gave birth to for you, you now have 7 sons. Lin Namju's furrowed brows relaxed, and he let out a long sigh of relief. It didn't matter. Although his situation wasn't good now, his mother still had money. It wouldn't be a problem to raise these children. Is Jiaoxi okay? Lin Jiaoxi's pale face appeared in his mind. His heart was in a mess. Jiaoxi had just given birth, and he was locked in prison. He couldn't be by her side. She must be worried and scared. However, he believed that Xiaoxi, who was soft on the outside but strong on the inside, would be able to get through it. When he could get out, he would make it up to her. The lawyer said, "Are you talking about Lin Xiaoxi? Her situation is worse than yours. She is suspected of stealing jewelry worth hundreds of millions. She has now been arrested and brought to justice." "Impossible." Lin Namjia raised his voice. His eyes were full of disbelief. "Xiaoxi isn't that kind of person. Did someone frame her? Why wouldn't they let go of such an innocent and kind person like Xiaoxi?" The lawyer said. "Lin Xiaoxi coaxed her mother, Chu Lian. She made the Chu Lian transfer all the houses under her name to her. Then, she sold those houses and took the money. She even stole the jewelry that your mother put in the safe and ran away. She originally wanted to escape from the country and get away with it, but she was stopped. According to her crime, she is very likely to be sentenced to life imprisonment." Lin Namjia looked at the lawyer's mouth. He wanted to tell himself that it was all fake. It was all a lie. How could Xiaoxi be such a vicious, greedy, and selfish woman? But his rationality reminded him that the lawyer wouldn't tell such a lie. Is there a misunderstanding? His mind was blank. His hands and feet were weak. The lawyer said, "After your mother found out that she stole the treasure and sold the houses, she was so angry that she had a stroke. Now, half of her body is paralyzed. Her condition is slightly better now. She can speak a little." She also testified against Lin Xiaoxi. Although Lin Namjia was dissatisfied with his mother and thought that she was vulgar and uneducated, she was still his biological mother. His feelings were still there. His mother had always protected him when he was growing up. But his mother had a stroke because of Lin Xiaoxi. He closed his eyes in pain. Why did she treat him like this? He thought that he had found a kind and pure lover, but in the end, this lover came for his money. When he was at his most difficult time, she even hit him when he was down. She took the money and tried to run away. Was his taste that bad? He felt as if there was 1,000 pounds of stone on his chest. It was so heavy that he couldn't say a word. "What about Xiaobao?" he asked with difficulty. Although Lin Xiaoxi was evil, Xiaobao was still his child. With his mother's personality, even if she didn't have a stroke, she would vent her anger on Xiaobao and not take care of him. Because he didn't lack a son now. "Your cousin's family didn't want to help you raise Xiaobao, so they sent the baby to Li Xiao." Lin Namjia's lips moved. He wanted to ask, but he didn't dare to. Miss Li felt that it wasn't good to let the child live in an environment full of evil intentions. She specially chose a rich family that really wanted a child and had them adopt Xiaobao. "I saw Xiaobao yesterday. He's doing well. He's white and chubby. He smiles when he sees people. He won't know his identity in the future. He'll only think that he's the biological child of that couple. Your mother, Li Xiao, is also taking care of him." "That's good. That's good." This was already much better than what Lin Namjia had expected. He didn't expect that at this time, Li Xiao, who had severed ties with him, would be willing to step in and help the child settle down. His mind unconsciously replayed the events of Li Xiao's childhood. At that time, she was very prideful outside. She wanted to do everything to the best of her ability. Sometimes, when she lost to others, she would hold it in outside. When she returned home, she would start to cry. Su Manqin, on the other hand, would comfort her and promise her many benefits. In the past, he was so close to happiness. But at that time, it was as if there was a hole in his heart. He was never satisfied and asked for so-called sincere and pure love. His love with Chan Kain made him depressed and gloomy. His love with Lin Xiaoxi caused his mother to have a stroke and become a cripple. In the first half of his life, he was a winner in life. Everyone envied him. In the second half of his life, he became a joke. And all of this stemmed from his greed and his naivety. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. He suddenly felt dispirited. He didn't even care if he would be locked up for a few years in the future. Perhaps for the rest of his life, he would constantly taste this regret and suffer in pain. He stood up. His eyes were slightly red. "Help me say thank you to Li Xiao." He revealed a bitter smile. "Although I know that she doesn't care." He stood up and staggered. His back seemed to have aged a lot. Li Xiao and Sparrow Spirit walked out of a building. Sparrow Spirit's footsteps were much lighter. She had already signed a new contract with her ID card. After all, she was too young at that time, and she didn't have an ID card yet, so she borrowed Li Xiao's. After explaining, she signed a new contract smoothly. Li Xiao was also relieved. She didn't have to be the author of Addicted to Loving You. Young Master Lu is busy chasing his wife anymore. Since Sparrow Spirit was happy, she could do it herself. She could even hold a signing event if she wanted to. Sparrow Spirit rarely came to the capital, so she planned to play here for 2 days before leaving. Li Xiao didn't have anything to do recently, so she let her be. Sparrow Spirit was excited. Xiao, let me tell you. I heard from my friends in the game group that a new brothel opened here last month. She thought for a moment and said, in my next book, the supporting male lead can be set as a rich second generation to experience the life of a brothel, so let's go and get some materials to experience it. She stared at Li Xiao with shining eyes, full of pleading. Li Xiao's eyelids twitched. Wake up, you're a minor. She couldn't enter a regular club, Sparrow Spirit said. No, I'm 100 years old. I've been an adult for a long time. Li Xiao really wanted to knock her on the head. 100 years old, in the demon world, was just a child. Stop it, you're still a minor on your ID card. She was a year younger. Sparrow Spirit felt wronged and wanted Li Xiao to help her with her illusion. Li Xiao couldn't encourage her to have such illegal thoughts. More importantly, she was becoming more and more unrestrained. But I can let Zhang Yan sneak in and help you record it. It can be considered as material. Li Xiao wanted to go in and have a look. After all, she hadn't been to a brothel before. She was a little excited. She didn't know if there were many handsome men in the brothel and if it was interesting to talk to them. Although Sparrow Spirit wasn't very happy, she reluctantly accepted it. She was dependent on Li Xiao. She comforted herself inwardly, it's okay. She'll be an adult on her ID card next year. By then, she can come to the brothel every day without a problem. Li Xiao had been to the capital several times before. She had already done what she wanted to do, so she decided to visit the Baiyun Taoist temple and let the Sparrow Spirit play by herself. Anyway, the Sparrow Spirit wouldn't get lost. Even if she met bad people, she wouldn't be the unlucky one. She gave the card to the Sparrow Spirit so that she could eat and drink well. Without Li Xiao, the head of the family, to keep an eye on her, the Sparrow Spirit felt as if she had been released. She was extremely happy. She sneaked into the alleys, looking for the delicacies mentioned in the walkthrough, one by one. However, her happiness only lasted for 2 days before she received a call from her editor, asking if she was still in the capital. Of course, Sparrow Spirit admitted it. Soon, she was called to the headquarters of the website by the editor. According to the editor, someone wanted to buy the film rights of her novel. He also said that the man was very sincere. He had come to ask several times before, and today, he even came in person. The editor also said that the man was her true fan. He was the one who tipped her every day. Of course, Sparrow Spirit went over happily. She also wanted to see who the financial backer was. The reader had such good taste. He had been supporting her ever since she started writing. To be honest, if it weren't for the support of this loyal fan, Sparrow Spirit might have already given up. However, when she came to the office and opened the door, she saw Xianxia sitting on the sofa. She was stunned. It was rare for her to use her brain. Xianxia was the person who wanted to buy her copyright. Xianxia also reacted and asked her, "Young Master Lu, you wrote this novel?" Sparrow Spirit said in a daze, "Yes." The next second, she said with some annoyance, if I had known it was you, I would have just asked you to transfer the tip to my Alipay account. After all, if Xianxia tipped the website, Sparrow Spirit would only get half of the money. Sigh, she lost a lot. Her editor's face was full of black lines. She was still here. However, she didn't expect Li Kei to know this lady who wanted to buy the copyright. Because both sides knew each other, the copyright was quickly negotiated. Xianxia wasn't short of money, so he was very generous. In the end, the verbal agreement was 3 million yuan for the copyright. This price was already very high for a newcomer like Sparrow Spirit. Sparrow Spirit was about to receive 3 million yuan, so she was overjoyed. After the discussion, she took Jiang Tian to the hotel where she and Li Xiao were staying. Li Xiao smiled brightly when she saw Jiang Tian. Tian, you're here too. Are you here for a vacation? It was summer vacation, so it was normal for her to travel. No. Jiang Tian said lightly, I'm here to talk about the copyright of a book. She looked at Li Xiao with a faint accusation in her eyes. Li Xiao already knew about this. Li Xiao felt a little guilty. It was really her fault that Jiang Tian hadn't been able to successfully buy the copyright. After all, this work was under her name, and she didn't want to be known as the author at all. Jiang Tian said faintly, could it be that you're the one who has a difficult life? Your sister is just the spokesperson for this pseudonym? She had already investigated. Li Xiao and Li Kei had come to the capital a few days ago to sign a new contract. At the beginning, the contract was signed with Li Xiao's identity card. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. Xiao was shy, so she pushed it to her sister. Li Xiao didn't expect Jiang Tian to be so imaginative. She gritted her teeth and said, it really wasn't me. Okay, I believe you. Jiang Tian said this, but looking at her expression, it was clearly not the case. Her face was full of okay, if you don't want to admit it, I'll cooperate with you. Li Xiao was speechless. She was worried about this situation, so she urged the Sparrow Spirit to quickly change back. Her heart was so tired. She felt like she couldn't love anymore. She simply changed the topic. By the way, there's a new brothel in the capital. Have you been there? Do you want to go and take a look? Jiang Tian had been strictly controlled by her mother in the past, so she really hadn't been to a brothel. She glanced at Li Xiao. If she went with Xiao, her mother wouldn't reprimand her too much even if she found out. She could tell that her mother usually treated Li Xiao as an equal when she interacted with her. But Li Xiao's ability was indeed worthy of her mother's serious treatment. Okay. Li Xiao saw that Jiang Tian didn't continue to harp on this topic and heaved a sigh of relief. Then she immediately discussed with Jiang Tian what to wear. Girls always had a lot to talk about in this aspect. She had done some research in the past 2 days and said that this brothel was quite formal and didn't do that kind of business. Neither of them were wishy-washy characters, so they directly set the time for tomorrow. Sparrow Spirit listened to their discussion and was simply envious. Sob, she also wanted to go. Damn it, when Xiao got her an ID card, she should have let her directly become an adult. Great, now she was restrained in everything she did. In fact, Li Xiao set the age of 16 on her ID card on purpose. After all, with Sparrow Spirit's personality, if it weren't for this red line, she would have been wild by now. The next day, Li Xiao and Jiang Tian set off for the brothel. To her surprise, this clubhouse was quite large and had a total of 3 floors. In the capital where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold, it was indeed not easy to obtain such a piece of land. She and Jiang Tian had just arrived at the door when someone respectfully led them in. Even the young man who was in charge of welcoming guests was handsome and had a sweet mouth. His words were affectionate but didn't seem abrupt. Li Xiao immediately raised her expectations of this shop. The decor of the clubhouse wasn't splendid and gorgeous. Instead, it had a small bridge with flowing water and people's quaint style, which made people feel much calmer as soon as they entered. Of course, this effect was not only because of the decor style, but also because the flowing water at the door itself was a feng shui array. Not only did it gather wealth, but it also had the effect of calming the mind. This feng shui array style was really familiar. Li Xiao rubbed her temples. Well, she really didn't expect that Song Hai would be invited to this clubhouse. Had Song Hai's reputation spread so quickly? Even the people in the capital knew about him. She suppressed these faint doubts and quickly went to private room number 28. This clubhouse did a good job of keeping personal information confidential. Li Xiao chose a Nordic-style private room. Unexpectedly, the private room was quite big, and there were several bottles of red wine on the table. She glanced at it and saw that the price was at least 1,000 yuan. She and Jiang Tian sat down. The handsome young man brought over an iPad and asked them to choose the people they wanted to see. There are a total of 50 people in our clubhouse that you can order. Look, you want to order that one. If the staff you order is serving other guests, then you have to wait for the other guests to finish. Li Xiao looked and saw that the first place was a handsome man named Zhou Tian. His handsome appearance exuded a romantic aura, especially his pair of peach blossom eyes, which were naturally affectionate. Below Zhou Tian were 5 stars, and each star represented 1,000 yuan. This also meant that if you ordered him, you would have to spend at least 10,000 yuan. Next to Zhou Tian was written work. Obviously, he was serving guests. For Li Xiao, since she was already here, of course, she had to see the top 3. Anyway, the total cost of the top 3 was only 20,000 yuan. This amount of money was nothing to her and Xianxia. Her gaze fell on the 3rd place and she couldn't help but be stunned. The 3rd place was actually someone she knew. She had met Xianxia once before. Wait, Xianxia. He had wandered here to be a male prostitute? How many days had it been? Even if Mr. Zhang chased them out in a fit of anger, Mr. Zhang would not let them go. She didn't believe that Xianxia hadn't saved any money all these years. Mr. Zhang had been devoted to him before, so he must have been very generous in terms of money. Xianxia also recognized him and showed a puzzled expression. If it was the same name, it could be said that it was just the same name. But this face clearly belonged to that person. Li Xiao said, "It's the 3 of them. When can Zhou Tian come?" The young man said, "If it's brother Tian, he should be finished in half an hour." Li Xiao raised her eyebrows. "Are you sure?" "Ah, yes. Because that guest has a curfew, she has to go back before 8 o'clock in the evening." Li Xiao? Wait, if that's the case, it means that her family is very strict. How could such a strict family let their child come here? And from what she heard, that guest is a regular. The young man's smile was quite infectious. "We're not a messy place here. Every time that guest comes, Brother Tian will help her with her homework. With Brother Tian around, she's more willing to study, so her parents are very supportive of her coming here." The young man mainly wanted to let the 2 guests in front of him know that they were very formal here, unlike other places that were filled with foul atmosphere, so that they could relax. At first glance, he could tell that these 2 were the real Ms. Perfect. It would be great if they could develop into regular customers. Li Xiao was flabbergasted. "You guys even accompany me to do my homework? Is it really not a nursery?" If she had known, she would have brought Sparrow Spirit here to broaden her horizons. Although Li Xiao wanted to meet Zhou Tian as soon as possible, there was still half an hour before he finished. She could only meet Ming Zhe, who was ranked 2nd, and Xianxia, who was ranked 3rd. Through the young man's introduction, she had a deeper understanding of the club. The male prostitutes who worked here could use their real names or fake names. Xianxia, on the other hand, used his real name directly. Li Xiao soon met them. Ming Zhe was a typical pretty boy from H country. He looked delicate and well-behaved, as amiable as a neighbor's younger brother. The way he looked at people was like a wet puppy, and people couldn't help but feel their hearts soften when they looked at him. He raised his head and gave them a cute smile. His canine teeth were faintly discernible. "Hello, elder sister." Xianxia had a different style. He wore a tuxedo and exuded a noble aura. After all, he had been carefully nurtured by CEO Zhang for many years. His temperament was different from that of an ordinary person. When Xianxia saw her and Tian, his eyes flashed. He bowed slightly, as if he was a deacon from a novel. "Good day, Mississippi." His attitude was frank, as if it was the first time he saw them. He didn't show any resentment. Li Xiao was a little surprised. If she was Xianxia, she definitely couldn't be so calm. After all, Li Xiao could be considered to have indirectly changed his life. No, even if she didn't read Mr. Zhang's fortune, Mr. Zhang's ex-wife would sooner or later expose this matter. Since Xianxia had such an attitude, she didn't need to expose him. However, he probably didn't care. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly used his real name. He didn't even use a fake name. Ming Zhe and Xianxia sat opposite them. They didn't take the initiative to sit next to them. This attitude undoubtedly made Li Xiao feel more at ease. She was really afraid that these people would be too familiar with them. Mingze casually brought up a topic and started chatting. There was a reason why he was ranked second in terms of popularity. This person's mouth was really sweet, and he was also very observant. It was very comfortable to chat with him. He didn't need to find a topic to talk about. He could always bring up interesting topics. As for Xianxia, he had a completely different style. He didn't say much, but he always hit the nail on the head. In addition, his actions always showed his careful and considerate side. Before the water in the glass gets cold, it is always poured out and replaced with warm water, even if you don't touch the water at all. Of these two people, one was good at chatting while the other was good at doing things. Being surrounded by them would give you the illusion that you were a princess. Then, you could not help but order to support their business. Li Xiao was fine, but Jiang Tian was very uncomfortable when he first came in. His whole body was tense, but now he had unconsciously relaxed. Because of this, time passed very quickly. Li Xiao felt that they did not chat for long. Half an hour had passed, and Zhou Tian, who was ranked first, also arrived. As soon as he entered the door, he apologized, sorry to have made the two princesses wait. His voice was hoarse and seductive. It was simply the benefit of a voice controller. It could inadvertently tug at one's heartstrings. His appearance was even more handsome than the picture on the iPad screen. There was always a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. When his eyes swept over, there was always a feeling of a rush of excitement. Li Xiao did not pay attention to this. Her gaze could not help but be attracted by the large peacock with its tail spread out behind him. Damn, so it's a peacock spirit. She suddenly remembered that Lu Haixing had once mentioned that they had a companion who was a male prostitute. Could it be this one? If it was really him, then it would be very interesting. Li Xiao calmly enjoyed the service of this number one male prostitute. She realized that Zhou Tian's style was really different from the other male prostitutes. His appearance clearly looked like the kind of arsonist who was frivolous and unruly. But when they chatted, they talked about national affairs? From the rising price of oil to the XX war. Li Xiao listened with an embarrassed expression. She had the illusion that she was actually watching a news broadcast. After the initial feeling of dissonance disappeared, it was really not boring to listen to Zhou Tian seriously. The news that sounded boring sounded very lively and interesting when it came out of his mouth. Moreover, his range of knowledge was very broad. He knew a little about everything. After listening to him, people would feel like they had learned something. When he came in, this place became his home ground. Mingze, number 2, and Xianxia, number 3, were originally handsome men who left a deep impression. But now, they were suppressed to the point that they did not have any presence at all. It was completely Zhou Tian's personal show. Li Xiao could not help but sigh. As expected of a peacock spirit. With this talent, even if he did not use it as a male prostitute, he would be very suitable to be a celebrity. When they took a group photo together, he was definitely the most eye-catching one. He now understood a little why the parents of his previous customer were assured to let their child come over. Actually, they were treating Zhou Tian as a home tutor. Now, Zhou Tian had already started to talk about stock analysis. Needless to say, there was some real substance to it. Jiang Tian listened with great interest. He had already opened a few bottles of wine to support Zhou Tian. Mingze had already silently memorized the stocks that Brother Tian had just mentioned. He was going to buy a few shares after work. Brother Tian was really talented in this area. However, he usually talked more about historical stories. But today, he even talked about this. It seemed that Brother Tian was in a very good mood. His gaze fell on the two customers in front of him. One of them was as bright as a rose, and the other was as handsome as a bamboo. He suddenly understood. Brother Tian wanted to show off in front of beautiful girls. However, these two ladies were indeed very nice. They were always polite, unlike some of the female customers who wanted to take advantage of them. He also did not think that it was inappropriate for Zhou Tian to steal the limelight. Anyway, he also had a share of the money spent in this private room. He was happy to relax, so he was in a good mood. On the other side, Xianxia saw that Li Xiao and Jiang Tian's attention was attracted by Zhou Tian. A trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. After his identity was exposed and he was chased out of his family, his situation took a nosedive. Those who were originally trying to curry favor with him now all changed their attitude and wanted to avoid him. It was as if he was a piece of dog sh*t, and they were afraid that he would stick to them. He did not want to be unable to recover from this setback. He wanted to achieve meteoric success and make those who looked down on him regret. But now, he had no connections, no resources, and he had not even graduated from university. It was not easy for him to achieve this. That was why he came here and wronged himself to be a male prostitute. He heard that this was a place where many fair-skinned, rich, and beautiful women spent money. It was also at the foot of the emperor, so it was easier to meet fair-skinned, rich, and beautiful women with power. As long as one of them liked him and was willing to invest in him, he would not have to worry about the future. And when he saw Li Xiao and Jiang Tian, he felt that his decision was right. Although he hated Li Xiao for changing his life, on the other hand, he also wanted Li Xiao to fall in love with him and be used by him. Therefore, he received her attentively and waited on her like a princess. In the end, before Li Xiao's attitude changed, Zhou Tian came and ruined his good situation. When Zhou Tian came, Li Xiao and Jiang Tian did not look at him again. It was as if he was just a stone in the room. Xianxia was resentful and helpless. What depressed him the most was that he, who had received elite training since he was a child, was actually inferior to a male prostitute in terms of knowledge. This was simply a great humiliation. After all, he was still young and had not really experienced the cruel beating of society. Even if he was scheming, there was a limit to it. He could not help but show it on his face. Li Xiao caught a glimpse of his change of expression from the corner of her eye. She was not surprised. Xianxia quickly adjusted his state of mind. He suddenly remembered something. Compared to Li Xiao, he hated Songhai more. Songhai and Li Xiao were still a couple. He probably did not know that Li Xiao came to the male prostitute's shop. It would be interesting if he took a picture and sent it to Li Xiao. However, for the sake of privacy, there were no surveillance cameras installed in the private room. Xianxia's eyes flashed and he found an excuse to leave first. 10 minutes later, he came back in. After taking a picture of Li Xiao and Zhou Tian talking and laughing with the hidden camera, he breathed a sigh of relief. He also deliberately took pictures from different angles to make them look more intimate. After doing this, he was in a good mood and did not mind that Zhou Tian stole the limelight. He could not wait for him to perform more. In the end, Li Xiao and Jiang Tian spent more than 30,000 yuan there. The main reason was that Zhou Tian's speech was so interesting that she felt like she was being taught a lesson. In the end, she could not help but ask Zhou Tian, "Are you really not going to be a university teacher? For example, you can teach history or mahjong." She felt that even if it was a boring class, Zhou Tian could make it lively, interesting, and fascinating. Jiang Tian next to her could not help but nod. If Zhou Tian was her history teacher, she would not have to worry about dozing off every time in class. Zhou Tian smiled slightly. "Thank you for your compliments, princesses. It's just that I'm not educated enough, and what I'm talking about is only a rough personal opinion. It's not elegant enough. More importantly, he could make money quickly if he worked here. Everyone had their own ambitions." Li Xiao naturally would not force him. She thought that today's trip was an eye-opener and a worthwhile one. Then she went back with Jiang Tian. After she left, Xianxia called someone to ask for Songhai's contact information. After asking several people, he successfully got it. After he got it, he edited the photo and prepared to send it to Songhai. He lowered his eyelids. If Li Xiao and Songhai had a conflict because of this, he might have an opportunity to take advantage of. In the case of a girl who was heartbroken, a gentle knight who protected her could still make a good impression on her. The next second, he looked like he was about to collapse. "Why can't I send it? Is the signal here so bad? Or is my phone in arrears?" Back at the hotel, Li Xiao listened to Zhang Yan's report. He also secretly took photos? Li Xiao was speechless. Why did he take photos? Zhang Yan said, he edited the photos and prepared to send them to Songhai. Li Xiao quickly reacted. Is he trying to sow discord? Otherwise, since it was Songhai, it did not matter. Let him be. she thought for a moment. You should also find a chance to delete the photos. Song Hai opened his eyes again, and the spots of light that were originally surrounding him merged into his body. After a moment, he took out a broken mirror. The mirror flickered between light and darkness, seemingly illusory and real. This was a fragment of the great void mirror that he had found based on his memories during this period of time. He was going to give it to Li Xiao. No, to be precise, it should be said that he was returning it to her. His phone made a sound that indicated that he had received a text message. Song Hai turned on his phone and saw a string of unfamiliar numbers on it. He opened the text message and saw several photos. In each photo, there was Li Xiao. In the photo, Li Xiao had a smile on her lips, and her eyes seemed to be filled with starlight. Anyone could see that she was in a good mood. Although this photo did not have any beauty filters on, and he could even feel that it was taken hastily and carefully, it still did not detract from her beauty in front of the camera. He opened several photos and found Zhou Tian's figure in a few of them. Zhou Tian and Li Xiao knew each other. Zhou Tian could be considered his subordinate. When Song Hai first woke up, at first, he only subdued the demons in the sea. Later, after his reputation spread, more and more demons joined him, such as the cat demon, the peacock demon, and so on. The peacock demon was good-looking and did not want to be a celebrity. According to him, with his natural beauty, he would definitely become famous if he became a celebrity. At that time, the identity document that he asked the city god to create might not be able to withstand the discerning eyes of the majority of netizens, so he ran off to become a prostitute. Thinking of this, Song Hai looked at the background of the photo carefully. It did seem to be the place where Zhou Tian worked. He did not understand. Why did the other party send this photo to him? However, Li Xiao was indeed very good-looking. Whenever he saw her, he felt as if she was shining. When she smiled, she was very good-looking. When she pretended to be angry, she was also very cute. When she said that she wanted to provide for him, her heroic look was also very attractive. Since he could not figure out the reason why the other party sent the photo, he could forget about it. After a while, he typed a line of words, selected one of the photos, edited it into a text message, and sent it to Zhou Tian. You saw Li Xiao? Zhou Tian quickly replied. Yes, boss, do you know her too? This guest is really nice. She's beautiful and generous, and she won't take advantage of us. Song Hai looked at Zhou Tian who was playing Li Xiao. Although he knew that Zhou Tian could not see it, he could not help but nod. Yes, Li Xiao was that good, Song Hai thought for a while, then chose the best photos of Li Xiao and sent them to Zhou Tian. A minute later, Zhou Tian's call came. He sounded very uneasy. Boss, I really didn't seduce her. I swear on my peacock feathers. Xianxia also received the message earlier, and he called me to scold me. Let me tell you, there must be a bad person trying to sow discord between us. Not only does he want to sow discord between you and my future sister-in-law, but he also wants to sow discord between us. Don't be fooled. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Tian wailed as he tried his best to stay calm. Song Hai was at a loss as he listened to his words. Why did Lu Haixing scold Zhou Tian? He thought for a while and said, Did you see the photos I sent? Yes, boss. In fact, many of the photos were taken from different angles. Don't misunderstand. I remember that you know how to Photoshop, right? Song Hai interrupted him. Help me Photoshop the photos. Remove you and the others, and just keep Li Xiao. Oh. After hanging up the phone, Song Hai went out to check on Xiaolong's learning progress. During this period of time, Xiaolong had been doing nothing but tutoring every day. His entire body was in a bad state. He was immersed in copying the characters, but when he raised his head, he looked at Song Hai with eyes full of complaints. Seeing the dark circles under his eyes, Song Hai felt a little guilty, which was rare. Let's have a holiday tomorrow. I'll take you out for a walk. Xiaolong cheered. He had never really been to the human world. He knew that in the past few hundred years, the human world had undergone earth-shaking changes, and there were many new things that he could not understand. So do your homework well. Okay. Xiaolong, who was originally listless, cheered up again. Song Hai was not a taciturn dragon. The next day, he kept his promise and took Xiaolong out for a walk. They went to amusement parks, department stores, and all of them. Xiaolong's eyes lit up. He especially wanted to ride the roller coaster. Unfortunately, he looked like a 6-year-old, so he could not experience it. He could only take other rides. Songhai and Xiaolong, one was so handsome that he did not look like a real person, and the other was so delicate that people wanted to steal him home. When the two of them walked together, their lethality to passers-by was more than just 1+1. Many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures of them. Songhai was not used to being secretly photographed in the past, but now he was very calm. There were also so-called talent scouts who stopped them, saying that they were agents of an entertainment company and bragging to the heavens. Believe me, as long as I package you well, I will make you brothers famous. By then, earning 10 million a year will not be a dream. Xiaolong's eyes lit up. He was no longer the dragon in the beginning. He knew that 10 million could buy a lot of things. He could not wait to nod and agree immediately. Songhai asked faintly, 10 million? The talent scout thought that he was interested and nodded. Yes, with your looks, there will be no problem. With such a face, it would be unreasonable if he did not turn red. It was best to trick him into signing a long-term contract and set a higher penalty. Then, the two brothers could become the company's cash cow. Songhai shook his head. That's too little. I can earn 300,000 euros per class. That's right, Adrian paid him 300,000 euros per class. Songhai thought it was RMB at first, but when the other party transferred the money, he realized that he was talking about 300,000 euros from the beginning. He could earn tens of millions of RMB per class a year if he attended one class a month. The current Songhai was no longer the ignorant Qing Long who could be easily coaxed a year ago. His appearance fee was very high. The talent scout was stunned, but he saw the young man in front of him leave with his younger brother. He wanted to chase after them, but he realized that they could no longer be seen in the blink of an eye. After a while, he spat on the ground. Pfft! 300,000 euros per class, dream on. I didn't expect that someone who looks like a human would have such a weird brain. On the other side, Xiaolong was still looking regretful. I want to be a star. He wanted to earn 10 million a year and earn money as soon as possible. When he earned enough money, he could marry Xiaoxiao when he grew up. Songhai glanced at Xiaolong, whose thoughts were written all over his face. You want to be a big star? Xiaolong nodded his head vigorously. Songhai nodded slightly. Okay, I'll help you contact a few agents. When he really entered the entertainment industry, he would be so busy that he wouldn't even have time to think about these messy thoughts. The usually innocent Songhai still had a sense of crisis at certain times. On the other side, Li Xiao brought Jiang Tian and Sparrow Spirit to play in the capital for a while before returning to S City in satisfaction. She was very surprised when she found out from Aunt Yuan that she had signed Xiaolong. Did the tutors give Xiaolong too little homework? He actually had the leisure to be a child star in the entertainment industry. Moreover, if he really became a child star, it meant that his every move would be recorded by the camera. He had to grow up according to the rules of human growth, and there was no other way. He was 6 years old today and 8 years old tomorrow. Yuan smiled and said, that child is really very talented. At first, I wanted to introduce him to a suitable agent, but when I saw that child, I couldn't help but sign him. Li Xiao recalled Xiaolong's face and nodded in agreement. Since Xiaolong was willing to be a child star, of course, she wouldn't object. Yuan smiled. It just so happens that a director I know is making a new variety show. He needs children between 6 and 8 years old, and I think he fits the requirements very well. Li Xiao didn't know much about these things. Although she had been in the entertainment industry before, she had only filmed a TV series. She wasn't worried that Xiaolong would be bullied. Yuan was a top agent in the industry and had a lot of connections. With her watching over him, Li Xiao was very relieved. Yuan also showed her the contract. Li Xiao looked at it one by one and had to admit that the contract was very generous. For example, Xiaolong's share was as high as 70%. This could be said to be the treatment of a popular star. Li Xiao asked, is it because of me? Yuan said, no, not only you, but also Songhai's face. Li Xiao thought about it and agreed. The power of two metaphysics masters was indeed not to be neglected. Moreover, Li Xiao had helped the company before. After chatting with Yuan for a while about the contract, Li Xiao originally planned to have dinner with Aunt Yuan, but after receiving an email, she changed her mind. She looked up and smiled at Yuan. I can only stand you up today. I'll ask you out for dinner in 2 days. With her relationship with Yuan, of course, she wouldn't mind such a small matter. She even asked Li Xiao, do you need me to get someone to drive you there? No need, I have a chauffeur. The chauffeur was arranged by her mother. After having a chauffeur, it was much more convenient for Li Xiao to go out. It also relieved Sun Rue, the chauffeur, and he could focus on learning Taoist magic. After coming down from Yuan's office, she found her luxury car and told the chauffeur the location. After fastening her seat belt, she closed her eyes to rest. The person who sent her the email said that he had something important to tell her about Songhai. Li Xiao was puzzled. Could it be that Songhai's identity had been exposed? Then should she erase the other party's memory or seal his mouth? When Li Xiao arrived at the other party's private room and opened the door, she was stunned for a moment when she saw the handsome young man inside. She immediately frowned, it was actually Xianxia. She looked indifferent. You just started working not long ago. It's not good to skip work and come back, right? Especially when the other party actually came back from the capital to City S. This round trip would take a few days. Li Xiao seriously suspected that he probably had a grudge against Songhai, so he had been keeping a close eye on Songhai. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, I just want to tell you the truth. I don't want to see you being deceived by that two-faced man. Li Xiao's mouth twitched. Was he referring to Songhai by two-faced man? Was this person's brain flooded with water? Xianxia pushed an envelope to her. Li Xiao opened it and saw that there were photos inside. The background of the photos was an amusement park, and the protagonists were Songhai and Xiaolong. The two of them seemed to have a good relationship, and Xiaolong was also very close to Songhai. Her eyes were filled with admiration. It's really good. The two of them are really photogenic. Xianxia said bitterly, he already has a son, but he still hid it from you. He obviously has ulterior motives. He's not the good person you think he is. After investigating this matter, Xianxia simply wanted to laugh 3 times, so he immediately took a long leave of absence and came back. If things went well, he might not have to continue being a gigolo in the future and could complete the next step of his plan. Li Xiao laughed instead. Isn't that great? Buy one get one free. A son for free. It's tiring to have a child. It's better to have a ready-made son. And I asked around. His mother is long gone. No one will fight with me for a son. Xianxia had guessed countless times about Li Xiao's reaction after she found out about this. Would she be furious and prepared to take revenge, or would she be sad because she was deceived? The only thing he didn't expect was that she actually smiled happily and didn't seem to care at all. Wait, did she really think that this kind of thing didn't matter? Xianxia was a little confused. He swallowed back the words of comfort he had prepared. Facing Li Xiao, who was smiling brightly without any haze, he really couldn't put on an affectionate look to comfort her. She looked like she didn't need to be comforted. Li Xiao was still looking at the photos and sighed with emotion. Xiaolong is really good looking. Look at his facial features, he looks so much like Songhai. When he grows up, I don't have to worry about him going astray. He will definitely be a handsome man that everyone loves. With such a son, it's really cool to go out. Sigh, maybe I can become the nation's good mother-in-law in the future. A group of people will leave comments on my Weibo and call me the nation's mother-in-law. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Xianxia, he had nothing to say. Li Xiao was poisonous. How could there be someone like her, rushing to be someone else's stepmother? And she was so happy, as if she had made a fortune. And judging from her eyes and tone, she said these words from the bottom of her heart, without the slightest reluctance. She really thought that this was a good thing. What kind of luck did Songhai step on to make Li Xiao like him? He was jealous and indignant at the same time. Those negative emotions spread like weeds. He took a deep breath, swallowed the urge to curse, and tried his best to suppress the anger and irritation that kept surging in his body. He spoke with as gentle a voice as possible. It's not easy to raise a child who isn't your own. What if he doesn't want to be filial to you when he grows up? Li Xiao glanced at him and felt that it was very funny. This person was still worried about her in her old age. She said casually, "It doesn't matter, I have money. I have so much money, I can find 100 assistants to take care of me in my old age." She added, "I can afford it anyway. If he's unwilling to be filial to me, then I'll donate my inheritance to the country and use it to build Hope Primary School." What else could Xianxia say since she had already said everything she wanted to say? What if Songhai has a change of heart? He could only use this as an excuse, but he also felt that his excuse was too dry. Li Xiao smiled. "If that's the case, I can still find other little fresh meat. That's pretty good too." She glanced at Xianxia. "Why do you care so much?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment and looked at her deeply. I just don't want you to be unhappy. I don't know how many people are envious of my current life. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible for me not to be happy." Xianxia looked at her flower-like face, his heart moved, and he blurted out, "Because I like you." Not only did Li Xiao have money to sponsor him, but she also had a stunning face. If it were her, even if he had a meteoric rise in the future, he would still be willing to continue being with her. Yes, he liked her. He was suddenly sure of this. Li Xiao sneered. "Don't tell me it's love at first sight?" She said in a playful tone, "After I expose your background, you can still continue to like me? Do you think I'm a fool?" Xianxia's face turned green and white, and he forced a smile that was uglier than crying. "This has nothing to do with you. Even if you don't say it, Mrs. Zhang will say it sooner or later." He didn't expect his nominal mother to be so tolerant. Li Xiao said, "According to you, it has nothing to do with Songhai, but you still keep an eye on him and want to take a bite out of him at any time. You chose me because I'm rich, have a good relationship with the government, and know metaphysics, right? Weren't your targets Miss Gu and Miss Zhou from the beginning?" Miss Gu and Miss Zhou were both customers who often ordered Xianxia. Xianxia had a very ambiguous relationship with them before, coaxing these two rich and beautiful women who had some power behind them to want to help him. However, during this period of time, after having Li Xiao as a target, Xianxia gradually distanced himself from the two ladies, which made the two ladies feel sad. In the end, it was Zhou Tian who comforted them and successfully turned these two rich and beautiful women into workaholics. Yes, that's right. Zhou Tian told her all this. He and Xianxia were colleagues, and he was also a demon. If he wanted to, he could still find a lot of clues. When Li Xiao left the club, she took his contact information and asked him about Xianxia. Zhou Tian immediately sent over the information he was about to collect. Xianxuan's face turned pale, and his lips also lost their color. He couldn't say a word to defend himself. Because he didn't know how much Li Xiao knew. Li Xiao looked at his cowardly appearance and didn't want to talk to him anymore. She felt that it was a waste of time to continue talking to him. She stood up and said, "Actually, I don't quite understand what you're thinking. Although your identity has been exposed, the money you saved before is still there. The elite education you received in the first 20 years is not fake. These are all your assets. You obviously have a lot of invisible wealth compared to many people, but you want to take a shortcut and rely on women. Why bother? Ordinary people, even if they were short of money, would not go to a brothel." Zhou Tian, a demon who had no education, and whose views were different from those of ordinary humans, was an exception. However, Xianxia took the initiative to be a prostitute. This operation was very confusing. She thought of something and smiled faintly. "What I said before was just to fool you. Xiaolong is not Songhai's son, but his younger brother. Your source of information is wrong." After saying this, she simply left. Only Xianxia was left sitting in his seat. The air conditioning in the room was very strong, making him feel cold all over. He even felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. He didn't know if Li Xiao and Songhai would deal with him in the future. Would they make it impossible for him to stay in Hua Nation? The more he thought about it, the more his body trembled. After some time, he raised his head and was about to leave when he saw a young man sitting in the seat opposite him where Li Xiao had been sitting. The man had a faint smile on his face, and his hand rubbed the cup. "Are you very scared?" Xianxia frowned, stood up, and was about to leave. The next second, the stranger's words froze him in place. "What if I give you power that is comparable to theirs?" Xianxia sneered. Did he want to trick him with such a low-level trick? But for some reason, his feet seemed to be filled with lead, and he couldn't move. The man took a deep breath, as if he had fallen into some kind of fanaticism. "I should have known. The spirit energy here is so abundant. There must be a true dragon circling. I actually found out so late." A fanatical look flashed across his face. "This is a fragment of the Great Void Mirror. You want to give it to me?" Li Xiao looked at Songhai. Songhai's lips curled up. "Yes, this belongs to you." Li Xiao touched her nose and confirmed again. "This is a fragment of a divine artifact. It's very powerful. It's a treasure that can make one's cultivation progress by leaps and bounds." Like her, after obtaining the Great Void Mirror, it was as if she had taken a tonic. Her cultivation had risen rapidly. Especially the fragment in Songhai's hand. It was bigger than the two fragments she had before. She even suspected that this fragment might be the core of the Great Void Mirror. Even Li Xiao, who was usually carefree, couldn't help but worry at this time. "I'll return it to you." Songhai's tone was firm. Return, this word made Li Xiao ponder. In Songhai's eyes, this fragment of the Great Void Mirror originally belonged to her. She lowered her eyelids. Although she and the Great Void Mirror were very compatible, this compatibility could also be attributed to the cultivation method she cultivated. She didn't think so much before. Perhaps she could do an experiment first. She accepted the fragment of the Great Void Mirror and said, "I won't say thank you. Anyway, if you need me for anything, you can tell me." "Okay." Songhai thought for a moment and said, "Actually, you helped me by helping Xiao Long enter the entertainment circle. Well, without Li Xiao's relationship, he wouldn't have been able to get to know other people in the circle." Li Xiao thought about it and agreed. Between the two of them, they had helped each other many times. It was hard to say who owed who. She said a few words to Songhai and hurried back to prepare to do an experiment with Sun Rue. Sun Rue looked at the broken golden fragment floating in front of him and was a little confused. "What is this?" Li Xiao said, "Explore this fragment with your divine sense and see what you can see." Sun Rue obediently did as he was told. 5 minutes later, he opened his eyes again. Li Xiao was a little surprised. Did he come out so quickly? In the past, it took her at least a few hours to enter the Great Void Mirror fragment. Sun Rue said, "I entered a strange place, and then I was kicked out after walking a few steps." He sounded a little aggrieved. After feeling aggrieved, he became excited. "Master? Is this the kind of small world mentioned in novels?" Li Xiao nodded slightly. "You can understand it like this." She couldn't help but ask again, "When you went in, didn't you see a big road?" "A road?" Li Xiao, well, it seemed that Sun Rue really didn't see it. She took out the previous two fragments and let Sun Rue try again. They were the same. Li Xiao was sure now. The Great Void Mirror was indeed biased, it was biased towards her. Only she could come into contact with the big road inside. Could it be that she was the owner of the Great Void Mirror in her previous life? Wow, then she was too awesome. Li Xiao couldn't wait to know what memories were in this third fragment of the Great Void Mirror. It felt like some kind of role-playing game. If there was Songhai in this memory, then she would be very curious about their relationship. She probed the fragment with her divine sense and soon saw a big road. Compared to the previous two fragments, the big road this time was longer and wider. As soon as she touched the big road, she felt a familiar attraction. It was here again. This time, the dizziness seemed to be worse than before. When Li Xiao came back to her senses, she found that she was standing at the top of the mountain. Below, a group of soldiers passed by. Looking at their clothes, it seemed to be during the Ming Dynasty. During the filming process, she had done some homework and had some understanding of some ancient Chinese clothing. Not to mention that her mother was Su Manqin, who would give her some knowledge from time to time. Sitting on the leading horse was an ancient man with a feather fan and a silk headband. Li Xiao's heart skipped a beat. She directly used an illusion and blended in. Li Xiao's expression was stiff. She had transformed into the appearance of one of the soldiers. The one she replaced had already been knocked out by her and placed by the side of the road. The road they were on now seemed to be the so-called official road. She listened carefully for a while and realized with grief that she couldn't understand. Damn it. The accent was too strong. She couldn't understand the official language at all. She listened for a while until her head was spinning. In the end, she used his telepathy ability. The telepathy ability was really useful. It was a blessing for someone like her who didn't learn another language. How many dragon veins is this? I don't remember. At least dozens of times. Our Lord is really powerful. He even dares to cut the dragon veins. The old soldier who spoke had a respectful and admiring expression on his tanned face. Yes, when we cut all these dragon veins, the dragon energy collected will definitely be able to protect our dynasty for a long time. Li Xiao listened to these conversations and reacted. Wait, this memory, was it the legendary Lu Bowen who cut the dragon veins? She couldn't help but get excited. She felt like she was witnessing history with her own eyes. As for what the soldier said about using the dragon energy to protect the dynasty, it was obvious that it was just an excuse. Cutting the dragon veins would definitely bring about a backlash. With so many backlash, if they didn't handle it well, the dynasty would be destroyed. Was this what Lu Bowen said about this operation to the public? She raised her head and looked at Lu Bowen, who was at the front. His body was surrounded by thick evil energy and virtuous energy. The two intertwined, forming a subtle balance. After cutting so many dragon veins, he would definitely be plagued by evil energy. Li Xiao didn't know where he got the virtuous energy from. Perhaps it was because of the virtuous energy protecting his body that he wouldn't be invaded by evil energy and die early. Li Xiao couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. She had also heard Song Hai mention some of it. It was precisely because the dragon veins in China were cut that the original dragon race disappeared from this land. Should she stop Lu Bowen? But if she stopped him, would it be considered changing history? No, she couldn't say that. Her current situation was not that she had transmigrated to the past. Instead, she was recalling this memory. Therefore, she could not change the fact that it had already happened. Li Xiao fell into deep thought. When she came back to her senses, she realized that the surrounding scenery was very familiar. Towering and precipitous cliffs, an endless sea, and huge waves constantly crashing against the shore. The wind carried the salty smell of the sea. Li Xiao's expression changed. This was Song Hai's territory. Last time, she even witnessed Song Hai going through the heavenly tribulation here. This time, Lu Bowen's goal was to slay Song Ming. Lu Bowen dismounted from his horse and stood at the seaside with a feather fan in his hand. His back seemed to reveal a sense of solitary courage. He muttered to himself, "What a powerful dragon chi." Li Xiao frowned. Wasn't that obvious? As a Qing Long who had survived the heavenly tribulation, Song Hai's strength was not weak. Although he rarely showed it in front of her, the skills that he occasionally revealed were enough to amaze her. She could even say that Song Hai was the strongest among the dragon clan. If she was not convinced, she could fight him. Eh? There's actually another dragon chi, although it's very weak. Li Xiao had to admit that this person's talent was indeed very strong. She could see this with the naked eye. The other dragon chi should be Xiaolong, right? The dragon vein that represented Xiaolong was very close to Song Hai's dragon vein. If she was not careful, it would be overlooked. No, she could not do this. She still had to attend Song Hai's birthday. Song Hai was also her friend. She could not kill him like this. This thought suddenly appeared in her mind. It was so strong that she could not ignore it. Lu Hao was stunned for a moment before she reacted. No, it should be said that this was the thought of this body. After all, what she was experiencing now had already happened in the real past. Lu Bowen was able to kill so many dragon veins as a human not only because he knew the heavens and the earth, but also because this was the will of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao wanted to cut off the path of these dragon clan. As Li Xiao, as an ordinary human, she should not know this. But at this moment, she knew. It was as if this was common knowledge for her. What the hell was the heavenly Tao? She was going to go against the heavens. She would not allow her friend to be sent away for such a messy reason. The next second, a mirror emerged from her body. The mirror grew bigger and bigger, blooming with dazzling light. Finally, it hung high in the air like a bright moon. All the soldiers were stunned by this sudden turn of events. The moon? The moon came out in the middle of the day? But it's the beginning of the month. How can there be a full moon? This moon, why does it look brighter than the sun? The moon in the sky became brighter and brighter. In the end, it even overshadowed the sun. The dazzling light made people subconsciously close their eyes to prevent their eyes from being blinded by the light. With a loud bang, the ground suddenly shook and the mountains shook. Before the others could panic and prepare to escape, they found that the earthquake had stopped. The surrounding scenery did not change, but the moon was still hanging in the sky. Lu Bowen frowned slightly. What did this inexplicable turn of events mean? But he was a strong-willed person. He ordered the army to stop here. The feather fan in his hand turned into a huge blade and slashed at the dragon vein. After he did this, Li Xiao felt as if her body had been directly split open. She could not help but curl up in pain. Large beads of sweat seeped out. It hurt, she had never been in such pain. It hurt so much that her consciousness was a little blurry. She only wanted to scratch the wall and curse. Why was it so painful? It was 100 times, 1,000 times more painful than menstrual cramps. Just now, she used the power of the Great Void Mirror to directly create another world that looked exactly the same. The Great Void Mirror could originally turn illusion into reality. Between illusion and reality, the boundary between reality and reality was blurred. If you believed it to be real, then it was real. Only the world that the Great Void Mirror created with all its power could be completely indistinguishable from reality. Therefore, Lu Bowen treated her fictional world as reality and killed the dragon vein that she created in that world. In her hazy vision, she did not see Lu Bowen and the other troops. They had already left after completing their mission. The sound of something shattering rang in her ears. At the same time, the moon in space also shattered into several pieces. The Great Void Mirror shattered. Originally, creating a world out of thin air had consumed most of the Great Void Mirror's power. Even a divine artifact could not hold on. In the end, it suffered such a heavy blow. Lu Bowen's blade actually contained the true meaning of the Great Tao, so it could directly hurt her. As her vision became more and more blurry, she still remembered one thing: she was invited by Xianxia to attend his birthday. She was not the kind of person who would go back on her words. After that, she didn't know anything. She fell into the deepest darkness. She was so tired that she just wanted to sleep forever and ever. No, she could not sleep. She forcefully separated a wisp of her consciousness and sent it into one of the fragments. Li Xiao woke up with a dazed look on her face. Her head was also faintly aching. Perhaps the pain from being split open was still lingering on her body. This time, the fragments in the Great Void Mirror contained a lot of information. Although she knew that the Great Void Mirror was very powerful, she did not expect it to be so powerful that it could directly create a world. No wonder Xianxia and Xiaolong still stayed in China and did not leave. That was because their dragon vein was still there. Of course, Xiaolong was purely basking in Xianxia's glory. If his dragon vein did not happen to be near Xianxia, he would not have been able to take advantage of it. She originally thought that she was very likely the owner of the Great Void Mirror in her previous life. Perhaps she was some immortal. Now that she looked at it, it was very likely that she was the Great Void Mirror itself. Li Xiao accepted the fact that the Great Void Mirror had consciousness and even turned into a spirit very quickly. Everything in the world could turn into a spirit. Perhaps a table could also turn into a spirit. Wasn't it normal for the Great Void Mirror to turn into a spirit? If that was really the case, then many of his questions would be answered. No wonder she learned the Great Void technique and improved at lightning speed. She was a rare genius that only appeared once in 100 years. That was because the cultivation method itself was created based on her Great Tao. No wonder she was so compatible with the Great Void Mirror, as if she was born to control it. Xianxia had also said that she was able to find the Great Void Mirror fragments one after another not because she was lucky, but because she was attracting the great void mirror to her. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. She felt that she was really awesome, as expected of her. She could not help but feel proud. Her originally pale face was suffused with a confident glow. She once again reviewed the memories that she had obtained this time. Wait, in the end, did the great void mirror shatter into 7 pieces? Oh my god, how could it shatter into so many pieces? Until now, she only had 3 pieces in her hands. So she had to find the other 4 pieces? Could she shout for the great void mirror to fly over and have the fragments come to her door? She tried to shout, "Great void mirror, fly over." Nothing happened. Li Xiao's face was cold. Lu Bowen came out to be beaten. It was all his fault. Previously, Li Xiao did not care about collecting the great void mirror. She simply wanted to complete the great void technique. But now, that was her original body. How could she let it fall into the hands of others? She definitely had to get it back. At this moment, Lu Hao remembered something very important. According to this theory, the memories that she had seen in the Great Void Mirror before were actually fragments of the Great Void Mirror itself. Then, in the first 2 fragments, the 1 and 99 that appeared were both the Great Void Mirror. No, not only 1 and 99. According to the words that Songhai had revealed before, he had a number of friends. 1, 2, 3, 4, 99. These friends were very likely to be played by one person in the Great Void Mirror. The essence was divided into 99. How could she be so awesome? Li Xiao had previously fiercely scolded the swindler for deceiving the pure and kind Songhai and playing with his feelings. Because of this, she had angrily scolded him for a long time. Now, she suddenly felt that her face hurt. It was swollen from the slap. Was she such a scumbag in her previous life? No, there must be some misunderstanding or something that was hard to say. Alas, in the memory just now, Songhai had clearly never appeared, but he was full of presence. Whatever. The previous life was the previous life, and this life was this life. Did it have anything to do with her? It did not. She confidently told herself that she shouldn't be afraid. Xiao. Songhai's voice sounded. At the same time, his figure emerged from the air. Li Xiao, who was still mentally preparing herself, saw the victim that she had played with appear. Her delicate and perfect face could not help but reveal an embarrassed expression. Her mood was extremely awkward. That was the Great Void Mirror's fault. She was now Li Xiao. She would not take the blame. A kind, pure, and harmless person like her would never play with people's hearts. After mentally preparing herself, Li Xiao looked at Songhai with the most upright eyes. Songhai actually had a lot to say to Li Xiao and wanted to ask her if she remembered everything. But the words were on his tongue and he swallowed them back. He smiled at Li Xiao. It's nothing. Whether or not Li Xiao had her previous memories, she was still his good friend. This fact would never change. He was just very happy to see her again. Li Xiao was originally a little nervous, afraid that Songhai would have a big showdown with her and pursue the matter of her cheating on his feelings in the past. She suddenly thought of something and said in a subtle tone, "You said earlier that you made those mustard seeds to give to your friends. Can you tell me which friends they are?" "I used to have 99 friends, and they were very good to me." Li Xiao, she suddenly felt a dull pain in her conscience. When Songhai found out the truth in the future, would he beat her? No, it shouldn't be. No matter what, she had saved his life, and for this reason, even the Great Void Mirror had been shattered into pieces. It could be said that it was a miserable life. However, according to Songhai's words, did that mean that those mustard seeds were actually prepared for her? She felt that she had lost trillions. Thinking of this, Li Xiao's heart ached. Or should she risk the possibility of being beaten to death and tell him the truth? She hesitated for a long time and decided not to tell him. At least let Songhai retain some of the beautiful memories of their past friendship. She did not want to see Songhai's dejected look when he was sad. That expression did not suit him. She was really a good person who sacrificed a lot for friendship. That's right, she was a good person and could not be refuted. She raised her head and gave Songhai a bright smile. My strength has improved a lot recently, but there are still some problems in using it. I'm not very familiar with it. How about we exchange pointers? What she said was the truth. After retrieving the core fragment of the Great Void Mirror, her strength had greatly improved compared to before. However, because he had only grasped it today, he could not use it perfectly. Alright. Songhai did not object. He would not object to anything that could help Li Xiao. The three fragments of the Great Void Mirror in Li Xiao's body fused together at this moment, turning into an even larger fragment. She estimated that the fragment was about 3/5 of its size. Once he collected the remaining 4 fragments, there would be no problem. If she and Songhai were to fight here, the immortal origin mountain she was on would likely be destroyed. What a joke, she had not only spent money to construct this immortal origin mountain, she had also spent a lot of time. She directly used the Great Void Mirror to create an imaginary space. For hours later, Li Xiao was so tired that she didn't want to move. She was gasping for breath. She had used up all the spiritual energy in her body and had been squeezed dry. Usually, she did not spar with Songhai. Although she knew that Songhai was very powerful, she did not know that he was this powerful. The other party seemed to have a natural intuition for battle and could see through her next second. Illusions, which she was best at, seemed to be completely useless in front of him. How infuriating, she could only comfort herself that she had not fully recovered her strength. Songhai had lived for tens of thousands of years. It was normal that she could not beat him. That's right, she was not even 20 years old. She was only 20 years old, but she could be on par with Songhai. She was already a genius. You have so much more spiritual energy than me. Li Xiao was a little jealous. She felt that Songhai's spiritual energy was like the sea. There was no end to it. Fighting with him was simply despairing. Songhai's lips curled up. After all, I have lived for tens of thousands of years. He paused for a moment and looked at her with clear eyes that seemed to be filled with starlight, shining with a gentle light. You were once so powerful. In this aspect, Li Xiao's attitude was quite good. Heroes did not talk about their past achievements. Of course, she had to focus on the present. She coughed and said, "Actually, I just thought of a somewhat wicked idea." That's right. When I fight with people, I can play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses. I can completely create a space and then trap people inside. Unless they beg me for mercy, they will not be released. I can make the decisions in the world I create. I can even make that world have no air. If a normal person has no air, they will not be able to survive in there. The feasibility of this idea was very high, but it was a bit too wicked. Li Xiao spoke halfway and asked Songhai, "If it was you, can you live without air?" Songhai thought for a moment and said, "I can abandon the body and live in the form of a soul. Or I can let the body fall into a dormant state. But my method is not suitable for most people and demons." He paused for a moment and seriously corrected Li Xiao's words. "It's not wicked, it's witty." Li Xiao's eyes could not help but drift. Songhai's filter for her was too thick. It was even longer than the Great Wall. Under his trusting gaze, she felt guilty, so she chose to change the topic. "Right, do you want to go to the other world?" "It's the world I used to be in." After obtaining the memories of the core fragment, Li Xiao already had a guess about her transmigration. Originally, because her main body was seriously injured, she fell into a deep sleep. Only a wisp of her consciousness entered the fragment and remained in this world. She even reincarnated a few hundred years later, so there was this world's Li Xiao. As for the main body's reincarnation, it was very understandable that she would choose the original world. After all, the original world was created by the Great Void Mirror. If she was the Great Void Mirror and wanted to reincarnate, of course she would choose the world that was most beneficial to her. In that world, Li Xiao could be said to be the creator, although she did not know this at the time, and would not be harmed. She was an invincible existence. After taking back the Great Void Mirror's core fragment, she had the ability to transmigrate back. Speaking of which, transmigrating back was her original obsession. Unknowingly, this obsession had gradually faded away. In this world, she had established many new bonds. Songhai was stunned for a moment and nodded. "Okay." Li Xiao reached out her hand and Songhai took it. He felt that the place where Li Xiao touched was very hot. The heat spread from there to his neck, face, and ears. In the next second, after a moment of dizziness, the two of them arrived at the foot of the mountain. Li Xiao raised her head and the corners of her lips curled. This was Remote Cloud Mountain. If she was not surprised, there should be a fragment of the Great Void Mirror on this side of Remote Cloud Mountain. After all, after hundreds of years of development, some historical events had branched out, causing the development of the two worlds to be different. However, the Remote Cloud Mountain of the two worlds was the same. Only the fragment of the Great Void Mirror could have such a great impact. After increasing her control over her body, Li Xiao stood at the foot of the mountain and sensed the location of the fragment. She was deep in thought. It seemed that as long as the Great Void Mirror was not far away from her, she would be able to sense it. Li Xiao brought Xianxia up the mountain. Halfway up, she realized that Xianxia was still holding her hand tightly. Li Xiao laughed out loud. "You don't have to hold my hand so tightly. You won't get lost. Even if you get lost, I'll find you." Xianxia blushed and let go of her hand. He looked around. "Is this where you grew up?" "Yes." Li Xiao had no intention of hiding anything from Xianxia. Xianxia could even take out the Great Void Mirror's core fragment without hesitation and give it to her. What else could she not trust? She was about to introduce him when suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded. Xiao is back. She even brought back a little boyfriend. I saw them holding hands. Holding hands tightly. His voice was deafening, reverberating in the forest, echoing in spirals. Li Xiao, she would remember this gossipy red fox spirit. After the red fox spirit shouted, the demons on Remote Cloud Mountain all ran over to watch Li Xiao and Xianxia. Or rather, their focus was on Xianxia. The old locust tree had a comforting expression. This one is not bad looking. He's about 30% as handsome as I was when I was young. Li Xiao's mouth twitched. Come on, where did he get the face to say that? Couldn't he take a good look in the mirror and have some self-awareness of his looks? Little Green quietly shrank not far away and did not make a sound. Although the young man Xiao brought back had restrained his aura and looked very harmless, she could feel the aura of a superior, which made her have the urge to crawl. However, she was Li Xiao's friend and did not want to embarrass her, so she simply hid far away. Grandpa Tiger said, "Your little boyfriend looks quite weak." Li Xiao did not have time to correct her little boyfriend. Believe it or not, he can beat 100 of you. Weak? Xianxia could take care of all the demons on Remote Cloud Mountain with one finger. Xianxia said seriously, I'm tens of thousands of years old. I'm not young anymore. Li Xiao face-bombed. Xianxia's focus was always wrong. Shouldn't he correct the boyfriend's statement? Could it be that Xianxia wanted to give her face and was afraid that old Kuei Shu and the others would think that she had no one chasing after her? The demons who were joking with Li Xiao suddenly quieted down. After a while, the bat spirit Changbat said to Li Xiao, your boyfriend is quite humorous. Tens of thousands of years. Normal demons lived for thousands of years. They would either die under the heavenly tribulation or become immortal. Tens of thousands of years, they would be immortal. Li Xiao coughed and said, what he said is true. The other demons quieted down again and looked at each other. Li Xiao had disappeared for more than a year. They had spent a lot of effort to find her whereabouts, but there had been no news. Who would have thought that she would bring back a celestial boyfriend without a word? This shock came too quickly, making their hearts a little unable to bear it. Li Xiao took in the expressions on their faces and felt like she had successfully played a prank on them. She suddenly realized that bringing Xianxia back was still very good for her face. Suddenly, her mood became strange. Wait, why did she feel like she was returning home after 3 rounds of marriage? An illusion. This was definitely an illusion, she explained, I'm joking. Xianxia is my friend, not my boyfriend. Of course, the fact that Xianxia had lived for tens of thousands of years was not a joke. Red Fox Demon and the others did not say anything. Ordinary friends? She was lying to demons. This immortal looked at Li Xiao's expression. The word like was written on it. They only nodded. Yes, we all know. They did not believe a single word Li Xiao said. It was normal for girls to be shy. Besides, if he was not her boyfriend, why would Li Xiao bring him back and even meet them? Li Xiao chatted with her old friends and told them that she might disappear from time to time, so they did not have to worry. The old locust tree glanced at Songhai gloomily. I understand. After all, Li Xiao had grown up and had a boyfriend now. She might get married soon and have her own life. But you have to remember to come back and visit us occasionally. Bring me a few bottles of Jiannanchun. Ever since you left, no one has brought me wine. Sure. Since she had obtained the fragment of the Great Void Mirror, it would be easy for her to come back in the future. Right, where's the sparrow spirit? She didn't come back with you? Or did you finally get sick of her chatter and cook her? The last sentence was purely a joke. Everyone had watched Li Xiao grow up and knew her character very well. Although she had said countless times that she would cook the sparrow spirit, she was still the one who protected her the most. Otherwise, with the sparrow spirit's weight, she would have met with misfortune in the human world. Li Xiao touched her nose. I forgot to bring her back. She's been writing novels recently. I'll bring her back when she's free. The group of monsters was surprised that the sparrow spirit had started writing novels. But after thinking about it, they felt that it was normal. Everyone knew that the sparrow spirit liked to write novels. After chatting for a while, Li Xiao brought Songhai to the mountain to retrieve the fragment. Only 3 more fragments. I hope the remaining 3 can be found soon. She sighed. Looking at the fragment of the Great Void Mirror in her hand, she was very satisfied. Songhai said, Xinglixing should have a few fragments. He has been searching for the Great Void Mirror for hundreds of years. It's impossible that he didn't find a single fragment. At that time, he parasitized Adrian's body. On one hand, he was after the dragon vein, and on the other hand, he was after the Great Void Mirror. After all, the Great Void Mirror was the only artifact left in the human world. In the end, the dragon vein was taken by him and the fragment of the Great Void Mirror was taken by Li Xiao. Xinglixing should be very unhappy and would definitely take action. Songhai did not want to waste his energy to look for him. Hence, he gave up on the idea of Adrian and waited for him to come to find him. Xinglixing, Li Xiao could not help but hope that he would find her. To even hope that the remaining 3 fragments were with Xinglixing. To save her the effort. Although she could sense the location of the fragment, it had to be within a certain distance. Before Li Xiao left, she didn't forget to leave some defensive charms for Red Fox Demon and the others. 2. The corner of Li Xiao's mouth twitched. After all, I am rich now. The Red Fox's eyebrows twitched. She was different from the other demons of Remote Cloud Mountain. She often went down the mountain. Hence, she had seen the world. She pulled Li Xiao aside and said in a low voice, You didn't do anything illegal, did you? Like abusing the Midas touch technique and then using the gold to buy things? Li Xiao's mouth twitched. Was she that kind of person? She thought for a while and made up a reason. Actually, I have acknowledged my biological parents. My father is dead and he left me a few billion worth of assets. Hence, I am going home to inherit the family business. Yes, in her heart, Linamju was already a dead person. This is not funny. I am not lying to you. The Red Fox looked at Li Xiao seriously. Li Xiao had a serious look on her face. She realized that her acting skills were getting better and better. In the end, the news of Li Xiao returning home to inherit the family business of billions spread quickly in Remote Cloud Mountain. Li Xiao could be considered to have found a reasonable reason for her departure. Actually, what she said was not wrong. If she did not properly become the monastery head, she would have to return home to inherit the family business of billions. To her, the only ties in this world were the demons that had grown up with her on Remote Cloud Mountain. After bidding farewell to them, she felt that her soul had become lighter. It was as if she had wiped away some dust. She was deep in thought. Could this be considered as resolving one of her obsessions? After returning from the original world, Li Xiao first modified Yun Xiaoguan's cultivation technique to the Great Void. With her current understanding of the Great Void, modifying the cultivation technique was something that could be done in a matter of minutes. After all, the cultivation technique was created by the monastery head when he was looking at the great void mirror. There were some flaws in it. Li Xiao deduced the cultivation technique in one go. Not only did she modify the cultivation technique at the beginning, she even wrote down the 9th level. However, she did not intend to casually let the disciples practice the 7th to 9th level of the cultivation technique. She wanted to test their Dao hearts. Li Xiao gave the modified cultivation technique to Sun Rui to practice. Sun Rui was quite obedient in this aspect. Thus, in the following period of time, Li Xiao stayed quietly in the Taoist temple. On one hand, she taught Sun Rui. On the other hand, she consolidated her own cultivation. She even asked Sun Rui, "How many people usually come to our Taoist temple?" Sun Rui thought for a moment. 10. Li Xiao was surprised. That's quite a lot. Their Taoist temple did not do much promotion, but there were still so many people coming every day. Sun Rui's face showed an awkward expression. "No, it's 10 a month." Li Xiao, Sun Rui was too embarrassed to tell Li Xiao the truth. In fact, most of these 10 people did not come for the Taoist temple. They just saw the beautiful scenery here and simply came to climb the mountain. They also came to the Taoist temple to rest and get some water. At this thought, Sun Rui suddenly felt guilty about his monthly salary. He asked in a low voice, "Why don't I advertise to attract people?" Li Xiao's mouth twitched. "Forget it, there's no need for that. Let nature take its course." Anyway, she had no intention of making the Taoist temple the number 1 Taoist temple. If there were fewer people, there would be less trouble. Unfortunately, her peaceful time was about to end soon. The Qing dynasty called her. Li Xiao and the Qing dynasty had a good relationship. The Qing dynasty also helped to introduce several suitable companies to the company she and her cousin were preparing for. She set the meeting with the Qing dynasty at home. The current Li Xiao really did not have to worry too much. It could be said that as long as she did not do anything illegal, the higher-ups would protect her. This time, the Qing dynasty looked more haggard. It was rare for this strong woman to show a hint of fatigue in front of others. "Xiao Xiao, you have a good relationship with Tian Tian. Did she talk to you about her troubles?" Li Xiao said, "I remember that she's been excitedly preparing for the filming of a TV series recently." Of course, Tian Tian was only an investor. It was impossible for her to be a director. After all, she did not study this major. Li Xiao also chatted with Tian Tian a few times. Every time they talked, she seemed very busy. After all, she was very interested in this TV series. Li Xiao did not want to disturb her. The Qing dynasty frowned and said, "Tian Tian fell in love with a man. She even made him the male lead and spent a lot of money on him." Li Xiao was shocked. Jiang Tian fell in love? The Qing dynasty's tone was full of poison. If the man she is dating is a more innocent and less scheming man, I can turn a blind eye to it because she likes him. But that man is the only one I object to. She knew her daughter's character best. Once Tian fell in love with someone, she would be very stubborn. Moreover, she was simple-minded. In the case of the higher-ups, she was more likely to be deceived. Li Xiao asked, "Who is the man she is dating? Do I know him?" The Qing dynasty took a deep breath and said in disgust, "Xianxia." Li Xiao felt like she was struck by lightning. She blurted out, "That's impossible. Tian has a very bad impression of him. It's impossible for her to fall in love with him so quickly." After they came back from the club that day, the two of them also discussed it on the way. The two of them reached a consensus in this regard. Xianxia was obviously not at the end of his rope. He still had a lot of money, but he came to be a prostitute. It was obvious that he wanted to make quick money or get close to a beautiful, rich, and beautiful woman. At that time, Jiang Tian did not like Xianxia very much. How could he change his opinion so quickly? He even fell madly in love with him and threw resources for him. The Qing dynasty also investigated Xianxia carefully. The more she investigated, the more she could not accept that her daughter was with such a scheming and evil man. She heard Li Xiao's implication. "You mean, what's the problem?" Li Xiao nodded. She suspected that Jiang Tian was poisoned. Tian Tian is also my friend. I will go and check on her. You don't have to worry. If he really dares to do something to her. Her voice was cold. Then I will recite Buddhist scriptures and send him to the afterlife. The Qing dynasty was about to say, what's the use of reciting Buddhist scriptures? Can it make the other party become a Buddha? She suddenly remembered a rumor she had heard about a recording pen in the streets. Her expression became subtle and she felt relieved. Then I'll leave it to you. While the Qing dynasty and Li Xiao were discussing how to break up the couple, Jiang Tian was on a date with Xianxia. To be precise, Jiang Tian was buying clothes for her new boyfriend. Try this on. After you join the caste, you have to wear a few sets of decent clothes to avoid being looked down upon. Jiang Tian, who was always concise and comprehensive, said a few more words. I know. Zhang Yuanzi revealed a gentle smile and looked at her affectionately. When I become a big star, I will definitely propose to you in front of the whole world. Jiang Tian smiled faintly. I believe in you. Zhang Yuanzi took the clothes and went inside to try them on. He was in a very good mood. Things were going smoother than he had imagined. Jiang Tian really treated him as a lover and cared about him very much. She even pulled in resources for him. He wasn't worried about being discovered. After all, he didn't cast a spell on Jiang Tian from the beginning to the end. Even Li Xiao, the so-called master of metaphysics, couldn't find anything fishy about him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have thought that there would be someone who was so resourceful and could even fabricate a memory to make Jiang Tian sincerely believe that they were lovers. He also didn't expect that Jiang Tian was the only daughter of the Qing dynasty. Being associated with her was equivalent to having less than 10 years of hard work, no, 100 years. Now that Jiang Tian was dead set on him, he had no worries about his future. Li Zhao's high and mighty attitude appeared in his mind, and his expression unconsciously became ferocious. What right did a girl like her have to put on such an attitude in front of him? Wasn't the only thing she had more money than him? Now that he had Jiang Tian, he could finally collect this debt from her. After changing, he walked out of the fitting room and gave Jiang Tian a gentle smile. What do you think of this set of clothes? Jiang Tian nodded slightly. I have good taste. I'll take it. Zhang Yuanzi seemed to have thought of something. His expression darkened, and he said self-deprecatingly, no, it's not suitable for someone of my status to wear such nice clothes. I'll only be laughed at if I wear it outside. A monkey won't become a human wearing clothes. Although Jiang Tian had a cold personality, she was very attentive to the people she cared about. Did someone bully you? Who? Zhang Yuanzi wanted to say something, but stopped. She's your best friend after all. I can't say anything bad about her. Jiang Tian frowned. Did Li Xiao tell you that? Wasn't her best friend Li Xiao? Zhang Yuanzi took a step back in order to advance. She's your best friend, and she's so capable. Don't hurt your relationship with her because of me. However, Jiang Tian wasn't an ordinary person. She nodded in agreement. Yes, Li Xiao is more important than my boyfriend. I'm not the kind of person in novels who forgets her friends over her lover. Although she liked Zhang Yuanzi very much, Li Xiao was still more important. Zhang Yuanzi, who was waiting for Jiang Tian to develop a grudge against Li Xiao, was confused. Zhang Yuanzi almost suspected that he was hallucinating. His lips quivered, and his chest heaved up and down. Facing Jiang Tian, who spoke so confidently, he felt an indescribable sense of absurdity. Didn't Jiang Tian love him now? Weren't girls all irrational when they fell in love? When Zhang Yuanzi was still the young master of the Zhang family, he was surrounded by many girls who liked him because of his wealth and good looks. Some even cried and threw tantrums because of him, and some good friends even turned against each other because of him. Therefore, he took it for granted that all girls were like this, and Jiang Tian was no exception. However, Jiang Tian said in front of him that his status as a boyfriend was lower than Li Zhao's. Tian. He lowered his eyelids, and his long eyelashes created a melancholy aura. It made him look like he was very hurt, and his tone carried a hint of sadness. Jiang Tian still said to him seriously, because I like you very much, I don't want to lie to you about this. If you can't accept this, we can only break up for now. This logic didn't sound wrong. However, Xianxia wasn't just sullen. He only mentioned Li Xiao a little, and Jiang Tian looked like he was ready to break up with him at any time. If he continued to sow discord, wouldn't Jiang Tian turn against him? Li Xiao was the one who cast a curse on Jiang Tian. Although he was full of anger and depression, Xianxia really couldn't fall out with his financial backer. He still had to rely on Jiang Tian to deal with Li Xiao. Only then could he deal with Li Xiao and complete that person's task. He could even become a so-called master and control his own fate. He said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have mentioned her in front of you." Jiang Tian corrected him. "It's not that you can't mention Li Xiao, but you can't speak ill of her. You see, I didn't say anything bad about your friend." However, Jiang Tian didn't know Xianxia's friends. Her clear eyes looked very clear. "Although I like you, I can't tolerate you slandering my friend. I've known Li Xiao for a long time, so I know her character very well. She's not the kind of person who would casually say such unreasonable things. If she did, someone must have started it first." Xianxia looked at his girlfriend, who had always been taciturn, but when she spoke up for Li Xiao, she became eloquent. He only felt that his blood was constantly surging up. He used a great deal of willpower to endure and did not explode on the spot. His temples throbbed as he fought back his anger and had to admit his mistake in a pleasant manner. "Yes, it's my fault. These words were passed to me by another friend. I thought she didn't like me, so I believed her." In order to protect his image, Xianxia could only make up a friend out of nothing. Jiang Tiantian's expression eased a little. "I knew it. There must be a misunderstanding." She wrinkled her nose and showed an unhappy expression. "Don't continue to interact with that friend of yours. He obviously doesn't have good intentions. It's better to break it off early." "Yes, I know." Xianxia could only nod and say yes. What else could he say? After this argument, Jiang Tian was also a little dispirited. "I want to go back. I'll buy clothes another day." Xianxia looked at her expression and remembered the master's instructions. He quickly said, "I misunderstood Li Xiao this time. I also want to apologize to her. She's your good friend. I also want to be her friend. I don't know if you can give me this opportunity?" Jiang Tian thought about it and said, "I have to ask Li Xiao first. She wouldn't agree to this without Li Xiao's consent." Xianxia smiled. "She's your good friend. She usually cares about you a lot, so she definitely wants to see for herself what kind of person I am. She had some misunderstandings about me before, and I also want to resolve this misunderstanding in person." He still buried a nail in the coffin. When these words came out of his mouth, it was as if Li Xiao didn't agree, it would mean that she didn't care about Jiang Tian. However, Jiang Tian obviously didn't understand the hidden meaning. He just lowered his head and sent a text message to his good friend. Li Xiao raised her eyebrows when she received Jiang Tiantian's text message. Great. She hadn't taken the initiative to look for Xianxia, but he took the initiative to come to her. Moreover, looking at the way he did things, he seemed quite fearless. Did Xianxia find a new backer? She pondered for a moment, then quickly replied to Jiang Tian, "Okay." She also prepared to deal with Xianxia directly from the source. Jiang Tian seemed to have been waiting for her reply for a long time. The time was set for tomorrow. This time should be set by Xianxia, right? Was he in such a hurry? Li Xiao looked out the window. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, as if the dark clouds were about to crush the city. It looked like it was going to rain heavily. Li Xiao originally thought that it was just a thunderstorm, but the rain lasted longer than she expected. It had been raining for a day and a night, and there was still no sign of it stopping. The weather station had already issued a red rainstorm warning. Red was the highest level. Li Xiao was now staying on Xianyuan Mountain, so she had to take precautions against mountain floods, landslides, and other things. She directly cast a barrier and considered whether to stop the rain in this area. Before she could do anything, Songhai had already come looking for her. "This rain is Tsing Li's doing." Li Zhao's expression unconsciously became serious. "Are you sure?" Song Hai's lips curled up. His eyes unconsciously turned cold gold, without the slightest hint of a smile. There shouldn't be any rain in S City this week. As the Qing Long, he didn't need to divine to know the weather in the next month. No changes could be hidden from him. In the past few years, he should have collected many dragon balls left on this land. At that time, the dragon clan left too suddenly. They didn't even have time to take some things with them. Xianxia should have heard about it from his father. His father was a black dragon. He was quite lecherous and had left behind many children. Xianxia was one of them. He didn't know what method Xianxia used to enter his father's eyes. That black dragon told Xianxia many secrets of the dragon clan. Perhaps he originally just wanted his son to be able to transform into a dragon more smoothly, but he didn't know that he had embarked on another path because of this. The center of the whirlpool should be at sea. I'm going to make a trip to the sea. Song Hai's usual lazy expression faded away, leaving behind a serious expression. If something went wrong, it might even cause a tsunami. From Xinglunian's style of doing things, one could see Xianxia's character. He wasn't the kind of person who cared about the lives of ordinary people. Li Xiao knew Song Hai very well. He looked very lazy, but he had a stronger sense of responsibility than anyone else. Otherwise, he could have slept until the end of time according to his own wishes, instead of shouldering all those responsibilities on his own shoulders. She was about to say that she would go with him, but suddenly remembered that she had an appointment with Jiang Tian today. Li Xiao's heart skipped a beat. The timing was too coincidental. It just so happened that during this period of time, Xianxia found Jiang Tian. She didn't even know what method he used to make Jiang Tian fall in love with him. And the time he arranged to meet with him was today. Why did it seem like he was luring the tiger away from the mountain? After all, she had never concealed her closeness to Song Hai. Song Hai even participated in the International Metaphysics Conference because of her. If something happened to Song Hai, as a good friend, Li Xiao would definitely not ignore it. This meant that Xianxia had to deal with both her and Song Hai at the same time. If she were Xianxia, she would definitely think of a way to separate the two of them. She whispered her guess to Song Hai. Song Hai was stunned for a moment, then said calmly, "Don't worry, you can still go to your meeting." "Then what about your side?" Song Hai said, "Xianxia, you underestimate me too much. There are differences between dragons as well." When he said this, his tone was very calm. He was simply stating a fact. Not only was he Qing Long, who was born with a noble bloodline and represented the gods of the East, but he had also survived 2 heavenly tribulations. His strength could be said to be one of the best in the dragon clan. If he was restrained in the face of a flood dragon that could not even be considered a dragon, then he would be underestimating himself too much. Although Song Hai usually did not take most things to heart, he also had his own pride. Li Xiao thought about it and agreed. Besides, she and Song Hai both had space-breaking talismans. If they really encountered any trouble, they could just leave. Xiaolong has to be arranged, Song Hai said. He had a hunch that the other party would attack Xiaolong compared to him. Xiaolong was more dangerous. After all, the other party could not even rely on his own strength to form an illusion. He still needed Li Xiao's help. This matter was very easy to handle. Li Xiao directly put Xiaolong into another world. If Xianxia had the ability, he could chase Xiaolong to the other world and catch Xiaolong. Of course, in the face of Xiaolong, she had another way of saying it. "Well, I heard from Song Hai that you have been very serious in your studies and training recently. I can give you a day off." Xiaolong did not suspect anything and obediently went to the world in the fragment to play. He was still very happy in his heart. Xiao was still good to him, unlike Song Hai, who was a demon king who exploited children for hard work. After making all the necessary preparations, Li Xiao set off to a residence under the name of Jiang Tian. Because of the heavy rain that had been falling for a day and a night, the city's sewers could not bear the pressure. Many sections of the road had accumulated water. Therefore, when the driver drove, he had to take many detours. The original 1-hour drive became 2 hours. Fortunately, there were not many cars on the road today, so there was no traffic jam. Otherwise, it would have taken more time. When Li Xiao arrived at the community, she looked at the rain outside. The rain was still heavy, as if it would last forever without an end. In the sky, a black dragon could be faintly seen. She lowered her eyelids. This was a matter of the dragon clan. It was better to leave it to Shanghai. Compared to this, she had more important things to do. Although she had not yet entered the community, she had already felt the aura of the Grand Void Mirror. And it seemed that there was more than one. Li Xiao was overjoyed. This was taking the initiative to send a treasure to me. Li Xiao followed the address Jiang Tian gave her and walked to the 19th building. Jiang Tian lived in room 603. After she pressed the doorbell, someone opened the door for her. The person who opened the door was Xianxia. Xianxia was wearing a white shirt and black trousers. He looked natural and unrestrained as he greeted Li Xiao like a host. Li Xiao, are you here? Tian has been waiting for you inside for a while. Li Xiao's lips curled up. The fragments of the Great Void Mirror were indeed on Xianxia. She didn't expect Xianxia to be so generous as to give such an important thing to Xianxia. Now she was going to take advantage of it. She walked into the room and cast an illusion. In terms of illusory techniques, she could be said to be at the top. She could use it with ease. There was no need for incantations, talismans, or hand gestures. With a thought, the illusory array would be set up. It was as if it was instinctive. She said in her heart, "Great Void Mirror, come here." Two fragments slowly floated out of Xianxia's body and leisurely flew around Li Xiao. Then, they entered her body and disappeared. Because of the illusion array, Xianxia didn't even know that the fragments of the Great Void Mirror were gone. He was still calm and composed. Occasionally, his eyes revealed a trace of unconcealable satisfaction. Li Xiao thought for a while and simply made two fake fragments on Xianxia. At the same time, she only needed one more fragment to collect her Great Void Mirror. If she wasn't mistaken, the last fragment should be in Xianxia's hands. Speaking of which, these two fragments obviously had Xianxia's imprint. She didn't know what spell he used to succeed. Perhaps this was the reason why he dared to give these two fragments to Xianxia. In Xianxia's heart, he could take them back at any time. Unfortunately, he met Li Xiao. As the reincarnation of the Great Void Mirror was her original body. She wanted to erase the imprint, but it was as easy as wiping the dust off the window. It was effortless. Thus, the Great Void Mirror was easily obtained. In addition to the imprints, there seemed to be two other memories on these two fragments of the Great Void Mirror. Li Xiao was about to look at the memories when Jiang Tian heard the commotion and walked out. He smiled at Li Xiao and said, "If I had known that it would rain so heavily these past 2 days, I wouldn't have arranged for today." Her gaze fell on Li Xiao, who was clean and didn't show any signs of rain. She wasn't surprised. As a master of metaphysics, it was not difficult for Li Xiao to do this. Li Xiao could sense the aura of the Great Void Mirror on Jiang Tian's body. This did not mean that she also possessed a fragment of the Great Void Mirror. It was more like she had come into contact with it before. Because of this, she decided not to look at her memories for now. She would look at them when she had the time. She carefully looked at Jiang Tian's state. He didn't seem to be under a spell. His mind was clear, his face was rosy, and his complexion was quite good. He was also in a good mood. The corners of her lips curled up. She said meaningfully, "If there's something, of course it's better to solve it as soon as possible." After seeing Xianxuan's expression change, she added, "I mean, it's a misunderstanding." Xianxuan lowered his eyes. "Previously, because my identity was suddenly exposed, I couldn't accept the fact, so I abandoned myself and went to work in that place. At that time, I thought that my depravity would make my family care more about me. Reality proved that I was too naive. Fortunately, Tian was there. If it weren't for Tian, I would still be that person sinking in the darkness." When he said this, he looked at Jiang Tian affectionately. Li Xiao sneered inwardly. This should be what he said to Tian. He put the halo of a victim on his own actions, as if his actions were pardonable. Then, he elevated Jiang Tian to the status of his savior. Many girls had the dream of saving the villain in their hearts. Especially when they saw the villain turn over a new leaf for them. You're Tiantian's best friend. I don't want you to misunderstand me. I hope that my love with her can receive your blessings. Jiang Tian also showed a moved expression. He just felt that these words sounded a little familiar. Maybe all the words of love in the world were the same? Thinking of this, his originally moved emotions seemed to dissipate a little. As he cultivated, his memory would get better and better. Li Xiao immediately remembered. His eyes became sharp. Isn't this the line from Addicted to Loving You? Young Master Lu is busy chasing his wife? Xianxia broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. Jiang Tiantian's moved heart suddenly disappeared. Although she liked this work very much, it didn't mean that she liked it so much that she was willing to see her boyfriend use the lines in it to brush her off. Xianxia cursed in his heart. Li Xiao was indeed his nemesis. He could only save himself some dignity. Maybe it's because I'd been memorizing the lines recently, and the lines in it left a deep impression on me. He quickly changed the topic and said to Li Xiao, I was instigated by others earlier and misunderstood you. This is my apology. He took out a very delicately wrapped box and handed it to Li Xiao. Li Xiao's expression was subtle. This box originally contained the fragment of the void mirror, but the real fragment was taken away by Li Xiao and replaced with a fake one. Thank you. She accepted the box. Now she was very sure that the other party was preparing to use this fragment to plot against her. She half closed her eyes and said to Jiang Tian, I'm suddenly a little sleepy. I've been busy for the past few days and haven't had a good rest. Jiang Tian didn't suspect her and showed a concerned expression. Then go to your room and rest. The chef hasn't arrived yet. I'll wake you up when the food is ready. She directly invited the chef of the 5-star hotel over to prepare dinner for them. Li Xiao went to the guest room to rest. At the same time, she used an illusion to create an invisible version of herself. At least she could keep an eye on Jiang Tian and prevent anything from happening to her. On the other hand, she began to look at the memories attached to the 2 fragments of the void mirror. The main characters in the first memory were Jiang Tian and Xianxia. In the story, Jiang Tian and Xianxia met in the clubhouse. Jiang Tian was very disdainful of Xianxia because of his self-deprecation. His words enlightened Xianxia and woke him up. Jiang Tian also accidentally revealed his identity as a young lady and was schemed against by Zhou Tian. That's right, the villain here was the peacock spirit, Zhou Tian. Li Xiao couldn't help but criticize Xianxia in her mind. Was it because Zhou Tian stole a few of his fair, rich, and beautiful customers? That's why he wanted to frame him in the story. Poor Zhou Tian. What did he do wrong? He was obviously righteous and would even help others with their homework and essays. How did he become an unscrupulous villain in this place? She found the story funny and couldn't help but continue reading. It was like watching a drama series. It was poisonous. And Zhou Tian's scheme here was to drug Jiang Tian. Drugging was indeed a classic plot that couldn't be avoided in any story. After Xianxia found out, he took Jiang Tian's place and drank the drugged water. Then, because of his allergic reaction, he was hospitalized. Jiang Tian treated him differently because he was the hero who saved the damsel in distress. The two of them became boyfriend and girlfriend. Xianxia also decided to turn over a new leaf and prepare to enter the entertainment industry and become a big star. Jiang Tian, of course, supported her boyfriend unconditionally. Using her identity as an investor, she stuffed Xianxia into the film and helped Xianxia to slap face in the film crew. The relationship between the two of them gradually deepened. As for Zhou Tian, who had framed them before, he was severely beaten up. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Li Xiao was speechless as she watched. This love story could be kept and used as material for the sparrow spirit. But it was really funny. Ha ha ha, as a peacock spirit, Zhou Tian was beaten up like this. Xianxia definitely didn't know Zhou Tian's true identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have framed him like this. One Zhou Tian could beat up 100 Xianxias. She couldn't help but take out her phone and record Zhou Tian's current miserable state. She suddenly felt that the void mirror could be used to film a movie. It didn't need to cost anything and the actors could be created by themselves. Did this count as opening up a new source of income? After reading this memory, she already knew how Jiang Tian was tricked. Xianxia probably used the void mirror fragment to fabricate a memory and brainwash Jiang Tian. The reason why Xianxia gave her this fragment was to brainwash her as well. He wanted her to accept his and Jiang Tian's love story and support them. Li Xiao continued to look at the memory created by the other fragment. To her surprise, this memory fragment was actually about her and Song Hai. With an indescribable sense of anticipation, Li Xiao opened it. The Li Xiao in this story had a warm and proud personality, just like a thorny rose. Because of her cheating father, Lu Namju, she didn't have a good impression of rich and handsome men and always scoffed at them. Li Xiao complained, "I'm not that extreme, okay?" She couldn't help but create fruit tea and popcorn. Sure enough, when watching a movie, you have to eat. Li Xiao continued to live with malice towards men and soon found Song Hai, who had lost his memory. After losing his memory, Song Hai was as innocent as a child and completely relied on Li Xiao. Li Xiao had to spend a lot of effort to take care of him. Gradually, she also fell in love with Song Hai and even became pregnant with his child. When the child was born, Song Hai appeared in front of her ruthlessly and took the child away. From beginning to end, he had kept his memory and deliberately used amnesia as a reason to get close to Li Xiao, who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Everything he did was to let Li Xiao give birth to a child with dragon blood. To breed a dragon egg, the mother needed to have enough spiritual power. That was why he chose Li Xiao, who was a master of metaphysics. That's right, her and Song Hai's child was Xiaolong. Song Hai used some tricks on Xiaolong, and in less than a few months, he grew to look like a 6-year-old child. Song Hai took Xiaolong away and prepared to release the dragon blood in his body to revive his true sweetheart. Oh, right, his sweetheart was the long-dead Li Qianfei. Li Xiao was very dissatisfied with this plot. Why was the story of Jiang Tian and Xianxia a sweet love between quarreling lovers, but she became a sadistic love story? Did she look like the kind of person who would obediently be abused? Those who dared to abuse her had already been trampled under her feet and called her father. The most outrageous thing was, why was it said here that Song Hai's sweetheart was Li Qianfei? Was Song Hai's taste that bad? The last scene was fixed on Song Hai's indifferent expression. He was high and mighty, and his tone did not have the slightest bit of warmth, making people feel as if they were in winter. I have never loved you. I endured humiliation to be with you in order to revive Qianfei. Li Xiao could not hold back and crushed the popcorn in her hand. So angry, she lamented bitterly. That Song Hai in this story was too much of a scum. Scum dragon, it was talking about him. After watching the 2 movies, Li Xiao felt a sense of emptiness. She somewhat understood why so many readers would read the melodramatic novels written by the Sparrow Spirit. Jiang Tian even spent a lot of money to buy the copyright. This kind of plot was indeed very toxic. It made people want to chase after it. While complaining that the plot was too stupid, they couldn't help but want to see the follow-up plot. She felt that Xianxia probably didn't come up with the plot. It was very likely that Xianxia had written it himself, because in both stories, Xianxia had a part in it. Moreover, it was the kind that was particularly positive, the kind that perfectly set off his personal charm. As for the peacock spirit Zhou Tian and Song Hai, they were ruthlessly slandered. These 2 clearly looked better than Xianxia, but they couldn't show it at all. Not only did he create fake memories, he even smuggled them in. Shameless, I despise him. Li Xiao probably guessed what Xianxia and the others were thinking. They wanted to use what they did to Tian on her. The memories created by the void mirror had a strong brainwashing effect. People wouldn't take the initiative to doubt it. Even if they had doubts, they would find a reasonable excuse. If Li Xiao really fell for it, with her personality, she would definitely go against Song Hai and wouldn't stop until he was dead. Perhaps this was their goal, to instigate her without shedding a drop of blood. Not to mention, against her, Song Hai would definitely hold back. Li Xiao still had this confidence. Unfortunately, no matter how good their calculations were, they still missed a crucial point. The void mirror was actually Li Xiao's original body in her previous life. How could it have any effect on her? In the end, the 2 fragments of the void mirror that Xianxia had ended up benefiting Li Xiao. Xianxia was really a good person, a very good person. He saved her the effort of finding the remaining fragments. This kind of selflessness was really touching. For this reason, Li Xiao had made his decision. After Xianxia was killed, she would burn a silk banner for him as a token of appreciation to express her gratitude to him. Now that she had settled most of the matters here, it was time for her to go to Xianxia to check on his situation. Li Xiao walked out of the room, her eyes still a little red. After all, she was quite engrossed in the movie just now, and the plot after that was a little cruel, so she accidentally cried a lot. When Xianxia saw this, he was overjoyed. Looking at Li Xiao's expression, their plan this time should be very successful. Look, even Li Xiao fell for it. That heavenly master's dermic powers were truly unfathomable. If he could learn even 10% of his abilities, it would be enough to summon the wind and summon the rain. He had made such a great contribution this time, so the heavenly master would definitely not treat him unfairly. It was as if he had already seen his meteoric rise in the future, and his heart was burning with passion. Although he was very excited, he could not reveal too many flaws. He said to Li Xiao, "A friend of mine said that he saw Xianxia in the East China Sea." Jiang Tian was a little surprised. Why did Xianxia suddenly mention Xianxia? Li Xiao knew what he was thinking, and her rose petal-like lips evoked a brilliant smile. Her facial features were beautiful, and when she smiled, she was so bright and moving that Xianxia was almost dazzled. "Thank you very much." Before, Li Xiao was always as cold as ice to Xianxia. Now that she was giving him a good face, he suddenly felt flattered. He even felt a little dazed, and an inappropriate thought appeared in his mind. The next second, his vision suddenly turned black, and he directly fell down. Jiang Tian was shocked and showed an anxious expression. He was about to bend down to check on his boyfriend's condition. Li Xiao touched his head and took away the memories forged by the void mirror. For a moment, Jiang Tian's expression became sluggish. After a while, her eyes gradually regained their clarity. As she gradually recalled what had happened during this period of time, her expression changed again and again. Finally, she bit her lower lip and couldn't hold back. She directly stepped forward and kicked Xianxia. One kick was not enough to vent her anger, so she kicked again. "No, let's continue to kick. Anyway, it's fine as long as he doesn't die." Jiang Tian glared at him angrily. During this period of time, it was as if she had been bewitched. She actually fell in love with Xianxia. She looked at Li Xiao with pleading eyes. Was that hypnosis? She inexplicably had such a memory in her mind, and now she knew very well that the memory was fake. Li Xiao could not explain the existence of the void mirror to her, so he just nodded slightly. You can think of it as a kind of witchcraft. In fact, Jiang Tian usually wore the jade token Li Xiao gave him, so under normal circumstances, he would not be affected. But the other party was using the void mirror. Moreover, Xianxia did not harm Jiang Tian. He did not cast a spell or cast a spell. He just made her believe that there was such a memory. Jiang Tian frowned and went to make a phone call. She had arranged for Xianxia to be part of the cast these past few days, so now she had to tell the director. Fortunately, the cast and crew had not officially started filming yet, so the news had not spread yet. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. After making the phone call, she showed a distressed expression. Obviously, she did not know how to deal with Xianxia. After all, this was a lawful society. She could not call someone to beat him to death. Li Xiao gave her an idea. Just sue him for fraud. He must have swindled a lot of money from you during this period of time. That makes sense. She had spent tens of millions of yuan in total. It was too much of a waste to use this money on him. She might as well donate it. Jiang Tian immediately called her mother and asked her to find a professional lawyer. Li Xiao left a few talismans for her to protect herself. Then, he used a space-breaking spell and went directly to the East China Sea. On the East China Sea, at this time, the storm was raging. Thunder rumbled, and the dark clouds seemed to be brewing a dangerous aura. On the sea, several boats were swaying in the stormy waves. There were 5 fishing boats. 3 of them were from China, and the other 2 were from the neighboring country, Japan. No matter how big the boat was, it looked so small on the vast sea. People could not help but wonder if the hull could not withstand the erosion of the storm in the next second and would be torn to pieces. These fishing boats had been trapped here for a day and a night. Because of the bad weather, the search and rescue work was very difficult. When Song Hai's figure appeared on the sea, he saw the boats and was slightly startled. He waved his hand, and a gust of wind appeared out of thin air and rolled up the 5 boats and sent them to the shore. The crew of the 5 boats thought that they had encountered a rare tornado and were involved in it. They could not escape death. However, after the whirlwind, they were shocked to find that the boat had returned to the shore, and the hull was safe and sound. One of the Southerners, as if thinking of something, suddenly knelt on the ground with a pious expression. "Mazu. Thank you for your blessing." Song Hai did not know that the crew regarded him as the patron of the sea, Mazu. He frowned and looked at the largest and darkest cloud floating in the sky. Behind the dark cloud, there was a black flood dragon hidden. That was Xianxia. He looked around the sea. The East China Sea had been set up with the dragon binding array, which was specially designed to deal with the dragon clan, using 49 dragon balls. Xianxia had been running around for hundreds of years, and he had actually collected so many dragon balls. He could even sense the location of each dragon ball. He was ready to take back the dragon balls, but found that the dragon balls had long been invaded by the devil will and could not be controlled by him. They moved according to his thoughts. A loud voice came down from the clouds, with unwillingness. "You dragons, other than your pure bloodline, what else can compare to me?" But he didn't even want to take me with him, leaving me to fend for myself in the human world. Is it because I'm not a real dragon? The hatred in the voice was almost tangible. Obviously, for Xianxia, he was thrown down by his father, and this had even become his obsession. Song Hai was stunned for a moment, and his expression became serious. His tone was a little proud. "You can't compare to me. I look better than you." Li Xiao often praised his appearance. The clouds were silent for a moment, and then the voice of gnashing teeth sounded again, cold and gloomy. "I hope you can still think like this later. The scene of a dragon being skinned alive must be very beautiful." Xianxia, who was hiding behind the dark cloud, looked at the dragon on the surface of the sea with hatred. This hatred was not only directed at Song Hai, but at the entire dragon clan. Since he was young, he knew that he was special and not an ordinary demon. He spent a lot of effort to find out his origin, and finally found out that he was the illegitimate son of a black dragon. Even if he was an illegitimate son, it meant that he had the blood of the dragon clan. Maybe one day he could successfully become a dragon. He found his biological father, tried his best to show off in front of him, and became his favorite child. However, before his father became an immortal and left, he only took the other children with him, leaving him in the human world. At that time, he had not learned how to transform, and suffered a lot. He was almost caught by the monks and Taoists. Relying on his stubbornness, he survived, and his strength grew stronger and stronger. He wanted to become a dragon, the most powerful dragon, and then slaughter all the dragon clan to make his father realize that abandoning him was the biggest mistake. He originally wanted to collect the dragon's vein and use it to purify his constitution. Unfortunately, they all failed. He looked at Song Hai with cold pleasure in his eyes. Although there was no dragon's vein, the effect should be about the same if he used the dragon's blood to refine it. He used his dragon's blood to cultivate, and used his scales and dragon tendons to refine the toughest weapons. The dragon binding formation below was specially prepared for him. There were a few dragon balls left behind by the Dragon King. The aura they emitted was enough to trap him inside. Dragon binding formation? Your father even told you this. Song Hai's voice was cold. If he saw that black dragon one day, he would definitely beat him up. He taught him all kinds of nonsense. Unfortunately, this is useless to me. He was Qing Long. How could he be bound by a mere formation? Furthermore, the purpose of this array formation was actually to teach a lesson to some mischievous little dragons in the clan. Stubborn duck. Xianxia sneered. In the next second, he saw the handsome youth turn into a huge Qing Long, circling above the sea. The original storm, after coming into contact with the Qing Long, slowly calmed down and turned into a gentle breeze and drizzle. No, impossible. It was actually Qinglong? The legendary Qinglong? How could it be him? Xinglixing's eyes widened. Then, he saw the huge dragon's tail sweep towards him, directly sweeping him down from the clouds. Just one blow caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and his internal organs were severely damaged. Golden eyes swept over, and that glance made him feel like his soul was about to scatter. With such a high status, he was actually willing to be a kept man in the human world. Wasn't this a joke? Xinglixing imagined that he would pull out Songhai's tendons and peel off his bones, and use him to successfully transform into a true dragon, not that he would be abused by Songhai. Xinglixing, who had always been confident in his own strength, was at a loss at this time. Who was he? Where was he? What was he going to do? After the confusion, there was more despair. Was the gap between him and a true dragon really that big? It was as if the difference between heaven and earth. He could not find any chance to fight back. Was it because of this reason that his father abandoned him back then? What Xinglixing did not know was that Songhai, who had survived the heavenly tribulation, was also one of the most powerful dragons in the dragon clan. To put it simply, there was a wall between him and the other dragons. If he had been carefully hiding like before, even Songhai would have a hard time finding him. After all, Xinglixing's magic treasure could hide his aura and existence. However, he was full of confidence in himself. He even underestimated Songhai because of some information he found out, which led to the current tragedy. He was beaten to the point where he almost doubted his life. He still had a fragment of the Great Void Mirror on him. He had always wanted to use this artifact to create an opportunity to escape, but he could not find the slightest opportunity. Song Ming's every perfectly timed spell technique sealed off his next move, leaving him with no choice but to taste the torment of despair. In fact, Songhai was already merciful enough. Otherwise, that whip was enough to send him to reincarnate. No, he might not even have the chance to reincarnate. This was not because the other party was a fled dragon, but simply because he wanted to use Xinglixing to exercise his muscles. Songhai slept for so many years before waking up. When he woke up, he found that the entire human world had undergone earth-shaking changes. Sometimes he wanted to show his true form and exercise his muscles, but it was easy to cause tsunamis and earthquakes. Songhai wanted to live a low-key life in this world and did not want to become the public enemy of mankind. Now, it could be said that he had a legitimate reason to return to his original form. If Xinglixing knew the truth, he would be so angry that his soul would scatter on the spot. Just when he was beaten to the point where he did not know what day it was, he saw a familiar figure appear near Qinglong. It was Li Xiao, who used the space-breaking spell to rush over. Xinglixing seemed to see a glimmer of hope, and his originally dim eyes lit up. He finally held on until Li Xiao arrived. If his plan went according to plan, Li Xiao would definitely hate Song Ming. As long as he joined forces with Li Xiao, they would still have a chance to retaliate. He endured the pain and showed a sinister smile. In the next second, he saw Li Xiao reveal a bright smile and say in a clear voice, "The Great Void Mirror fragment is flying over." Xinglixing was shocked. How did she know that he still had a fragment of the Great Void Mirror? Next, he watched as the fragment of the Great Void Mirror, which he carefully hid and spent a lot of effort to leave a mark on, betrayed him mercilessly. As if it had its own consciousness, it flew to Li Xiao's side and entered her body. Xinglixing's last glimmer of hope was shattered on the spot, and he was stunned. Why? His widened eyes were full of disbelief. What went wrong with his plan? Li Xiao glanced at him and decided to teach him a lesson on account of the other party's good intentions of being a money giver. You probably don't know, I was most likely a Great Void Mirror cultivator in my previous life. Thank you for letting me collect all the fragments very smoothly. You are really a good person who sacrificed yourself for others. Xinglixing. Songhai also stopped beating Xinglixing and echoed, "Well, good person. Thanks to you, I had a lot of fun today. You are a good punching bag." Xinglixing was so provoked that he foamed at the mouth, and after a few breaths, he stopped breathing. His dragon eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. Li Xiao's mouth twitched, and she said bitterly, "His psychological endurance is too weak." He died from anger just like that? She thought that Xinglixing, who had caused so much trouble and acted as if he was the big boss behind the scenes, would be awesome. In the end, he died just like that, and died cleanly. She thought about it again and felt that this was normal. She sighed, as expected, we are too powerful. So, any boss in front of them could only be chopped up like vegetables. She and Songhai, one was Qing Long, and the other was most likely the reincarnation of a divine artifact. The two of them were naturally invincible when they worked together. Being invincible was just so lonely. After Xianxia died, the stormy sea completely calmed down. In the next second, fish jumped out of the sea, holding black pearls. There were a total of 49 pearls. The black pearls floated in front of Songhai, and he put them away. Songhai naturally would not let these dragon pearls fall into the hands of others. Songhai said to Li Xiao, his talent is top-notch among the flood dragons, and he is only one step away from transformation. If he had cultivated well these years, he might have succeeded long ago. It was a pity that Xianxia was trapped by his own obsession, and all his thoughts were spent on collecting the relics of the dragon clan and looking for the divine artifact, the void mirror. As a result, his cultivation was delayed. Li Xiao nodded slightly, some people just could not see through this truth. Songhai said, when the time comes, I can use his dragon tendons to refine a demon binding rope for you. His dragon bones can also be used to refine weapons. I will think about how to get them then. As for the scales, Songhai might spare them. His own scales were much better than Xianxia's, and he did not need his. Well, he might as well leave the scales to Xiaolong. Li Xiao's mouth twitched, and she looked at Xianxia, who had sunk to the bottom of the water with some pity. It was too tragic, he had just died, and his body had already been arranged by Songhai. Of course, as the one who benefited, Li Xiao would not sympathize with him. Instead, she was looking forward to it. All the fragments of the void mirror in her body had now been collected. They turned into a mirror like the bright moon, shining brightly in her sea of consciousness. The void mirror had finally returned successfully. Li Xiao's mouth curled up. In any case, things had a good ending. As for whether Songhai's identity would be exposed, there was no need to worry about whether it would lead to covetous eyes. In the process of fighting with Xianxia, Songhai showed the ability to summon the wind and summon the rain. No matter how advanced human technology was now, in the face of natural disasters, humans were still insignificant. No matter which organization it was, they would not rush to offend such a great god. Besides, with Songhai's identity, if he really wanted to do something, he would not stay in S-City and be a Taoist master, making money to help save money for a down payment. Do you want to travel around the underwater world? Songhai asked, showing a Qing Long posture. Compared to his usual adorable appearance, he was more dignified, but his voice was still gentle. Okay. Li Xiao did not refuse. Songhai lowered his noble head, as if he did not feel that this action was beneath his status. The whole action was very natural. Li Xiao was stunned for a moment, the corners of her mouth curled up, and she jumped up and sat on his head. I'm probably the first person to sit on your head, right? A vague thought appeared in her mind, Song Ming likes her, doesn't he? If he did not like her, it was unlikely that he would do this. Then what about her? Did she like Songhai? Before she had time to think about this question, Songhai had sunk into the sea. Li Xiao had the bead Songhai gave her before. She seemed to be surrounded by a transparent bubble. Even at the bottom of the sea, it was as if she was on the mainland. As the master of this area, all places were open to Songhai. The creatures in the water sensed Songhai's breath and saluted him from afar. Li Xiao also saw a magnificent world. There were all kinds of strange fish that had never been mentioned in books, beautiful coral seas, and vast oceanic trenches. She even saw a lost city. She felt that any one of these was enough to cause an academic earthquake if exposed to the outside world. She could even casually take out one of them and make a lot of money. But Li Xiao, who was usually very enthusiastic about making money, did not want to do so. This was a gift from Songhai. This was a shocking journey that was hard to describe in words. Until she left the bottom of the sea, Li Xiao was still immersed in it. If you like, we can come here often. I know of a few interesting places. When Song Ming said this, his eyes shone brightly, and the words praise were written all over them. Li Xiao laughed out loud. How could Songhai be a cult president? Zhang Yuan's story was simply OOC to the extreme. Okay. She did not refuse. Who would have the heart to reject him? Song Hai suddenly remembered something. I saw an island. Why is there a flag of another country? Although he usually did not care much about national affairs, he was not so bad that he could not recognize the flag of Hua. Li Xiao said that island has been ours since ancient times, but country R obviously does not think so. Over the years, there have been many disputes over this. Song Hai exuded an unpleasant aura. That's my territory. How dare they? Li Xiao nodded. Yes, this place was Song Hai's territory tens of thousands of years ago, which was equivalent to belonging to Hua. If country R wanted to occupy it, it would be too shameless. Let's take it back. She was eager to try. This could be regarded as helping the country. If country R had any objections, let them come. In the field of the sea, Song Hai was the king. Okay. So this day became a nightmare for country R's people. All the things that they had worked so hard to build on the island were all gone. They were directly blown away by a tornado. Even they were blown back to their own countries by this evil wind. All the people who were sent back said that they saw a huge Qinglong. The government of country R did not believe in evil. They regrouped and vowed to return to the island. However, they could not even get close to the surrounding 1,000 nautical miles. What made them even angrier was that the government of China was not affected at all. The construction on the island was in full swing, so the government of country R could not help but protest. It was too much. How could they be so unlucky? Before doing this, Li Xiao had informed the relevant departments. After all, this was considered a case of pulling one hair and affecting the whole situation. The government was very happy to hear about this matter. At first, they were a little worried when they saw the legendary Qinglong appear. When they found out what the other party was planning to do, they were overjoyed. Obviously, this legendary god still had a strong sense of identity with the Hua nation. Therefore, in response to Japan's protest, China also said that they had no choice but to look for the god themselves. It was a matter of course for them to want to take back their own territory. How could country R have the right to complain about it? Of course, the government's words were very tactful and implicit. They had their own set of standards. In any case, it was fine as long as everyone understood what they meant. The war of words between the two sides was intense. Li Xiao helped Song Hai translate the real meaning of the official words in the report. Song Hai sighed and said, "The human world is really complicated." Li Xiao also nodded. Yes. If it were her, she would be too lazy to argue so much. She would just beat him up. There were also many discussion posts about this on the internet. There were all kinds of comments. Did you see that video? Is it really not special effects? Is it a trailer for a movie? That Qinglong is so beautiful. That's what I imagined a dragon to look like. I don't think so. As a citizen of a coastal city, I have something to say. Originally, there was a sudden rainstorm here for a day and a night. If it continued, it would probably become a sea city. However, when that Qinglong appeared on the sea, it immediately cleared up. I'm not lying to you. If I lie to you, I'll swallow 1,000 needles. Rumor has it that all the fishing boats at sea were safely sent to the shore that day without any damage. Even Japan's boat was sent over. Japan is so angry these days. They can't even land on the island, so they can only argue. Wait, are you all admitting that this is true? Maybe it's just a publicity stunt. What era is this? Qinglong? If there's really a Qinglong, I'll eat my keyboard live. If it was fake, the country would have refuted the rumors long ago. The marketing account has already been circulated more than 10,000 times. Li Xiao occasionally browsed the comments on the internet. When she saw interesting comments, she would read them to Song Hai. In the past few days, that Song Hai had treated the sea area as their own territory and would patrol it from time to time. Qinglong's incident had caused quite a stir. Many countries were paying attention to it internationally, and many of them had secretly sent submarines over. However, no matter how secretive the ship was, it was impossible to hide from the Song Hai. Therefore, not a single one of them was left behind. The dragon's tail directly sent them to the shore of Hua Nation, of course. This had happened so many times that the other countries had more or less understood the situation. It could be said that they were angry but did not dare to say anything. They could not use missiles to deal with Shanghai. If they launched missiles first, it would be equivalent to starting a war between the two countries. Secondly, with Shanghai's ability to control the weather, before the missile was launched, it would be sent back along the original route. Who would dare to provoke a real god before they were truly sure of the outcome? Although this god seemed to have a good temper now, who knew what would happen when he got angry? Would he send down countless lightning bolts in a fit of anger? Therefore, there was no other progress on this matter except for the international war of words. The government of China took advantage of this time to set a maritime development plan. During this period of time, Shanghai did not just stay on the island. From time to time, he would take Li Xiao for a ride in the sea. That's right, in her opinion, this was a ride. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, one would still get tired of it after seeing it too much. In addition, her company was about to open for business. As one of the major shareholders, Li Xiao also had to appear. Therefore, she decided to go back. Since she wanted to leave, Shanghai could not stay any longer. He created a clone and left it here as a form of continued intimidation. Ben Long followed Li Xiao home. Then, Li Xiao felt that she seemed to have forgotten something. What was it? When the tutor called to ask when Li Xiao would continue to tutor Xiao Long, Li Xiao remembered she had forgotten about Xiao Long in the void mirror. At that time, for safety reasons, she threw Xiao Long into the void mirror and then threw it to the back of her mind. Moreover, elementary school would start in a while. It was time to arrange for Xiao Long to go to elementary school. Li Xiao was not worried about elementary school. She had already booked a good elementary school in S City. She also had a few houses near the elementary school. When the time came, she could arrange for Xiao Long to live there. She quickly let Xiao Long out. As soon as Xiao Long came out, he looked at Li Xiao with tears in his eyes and glared fiercely at Shanghai. Shanghai was a little confused by his gaze. The next second, he said to Li Xiao aggrievedly, "Xiao Xiao, am I really your son?" But he clearly remembered that he had parents. Li Xiao was also confused. Where did Xiao Long's misunderstanding come from? Could it be that he ran to the remote cloud mountain in another world and was misunderstood by those demons? Shanghai is so scary. He even wanted to take my dragon blood to revive others. My blood was drawn. It was super painful. Xiao Long's tears burst out. He looked very pitiful. Shanghai was confused. He had never drawn Xiao Long's blood before. Li Xiao reacted and the corners of her mouth twitched. It was likely that after the void mirror fused, some changes had occurred, causing Xiao Long, who was inside, to also experience the plot. Although it was very pitiful, it was really funny. Li Xiao could not help but laugh out loud and patted Xiao Long's head. I didn't. Shanghai listened to Xiao Long's accusation and felt very aggrieved. Li Xiao coughed and said, "That's all fake. It was made up by Xianxia." She told Shanghai the whole story and then said excitedly, "Why don't Shanghai also watch this plot? It's actually quite interesting to watch it as a movie." Shanghai's face was full of rejection. When he heard the plot, he did not really want to watch it. "Let's watch it," Li Xiao said in a low voice and blinked her eyes. She really wanted to see Shanghai's reaction. It would definitely be very interesting. Under her gaze, Shanghai nodded with difficulty. Thus, Li Xiao, Shanghai, and Xiao Long, one person and two dragons, watched the short movie just like that. When the movie finished, the screen froze on Shanghai's cold and resolute expression. As for Shanghai, who was next to Li Xiao, his whole dragon body was about to explode. He was stunned. It's really bad. That Shanghai in the movie is really a big bad dragon. He's also blind. Xiao Long pointed over there and did not forget to glance at Shanghai, who was sitting next to him. When his dragon blood was drawn in the movie, he was so scared that he cried. Although he now knew that it was fake, he still wanted to take a little revenge. I'm not. I didn't. Shanghai's clear eyes flowed with a capital letter of grievance. He took a deep breath and said, I'm going to rewrite the story. There's no way I'll fall in love with Li Qianfei. His voice was powerful and resonant. If it were not for this inexplicable story, he would have even forgotten who Li Qianfei was. Li Xiao smiled. Oh, what story are you going to write? Since you're the male lead, who's the female lead? Although she suspected that Song Hai actually liked her, Li Xiao was not completely sure since the other party had never expressed his feelings. It was good to take this opportunity to take a look. As for whether she would accept it or not, let's talk about it later. Li Xiao really liked the feeling of being with Song Hai. There was no need to use so-called schemes. No matter what, she could trust him. But this kind of feeling was not love. She was not sure. She had never been in love before. Song Hai froze for a moment. His white jade-like face flushed red. Li Xiao calmly appreciated his shy expression. She felt a strange sense of humor from the misplacement of the script. Why did it seem like she had taken the male lead script, and Song Hai had taken the female lead script? Xiaolong looked at Li Xiao and then at Song Hai. He was somewhat unconvinced. He had a feeling that he was very redundant. Just when Li Xiao thought that Song Hai would continue to be shy like this, she saw Song Hai's expression become serious. You, the female lead, will only be you. This was equivalent to a confession. Li Xiao smiled and said, then I can lend you my void mirror. She also wanted to know what the plot would be like if Song Hai were to write the script. She was looking forward to it. Song Hai reacted quickly. Okay. He clearly realized that he liked Li Xiao. He liked her so much that he wanted to be with her forever. Staying with Li Xiao would never be boring. If it was for her, he could not sleep and spend his time with her. Lu Hao remembered something. You said before that those mustard seeds were for your friend, right? Song Hai nodded. You remember everything? After the fusion of the void mirror, Li Xiao remembered everything. The reason why she made so many people get to know Song Hai at that time was because she knew that Song Hai did not have any friends, unlike other immortals who made friends everywhere. She wanted to make more friends so that when she attended Song Hai's birthday, other immortals and demons would not think that he only had one friend. At that time, she had just transformed and her thoughts were quite simple. She did not realize that she was a split personality like herself. Instead, she thought that she was very witty and smart. Actually, those people were all me. Li Xiao felt that this matter could not be hidden. Song Hai was very calm. I know. Li Xiao was surprised. You knew for a long time? Song Hai said, some of your habits haven't changed, and your aura is the same. Li Xiao, she asked with some difficulty, then why didn't you ask me why? Song Hai said, I asked a Dragon King at that time. He said that some people would have such a problem and mistakenly think that they were another person. Xiaolong said to make her presence known. I know about this problem. Split personality, right? As expected of Xiao Xiao. Once you split, there are 99 people. You're so amazing. Song Hai also nodded. Yes, you're really amazing. The tone of the two dragons was sincere in their praise. Li Xiao, who was praised, did not feel happy at all. She even wanted to beat them up. Split personality my ass. In the end, Li Xiao left in a huff, leaving Song Hai and Xiaolong looking at each other. Both of them had the same puzzled and confused look on their faces. Why is Xiao Xiao angry? Xiaolong muttered. I don't know. Song Hai thought for a moment. I'll think about what to give her as an apology later. If she was angry, then he would give her an apology. Although he still didn't know why she was angry, it wouldn't be wrong to apologize. Then what about me? Xiaolong was dumbfounded, then puffed up his cheeks. He was still a child, so he didn't have anything to give. How about I give myself to Xiao Xiao? He looked up, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his idea was good. He was a dragon, and now there were only 2 dragons in China, Song Hai and him. It could be said that the rarer something was, the more precious it was. I can be Xiao Xiao's pet. I can be by her side every day. I can play with her. Hee, no matter how precious Song Hai's gift was, it definitely couldn't be compared to his. He couldn't copy him and give himself away, right? Xiaolong puffed out his chest proudly. Song Hai. The smile on his face faded, and he lowered his head to look at Xiaolong. His golden eyes shone with a cold light. Xiaolong was stared at like this. Although he was a little scared, he still refused to back down. After a while, Song Hai's voice fell in his ears. "You've rested long enough, it's time to pick up your studies. I think you have a lot of potential, and you can learn more skills from your current foundation. I'll ask the tutor to arrange a few more classes for you right away." Xiaolong, who was stuffed full of classes, was instantly dumbfounded. Li Zhao's anger came and went quickly. Sigh, why was she angry with Song Hai and Xiaolong? These two dragons were stupid to begin with. If he had the time to sulk, he might as well use it to earn more money. However, Li Xiao was soon invited by Minister Wang. Now many people knew the existence of Qing Long, but they didn't know that Song Hai was Qing Long. However, to the leaders of China, this was no secret because Li Xiao and Song Hai had no intention of hiding it from the higher-ups. Instead, they openly displayed it. Minister Wang and the others didn't dare to directly contact Qing Long, who was a god in their eyes, so they came to Li Xiao, an old acquaintance. "Tell us everything. What kind of rules does that lord have in the human world?" The corner of Li Zhao's mouth twitched. "I thought you guys would be used to the existence of the gods since you often deal with the city god. If it weren't for the cooperation with the government of China, how could the identity cards that the city god helped the demon clan be used so smoothly? In the end, it was all thanks to their cooperation. It's different. That's the legendary monarch god Meng Zhong." Li Xiao almost didn't realize that monarch god Meng Zhong was Song Hai. Her eyelids twitched and she pointed at him. "You humans casually gave him a name. Did you ask for his permission?" He was famous now. Minister Wang was also speechless. After Li Xiao made a joke, her expression became serious. "You don't have to worry. Song Hai doesn't have any big ambitions. If it weren't for his strong sense of responsibility and having to raise those demon clans without diplomas, he would have continued to sleep until the end of time." Then she began to praise Song Hai, saying that he was law-abiding. He could have made money with magic, but he was very serious about becoming a heavenly master. In the beginning, he was cheated and didn't earn much money. She praised him for treating people as equals. He had such a status, but he was so polite to everyone. When she played Song Hai, she could play for 3 days and 3 nights, and she didn't repeat the same style. Minister Wang was a little dizzy from listening and hurriedly gestured for her to stop. He rubbed his temples. "I have a rough idea." They had also sorted out Song Hai's actions in the past 2 years in the human world into a book. Then, according to Li Zhao's statement, this god was indeed quite down-to-earth and did not have any ill intentions towards humans. That was good. Minister Wang had a plan in mind and immediately said tentatively, "This lord has solved a problem for our country, so we also want to thank him. What do you think of awarding him a banner?" The corners of Li Zhao's mouth twitched. "Not everyone likes silk banners like me." She couldn't help but complain, "You just heard me say that Song Hai worked hard to earn money and was even misunderstood as my gigolo. Don't you think he's very pitiful? At least give him some substantial rewards." They gave up such a large territory to the humans. Li Xiao wasn't short of money, so when she helped the country, she didn't care about substantial rewards. She was very happy to be given medals and banners. But Song Hai was different. She didn't want to see Song Hai continue to work hard to earn money. Of course, she had to get some back for him. If he had the time to earn money, it would be better to let him sleep. Minister Wang immediately said, "It's right, it's right." He glanced at Li Xiao and suddenly revealed a smile. "The two of you should have good news soon, right?" That monarch god Meng Zhong actually let Li Xiao sit on his head and took her to the bottom of the sea. Gods were actually similar to humans when it came to girls. However, the country was very happy to see this. If monarch god Meng Zhong fell in love with a human girl, perhaps he would be more patient and kind to humans because of this point. Li Xiao was speechless and said perfunctorily, "We'll talk about it later." She couldn't help but laugh. What did this mean? Probably everyone in the world thought that they were a couple? But the two of them really weren't. As for whether it would happen in the future, they would talk about it later and let nature take its course. After sending Minister Wang off, Li Xiao was called over by her cousin to discuss the opening of the company. For example, the opening date definitely had to be determined by Li Xiao, the master of metaphysics. Li Xiao quickly helped to calculate a good time, September 16th. She then asked her cousin Su Ro, "Is he willing to get a divorce?" Su Ro was stunned for a moment and looked indifferent. "He will agree. He can't afford to lose face." She suddenly showed a rare playful smile. "I won't worry about your male partner on the opening day. You must have someone to choose." During this period, her cousin even dropped a lot of things and dated Xianxia for almost a month. Li Xiao told the public that she and Xianxia went to have fun. She couldn't tell the truth. They were completely in a state of passionate love. Although she didn't have a happy marriage, it was also a kind of comfort if her cousin, whom she had watched grow up, could be happy. Li Xiao. Okay. When the time came, she would choose a few sets of suitable clothes for Xianxia. She couldn't let him wear the same clothes as last time. Otherwise, people would look down on him and think that he was poor or had fallen out of favor. Before Li Xiao took the initiative to talk to Xianxia about this, Xianxia came to look for her first. He sat beside her obediently, completely unlike the cold and aloof appearance he had in front of outsiders. At this moment, Li Xiao had already forgotten that she was angry with Xianxia. But before she could say anything, Xianxia had already brought a big box over. "This is for you." He gestured with his eyes for her to open it and take a look. Li Xiao opened the box and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. There were many rings in the box. They didn't look expensive, and they weren't even as exquisite as the rings on the market. But she clearly knew that these were the spatial mustard seeds refined by Xianxia. Several of the materials needed were now very difficult to find. "You want to give them all to me? Otherwise, Xianxia wouldn't have put all of them in this box." "Yes. Originally, I was going to give these to you." Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia was really honest. At that time, he clearly knew that his so-called 99 friends were actually the same person. Ordinary people would have been furious if they encountered such a thing. But he really respected his friends' thoughts and really prepared a gift for each identity. These rings looked similar on the outside, but each one was different in terms of details. Obviously, he didn't refine them casually, but according to the impression that each of his friends left on him. When a person was sincere to you, who would have the heart to refuse this sincerity? More importantly, that person had a face that was very compatible with all of her aesthetic points. "You really don't want to keep any of them?" Xianxia shook his head. "This gift is hundreds of years late." When he was asleep, he didn't even think that there would be a day when he would give it away. Li Xiao raised the corner of her mouth. "Then I won't be polite. It's useless for you to regret it when the time comes." "You won't regret it." Xianxia added, "In fact, there are other things in this ring." He picked up a ring inlaid with a red gem. To be precise, it looked like a red gem, but the color was brighter and purer. Li Xiao used her divine sense to explore it and found that there were 2 large boxes inside. There were many property certificates in the boxes, neatly stacked together. Li Xiao felt that her breathing was a little chaotic for a moment. Wait, don't tell her that these 2 boxes were all property certificates? It was the first time she saw that there were so many property certificates that they were packed in boxes. "Where did you get so many of them?" Xianxia blinked, looking very innocent. "Minister Wang sent them over." If Minister Wang sent them over, it represented the will of the higher-ups. Li Xiao really didn't expect that the country would be so generous as to give Xianxia such a big gift. How many houses were there? However, considering Xianxia's role, it was understandable. "Do you know how many they gave?" Xianxia shook his head. "No. But it seems that they gave away a newly built residential area." Xianxia wasn't the kind of person who would take advantage of others, so he also gave a plum for a peach and gave a plumb map of the seabed. Not only was there abundant oil and natural gas, but there were also some precious mines. Looking at it this way, the country made a big profit. With this map, who knew how much effort would be saved? The so-called overnight millionaire was nothing more than this. Li Xiao's mouth twitched. An entire residential area. She inexplicably felt like she was being outdone. Although she had quite a number of houses under her name, Song Ming was even more impressive. He had an entire district under his name. Moreover, judging from the size of these two boxes, the residential area must be very big. Li Xiao beat her chest and stomped her feet. She also wanted the country to give her a residential area. In fact, her identity was also very awesome. She was also a Grand Void Realm cultivator. This was also a legendary divine artifact. And it was also a rather awesome existence among divine artifacts. Looking at so many property certificates, she wanted to expose her identity. Who wouldn't complain about having too much money? Song Hai said somewhat embarrassedly. Actually, I didn't take all of them. I also left a set for Lu Haixing and each of the demons. Li Xiao's tone unconsciously became gentle. What about you? Did you leave a set for yourself? Well, looking at Song Hai's expression, she knew that he didn't leave a single set for himself. He left all of them here. She couldn't describe how she felt in her heart. She lowered her eyelids. If you give all of them to me, you will lose the chance to become rich. You will continue to be called a gigolo who lives off a woman and is being kept by me. It's okay. Song Hai's firm tone sounded a little proud. This is my ability. Moreover, he also liked to be called Li Xiao. In the end, Li Xiao didn't accept these. Although Song Hai looked like he was very happy to be her mistress, she didn't want Song Hai to be slandered by that despicable person. He should be high and mighty. However, she accompanied Song Hai to take a look at those houses. The location of this neighborhood was really good. It was close to the sea, convenient for transportation, and the housing prices were also quite high. In short, it was worth a lot of money. When the time came, Song Hai could sell some of them and then use the money to invest. Anyway, as Qing Long, the real auspicious sign, the country would definitely be eager for him to help invest in more domestic stocks. Li Xiao and Song Hai couldn't be bothered to deal with these chores, so they simply hired an assistant to help them take care of these things. This assistant was also found for them by Su Manqin. After having an assistant, they became hands-off shopkeepers. As the houses were listed one by one, Song Hai's assets increased. However, he still didn't change. He lived on Xianyuan Mountain and was Li Xiao's neighbor. When school started, Li Xiao and Song Hai even accompanied Xiaolong to school. The name on Xiaolong's identity card was very domineering. It was directly Xianglong. The school he studied at was Mingzhu Primary School, a private aristocratic primary school. The teachers were very good, and the school fees for a school year were more than 200,000 yuan. However, Li Xiao and the others could still afford this money. Li Xiao still understood the principle of not letting the child lose at the starting line. However, if Xiaolong wasn't happy here, he could always transfer to another school. Most of the people who studied here were from wealthy families and were more discerning. They wouldn't rush to offend others. Li Xiao even saw the parent of Xiaolong's classmate, President Tan, at a banquet. Before she went over to greet him, President Tan had already come over to greet him. I didn't expect to meet Miss Li here. Is this your relative? Li Xiao nodded and patted Xiaolong's head. This is my little brother. Chairman Tan looked at Xiaolong and then looked at Song Hai, who was silent beside him. He guessed something in his heart and said with a smile, "It seems that I'll be attending your wedding soon." This little boy was obviously Master Song Hai's younger brother. Even Li Xiao, who had always kept a low profile, personally accompanied him. It could be seen that they were very close. Although it was a pity that this famous flower was taken and the unmarried juniors in the family did not have this hope, President Tan would not rush to offend people. He was already prepared to instruct his youngest son to build a good relationship with Master Song Hai's younger brother. Li Xiao showed concern and respect for Xiaolong in front of others so that others would not look down on him. Although children were innocent, they were still demons to a certain extent. Although she felt that Xiaolong would not be bullied no matter what, it was always good to be prepared in advance. After Chairman Tan, there were people who came over to greet her one after another. Li Xiao smiled and dealt with them. When the matter was more or less settled, she quickly slipped away. She still did not like to do this kind of social work. Next time, she might as well create a clone and let the clone come over herself. After Xiaolong started school, Li Xiao was also grabbed by her cousin, Su Ro, who had successfully divorced and became single again, to help with the process on the opening day. Their company was named Dream Return, and they hoped to bring every customer a dreamlike experience. Li Xiao looked at her cousin, who was becoming more and more like a strong woman, and could only helplessly do as she was told. She was busy all the way until the opening ceremony. Although the company's scale was not big at the beginning, the guests were all quite prominent. It could be said that they were well-known figures in S-City's circle. The television station also came over to do a live broadcast. Since Li Xiao wanted to do it, she had to do her best. The flowers she prepared this time were all epiphyllum. The epiphyllum bloomed for a very short period of time, only a few hours, and it usually bloomed at night. Therefore, epiphyllum would not be chosen for major celebrations that needed to use flowers as decorations. When everyone looked at the epiphyllum around them, they could not help but be a little surprised. However, everyone was smart, so they would not casually ask why they did not choose other types of flowers. Little Green had the most shares in this company, but Little Green was a little shy and was not good at dealing with so many humans. Li Xiao herself did not like trouble and liked to be a hands-off boss, so the company spokesperson was naturally Su Ro. She was dressed in a light purple gown, gentle and elegant. Her graceful posture on the stage made people have a good impression at first sight. Her voice was like flowing water, quietly flowing in everyone's hearts. Under the lights, she seemed to be glowing, and the corners of her eyes and brows were soul-stirring. She looked very happy, happier than when she was by his side. Although Wei Ting did not receive an invitation, he still came over. He stood in a corner and looked at his ex-wife with shining eyes. At first, when Su Ro wanted a divorce, he thought that she was just throwing a tantrum and that as long as he apologized and coaxed her, she would return to his side. He did not expect her to be serious. She did not hesitate to blow up the matter and wanted a divorce. Wei Ting had just gotten rid of his stepmother and half-brother's influence in the company. At this time, he needed to stabilize the company and give the shareholders and investors confidence. He could not cause any more trouble, so he could only agree to Su Ro's request and divorce her. However, he never gave up on Su Ro. Su Ro's company was also in the cosmetics business, which overlapped with the Wei families. Was she preparing to compete with him? This thought made him not know whether to laugh or cry, but at the same time, he could not help but feel happy. During this period, Su Ro always looked calm and cold in front of him, as if she had no feelings for him at all. Now, at least he knew that she still liked him and still cared about him. This meant that he still had a chance. He looked deeply at Su Ro, who was calm and composed on the stage, and finally turned to leave. Just as Su Ro finished her speech, the guests suddenly heard a soft sound and immediately smelled a refreshing fragrance. That indescribable fragrance was intoxicating. After being intoxicated, they came back to their senses. Where did the fragrance come from? In this company, other than pots of blooming epiphyllum, where was the flower? The guests could not help but look around. Then, they were fiercely shocked by the scene that followed. The epiphyllum had bloomed. Layers of petals slowly unfolded. The movements were very elegant, as if a maid in ancient times was slowly dressing up. There was an indescribable charm to it. The jade-like flower receptacle cracked little by little, revealing the most authentic beauty in front of everyone. The jade-like pure white petals and yellow stamens outlined a beautiful and moving figure. Everyone was stunned. They were silently immersed in the beautiful posture of the blooming epiphyllum. It was not just one, but all the epiphyllum blooming at the same time. How did she do it? Moreover, it was daytime now. Normally, it was not the time for the epiphyllum to bloom. Their mouths were slightly open. Their expressions were either dull, disbelieving, or immersed. At this time, the opening ceremony was thrown to the back of their minds. Their minds were filled with this thought, and they had no time to care about anything else. This blooming epiphyllum was deeply engraved in their hearts, making it unforgettable. Those who reacted quickly had already taken out their phones to record this rare scene. Li Xiao took in everyone's expressions and was in an exceptionally good mood. Needless to say, today's trending topic was already set. It just so happened that it could help their company with a wave of advertising. Moreover, they did not need to spend a single cent in advertising fees. It was simply wonderful. All the guests were extremely curious about this matter. They wanted to know how Li Xiao did it. Were Dao techniques really that magical? They could also control the time of blooming at the same time. In fact, the one who did this was actually Xianxia. As the god of the East, Xianxia's authority also included life. Letting the epiphyllum bloom was a small matter. It was even completely no problem to let it continue to bloom for a few more days. To Li Zhao's surprise, after the opening ceremony, many guests called and said that they were willing to pay a high price to buy the epiphyllum. Obviously, they felt that it was a kind of auspicious sign. In fact, their guess was not wrong. After the epiphyllum passed through Xianxia's hands, it was more or less tainted with his aura. It could bring a little good luck. Li Xiao was a little speechless, but she would not refuse money. In the end, these epiphyllum were sold for 500,000 yuan each. 500,000 yuan might be the down payment for a house for an ordinary person, but for those rich people, it was really not much money. Therefore, many people ran over after hearing the news. In less than 2 days, Li Xiao sold all the epiphyllum in her hands except for the 5 pots that she liked. The company's account book also had an additional amount of income. Su Rou did not know whether to laugh or cry, but she also said, "But thanks to these epiphyllum, our company has been on the hot search list for 2 days. We have saved marketing expenses." Next, what Su Rou had to do was to run the company well. The first batch of products had been completed and could be sent to the major shopping malls at any time. Their company was taking the high-end route and the prices were not low. However, Su Rou was confident in the products, so she was not worried that they would not be able to sell. In fact, many people she knew had already called her to make reservations. Su Rou suddenly thought of something and said, "Our company should also hire an image spokesperson. Who do you think is better?" Li Xiao saw her gaze on her and a corner of her mouth twitched. "Don't look for me. It's too troublesome." She came up with an idea. "I have a candidate. You can look for him. Why spend money to hire a big star? Just find the vixen Xian Lulu. No matter what image the company needed, he could perfectly fulfill it. The image spokesperson of 100 changes, it's him, it's him. Xian Lulu?" Su Rou felt that this name was a little familiar. Li Xiao coughed and said, "Ah, she's Quan Ilsen's ex-girlfriend." She added, "She and I have a good relationship." Su Rou's expression instantly became indescribable. Li Zhao's epiphyllum was on the hot search list for only 3 days. Soon, a new hot search list quickly appeared on Weibo and dominated everyone's vision. Lu Namzhi's trial was announced. He was sentenced to 6 years and 3 months in prison for bribery. 6 years. When Lu Namzhi was released, he would be almost 50 years old. Could he still rise again? Perhaps even Lu Namzhi himself did not have the confidence to do so. Coincidentally, Li Qianxing was sentenced last year. At that time, he was sentenced to 7 years. According to the timeline, this father and son would be released from prison in the same year. Perhaps they could even have a big reunion. In a sense, they could be considered to have taken different routes to the same destination. To Li Zhao's surprise, when she clicked on the hot search, she found that everyone was talking about Qian Kain. Although Qian Kain had long disappeared from the public, her unsurpassable legend was still circulating in the underworld. "I've waited for so many months, and this day has finally come. Congratulations to Qian Kain for achieving quadruple kills. It's a pity that one of the 4 is dead, and the other 3 are in different prisons. Otherwise, they could get together to play mahjong or something. They must have a lot of common topics to talk about. I'm dying of laughter. What AF * king quadruple kill. Qian Kain is really poisonous. The men involved with her are all legal. She's also illegal, so it's not strange that birds of a feather flock together. Sigh, these people are not here, so there's no drama of the year to watch on the hot search. It's lonely. I miss Qian Kain. I miss Qian Kain +1. The hot search of celebrities now is not as interesting as their love and hate. I can eat 3 bowls of rice from their news." Li Xiao looked at these gloating comments and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. However, this was probably the last time Qian Kain was on the hot search. In just 2 years, Qian Kain went from being the romantic heroine of the century that many people envied, to a legal celebrity that everyone ridiculed. She didn't know if she could withstand the ups and downs of life. She didn't look at the comments anymore. Instead, she carried 2 pots of epiphyllum and prepared to send them to her mother's company. As for the remaining 3 pots, 2 were in the dream company, and 1 was already given to Jiang Tian. Li Xiao put the flowers in the back seat of the car, and the driver drove her to Su Manqing's company, Qin Dynasty. The 2 companies weren't far from each other, and it was only half an hour's drive. After getting out of the car, the driver helped Li Xiao carry one of the pots. Everyone in Qin Dynasty knew Li Xiao's identity, so naturally, no one stopped her. Except for the little girl at the front desk who reminded her that Chairman Su had a guest. A guest? Li Xiao didn't care. She had just sent a text message to her mother. Her mother didn't mention this in the text, so it shouldn't be an important guest. She got into the elevator and walked to Su Manqing's office. Before she knocked on the door, she heard a sharp voice coming from inside. "We are their elders. We can't just watch them do something wrong. We have to correct them." "What's wrong with Wei Ting? Wasn't everything that happened previously excusable?" Li Xiao frowned and knocked on the door. "Come in." Hearing her mother's voice, Li Xiao pushed the door open. Her gaze fell on another person in the office. She recognized the other person. This so-called guest was her second aunt, Suyu. Li Xiao had always had a bad impression of her. Suyu was the illegitimate daughter of the second branch of the family. It was only because her second aunt had never given birth to a child that she was recognized. When she was in the Su family, although she wasn't treated as well as her mother, Su Manqing, she wasn't treated badly either. When her grandfather was still alive and the Su family was at its peak, Suyu diligently tried to curry favor with the direct descendants of the Su family. When the Su family went bankrupt, she ran away as fast as she could. She was afraid that the Su family would implicate her, so she ran away with her husband's family and went abroad immediately. After that, Suyu relied on her status as an elder and insisted that Su Ro help her arrange for her husband to enter the Wei family's business and become a supervisor. When Suyu saw Li Xiao, she smiled in what she thought was an affectionate way. "Is this Xiao Xiao? I haven't seen Xiao Xiao in 2 years. You've grown up and become more beautiful." Li Xiao's lips curved as she gave her a rebuke. "If the Li clan hadn't gone bankrupt, you wouldn't have dared to come back to China, right?" The smile on Suyu's face froze. She couldn't maintain her composure. Su Manqing was already impatient with dealing with her. She added, "That's right. If I was still the lunatic from before, your second aunt wouldn't even have come to see me." Suyu's face turned red. Although Li Xiao had only heard a few words outside the door, she could roughly guess Suyu's motive for coming back to China. It was nothing more than the divorce between Su Ro and Wei Ting, which made her husband's position in the Wei family awkward. She had rushed back to China to ask Su Manqing to help persuade Su Ro and Wei Ting to remarry. As the saying goes, shameless people are invincible. "I know I made some mistakes in the past, but I had my reasons." Suyu's expression changed. She looked like she was about to cry. Li Xiao said coldly, "That wasn't just a mistake. Suyu was being ridiculed by a junior." She was furious. "I'm your elder. Don't you know how to respect your elders?" Before Li Xiao could say anything, Su Manqing's face darkened. "Father acknowledged you because you were second uncle's only child. Since we can let you come back, we can also kick you out of the Su family. Before you act like an elder, why don't you take a look at what you've done in the past? You still have the face to look for rower." Li Xiao said, "That's right. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning for saying such things?" Just as Suyu was about to say something, she suddenly heard the rumbling of thunder, causing her to shiver. She looked guilty. She didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly left. After she left, Su Manqing rubbed her temples and said, "I'll tell the front desk not to let her in again." She had completely lost her patience with this so-called second cousin. Li Xiao walked to the window and saw Suyu's back as she left the building. With a thought, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Suyu, only a meter away from her. Her second aunt, Suyu, was so frightened that she fell to the ground. She looked flustered. She struck again and narrowly missed her face. Although the 2 consecutive bolts of lightning didn't injure Suyu, it gave her a huge scare. She scrambled away, her back showing that she was fleeing for her life. Su Manqing saw this and couldn't help but laugh. "You're too naughty." Li Xiao said eloquently, "You should scare her so that she won't have the face to come back again." I'm going to let second granduncle enter her dream tonight. The second granduncle she was talking about was Su Yu's biological father. It would be best to scare her back to a foreign country so that she wouldn't stay in the country and cause trouble. Su Manqi naturally wouldn't stop her daughter. She knew that Li Xiao had a sense of propriety and that Su Yu really needed to be taught a lesson. Just the fact that Su Yu abandoned the Su family and ran away when the Su family was at its most difficult time was enough to erase all her feelings for her. She changed the topic. You really sent these 2 pots of epiphyllum here. Li Xiao said, I came to add to your joy. Su Manqi showed a gentle smile. She simply put down her work and chatted with her daughter. Halfway through the conversation, someone knocked on the door. It was Qin Chao's financial manager, Gu Yang, who came to ask for leave. Her eyes were slightly red as she said to Su Manqi, I'm sorry, Mr. Su. Something happened at home. I have to go home. Su Manqi wasn't an unreasonable boss. Hearing this, she asked with concern, what happened? Gu Yang sniffled. My father's health is not good. Su Manqi approved her leave. Her father had passed away, so she could empathize with this matter. After Gu Yang successfully got the leave, she left in a hurry. Li Xiao didn't take this matter to heart. After all, it was normal to be born, grow old, get sick, and die. Moreover, looking at Gu Yang's face, her father should be fine in the past few years. In the end, it was probably just a false alarm. In a mental hospital in S City. I'm not sick. I'm really not sick. Let me out. Chang Kain, who was caught again before she could sneak out, was desperate. She had enough of staying in the mental hospital. Every day, she was surrounded by real patients. If this continued, she was afraid that she, who was originally not sick, would become a real patient. Therefore, she was even more eager to escape. Unfortunately, she failed again. She regretted it. She really regretted it. If she had known it would be like this, she would have stayed in prison. It was better than staying in this place where people were neither ghosts nor ghosts. Li Xiao was so cruel. She wanted her to become a real mental patient. Thinking of this, she completely forgot that in the beginning, she desperately pretended to be crazy in order to escape prison. She struggled with all her might, but she was still forcibly brought in by the strong nurses. The nurses dragged her into the room and looked at her with disgust. Really, a patient like you can't be let out. It won't be good if something happens. Chang Kain was locked in the room for an entire day because she tried to escape. She was only released at night and was able to watch some TV with the other patients. Watching TV at night was their only form of entertainment throughout the day. If it was in the past, Chang Kain certainly wouldn't be interested in TV. But now, although she was sad because of her failure to escape, she was unwilling to let go of the few times she could relax every day. Only when she watched TV could she know a little about the outside world. Only then could she better remind herself that she was a normal person and was different from the mental patients around her. The TV was broadcasting the local news of S City. Dream Company has officially announced its opening. At the opening ceremony, there were even many pots of epiphyllum blooming at the same time. The scene was beautiful. Chang Kain stared blankly at Li Xiao on the TV screen. She looked bright, generous, and in high spirits. The patients around her sighed with emotion. She opened a company at such a young age and even appeared on TV. She's really amazing. If my daughter could have 10% of her achievements, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. These patients, when they were not ill, looked like normal people. Zhang Jiayin revealed a pained expression. There was nothing more painful than seeing your enemy living such a blissful life. Li Xiao on TV was so glorious, but she had to stay in the mental hospital, suffering day after day, year after year. She didn't know what was going on with her Qian Fei, but she was afraid that she was not doing well. Otherwise, she would have come to see her. The former chairman of Lu Tea Company, Lu Namju, was sentenced to 6 years in prison for bribery. Chang Kain, who had her head lowered, heard the familiar name and her body suddenly trembled. She raised her head and stared at the big screen. Lu Namju, who betrayed her, finally went to prison. He also had a day like this. This Lu Namju, I know. He abandoned his wife for a celebrity's mistress. His character is really bad. He deserves to go to prison. What's the name of that female celebrity? What's her name again? She laughed out loud, and as she laughed, she began to cry. But how was her situation better than Xianxia's? Her whole life would probably be like this. She vaguely remembered her simple self from decades ago. At that time, she only wanted to be a big star. If she hadn't been with Xianxia at that time, maybe she wouldn't have fallen to this point. Tears flowed down her face, but she laughed. This laughter seemed to be mocking Xianxia, but also seemed to be mocking herself. The patients around her showed uneasy expressions. Is her illness acting up? Go find a doctor. Before the 11th, Li Xiao received a call from Daoist Chen, the head of Baiyun Taoist temple. After hanging up the phone, she frowned slightly. Is the corpse aura raging? Daoist Chen told her that zombies had appeared in some places in Xiang province, and some villagers had been bitten because of it. Although the local head of Qingping Taoist temple, Xianxia, had rescued them in time, he had not caught the culprit. Xianxia had also asked for help from other Taoist temples, and Daoist Chen and the others had already prepared to go to the local area to take a look. Zombies, Li Xiao naturally could not turn a blind eye to this matter, so when Daoist Chen asked her, she agreed immediately. But speaking of zombies, she remembered the red zombie she knew who always cheated his elders. Li Xiao had his contact information before, so she could ask him. They were all zombies, and he might know the origin of the zombies in Xiang province. However, before she could find the red zombie came to her door crying. The red zombie usually did not like to come out during the day, but today, he came to look for her under the hot sun. It was obvious that there was something important. My father and grandfather are missing. The red zombie's expression was anxious, with obvious worry. I called their phone, but it was turned off. The corner of Li Xiao's mouth twitched. This zombie was quite up to date. Not only did he chase after celebrities, but he was also very good at high-tech products. She asked, how long have they been missing? The red zombie hung his head dejectedly. It's been 2 weeks. Li Xiao asked again, do you know where they went? Q City. A crosstalk master they liked had a nationwide crosstalk performance, so they chased after him to see it. Li Xiao did not know what to say about this family. Should she say that they were indeed a family? Even if they had become zombies, it did not affect their enthusiasm for chasing celebrities. The older ones ran to follow crosstalks, while the younger ones ran to follow concerts. I couldn't contact them 5 days ago. At first, I thought that their phones were out of battery, or that they accidentally lost their phones. My father's phone was often stolen. But these days, I couldn't get through to him. Usually, they would tell me that they were safe every day. The red zombie was about to cry. Their family basically cultivated with the help of moonlight or yin qi, and they had never used blood before. However, many Taoist priests and monks did not know about this. When they saw that they were zombies, they would shout to kill them. Therefore, they usually acted very low-key. If it wasn't for the fact that that crosstalk master was his grandfather's idol, they wouldn't have left S City. Although he was very confident in his father and grandfather's strength and knew that ordinary celestial masters couldn't hurt them at all, Hong Jiang couldn't help but worry. What a coincidence. Li Xiao looked at Hong Jiang and said in a deep voice, I received news yesterday that zombies have appeared in Xiang province and villagers have been killed. I wanted to ask if your family knew what kind of zombies were there. One had to know that Q City was not far from Xiang province. It can't be Dad and Grandpa. Red Zombie suddenly raised his head and said with certainty, Dad and Grandpa wouldn't do such a thing. I believe you too. Li Xiao had seen the two of them before. Their cultivations were not weak. What was rare was that their auras were clean and upright. If he continued like this, he might be able to attain the Tao one day. It's just that your family members are now missing, and something like this has happened there. I'm worried that someone is deliberately framing you. Hong Jiang's lips trembled, and he became more and more flustered. Then what can I do? Although he was born as a zombie, he was well protected by his elders since he was young. The only Taoist priest he came into contact with was Li Xiao, who had no prejudice against other races. This caused him to be quite naive. When he encountered conspiracies and machinations, he was immediately caught off guard. Li Xiao made the final decision, when the time comes, you can go with me and take a look. Maybe we can find some clues. Okay. Hong Jiang could only do so now. Li Xiao booked an extra ticket and let Hong Jiang accompany him as a disciple of Yunxiaoguan. In any case, other people didn't know how many disciples there were in Yunxiaoguan. However, Hong Jiang's appearance was too eye-catching. At a glance, one could tell that he was a zombie and had a certain level of cultivation. However, this was not a problem for Li Xiao. An illusion was enough to solve the problem. After her original body returned, Li Xiao's illusion could be said to be at the peak of perfection. When she used the illusion seriously, even Song Hai couldn't distinguish it clearly, let alone other people. The abnormal redness on his body was concealed by the illusion, making him look like a handsome young man. He touched his face curiously. Li Xiao wasn't sure whether other Taoists would recognize Hong Jiang's face, so she slightly changed his appearance. It was a bit like pinching his face, which was quite fun. After pinching his face, Li Xiao looked at the dazed Hong Jiang, and her eyelids twitched. Oh no, the face she pinched looked a bit like Song Hai. Although it wasn't 99% similar, it was 70% to 80%. This time, Li Xiao didn't call Song Hai to go with her. Sparrow Spirit wanted to accompany her, but the orange cat came back. The orange cat took Sparrow Spirit to the dungeon every day. She played until she didn't know what day it was and almost gave up on the update in her hands. As the saying goes, once you enter the game, you are as deep as the sea. From then on, the update is like floating clouds. In this case, Li Xiao certainly wouldn't bring Sparrow Spirit with her. Besides, she was going there for an important matter, not for a vacation. On the day of National Day, Li Xiao arrived at the place and stopped a taxi to go to Qingpingguan Temple. She didn't know much about Qingpingguan Temple. She only knew that the current head of Qingpingguan Temple, Xianxia, was only 23 years old this year. After her father passed away at the beginning of the year, she inherited the temple. Qingpingguan Temple was considered prosperous in the local area. There were many disciples under its name, unlike Li Xiao who only had Sun Rue. The original Taoist Ku also took in several disciples. Under such circumstances, Xianxia was able to stand out with such a young qualification. Her strength could be considered extraordinary. After all, strength was the absolute truth. When Taoist Chen told her about this, he sighed with emotion that sooner or later, it would be the era of the young people. As soon as Li Xiao arrived at the Taoist temple, a delicate-looking little Taoist boy welcomed them in. She also saw the head of Qingpingguan Temple, Xianxia. Xianxia was beautiful and had a pair of peach blossom eyes that were born with affection. Her lips curled into a smile. Is it Taoistly? Her gaze fell on the red zombie beside Li Xiao, and a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. What was she happy about? Li Xiao nodded slightly. How's the situation now? Xianxia lowered her eyelids and revealed a bitter expression. More and more people have been poisoned by the corpse poison. I asked the villagers to stay in the temple to recuperate. After the poison is detoxified, I will send them down the mountain. Taoist Yang, who was quite familiar with Li Xiao, came out to welcome her when he heard that Li Xiao was coming. Hearing Xianxia's words, he couldn't help but praise, Taoist Ku is really generous. Xianxia showed a determined expression. This is what we should do. I have been studying for a long time and finally came up with a detoxification prescription. It finally worked. As long as they take it for 7 days, the poison in their bodies will be expelled so that they will not become zombies. Zombies were even worse than zombies. They were just walking corpses without consciousness and instinctively chased after flesh and blood. Taoist Yang said, this is already very good. Li Xiao said, but we have to find the culprit as soon as possible. Xianxia nodded and said in a subtle tone, I already have some clues here, but I still need to verify them. She looked up at Li Xiao. I heard Taoist Yang often mention you. He said that your magic power is profound and your Taoist skills are extraordinary. I want to see if you can help me see if this prescription can be improved. She took out a yellowed prescription from her pocket. Li Xiao looked over and said, I don't know much about medicinal herbs. But I have a friend who knows these things. I can ask her to come over. The friend she was talking about was Little Green. Little Green was indeed familiar with all kinds of medicinal herbs. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to make so many ointments without professional and systematic guidance. Li Xiao called Little Green and helped her book another ticket for the same day. A female monk next to Daoist Ke said with some dissatisfaction, "Not everyone can have such talent like Shimmy. Don't find some messy people to drag us down." Li Xiao just glanced at her lightly, which made the woman tremble all over, as if she had been stared at by something terrible. Xianxia said reproachfully, "I know that Shiji has confidence in me, but there is always someone better than you. I believe that Jinren Li's friend must be like her." Li Xiao was now sure that Xianxia looked gentle and easy to get along with, but for some reason, she seemed to be very unconvinced by her. Was it because she was too famous? But she couldn't be blamed for this. She was so powerful that she couldn't stop others from praising her. Li Xiao didn't care about their desire to win or lose. After the phone call, she found that Han Zhang's body was trembling slightly, as if she was afraid of something, and her forehead was sweating. Li Xiao's heart skipped a beat. She used the heart-calming formula on Han Jiang, and Han Jiang felt better. Li Xiao followed Xianxia to see the poisoned villagers. They were lying on white beds, their faces ashen and full of death aura. Fangs could even be seen in their mouths. Many Taoist priests of Qingping Temple were chanting scriptures to calm their instinctive impulses. Li Xiao had just learned from Xianxia that the Taoist temple had taken in 94 villagers. Fortunately, Qingping Temple was big enough to accommodate so many villagers. When the villagers saw Xianxia, they struggled to get up and saluted her. In their hearts, Xianxia was undoubtedly their savior. Xianxia hurriedly told them not to get up. The most important thing was to have a good rest. Her every move was worthy of everyone's praise. It could be said that she had the heart of a bodhisattva. Li Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Could her staff, Yuxiu, absorb corpse qi? There was no problem with yin qi, but she was not sure about corpse qi. She had never tried it before. At this time, a strong medicinal fragrance spread. The people of Qingping Temple had already boiled today's medicine and were ready to feed it to the villagers. Li Xiao said, "Wait. Let me try first and see if I can remove the corpse qi in their bodies faster." Xianxia was stunned for a moment. "Then I'll leave it to you." She did not stop him, but stood to the side. The cloth surrounding Yuxiu fell down and floated in the air. The bamboo-like Yuxiu landed on the villager closest to the door. In the next second, Yuxiu bloomed with a dazzling light that made people unable to help but close their eyes. Then, the light converged, and at the same time, the corpse qi surrounding the villager was swept away. Li Xiao was pleasantly surprised. It really works. This weapon refined by Xianxia was really too useful. She had easily solved the matter of the corpse aura, but it was true that Xianxia had said before that there was no such thing as a famous person. Xianxia was dumbstruck. Daoist Yang chuckled at the side. "That's good too. The villagers don't have to drink 7 days of bitter medicine." For the villagers who had been poisoned, they would definitely be more willing to let Li Xiao help. After all, they had witnessed with their own eyes that their companions had recovered to their original healthy appearance in just a few seconds, without needing to drink medicine for 7 days in a row. Li Xiao helped detoxify them one by one. To be precise, she was actually just watching from the side, letting her weapon absorb the corpse energy from their bodies. The villagers were so grateful to her that they wished they could kneel down and kowtow to her. Li Xiao naturally stopped them. In the end, the credit still belonged to Xianxia, not to her. She pondered for a moment and said, "Although there is nothing wrong with your bodies, you have been poisoned for many days, so you still need to take good care of yourself." She looked up at Xianxia. "Does Jinren-ku have a prescription for recuperating the body?" Xianxia took a deep breath, shook her head, and whispered, "I've been studying how to detoxify the corpse poison during this time." The implication was that she had no time to study the prescription for recuperating the body. Li Xiao said, "My friend, Xiao Lu, should be very good at this. When she arrives, I'll ask her to write the prescription for the villagers." After all, this corpse poison was different from ordinary poison. Even if they went to the hospital, they might not be able to treat the illness. Li Xiao didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that Jinren-ku's face was even uglier. The careless Jinren Yang didn't realize the faint undercurrent between the two girls. He said happily, if I had known that you could solve this matter, I would have informed you earlier. Li Xiao smiled and said, I also relied on my magic weapon. I didn't expect it to really be useful. Xianxia's gaze fell on the still emerald green staff, and her tone was full of curiosity. Was this magic weapon passed down by Yin Xiaoguan? Li Xiao said lightly, my friend helped me refine it. Xianxia's gaze couldn't help but fall on Hong Jiang, and her eyes flickered. Is it that Song Hai? I didn't expect Song Hai to be a master of refining. Hong Jiang was a little confused. Why was this woman looking at him? Li Xiao's mouth twitched. Did Xianxia mistake Hong Jiang for Song Hai? What a joke. Even if she had accidentally molded his face towards Song Hai when she was molding his face, causing the two of them to look similar, their temperaments were so different. How could she have mistaken him for someone else? No, Xianxia shouldn't have seen Song Hai. Could it be that he had seen the photo? She wanted to explain, but she also felt that it was good to let everyone misunderstand. Otherwise, she would have to come up with a reasonable identity for Hong Jiang. After dealing with the corpse poison and the others, Li Xiao went to see Chen Jinren and the others and asked them what was going on. Chen Jinren came 3 days earlier than her. Jinren Chen's face was solemn. We have been searching for the whereabouts of the zombies for the past few days. Unfortunately, there is no news. We only know that there are 2 zombies with strong cultivation. They are at least at the red zombie level. Li Xiao frowned slightly. 2 zombies at least at the red zombie level? Why did it feel like he was talking about red zombies' father and grandfather? Chen Jinren's tone was regretful. It's a pity that the 2 zombies ran too fast and couldn't catch each other. However, I have villagers who bumped into them in the area behind the mountain. We have installed cameras in the nearby villages. If they appear, we will definitely be able to find them immediately. Li Xiao had to admit that the current technology was indeed very convenient. Even the Taoist priests were keeping up with the times to subdue demons and devils. After exchanging information with Chen Jinren and the others, Li Xiao returned to the room arranged for her by the people of Qingping Temple. Hong Jiang obediently followed her. After entering the room, Li Xiao set up a barrier to prevent the people outside from hearing the conversation inside. Have you seen Xianxia before? When Hong Jiang saw Xianxia, he seemed to be a little afraid. Hong Jiang shook his head and said, I don't think so. He showed a hesitant expression. But the aura she gave me was very familiar. And when I saw her, I felt that she was very dangerous. Really? I must have suffered at her hands. Hong Jiang didn't say anything else, but his intuition was very accurate. It was also this intuition that allowed him to escape many disasters. The reason why he trusted Li Xiao from the beginning was that he was willing to have a keen sixth sense. His words were obviously contradictory. On one hand, he said that he had never seen her before. On the other hand, he said that he must have suffered at her hands. Hong Jiang also realized this. He scratched his head and looked anxious. However, he didn't know how to express his contradictory feelings with words. Li Xiao pondered for a moment and handed him a stack of talismans. Hong Jiang only had cultivation, but perhaps because he had never fought before, his ability was really ordinary. Li Xiao could only give him some defensive talismans. Hong Jiang was moved. Thank you. Li Xiao pondered and said, I will ask your grandfather for it. She had been eyeing Hong Jiang's grandfather's coffin for a long time. Hong Jiang's body stiffened. He had a premonition that he was going to be beaten again. He walked out of Li Xiao's room dejectedly. After she left, Li Xiao's heart moved. The void mirror in her body appeared and then became illusory. The void mirror flew up and hung high in the air. It was like a pair of eyes, quietly watching the land. Except for Li Xiao, no one could see its existence. The void mirror was originally Li Xiao's body. After it returned to its original position, Li Xiao could now completely control this divine artifact. She developed another function of the void mirror, which was to act as a satellite. As long as it was seen by the void mirror, she could share it. She didn't trust the master of the Tranquility Monastery. She always felt that there was something wrong with her. Coupled with Hong Jiang's words, she became more vigilant. Hong Jiang left Li Xiao's room and prepared to return to his room. Perhaps because of the difference between men and women, his room and Li Xiao's room were very far apart. It took 10 minutes to walk. From the side, it could be seen that the Tranquility Monastery was not small. Hong Jiang had just returned to his room and was still thinking about his relatives who had no news when there was a knock on the door. He opened the door. It was Xianxia. Xianxia was holding a tray with a few vegetarian dishes on it. Xianxia gave Hong Jiang a gentle smile. You came specially for this matter. It must have been hard on you. The kitchen didn't prepare dinner. I just cooked a few dishes. Why don't you try my cooking? The more pleasant she was to Hong Jiang, the more he felt that something was wrong. A sense of crisis emerged and the hair on the back of his neck stood up. Oh my God, this woman was so scary when she smiled. Could she not smile at him? He had a feeling that he was like a prey targeted by a wild beast. He said stiffly, "Thank you very much." Xianxia saw his performance and the smile in her eyes deepened. She walked into the room and placed the dishes on the tray on the table. Her movements were like moving clouds and flowing water. She just happened to reveal the blisters on her fingers caused by splashing oil. Unfortunately, Hong Jiang was so nervous that he wished he could run to Li Xiao's side to hide. How could he have the leisure to pay attention to such trivial things? How about trying the dishes I cooked? I don't usually cook, so I don't know if it's delicious. Hong Jiang took a deep breath and calmed down. He thought for a moment and was still worried about this woman. His intuition had always been very accurate. This woman must have other motives, although he didn't know the reason. He handed the chopsticks to Xianxia and said, "Then try it first." Xianxia was stunned for a moment. A faint pink color appeared on her face and the corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. Okay. After she had eaten all the dishes, Hong Jiang asked her, "Is it delicious?" In fact, he was carefully observing if she had drugged the food. It seemed that there was no problem with the food. But even if there was no problem with the food, he wouldn't eat it. It wasn't easy for him to digest it and he would have to spit it out later. How troublesome. Xianxia showed a somewhat shocked expression and said in distress, "It's my first time cooking. My cooking skills are average. Please don't dislike it." If it was someone with a bit of EQ present, they would definitely comfort her and say that it didn't matter. The intention was the most important thing. Hong Jiang, who didn't want to eat, let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. He said, "Since it's not delicious, then I won't eat it." Xianxia's expression froze. She unconsciously tightened her grip on the chopsticks and almost suspected that she had heard wrongly. Hong Jiang added fuel to the fire. "Fortunately, you tried it first. Otherwise, I would have had to eat something that wasn't delicious." He was so nervous that he almost stuttered again. Xianxia took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to kill someone. She didn't expect Xianxia to have such a personality. He didn't give girls any face at all. Was he also like this in front of Li Xiao? She stared at Hong Jiang and said in an aggrieved tone, "Xianxia." Hong Jiang frowned. "I'm not Xianxia. If he was that big shot, he would have found his family long ago. He wouldn't be like a headless fly like he was now." At this time, Hong Jiang had completely forgotten that Li Xiao had made him look quite similar to that big shot. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, you're not Xianxia." But looking at her expression, she obviously didn't believe this and only thought that he didn't want to expose his identity. Hong Jiang wasn't willing to stay with her at all. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He was more worried that this woman would force him to eat. What if he vomited on the spot? It was better to go back and find Li Xiao. He stood up and left the room at lightning speed. Xianxia was left facing a table of dishes that she had painstakingly cooked. Her expression kept changing. "That's it. I wonder if she found out my identity? So she was testing me?" Hong Jiang said to Li Xiao with a serious face. When Li Xiao heard Hong Jiang repeat his conversation with Xianxia, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Xianxia wasn't testing him. She clearly thought that Hong Jiang was Xianxia and was trying her best to seduce him. Only Hong Jiang, this silly boy, didn't see it. He even looked as if he was facing a great enemy and wasn't afraid to use the greatest malice to speculate about the other party. Although Xianxia misunderstood, Li Xiao was still very unhappy. She felt that something that belonged to her was being spied on. If she had known earlier, she would have asked Songhai's Ben Long to come over. With Songhai's personality, he could definitely choke her to death with one sentence. She didn't expect that Xianxia would actually take a fancy to Songhai. Could it be love at first sight? But then again, considering Songming's face, love at first sight was indeed a very convincing story. Li Xiao glanced at Hong Jiang, took out a piece of jade, and handed it to Hong Jiang. "It's for you. You did well just now." The red zombie had accidentally angered the other party. Although Hong Jiang didn't know what was going on, he still caught the jade. "Of course, I'm very smart." He wouldn't casually eat human food. Grandpa couldn't say that he was stupid in the future. Li Xiao looked at his happy expression and couldn't help but shake her head in her heart. Fools have fool's luck. Although she knew that some people coveted Songhai, Li Xiao really didn't take this matter to heart. Songhai was so good-looking and powerful. Wasn't it normal for someone to like him? This also showed that she had good taste. Just like her, she usually had many pursuers, although she didn't take those pursuers to heart. If she casually met someone who liked Songhai, it would be so tiring to live like this. Besides, she didn't think that Songhai would like him. She still had this confidence. With the time to be jealous, she might as well solve this matter as soon as possible and go back early. She could also use this to make fun of Songhai. However, after Red Zombie was pointed out by Li Xiao, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't know what kind of shadow Xianxia left on him that made him so scared. However, when she asked him, he couldn't tell her why. Li Xiao still drove him back to his room. Anyway, no matter what, Xianxia wouldn't force herself on him. The next day, Little Green came over and brought a few prescriptions to regulate the body. Li Xiao didn't understand the so-called medicine, but Daoist Chen knew a little. After asking for Little Green's permission, he took the prescriptions and looked at them. As he looked at them, he clicked his tongue in wonder and sighed with emotion. It turns out that it can be combined like this. Wonderful, this can make the medicine more peaceful, so that weak people can absorb it smoothly. In short, looking at Daoist Chen's reaction, the prescription Little Green took out was indeed very good. Wait. Xianxia couldn't help but make things difficult for Little Green. I believe in Master Li's character, but I don't believe in Little Green. She looked straight at Little Green, who was wearing a green dress and looked delicate and innocent. You're not human. I can sense the demon aura on you. When she pointed this out, the scene couldn't help but fall silent. Little Green was a little confused. I'm a snake demon. What's wrong? The Taoists of Tranquility Monastery could not help but criticize, you're a demon. Are you trying to harm us by sneaking into our group? One of the ancestors of Clear Peace Monastery was killed by a mirror demon. That ancestor was highly respected, so his death left a deep grudge in Clear Peace Monastery. In the Taoist temple, they had the worst attitude towards demons. If they encountered one, they would never show mercy. Little Green felt wronged. I've never harmed anyone. Of course, Li Xiao wouldn't sit by and watch Little Green get bullied. She said coldly, so what if Little Green is a demon? She's much kinder than most people. A demon is a demon. No matter how harmless it looks on the outside, it's still evil when cut open. We still don't know how many lives she has. I didn't expect Master Li to be in cahoots with the demons. Don't say any more. Xianxia said, I believe that Master Li is not such a person. Maybe she was also deceived. She sounded like she was speaking up for Li Xiao, but it was very damaging. If Li Xiao admitted that she was a demon, then she was blind and deceived by the demon. If she didn't admit it, then the people of Clear Peace Monastery would say that she was in cahoots with the demons. Li Xiao sneered. So all of you have better judgment than Lord Xingwang. If you're so awesome, why don't you become Xingwang? Little Green's aura is clean and upright. She has never harmed anyone. You can't tell because you're not skilled enough. Little Green's identity card was made with Lord Xingwang's help. God has seen it. Lord Xingwang knows best whether she has harmed anyone or not. She looked around at the people of Clear Peace Monastery. You don't even know this? The Taoists of Clear Peace Monastery all had suspicious expressions. They really didn't know this. After all, their relationship with demons was very bad. They usually didn't pay attention to these things. As the head of the #1 monastery in the world, Perfected Chin naturally knew more. He said to Little Green, "Can you show me your identity card?" Little Green took the plane here, so she must have brought her identity card with her. She took out her identity card. Perfected Chin looked at it seriously and nodded slightly. It's indeed an identity made by Lord Xingwang. He explained to the others, for those demons who have never done anything harmful, if they want to live in the human world, Lord Xingwang will make an identity document for them. Little Green, who could get an identity card, was undoubtedly in the open in front of the government. Perfected Chin even knew that there were many demons as civil servants in the government, so he didn't discriminate against them. Whether it was humans or demons, there were good and bad. Thus, the people who had been criticizing Little Green earlier were now in an awkward position. But they were unwilling to put down their faces and apologize to a demon. Li Xiao sneered. When you were criticizing Little Green just now, you all spoke righteously. What, are your tongues now? You don't even know how to apologize. This is the quality of the Qingping Monastery. Your ancestor was killed by a demon, and it's very pitiful, but every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. If you can take revenge for him, I can admire you. But you only take out your anger on all demons. I really look down on you. This is how you treat your guests. She said to Little Green, "Let's go. We don't need to stay here and be an eyesore. I'm ashamed to be with you." Little Green didn't like these people either. When she came, these people scolded her indiscriminately. It would be strange if she felt comfortable. Li Xiao said to leave, so of course she had to go with her. Hong Jiang definitely wouldn't stay. He even stabbed at the side. Yes, yes. Qingping Monastery really doesn't respect us. When Kuqingqiu heard this, her face instantly turned pale. She looked at him with reddened eyes. She was very attentive to him, so why was he still playing the blame game? Hong Jiang pointed at her. For example, she knows that her cooking is terrible, but she still cooks for me. She must want me to eat it and have diarrhea. Fortunately, he was very smart and didn't fall for it. Kuqingqiu was instantly petrified. Her delicate face seemed to have opened a dye house, colorful and wonderful. The people present were not fools. When they heard this, they all looked at Kuqingqiu with strange eyes. Kuqingqiu was the head of the first monastery. In addition, something happened in the nearby villages these days. She was originally the busiest one, but she had the leisure to cook for others. No one was a fool. How could they not see what she was thinking? If it was someone else, it would be fine. But everyone knew that Song Hai and Li Xiao were a couple. The two of them had a deep relationship. It was very immoral for her to want to interfere. Even Zhenren Chen and the others thought that Hong Jiang was actually Song Hai. He just put on a little makeup to cover it up. Li Xiao sneered. No wonder you are so hostile to me. It's because you want to steal a man. Hong Jiang was a little confused. How did the topic come to this? Kuqingqiu couldn't say a word. Her body trembled with anger. What hurt her the most was that Song Hai really had no feelings for her at all. He even acted as the person who pushed her into the abyss. No, it's not like that. She wanted to explain, but she couldn't say a word. She could only watch Li Xiao and the others leave. At this time, even the expressions of her senior brothers and sisters became subtle. Li Xiao and the others went directly to a nearby village to find a place to stay. Anyway, she had money. It was no big deal to pay for accommodation. She wanted to take the money, but the villagers she saved refused to accept it. You came here for us. If you still take money, won't I be an ungrateful person? I, Tai Laosan, will not be that kind of villain. The villagers who were saved by him patted their chests, saying that there were several empty rooms in their house. It didn't matter if they tried to live there. A smile appeared on Li Xiao's face. She's a monster. Aren't you afraid? She pointed at Little Green, who was still a little unhappy. Tai Laosan shook his head. I'm not afraid. Lord Xingwang gave her an ID card. It means that she is good. I believe in Lord Xingwang. In the hearts of these villagers, the gods still had a lot of credibility. Tai Laosan added, of course, I also believe in you. Little Green's expression improved a little. She said seriously, I will go to the mountain to pick more herbs in the next few days. It will nourish your bodies. So in the next few days, Li Xiao stayed in Tai Laosan's house. The nearby villagers who were infected with corpse poison were all carried to her place. Little Green also passed out the prescription so that they could pick the herbs and boil the medicine themselves. Li Xiao also met the financial manager of her mother's company, Gu Yang. Gu Yang's father was also one of the people who was infected with corpse poison. After Li Xiao helped to detoxify the poison, Gu Yang was very grateful. She didn't expect that her boss's daughter was actually a great master of metaphysics. She asked for a month's leave this time. She wanted to wait until her father's body completely recovered before returning to the company. In these few days, the originally rampant zombies didn't appear again, so she was very idle. Little Green was relatively busier. Her prescription was very good. The villagers who took it recovered very quickly. This also caused the villagers to have a better impression of her. What was even funnier was that some villagers knew that she was a snake demon. They even went to catch field mice and gave them to Little Green. After all, it was normal for snake demons to eat field mice. Little Green was so scared that she ran back, crying. She usually didn't eat field mice in the mountain. She disliked them because they were dirty. She usually ate berries. Li Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only comfort her. She also told the villagers that Little Green didn't eat field mice. She usually ate fruits. Because the zombies didn't appear again, Li Xiao was still wondering if she should think of a way to lure the snake out of its hole. Before she could do anything, Red Zombie's grandfather and father appeared. These two zombies were really easy to recognize. They looked exactly the same as Red Zombies, but their red eyes were faintly golden. This meant that the cultivation of these two zombies wasn't weak. They were already on the verge of becoming gold zombies. After finding the two of them in the void mirror, Li Xiao's heart moved. The void mirror hanging high in the air fell on them. With a flash of light, the two zombies' figures were moved into the world of the void mirror. Li Xiao definitely wouldn't let them run around. Now that there were many surveillance cameras installed in this area, if she hadn't moved early, these two zombies would have fallen into the surveillance range. At that time, they might have been caught as murderers. Perhaps, this was a ploy to divert the trouble away? She couldn't help but think so. End of chapter 159. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.